I worked myself to death at a desk, then woke as Yu Eel, a 145-year-old trash aptitude cultivator with 1 year to reach Foundation establishment or be expelled and killed. This world ran on forced formation over time, a corporation in robes. Then the space-time realm opened, letting me deduce and build my own system from scratch. Photographic memory and five-fold deduction, a cultivation technique I wrote myself, a system no rival could crack. The trash laborer they wrote off would drive the cultivation world crazy. Subscribe if you have not already, and drop a like to keep the algorithm fed. Story starts now. To get here, I had to start as nothing. Let me show you that morning. I walked toward the sect's spiritual chi conversion formation with a blank face and slow steps, the way a man walks toward a machine that has been eating his life. Golden banners line the path and shimmer in the sun, and every one of them shouts the same corporate gospel. Others rely on talent for foundation establishment. They say, while I grind overtime toward immortal ascension. Others slack off and lie flat while I cultivate, because a comeback is always just around the corner. Work hard, earn your spirit stones, and one clean breakthrough will make you an immortal. I have read these exact posters before. In a life that killed me hung on the wall of an office that worked me into the ground. At the entrance to the formation, Im Su-won catches sight of me and leans in to whisper to Gang Nung, the newly admitted disciple beside him. I have ears, and I hear all of it. He points me out as Yu Eel, the outer sect's famous overtime fanatic, the fool who worked so hard 3 days ago that he fainted dead from exhaustion. Disciples are required to run the formation 6 hours a day, he explains. Yet I pile on 4 extra hours every single day. I have kept that up for more than 100 years, all for one lousy extra spirit fragmentation stone a month. Gang Young's eyes shine with admiration, and he says such diligence must have earned me a fortune in stones and cultivation nearly a foundation establishment. Su-won crushes that with pure contempt. Foundation establishment, he scoffs. Keep dreaming. He tells the boy I am a piece of trash, with 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, 145 years old, and still stuck at the 7th level of chi refining. A chi refining cultivator gets only 150 years of lifespan, he adds. So at this rate, I have no hope at all. Any outer sect disciple who fails to reach foundation establishment by 146 is expelled. Once I leave the heavenly revelation sect, the thin spiritual chi of the mortal world will leave me only a few years to breathe. Gang Nung's face curdles to match, and he sniffs that if my hoard of stones were handed to him, he would already sit at the 9th level. Im Su-won nods along and tops him, saying that with those stones he would already be at foundation establishment. Wonderful. My own funeral, catered by 2 men bickering over who gets the savings. I step into the formation and sit cross-legged in my assigned position. A glance around shows the other outer sect disciples wired and grinning, as if someone had injected them all with adrenaline before their shift. There is a reason for that. The spiritual chi conversion formation hides a special restriction that constantly releases spirit waves to lift morale and scrub away negative emotion. It is the only thing that lets anyone stay sane under a workload this brutal. On me, that restriction does absolutely nothing, and that is precisely why my past life memories woke at all. I entered the Heavenly Revelation sect through the Ascension Assembly at 18. Since then, 127 years of high-intensity overtime at this formation piled resentment and exhaustion on my mind, until my defenses simply shattered. That collapse is what dragged up the memories of my past life, where I died suddenly from overwork before waking into this world as Yu Eel. The truly absurd part is what my predecessor did before I woke. He could not clear away a single ounce of negative emotion, and still he ground out overtime for 127 straight years, a genuine natural-born laborer saint body. All that saintly suffering left me, the one who finally opened his eyes, with the most hellish opening hand imaginable. With 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, I have exactly 1 year to climb from the 7th level of chi refining all the way to foundation establishment. If I fail, I get expelled, and the thin spiritual chi of the mortal world will make the breakthrough even harder while my last few years of lifespan tick away. That is not a deadline. That is a death sentence with paperwork. In my past life understanding, cultivators were supposed to be graceful and detached, breathing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In this world, the spiritual chi is thin, the spirit-gathering formations barely function, and cultivators are worked like laborers, forced to operate this formation 6 hours a day for no pay at all. Only by grinding 4 extra hours of overtime every day for a full month can a person earn 1 single spirit fragmentation stone. Even that stone is pitiful, barely a whisper of spiritual chi, Nothing but a defective product, made by resealing a scrap of external energy into a spirit stone, whose original power was already spent. Too predatory. Too much of a scam. Even the ruthless bosses of my past life would have to raise a glass to this racket. This world is not right, not serious, and flatly insane. The more I turn it over, the more absurd it feels, because the people and the rules alike reek of madness. What kind of serious cultivation world runs on human labor to squeeze spiritual chi out of a formation like juice out of a fruit? And the memories from before I turned 18 are worse, because the mortal world is more suffocating still. Jianghu schools and powerful families hoard every resource. Ordinary people cannot even find a patch of ground to settle, and the old line about whether kings and nobles are born to high status is simply extinct here. Transcendent powers press down so hard that rebellion is impossible, and this broken world leaves the common man no way to live at all. Luckily, I did not arrive empty-handed. Otherwise, I would already be weighing whether to end it and hope the game restarts. Deep in my sea of consciousness, my soul is wrapped in a thin silver-white membrane that faintly reveals the mysteries of time and space. This is the space-time realm, a special space that formed when my soul fused with the power of time and space during my transmigration, and I named it myself. For now, I control barely 1% of it, and even that sliver has changed my life. My memory has leapt to the point of perfect recall. My deductive computing power has jumped fivefold, and the realm shields me from external mental corruption. That shield is exactly why the formation's emotion-scrubbing restriction slides off me, leaving 127 years of buried resentment with nowhere to go, which is what finally cracked my predecessor's mind and woke me. The space-time realm is not the usual golden finger. It will not rocket my cultivation overnight, or hand me godhood in a gift box. But it truly lives inside my sea of consciousness, born of my own soul fusing with time and space, not some mystery blessing from a voice in the sky. A smile tugs at my mouth as I settle on my plan. I will use my deductive power to build a cultivation technique of my own, one that absorbs and refines spiritual chi far more efficiently than anything this sect will hand me. Cultivating a self-made technique is walking a tightrope, and one wrong step means chi deviation and the annihilation of body and Tao. But time is short, and with no one to test it on, the test subject is me. Without madness, there is no survival, and next to waiting quietly for expulsion and death, any risk is a bargain. I came into this world with transcendent power. Somewhere under the survival math, I do carry the ambition to become an immortal or a god, to overturn the rules and drag these lofty cultivators and predators down off their pedestals. Those dreams are far away, though. This year, breaking into foundation establishment and buying myself more lifespan is the only thing that matters. I set my palm on the circular spirit sphere before me and channel my power to activate the formation. While it runs, I quietly circulate my cultivation technique to draw in spiritual chi, and the sluggishness is almost comic. The 5 elements chi refining technique absorbs and refines so slowly that every thread of spiritual chi takes an eternity to become usable power. That crawl only hardens my resolve, because if I do not gamble my life on something better, I really will die. 6 hours pass, and I cut off my power and rise the instant my shift ends. 2 lifetimes of overtime have left me sick to the marrow of it. I would rather spend that time in the scripture pavilion, stacking knowledge for my own technique, than chase a handful of extra stones. My predecessor only ever buried his head in blind practice, learning nothing more than the 5 elements chi refining technique and a few scattered scraps. That is nowhere near enough raw material to build something new. Ignoring the startled stares, I walk out of the formation alone and head straight for the outer sect cafeteria. Chi refining cultivators cannot yet manage Anidia, so I still have to eat to fuel this body. There are Anidia pills that could replace meals, but as a genuine pauper, I cannot afford even the cheapest one. I have barely set my tray down when the round shape of John Dado waddles over and drops into the seat across from me. He stares straight at me and tells me, low and flat, to meet him in the small woods once I finish eating. My chopsticks pause in the air for a moment before I answer with a soft grunt. In the small woods, John Dado and I stand facing each other in a heavy silence. He earned his name honestly, running a lending racket among the outer sect disciples off his uncanny head for business and the cover of a brother in the inner sect. He has built a small mountain of spirit fragmentation stones doing it. Right now, his shrewd eyes carry the full oppressive weight of a creditor, because to force my last breakthrough, my predecessor borrowed 100 spirit fragmentation stones from him. Then, without warning, he lunges and wraps both arms around my thigh and howls at the sky that I am his grandpa, his very own grandpa. That 100-stone debt has sat for a full 30 years, he wails. Now that he is finally cultivated to the 9th level and means to attempt foundation establishment, he needs a mountain of stones for a foundation establishment pill. My whole body goes stiff. I knew Giandato was unconventional, but I did not expect quite this level of shamelessness. I tell him I have no stones to give, only my life if he wants it, and I sigh that it is not unwillingness but empty pockets. He hugs tighter, his face all disbelief, and points out that I am not even working overtime anymore. So surely I have struck it rich, and can pay him back. And I had better hurry, he adds, because if I fail foundation establishment by next year I get expelled from the sect. Overtime, I tell him, is a thing I will never touch again in this life. I worked overtime 3 days ago and nearly died on the spot, and stones are worthless to a corpse. Besides, 12 spirit fragmentation stones a year is a drop in the bucket, and dreaming of foundation establishment on that is a pipe dream. He finally lets go, stands, brushes the dust off his robe, and asks with real confusion what I actually plan to do, because I cannot just sit here and wait. I am 145, he reminds me. If I miss foundation establishment this year, I get thrown out with only a few years left, so am I truly going to wait for death in despair? I curl my lip and snap that I still intend to reach immortal ascension, and that skipping overtime is exactly how I am hunting for a way out. He rubs his chin and insists, with total certainty, that there is no fast road to foundation establishment except a mountain of spirit stones and a foundation establishment pill. Then his eyes go wide, and he stares at me in scandalized shock and asks whether I have found some rich woman in the sect to keep me. He allows that I am handsome, dashing, with an extraordinary bearing, but reminds me I am 145 years old. The youth-preserving effects of cultivation keep my face young. Yet underneath it all, I am a well-aged old cut of jerky and a young rapper. He wonders aloud whether my body could even handle the job. My face goes flat with exasperation, and I demand to know who exactly he is calling old jerky and what on earth is wrong with his head. And yet, traitorously, a corner of my mind runs the numbers. Cultivators do tend to be easy on the eyes, and selling my body is, technically, not an impossible business model. The thought no sooner surfaces than I shake my head hard to bury it, telling myself my body definitely could not take it, and if I ever do ascend, a dark history like that leaking out would be unbearable. Watching my righteous, offended face, John Dotto's suspicions slowly fade. After a moment's thought, he reaches into his robe, pulls out 5 spirit fragmentation stones, and presses them on me, telling me to use them first and pay him back when I make it big. A smile tugs at my mouth as I take them, and I promise that when I make it big, I will absolutely repay him. He waves and swears he will hold me to it, then turns and strides away. Watching his round figure shrink down the path, warmth rises in my chest. Sharp as Giandato is, he knows perfectly well these stones will likely never come back. This was never a loan. It was help offered exactly when a man was drowning. My predecessor's luck was not all bad, it turns out. Back when Giandato first entered the outer sect, I merely gave him a small hand as a senior, and it bought a friendship worth this. I gathered myself and hurried toward the scripture pavilion. I need old books to understand this world down to its bones, and I need a cultivation technique dense enough to serve as raw ore for the one I intend to forge. The scripture pavilion of the Heavenly Revelation sect rises magnificent and imposing, 9 levels tall. The first level holds chi refining techniques, basic theory of formation and alchemy and artifact refining, and martial arts secret manuals dragged up from the mortal world Jianghu. Any one of those manuals could touch off a bloody storm if it ever leaked back into the Jianghu. By sect rule, the first level is free to every disciple. The second costs 10 spirit fragmentation stones a day to enter, and the third and above demands sect contribution points I do not have. I step inside, and the vast first level yawns almost empty. Over 100,000 books ranked across the shelves with barely 10 people bent over them. I walk straight to the 5 Elements Spiritual Roots section, and find its shelf holds only 30-odd manuals. I pick one up and read fast, and thanks to my perfect recall, I swallow the whole book in a breath. Then I move to the next, and the next, devouring them with a thirst that never quite fills. 10 days later, I have read every chi refining manual of every attribute the first level owns. The reading has given me a shape for my own technique. My plan is to rebuild the 5 elements chi refining technique I already practice, folding in the marrow of everything I have memorized. The absorption and refining should run far faster, stacking my power quickly enough to force a breakthrough. But I remember something from the cultivation novels of my past life. That opening and using every acupoint in the body enormously boosts both speed and potential. And by strange fortune, when I check, all 129,600 of my acupoints sit wide open and unobstructed. a gift I can only credit to my transmigration. An opportunity like that is not to be missed. I stop hesitating and throw my whole deductive power into the work. A torrent of techniques flashes through my mind, and I strain out the essence, discard the dross, and feed it all into the 5 elements chi refining technique. Another 10 days pass before I open my exhausted eyes, and the new technique is finished. It also teaches me the hard limit of my own mind. My computing power is simply not enough, and though my deduction is strong, forging a technique this fast nearly killed me twice over from sheer exhaustion while I worked and calculated at the same time. High-intensity deduction is genuinely dangerous, the kind that leaves my brain smoking, and I need a way to make it stronger. For now, I can see only 2 roads to more computing power. I can strengthen my soul, or I can refine a cheat brain to assist my deduction the way a computer did in my past life. I have no method to strengthen my soul, and I know absolutely nothing about artifact refining, so both ideas go on the shelf for later. I study the finished second version of my 5 elements chi refining technique with a chest full of tangled feeling. It is powerful past imagining, and its hidden dangers are just as chilling. This is a brand new mind technique born entirely from deduction, one no living soul has ever cultivated, where the smallest slip costs my life. After a long silence, I grit my teeth and decide to cultivate it anyway. Cultivating might kill me, but not cultivating certainly will, so it is only a question of dying sooner or later. And I would rather gamble. This cultivation world is already crazy enough, and if I want to survive, I have to be crazier than it is. I sit down cross-legged, breathe deep, close my eyes, and carefully begin to run the technique. In an instant, a violent surge of 5-element spiritual chi rampages through my meridians. I groan through my teeth as a mouthful of blood sprays out and stains my collar red. Damn it, that was very nearly a one-way trip to meet my ancestors. I yank my energy back, open my eyes, and wipe the blood from my lip with lingering fear. Forging my own technique really is a tightrope walk. Over broken glass, and one careless step ends in pieces. But time will not wait, so I cannot back down. Even as I circulate spiritual chi to soothe the roiling injuries inside me, I replay and rededuce every detail. The chaotic flow and the tearing pain in my meridians become precious data that loops through my mind. For 10 days, I live trapped in one endless loop. I keep editing the technique and keep risking the new version on my own body. Each time I vomit blood, I close my eyes to heal, then dive straight back into the deductions the moment I recover. My face goes pale, my eye sockets sink, my body burns down to the wick, and still the fire in my eyes only climbs. In a cultivation world this insane, if you are not obsessed, you will never succeed. I breathe deep, sit cross-legged, and carefully run the newly revised technique once more. The 5-colored spiritual chi slides through my meridians like a nest of spirit snakes, injecting a wisp of 5-element spiritual chi into every acupoint it crosses. When it reaches the 100,000th acupoint, my face changes hard, because the spiritual chi in my dantian is nearly dry, and my intake cannot keep pace with the technique's hunger. At the last possible moment, I pull out Gian Dado's 5 spirit fragmentation stones, clench them in my palm, and a tidal wave of spiritual chi pours into me. My 5-element spiritual chi refills and surges forward again along the path of the second version. A muffled detonation goes off inside me, and dazzling 5-colored light bursts out in every direction. All 129,600 acupoints light across my body like a field of stars, while the 5-element spiritual chi tempers my flesh and my soul at once. Spiritual chi within several yards gathers and pours into me like a tornado, all of it refined into 5-element spiritual chi. My robes snap in the storm, and my hair stands on end as I become the eye of the vortex. An hour later, the light fades. I open my eyes with 5-colored divine light swirling in my pupils, throw my head back, and laugh, because I did it. When the joy settles enough to think, I sense inward. My acupoints are strung together by meridians like stars on wire, 5-element spiritual chi darting through them. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flows in endlessly and refines the instant it enters. My control over the space-time realm has even nudged up to 1.2%. I really am a genius. The technique now runs on its own and doubles my efficiency, and although cultivating all those acupoints demands more spiritual chi, my speed is still 3 times what it was. I have not broken into the 8th level yet, but at this rate I have a real shot at foundation establishment inside the year. A successful breakthrough buys me another 150 years of life and drags me clean out of this hole. I check the sky, grab a quick breakfast at the cafeteria, and plan to head in for my formation shift. The moment I step out of the cafeteria, Joe Gusso plants himself in my path with 2 lackeys, his face dark as a storm. Another creditor. My predecessor owed this 150 spirit fragmentation stones. One more mess left in my lap. Joe Gusso roars that he wants his 50 stones back. No interest, just the principle. I brace myself and answer, all helplessness, that I will absolutely pay him the moment I earn the stones. He shrieks back, voice shrill and frantic, that I am not even working overtime anymore. So where exactly would the earnings come from? More to the point, he snarls, if I fail Foundation establishment inside 11 months, I get kicked out of the Heavenly Revelation sect. With my aptitude, a breakthrough would be a miracle. So am I really expecting him to collect a debt from a dead man? My mouth twitches because every word of it is true, and I have nothing to throw back. I only grit my teeth and swear I will break through to Foundation establishment and repay him then. He looks at me with open scorn and says he must have had water in his skull to lend me anything. Then he orders me to get to work and pay up the instant I earn a stone. I tell him flatly that overtime is off the table, and that when I have the stones, he will get them, and I try to walk straight past. I am not the least bit worried, because the Heavenly Revelation sect strictly forbids private duels among disciples, and violators are punished hard. The sect enforces that rule not out of kindness, but because injured disciples need recovery time, and recovery time means the formations run short. Then John Dotto strolls up, eyes bright with mischief, and asks Joe Gusso what kind of man he takes Brother Yi for, since Foundation establishment is a piece of cake for me. Joe Gusso's face goes black as soot on the spot. It was precisely because he watched John Dotto lend to me without blinking that he dropped his own guard and lent as well. Even as an old rival, he has to admit that when it comes to the nose and the means for money, John Dotto always had the edge on him. He simply never expected to trip over me. He snaps at John Dotto to stop gloating since he lost money on me too, then turns his icy glare back to me with an offer. He dares me to face him in the arena, and if I win, the old 50 stones are wiped clean and he hands me 50 more. I shoot John Dotto a helpless look, because without his little interjection, Joe Gusso would probably have wandered off cursing and left it there. Still, the offer is tempting. If I had any other way to shake loose from these debts, I would take it, but I do not enjoy owing people stones. Joe Gusso is a 3 spiritual roots cultivator who leans on fire techniques and already sits at the 8th level, 1 full level above me. To keep outer sect disciples chained to cultivation and the formations, the Heavenly Revelation sect never teaches them a single spell. But I have heard Joe Gusso spent stones to reach the 2nd floor of the Scripture Pavilion and walked out with a fire dragon technique. I have learned no spell and no martial skill at all, so on paper the gap yawns wide. But the second version of my 5 elements chi refining technique refined all 129,600 acupoints in this body. It gave me raw speed, physical strength, and a huge reservoir for spiritual chi, which narrows the distance more than he could guess. One good gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, and if I lose, I only take a beating. The upside is fat enough to tempt a Buddha. My face goes stern, and I tell him in a low voice that it is fine, and we meet at the arena after work. Joe Gusso breaks into a grin, says only good, and leaves with his 2 lackeys. John Dotto rushes over in a panic and grabs my shoulder, asking if I have lost my mind, because Joe Gusso does not want a real match, only an excuse to beat me bloody. I brush his hand off calmly and tell him not to panic, that I have some confidence. He looks me up and down, thick with suspicion, unable to fathom how a man 1 level lower with no spell at all would take that bet. Fearing I will be crippled, he rattles off Joe Gusso's cultivation, his spells, and every detail he knows, and I listen and nod, because none of it is new to me. At the outer sect arena of the Heavenly Revelation sect, the crowd gathers thick. The sect forbids private duels, but understands some grudges cannot be smothered, so it built an arena where disciples may spar and compete under one hard rule: no killing. An outer sect deacon stands on hand to keep it clean. Word that Joe Gusso and I are about to fight has drawn a swarm of curious disciples. The murmuring around me all runs one way. I have lost my mind, they say. The fainting spell a month ago cooked my brain, and Joe Gusso only wants a free beating since I could never repay the stones anyway. John Dotto tugs at me one last time, urging me to concede, warning that no one dies in the arena but plenty leave crippled, and that healing wastes the very time I have least of. If I am short on stones, he says, he will simply lend me more. I wave off old Gian and tell him I appreciate his concern but cannot dodge this, because if I fold today, Joe Gusso will hound me forever. Better to settle it now, I tell him. since a loss costs me a beating and a win pays enormously. He gives me a strange look and asks whether that last fainting spell really did scramble my head, since no one has even bothered to set up a betting pool this time. My face darkens as I tell him I am perfectly normal. Joe Gusso swaggers up with his chin tipped at the sky and offers me one last mercy, that if I kowtow 3 times and shout Grandpa 10 times, the whole thing is settled. I narrow my eyes, step a half pace closer, and ask him softly what he wants me to call him. He bellows Grandpa at the top of his lungs, and I light up and answer at once that yes, what a good grandson, such a good boy. The onlookers freeze, then detonate into laughter loud enough to shake the ground. Gian Dado laughs so hard he cannot straighten his spine, and even the deacon, Wang Wu, turns his face away with his shoulders shaking. Joe Gusso goes red to the ears, fists clenched white, and grinds out that I should stop playing word games and fight for real. He promises to beat me until I cry for my parents and call him Grandpa of my own free will. Then he stalks toward the arena, and I shrug and follow at a lazy pace. Wang Wu runs through the rules once, confirms neither of us objects, and withdraws to the edge. Standing on the platform, I take stock of myself. Across 2 lifetimes, the only real training I ever had was Tai Chi for my health back on Earth. I have watched plenty of thrilling fights in movies, but those routines are choreography, not combat. But I also know that real fighting comes down to speed, strength, and being willing to be ruthless. 1,000 gazes press up from below, and I breathe deep as my eyes sharpen. Spiritual power boils around Joe Gusso, and instead of casting a spell, he simply charges, right fist rocketing at my face. My pupils shrink, and in that instant, the Tai Chi of my past life and every fight scene I ever watched braid together in my mind. Response plans flash past like a carousel until my deduction picks the best one. My left foot steps half a pace left, and my whole body flickers to his flank. My right hand seizes his right wrist and pulls with his own momentum, 4 ounces turning aside 1,000 pounds, and my right leg snaps out like lightning and lands square on his backside. He pitches forward with a rush of air and topples clean off the arena, hitting the ground below with a heavy thud. The whole yard falls into stunned silence, every disciple gaping between me on the platform, and Joe Gusso sprawled in the dirt, because no one imagined the match would end this fast or this absurdly. Gang Noong blurts that Joe Gusso is simply useless to lose like that, and asks when I got so strong. I'm Suwon frowns and mutters that Joe Gusso underestimated his enemy and never even used a spell. Joe Gusso lies there dazed until his lackeys haul him up. Then he stares at me, face cycling red to white, unable to swallow that he lost to the man he always wrote off as trash. Gian Dado jumps out at once, jabbing a finger at him, loudly demanding the 50 stones, and refusing to let him welch. Joe Gusso snorts, yanks out 50 spirit fragmentation stones, hurls them at me, and snarls that this is the bet and that he was careless. He dares me to go again, promising another 50 if I win. I bend to gather the stones off the ground, unable to hide my delight, and weigh it inwardly. The gap between us may be far smaller than it looks. Even if he uses a spell, I can simply concede the instant I cannot hold, at no extra cost, and a win nets 50 more stones and real confidence for foundation establishment. I nod and give him a single word. Fine. Joe Gusso sneers, leaps onto the platform, forms his seals fast, and calls up the fire dragon technique, shouting at me to watch his true strength. Crimson fire attribute power floods out like a tide and condenses into a fire dragon a good 6 feet long. Its body rolls with flame, jaws and claws bared as it lunges at me on a wave of scorching heat. My face changes at the heat, and I pour on my power, stamp hard on the platform, and flash aside like lightning as the fire dragon slams down where I stood. Before I can settle, he summons a second dragon and drives it at me again. I weave through it, biting for the opening, then surge straight at him, my right hand cracking across his face like a whip before my kick drives into his gut. He groans, flies backward, and drops off the arena. Silence first, then a rush of drawn breaths, then an eruption of disbelief. The crowd cannot process that I turned it around under the fire dragon technique, and John Dado gapes at me and mutters that Brother Yi is genuinely this monstrous. Joe Gusso staggers up with blood at his lip, eyes swimming with confusion and refusal, croaking that his cultivation is higher and he knows the fire dragon technique, so how could he possibly lose? I open my mouth to answer, and thunder splits the sky, roll after roll of it hammering down. I shrink my neck and stare up in raw terror, screaming inside that it was only a friendly match and a few stones, and that surely that does not merit a lightning bolt. Above the heavenly revelation sect, ink-dark clouds churn like great beasts, and a silver snake of lightning tears the heavens with a roar that seems ready to crush the world. The phenomenon detonates like a thunderclap and alarms the entire sect, every face turning toward the horizon in dread. Sect leader Im Nam and the 10 elders arrive in a blink, hanging in midair with spiritual chi coiling around them, expressions grave, palms tightening as they stare into the shifting sky. My body loosens a little once I confirm no heavenly lightning is coming for me, and I let out a long breath, wondering uneasily whether such an omen means an enemy attack. As I speculate, a long river of time opens across the sky, countless figures flickering within it, some out of the past, some of the present, some of the future. Several of those figures lock into a savage battle upon the river, as if fighting to break its constraints and spill down into the present. The direction they mean to strike is the heavenly revelation sect itself. Even seen across the long river of time, that world-ending clash makes me shudder. I gasp inwardly, wondering what someone in this sect could have done to make enemies chase them back through time to erase them. Then one figure in the river surges in power like a falling thunderbolt and cuts down all the others, glances once toward the sect across the river, and vanishes in a flash. At the same moment, the omen wrapping the sect dissolves. Im Nam lifts his voice to calm the crowd, telling everyone it was only powerful experts fighting within the long river of time, and no cause for alarm. The path of immortal cultivation is long, he proclaims, and if they cultivate diligently, they too may one day reach such a realm. And then he orders them all to disperse. The words light a fire under the disciples, and every one of them, having watched true experts stir the river of time, boils with borrowed hunger and rushes off to cultivate toward that heaven-touching height. I curl my lip. That speech is no different from my old boss painting a giant pie in the air. Empty words dressed up as inspiration. I look down at Joe Gusso with a mocking little smile and tell him to accept his loss and hand over the 50 stones. His face goes a furious dark red, fists clenched so hard the nails bite his palms, and he plainly wants to renege on the spot. But the watching crowd freezes the words in his throat. He knows in his gut that the moment he sets a precedent for skipping a debt, everyone who owes him will follow, and the man who starts the rot pays for it. After weighing it, he grinds his teeth, hurls the 50 stones at me with a cold snort, and stalks off without a backward glance. I do not mind, since no one expects a loser to smile, and I crouch and pick up every stone with a grin. Giandato runs over, his whole frame jiggling, marveling that I hid this so well. I tell him it was only luck, and I truly never expected to win so easily. Then I shake the stones in my fist and say I will use these 100 to push my breakthrough and repay him once I earn more. He waves it off, delighted, and says to drop the courtesy. Watching me hand Joe Gusso a lesson was deeply satisfying payback for the man muscling in on his lending business, and he insists on treating me to a feast. I follow him to a restaurant in the market. We eat and drink our fill and we drift back to our quarters slow and content. Lying in bed, I replay the day's fights. I won on luck, with no spell and a body still not hard enough, and a real enemy would carve me apart. I want to become a well-rounded fighter, strong on every axis. So I decide that the instant I am off shift tomorrow, I will haunt the scripture pavilion for martial manuals and pick up a few techniques worth cultivating. Then I sit cross-legged and circulate the second version of the 5 elements chi refining technique. The surrounding spiritual chi floods in like a tide, refining ceaselessly as my cultivation climbs toward the 8th level. 10 days later, I have read every martial arts secret manual on the first floor and settled on a body tempering method, the bronze skin and iron bone art. It is the only one with strong results and no side effects. I chant the mantra to memory a few times and sit down to cultivate. After a single hour, I open my eyes with my brow knit in astonishment. I throw a test punch and stretch my limbs, and my muscles pull tight with 10 times their old strength. I actually succeeded, when the manual plainly warns the technique needs 30 years of grinding to master. I scratch at the puzzle. Am I simply gifted for the martial Tao, or does immortal cultivation somehow feed martial arts, though everyone insists the two do not mix? Then it hits me that all 129,600 of my acupoints stand open. I murmur that this must be the reason, even if my martial talent is clearly not bad either. The words, martial Tao, linger on my tongue as my gaze goes distant. 9 months blur past. I read through every book on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. In that time, I upgrade my technique into the 3rd version of the 5 elements chi refining technique. Then I fuse thousands of martial manuals into a body tempering method of my own, the indestructible golden body, and drive both to the perfection realm. My cultivation climbs the whole while and reaches the peak of the 9th level. Following sect rule, I collect a foundation establishment technique from the scripture pavilion to prepare the next stretch. There are two roads to foundation establishment. The first breaks through straight from the 9th level peak, with only average odds and total ruin waiting on a slip. A foundation establishment pill lifts the success rate sharply, which is why most cultivators go this way. The second is steadier, cultivating all the way to the 12th level great perfection. There the spiritual chi in the body grows so harmonious and vast that the breakthrough comes naturally with no pill, yielding a solid foundation and enormous potential. But reaching 12th level great perfection demands the comprehension and talent of a true genius. I have some faith in my own gifts, and believe I could charge for it. Yet the sect's deadline is a blade at my neck, and if I miss the window, I am expelled. So I have no choice but to break through from the 9th level peak. I sit cross-legged on my bed, exhale to still my mind, and take out my remaining 80 spirit fragmentation stones. As emergency fuel for the moment, my spiritual chi runs thin. I run the third version of the 5 elements chi refining technique, and heaven and earth spiritual chi bursts into me like a broken dam, refining instantly into 5 elements power. The surrounding chi gathers faster and faster, and I snatch up the spirit fragmentation stones and drain them dry. 3 hours later, the surge finally calms, and I open my eyes with a sick expression, because I did break through, but not to foundation establishment. I have only reached the 10th level of chi refining. It is over. It is all over. My heart drops into despair as I mutter that it makes no sense at all. The sect assessment is nearly on me, and I am stuck at the 10th level with no time to climb to 12th level great perfection. I have only 4 years of lifespan left, so expulsion looks like a settled thing. For a long while I barely leash my emotions, forcing calm so I can find the reason. Then a thought flashes through me like lightning, and my face changes hard. Perhaps condensing all 129,600 acupoints disrupted the normal rhythm of my cultivation, which is why the 9th level breakthrough failed, and why even 12th level great perfection might not guarantee foundation establishment. Regret floods me until I could slap myself twice. A deeper foundation and greater potential only matter to cultivators with lifespan to spare, and I have none. My one urgent task is not a beautiful foundation, but simply reaching foundation establishment fast enough to stay in the sect and buy back my years. This is such a pit. I sigh, then steady myself, because heaven does not seal every exit. Even expelled, I can still cultivate in the mortal world. So a chance at foundation establishment remains. But the spiritual chi out there is far too thin unless I can find a new source of cultivation energy. New energy, racking my brain until my eyes suddenly light. In my past life, we had solar power. And in this world, there are techniques that drink the power of the sun, along with martial and immortal methods alike. Those methods are just low in efficiency and high in danger. If I can refine a better one, I solve the energy problem outright. Because the sun is inexhaustible, and the moonlight and starlight of this world can feed cultivation too. Then my face sobers, because drawing on the sun is lethally dangerous, and one slip cooks a man to death. I will need heaps of experiments verifying every single step so I am not burned to ash before I ever reach foundation establishment. And if I can imitate the batteries of my past life and build an energy storage device, I could bank the sun's power directly, the way a spirit stone holds spiritual chi. My eyes blaze, and I nearly leap up. When I settle, I hold my breath and send my divine sense inward. My acupoints twinkle like brilliant stars, and 5 elements chi rushes through my meridians like a river, while every inch of muscle and bone glows gold under its nourishment. With my physical body alone, I am now confident I could kill a 9th level chi refining cultivator with a single punch. More surprising still, my control over the space-time realm has quietly climbed to 3%. That small number has doubled my deductive computing power again and let me faintly touch the mysteries of time and space. With sharper deduction, my plans feel closer than ever. I pocket my remaining 20 spirit fragmentation stones and head for the scripture pavilion, betting that the second floor holds artifact refining manuals and methods for absorbing the power of sun, star, and moon. More than a month later, the day comes to leave the Heavenly Revelation sect. On the Heavenly Revelation Plaza, over 100 outer sect disciples gather, all of us expelled for having no hope of foundation establishment. Watching disciples ring us, pointing and murmuring, looking at us the way people look at insignificant ants. Then a familiar cry cuts through, and I turn to see Giandato shoving through the crowd, toward me. I tell him I truly did not expect him to come see me off. He sighs softly, takes out 20 spirit fragmentation stones, and presses them on me as a small token, saying they might just carry me to foundation establishment. I shake my head and refuse, since I already owe him over 100. But he stuffs the stones into my hand and says, 20 are nothing to him, and he will earn them back fast. While for me, they could be the key. I hold them, silent a moment, then nod hard and tell him I will remember this favor and repay him when I make it big. He nods. We trade a few words about old days, and he turns and goes. Just then, a flying boat over 1,000 feet long tears out of the distance and settles onto the plaza. The cabin door opens, and a woman in white steps out, cold in bearing, graceful in figure, skin like polished jade. This is Ye Chung-sol, the saintess of the Heavenly Revelations sect. Born with a mutated ice spiritual root, she broke from 12th level great perfection straight into foundation establishment, and now, 20 years on, she sits at the early golden core realm, the dream of countless disciples, where she passes, breath catches, and whispering dies, and admiring eyes trail her like iron filings after a lodestone. Behind her walk 2 golden core inner sect disciples and more than 100 new recruits gathered through the Ascension Assembly, high-spirited or nervous, none able to hide their hunger for the immortal life ahead. I watch it all with a chest full of tangled feeling, because today mirrors yesterday, the same loop playing again. 128 years ago, I stood on this same plaza brimming with longing for the immortal path, and now I am a failure the sect has thrown away. The cruelty of this road flashes past me piece by piece. Countless outer sect disciples reduced to the sect's coolies. They run formations day and night to squeeze out spiritual chi, then get discarded like me when they wear out. I clench my fists, and the fire of refusal burns low in my eyes. I swear I will break into Foundation establishment and never again be looked down on. I will snap the shackles of aptitude and smash the high wall of hoarded resources. So cultivation stops being the privilege of a few, and I can drag these lofty cultivators down off their altar. I refuse to accept this. Why should they stand so high? I will pull them out of their clouds and let them roll in the mud with the rest of us ants. The idea is insane, but for a cultivation world this insane, staying sane is what gets a man killed. And it is not hopeless, because this past month gave me a great deal, and I already carry new plans for the future, waiting to be walked out one step at a time. Perhaps my stare burns too hot because for an instant it seems Ye Chung-sol turns and looks straight at me. Then a cold voice rings across the plaza, ordering all expelled disciples to board at once. I come back to myself, swallow the surge in my chest, and drag my heavy feet toward the flying boat. The flying boat sets down in an open field, and the instant I step off, a wall of suffocation slams into me. It is as if I have been dropped onto a high mountain summit where the air has run out. A moment passes before I adapt, and I gauge the spiritual chi out here at barely 1% of the sects. I sigh, because reaching Foundation establishment in a place this starved will be brutal. I ignore the 100-odd disciples beside me, watch the flying boat climb and streak away, and set off for the nearest city. Jin Province, Anpyeong City. I walk its streets and they are loud and crowded, vendors crying their wares, foot traffic flowing endless in both directions. But most faces in the crush are sallow, numb, and dressed in rags, with only a scattered few in fine cloth. I see more than a dozen people selling themselves into slavery, something I only ever saw in films before now, and beggars lining the roadsides with their hands out, gaunt and hollow-eyed. I duck into a steamed bun shop, spend nearly every coin on a batch of piping buns, and hand them out among the beggars. It is all I can do, and there are simply too many poor in this world for one man to save. Along the way, I also cross several rings of human traffickers, and I quietly foul their schemes and mark each one. I plan to hunt them after dark, both to cut a scourge from the city and to fatten my empty purse. The contrast punches harder the farther I go. Vermilion gates and broad courtyards on one side, collapsing thatched huts on the other. The rich eat the delicacies of land and sea while the poor pray only not to starve, sometimes reduced to eating grass and dirt, and the gulf is staggering. I knew from my predecessors' memories that this world runs on a monstrous wealth gap, but seeing it with my own eyes still guts me. Even the harshest history of my past life was gentle next to this. In a world where supernatural power is real, an ordinary commoner has almost no road out at all. The nobles and officials here truly do act as if they were born of a finer seed. A cry for mercy rips through the street. In front of the Joe mansion, a man dressed as a house servant kowtows until his forehead bleeds, begging without pause. He swears he was not slacking, that he guarded the gate 3 years on 2 hours of sleep a day, and only dozed off for a single moment. The steward's face stays cold as he snaps that a man who dozes at the mansion gate should be dragged off and given 20 strokes, so everyone learns what laziness earns. Watching them haul the servant away, One thought crosses my mind, that human life here is worth about as much as grass. The man is thin and half dead already and may not survive the beating. This world is sick. This world is insane. The mortal world is crueler than the cultivation world, the boot pressing down even harder. Then a treacherous thought surfaces. Even as a beast of burden in the heavenly revelation sect, running the formation 6 hours a day, I at least ate my fill and stayed warm. That made me lucky beside these commoners clinging to the edge of death. I shake my head violently and drive the absurd idea out, because gratitude for a nicer cage is still a trap. In this world before me, cultivators are nothing like cultivators. Powerful families own every resource for generations, and ordinary people cannot find a foot of ground to stand on. In a land soaked in supernatural power, the word fairness has become the most luxurious term of all. I clench my fists until my nails nearly break the skin, filled with the urge to overturn all of it, and reason drags me back down. With my current strength, I cannot shift these rules a hair. Even if I succeed in cultivation one day, this world is vast, and what can one man's strength truly change, unless I grow strong enough to rewrite the rules outright? I think of the universal education and the internet of my past life, then laugh at myself. The cost alone would be astronomical. Every resource is locked in the hands of the vested interests, and anything that did emerge would only become another tool for the predators. Unless something appeared that those powers and cultivators could not control. The system. My eyes flare. I do not need one of those flashy systems that kill on command or hand out rewards for checking in. Suppose I build something like the computer operating systems of my past life, run it directly in the minds of ordinary people, and pair it with a chain of other methods. With that, I might genuinely overturn this entire world. I could drag every high and mighty cultivator and predator off their pedestal, reaping enormous benefit for myself along the way. The plan sets my whole body burning, and I nearly start on the spot. Then I cool, because building a system now is pure fantasy with the abilities I have, and the one truly urgent task is reaching foundation establishment before my last years run out. Which means it is time to go settle accounts with those human traffickers. A fine way to vent, and a fine way to let them taste the iron fist of justice. Night. I cover my face, kick in the gate of a secluded courtyard, and pour in on a wave of killing intent, fists flying, cutting down everyone I see without mercy. In moments, of the 20-odd men in the yard, only 3 are left, sprawled and dying. The corpses take a breath to get used to, but I steady myself. Rather than rush the questions, I raise a hand and give the 3 a session of the great memory recovery technique, which floods them with pain until they scream. When they can think again, I ask them coldly who their mastermind is, promising a quick death for honesty and a dozen more rounds of that agony for lies. The leader stares up at me in terror and swears there is no mastermind, that they only snatch children and sell them to wealthy households, to brothels, or into begging rings for coin. I press for where the children are and where the money hides, and the 3 answer in a panic chorus. The children in the next room, the money in the cellar of the west wing. I seal their acupoints so none of them can move, and I walk to the next room. The instant the door swings open, a stench of rot and blood rushes at me. In the dim light, 13 children huddle in rusted iron cages, 3 of them with their hands and feet already broken, plainly meant to be turned into crippled beggars. My eyes go wide with rage, and my killing intent nearly takes physical shape. I was too kind. I let those men die far too easily. I crush the fury back down with fists clenched to the point of bleeding, then soften my face and tell the children not to be afraid, that I have come to take them out. I open the cages one by one and lift them free, their small hands clutching my sleeves, their thanks rising thick and broken through their sobs. I crouch and check the 3 with broken limbs and find the wounds still fresh and the bones not yet set. So I breathe out in relief that I found them in time. Then I use the bone setting I learned from medical texts in the scripture pavilion, easing each dislocation back into place. After the treatment, I ransack the trafficker's cellar, find its gold and silver, and press the money into the children's hands, telling them I will take every one of them home to their families. The whole night goes to walking them back door by door, and by the time the last child is home, the sky has begun to pale. I return to the courtyard, look at the 3 traffickers lying acupoint sealed and crippled in the dirt, and let a slow, meaningful smile spread across my face. I stare down at the 3 terrified traffickers and sneer that men who have done what they have done would not be paid off by death by 1,000 cuts. But today, I will give them a chance to live. Do they want to know the meaning of life? I ask. Do they want to contribute to the great cause of cultivation? I tell them I have a technique here, and if any of them can cultivate it successfully, I let him go, so they may choose for themselves, death or a try. They nod frantically and swear they are willing, voices thick with fear and flattery, and I unseal their acupoints. The sun-swallowing art is the solar-absorbing method I devised. I motion the first man to sit cross-legged, press my palms to his back, and pour in my power to guide him along the technique's path. Before long, solar energy floods toward him like a tide. His face flushes bright red, white smoke curls off his skin, a burnt reek fills the air, and with one heart-tearing scream, his body bursts into flame and collapses into ash. I study the ashes, rub my chin, and record the data I just harvested. Half an hour of deduction later, the improved second version of the sun-swallowing art takes shape in my mind. I step back inside, drag out another man shaking like a leaf, and tell him with a thin smile that it is his turn. An hour after that, the brand new fourth version is ready. Those three wicked men did not die for nothing, since their lives brought real progress and a small contribution to the cultivation cause of the world. A pity there were so few subjects, and if I had known, I would not have killed the other 20-odd so fast, when keeping them as test material would have served me far better. On second thought, there are several more trafficker rings in this city, and I can simply collect them and let them keep contributing to the refinement of my technique. 3 months slip by in a blink, and I pack to leave Unpyeong City for the Yu family village. On John Dado's stones, I have reached the 11th level of chi refining, and my control over the space-time realm has risen to 3.2%. The sun-swallowing art has iterated to its 50th version, and cultivating it no longer ends in instant self-combustion. All of it is owed to the villains I captured and burned through, whose deaths drove the progress. By now, the whole of Unpyeong City sings the praises of a hero who kills wicked traffickers and outlaws, leaving every criminal in the city too frightened to move. But better public order means no more test subjects, so with little choice I leave. On the road, the clash of blades and shouting rings out ahead. I hesitate, then trigger a lightness technique and close in silent as a stalking cat, parting the roadside brush to find over 30 ferocious mountain bandits with heavy sabers swarming a caravan. A closer look shows the carriages marked with the sign of Mensong Commerce, which happens to be John Dado's family business. Remembering everything John Dado gave me and how his stones carried my breakthroughs, I decide on the spot that this is a fine chance to repay the debt. These bandits will make excellent test subjects besides. My figure flickers and I appear before the bandit leader in a blink, throwing my self-made 5 elements fist. Its metal, wood, water, fire, and earth power braid into ruined phantoms that hammer straight into his face. He flies backward like a snapped kite and hits the ground dead before he can even scream. Then I weave through the rest fast as lightning, and in moments the whole band lies scattered and stripped of any power to resist. A man in a luxurious silk robe stares at it all in shock, then hurries forward, cups his hands, and introduces himself as John Jin of Mansong Commerce, thanking the young hero for his help. I wave it off and say plainly that I only stepped in for John Dado's sake. Hearing that name, John Jin's face fills with even deeper respect, and he says I must be an immortal master if I know his cousin. I nod without committing to anything, ignore him, and walk to the bandits who have not yet breathed their last. I feed each one the poison I brewed, then bend their wills until they are fully submissive. I tell John Jin to dispose of the corpses because I still have use for the 15 who live. Then I lead the 15 bandits off toward their mountain stronghold, and John Jin bows and swears he will take care of it. The bandits guide me to the stronghold in no time, a cave set on treacherous ground, easy to defend and hard to storm. Though none of that matters against me. Without much effort, I subdue the remaining 18 bandits inside, poison them, and lock them in the stronghold's dungeon. Now for loot. Let me see what good things are hiding in here. I search the whole place, but the common bandits' rooms yield only copper coins, and the leader's quarters only a little silver, and my interest steadily drains. Just as I turn to leave, a wooden box half tucked under the bed catches my eye. Curious whether it hides treasure, I step over and open it, and inside lie shards of stone as translucent as jade. My pupils shrink and my breath quickens, and I cannot help exclaiming aloud that these are spirit stones, and asking how a mountain stronghold could hold so many. Greed shines in my eyes as I inspect them and count 100 low-grade spirit stones and 20 mid-grade. I am rich. I chuckle under my breath, clutching the stones, drunk on the sight. And then I sober and frown, because there is no reason for a nothing little stronghold to sit on this kind of wealth. I take a single stone to the dungeon, hold it up before the bandits, and coldly ask where they came from, promising to save whoever answers for last as a test subject. A minor leader trembles head to foot and stammers that they dug them out of the cave at the very back of the stronghold and kept them only because they looked shiny enough to sell. My interest sparks, and I ask if more remain inside, but he shakes his head fast and swears they are all dug out. I nod, turn, and leave, because either way I have to see that cave for myself, and if any spirit stones remain, I hit the jackpot and my foundation establishment turns bright with hope. There really are no more spirit stones. I stare at the cave I have been carving out for 3 straight months, its rock walls now cratered and hollow. The first month gave me only 12 low-grade spirit stones, and now not even the shadow of one remains. So I sigh, turn, and stop digging for good. Across those 3 months, I burned 80 low-grade spirit stones on cultivation and climbed successfully to the 12th level of chi refining. I feel that once I break into the 13th level, I can attempt the charge into Foundation Establishment. That realm grants a lifespan of 300 years and would hand me an extra 150. That is more than enough time to enact my plan of pulling those cultivators and lofty nobles off their high horses. As my cultivation crossed into the 12th level, my control over the space-time realm reached 5.6%, and my deduction doubled again. Meanwhile, using 33 mountain bandits as test subjects, the sun-swallowing art has advanced to its 80th version, cultivable now. The energy it produces is still far too violent, so I intend to find more villains to keep polishing it. During this stretch, I also attempted an energy storage device, with some early results. Using the artifact refining techniques from the 2nd floor of the Scripture Pavilion, along with my own deductions, the device I refined can already absorb and store solar energy. But a new problem follows, because the stored energy is too violent to convert into the gentle power cultivation needs. I plan to tame it later by improving the formations, turning that violence into something controllable. I also refined a cheap brain, though the results disappoint. It mimics a computer's processor to boost my deductive power, and it does, but it devours a massive amount of spiritual energy to run. For a pauper hoarding every scrap of energy for Foundation Establishment, that is a losing trade, so I would rather deduce by hand and improve the thing when I have time. I walk out of the cave meaning to gather my remaining 52 spirit stones and my valuables and leave the stronghold behind. A voice drifts up from below, calling on the mountain bandits inside to come out and surrender. It warns that once the black and white twin swords fight their way in, no one will get the chance. My eyebrows twitch, since I did not expect anyone to come play hero, and a look of curiosity pulls me out of the stronghold. On the mountain path stand a man and a woman, the man in black and heroic, the woman in white and lovely. Each holds a black or a white sword and eyes the stronghold with wary care. I walk out and tell them, smiling, that the bandits here are already dealt with and they can leave. The woman in white, So Yoguang, snorts coldly and says no coincidence could be that neat. She thinks I am a bandit trying to trick them into leaving, and she tells her senior brother to take me down first. The man in black, Ye Hienzo, nods, agrees to handle it, and draws to stab at me, his sword technique sharp and his sword chi soaring. My face darkens, because I only wanted them gone, and I did not expect them to be this unreasonable. I flick a finger and strike the blade 3 inches from its tip as spiritual power erupts, and the black sword tears out of his grip. In the next breath, my hand closes on Ye Hienzo's throat like an iron vice and lifts him off his feet. He holds cultivation at the early Init realm, but before the man I am now, that is nothing worth naming. So Yoguang shouts at me to release her senior brother, whips out her white sword, and charges on a wave of killing intent. Her sword chi plows a half-foot furrow into the ground before the blade even arrives. I snort, hold Ye Hienzo dangling like a chick, tap my toes, and appear behind her like a ghost. And before she can react, my fingers flick out and tap the back of her neck. Her eyes roll up, the white sword falls ringing from her hand, and her whole body slumps softly to the earth. I loosen my grip on Ye Hienzo's throat a little, and tell him with a faint smile that both their lives sit in my hands now. He had better tell me what they will offer in exchange. His face goes red with helplessness, since he never dreamed of falling into anyone's hands today. After a moment, he looks up and says that a few days ago he came by a roll of animal hide recording a very profound cultivation technique, and asks whether it might buy their lives. I say I have only been teasing him, but the offer catches me off guard, and I tell him to show it, and if he is not lying, I will let them go. He says quickly that it is in his robe, and I reach in and pull the hide out, and the moment I open it, my eyes blaze. This is an immortal cultivation technique for cultivating the primordial spirit, a thing so rare that even the Heavenly Revelation sect might not own one. With it, I can strengthen my primordial spirit, speed my control over the space-time realm, and lift my deductive power higher still. Thank you, generous fate. I release Yehienzo and tell him with a smile not to be so reckless again, since another man might not be so easy to bargain with. The bandits here are already handled, so we may go. He cups his hands in a hasty, respectful salute and thanks me, then scoops up the unconscious So Yoguang, gathers the black and white swords from the ground, and hurries down the mountain. I tuck away the animal hide, return to the stronghold, pack my things properly, and set out for the Yu family village with my bundle on my back. A year passes in a blink, and I finally return to my hometown in this life, the Yu family village. In that year, I practiced without pause and pushed my cultivation to the peak of the 13th level of Qi refining, one single step from foundation establishment. I successfully cultivated the primordial spirit method on the hide, the soul shifting and spirit refining great method. My control over the space-time realm reached 8%, and my deduction is now roughly 20 times what it was when my past life memories first woke. All along the road, I kept hunting mountain bandits, highwaymen, and other villains for test subjects. The sun-swallowing art has advanced to its 140th version, able at last to draw on solar energy safely and efficiently. My plan is to pay respects to my parents in the village first, then cultivate the fourth version of the 5 elements Qi refining technique, which now integrates the sun-swallowing art. Once that set is complete, I charge for foundation establishment. I have only 2 years of lifespan left, and without the breakthrough I truly will rest in the ground. My energy storage device has reached its 20th version, still not free of the violent energy problem, but usable now with some effort. My cheap brain has reached its 15th, far stronger in deduction, and far cheaper to run. I stand and stare blankly at the Yu family village before me, unable to gather myself for a long time. At last I take a step and walk slowly in, familiar sights rising on every side. 130 years feeling like only yesterday. The village has barely changed, still mostly thatched huts, but the faces are no longer the faces I knew. I walk straight toward the ancestral graves in my memory, and when I reach them I recognize at a glance the tombs of my parents and my eldest brother, Yujin. The rest of the mounds are unfamiliar, presumably Yujin's descendants. Looking at the graves, my eyes redden and tears well up and spill over as grief floods my chest. My heart trembles until I realize this is the pull of my predecessors' memories and obsessions. I breathe deep, take out incense, candles, and paper offerings, and pay solemn respects to my parents and my eldest brother in turn. When it is done, my whole body eases, my mind clearer than it has ever been, my soul light enough to drift away. I understand that this is the last of my predecessors' obsession dissolving. From here, I can be guided fully by the consciousness of my past life, no longer swayed by the man who came before me. I let out a long breath and walk toward my old home. I do not mean to reveal myself or reunite with my brother's descendants, only to see how they live and to leave them the wealth I gathered on the road. They are the only blood I have left in this world. Within moments, I stand where my old house used to be. The building has long since changed, and only the crooked-necked jujube tree by the door still stands, its cracked bark carrying a few scars from childhood climbing. For a heartbeat, I seem to see my young self and my brother again, up on our toes with bamboo poles, knocking down jujubes. Then crisp laughter rings out beneath the tree, where 2 children of 6 or 7 chase each other in circles, one small boy in pigtails craning up at the branches. The scene overlaps so cleanly with the images buried in my memory that I lose myself for a moment. A bright, childish voice breaks in, asking me whether something is wrong, since I have stood here so long. I snap free and look down at Yu Jun and Yu Wei, their small faces turned up, their clear eyes full of curiosity. A gentle smile pulls at my mouth as I ask the little ones whether this is their home. They answer, clear and proud, that it is. Just then, an old voice comes from behind, asking whether the young brother needs help with something. A white-haired old man leaning on a cane walks slowly over, wariness in his gaze, and I turn and ask him quietly what his relationship to Yujin is. His pupils shrink, his cloudy eyes sharpen in a blink as he sizes me up, and he says Yujin was his great-grandfather, then asks who I am. I study Yu Hei, gaze steady as a torch, and tell him slowly that I knew Yujin many years and once received a favor from him. I have come today to repay the debt. As I speak, I draw a heavy money bag from my robe and hand it over. Then I turn my eyes to Yu Jun and Yu Wei playing nearby and say gently that the 2 children are bright and clever, with spiritual chi in their eyes. If they are cultivated with care in the future, they will surely make something of themselves. Without waiting for another question, I turn and go, leaving only a stunned Yuhei frozen in place with the money bag in his hands. I glance back once at the Yu family village, then turn and leave. Earlier in the village, I heard that the mountain bandits of Blackwind Fortress raid the surrounding villages often, and that several have already suffered. When the local government mustered men to suppress them, it was soundly beaten. The bandits have only grown more arrogant since, burning and killing and looting as they please, and there is no telling when the Yu family village will fall in their path. None of it surprises me, since in dark times like these, plenty of commoners have no choice but to take to the hills as outlaws. On the way from Unpyeong City to here, I destroyed more bandit bands than I can count, using the fiercest of them as test subjects and letting them serve one last purpose. That is exactly why the sun-swallowing art iterated so fast. Since Blackwind Fortress threatens the Yu family village, I will simply wipe it out, an easy task for me. And it will let me test my newly built moon-swallowing art and star-swallowing art, verifying how well I can draw on lunar and stellar power. As I think it over, I notice a scrawny little yellow dog lying by the road ahead, its eyes brimming with helplessness. And when it sees me approach it, manages one weak bark. I am taken aback, since I did not expect to find such a look in a dog's eyes. The animal resembles the scruffy yellow village dogs of my past life, closely enough to tug at me. After a silent moment, I walk over to check on it, find the pup half-starved, and take out food to feed it. As it eats, I ask it, softly, how it would feel about me becoming its master, since it is alone now and so am I. Little Yellow barks twice and wags its tail as if it truly understands. Seeing how clever it is, I smile and tell it that from now on, I am its master and its name is Little Yellow. It wags harder and licks my palm. I gather it up into my arms and stride on toward Blackwind Fortress, with a cold smile at my lips, telling it we are off to punish evil, promote good, and play the hero. Little Yellow lifts its head with two clear barks and paws gently at my collar, as if it caught every word. Deep within Blackwind Fortress, blood mist fills a gloomy secret chamber. A heavy stone door shuts out the light, and at the center of the vast room, a blood pool some 30 feet wide ripples in a way that is deeply wrong. 60 corpses hang upside down above it, dark red blood running steadily from the wounds at their necks, dripping into the pool and blooming into eerie blood flowers across the surface. In the middle of the pool, a naked middle-aged man sits with his eyes closed, wrapped in a swirling halo of blood-colored light. With each slow breath, the blood answers his call, twisting into ferocious blood pythons that fight one another to surge into his body. A thick reek of blood chokes the sealed space until the whole chamber looks like a corner of purgatory. Any cultivator who saw this would cry out in alarm and name it at once: the Blood Demon Art. The Blood Demon Art is a cultivation technique that uses blood itself for cultivation. In an age where spiritual chi grows scarcer by the year, there was once a shocking demonic genius. He thought to use human blood as a substitute for spiritual chi, the way one might use a medicinal pill, and so created this inhuman method. From the moment the Blood Demon Art was born, countless commoners suffered under it, and because a cultivator's blood holds far more energy, cultivators became its favorite prey, and many met their end. A great war between the righteous and the demonic broke out over it, and though the devil head was slain in the end, the cultivators paid a brutal price, and countless sects fell into decline. I set Little Yellow down in the tall grass at the foot of the Blackwind Fortress. I tell him to wait here like a good boy, while I go clear out the mountain bandits. He answers with a soft bark, his fluffy tail rustling the stalks. Then my figure snaps forward like an arrow off a bowstring, and I am inside the walls in a single breath. I move fast through the compound, and every time I surface a bandit drops. I never take a life, though. I only knock each one senseless, because these men are going to serve as test subjects for my techniques, and I need them breathing. An alarm goes up somewhere in the walls, and the whole stronghold erupts into panic. More than 200 mountain bandits come pouring out of every corner, weapons drawn, ringing me in. They roar the same arrogant threats about leaving my life behind here today. Since they have already spotted me, I stop bothering to hide. I never planned on being subtle anyway. I have run this exact scene dozens of times by now, so it stirs nothing in me at all. I throw myself forward before their circle can close, hands flying until the air is full of fist shadows. The force rolls out like a rising tide, tearing the wind and driving the front rank backward like broken kites. They spray blood as they crash into the men behind them, and shrieks tangle with the clatter of dropped weapons across the fortress. The count thins fast. By the time only 70 or so remain, real fear cracks their voices. They start screaming for someone to fetch the fortress master before the Blackwind Fortress is finished. That gives me pause because I have not caught a single glimpse of the master yet. I had heard his cultivation reached the innate realm. That was exactly why the government's earlier campaigns against this place all failed. Could the coward have already fled? If the bandit leader slips away, that is a headache waiting for me down the road. I cannot chew on it now. Better to finish these men first, then go hunting for wherever the master is hiding. My strikes turn crueler at the thought. The fist force crushes down in waves, and wherever the wind of it reaches, the fortress buildings fold in on themselves. Before long, every bandit is flattened and groaning. My eyes sweep the wreckage like torches, still finding no trace of the master. Just as I turn to search deeper, a roar like a mountain caving in shakes the whole stronghold from its heart. A terrible pressure surges out with it, carrying the reek of blood, and a streak of crimson bloodlight lunges straight at my face. A cold, overbearing voice fills the fortress. It calls me an ant and demands how I dare run wild in his black-wind fortress. It announces that since he has just finished mastering his divine art, he will use me to consecrate his flag. The bloodlight is already on me before he finishes, the air whistling as it comes. In that instant, I understand the aura has actually reached the Foundation establishment realm, and I nearly choke on it. How does a nothing little place like the Blackwind Fortress have a Foundation establishment expert tucked away? Clearly, I should have checked the almanac before leaving the house today. My expression goes grim and I throw a punch to meet the incoming light. The two forces collide and detonate. An overwhelming pressure surges back through my fist, and I am driven 3 steps before I steady myself. It is a good thing I have always poured effort into physical body cultivation. I have iterated my body tempering technique, the indestructible golden body, all the way to its 10th version, where that strike alone would have cost me half my life. The lesson lands clean in me right there. To stand among the strong, a man needs crushing offense, yes, but also a body tough enough to survive the answer. Otherwise, the flesh itself becomes the weak point that gets him killed against a true master. The man before me wears blood-colored robes and has blood-red eyes. I name him at once as Seisiok, the Blackwind Fortress Master, and admit I never expected him to be this strong. He grins, thin and vicious, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He tells me I have some discernment, that weathering one of his strikes proves I have real strength, but that it ends here, regardless. Then he blurs into a streak of bloodlight and comes at me again. I snort back that it is far from settled who walks away, and charge his blood shadow with my own killing intent rising. Running is no longer an option, so my only sliver of hope lies in fighting for my life. Luckily, the man has just clawed his way into Foundation establishment, and his aura is unstable. I may sit only at the 13th level of chi refining, but with a physical body this powerful behind me, I have the strength to trade blows. The red figure and the white one lock together inside the ruined fortress. Fists and palms collide hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, and the air distorts and rolls around us. The last of the wailing bandits are caught in the shockwaves and die where they lie. We are both hurled apart at once and crash to the earth. I drag myself upright and spit a mouthful of blood, my clothes hanging in tatters. A solid palm strike still burns in my chest, and my whole blood and queue churns miserably. The truth is bitter and simple. The spiritual power packed into all of my acupoints cannot be fully drawn on yet, so every martial skill I drive with it comes out weakened. Against a Foundation establishment foe with a full-strength body, I would have finished this already. Worse, his technique is a sinister thing. His flesh hard as iron and somehow able to reach in and stir my own blood against me. I look up to find Sasiak also climbing to his feet. His blood robes are shredded, a clear fist print stamped into his chest. Then his muscles ripple and the wound closes back to normal at a terrifying speed. He fixes me with a gloomy stare and says he never expected my combat power to run this high. He suggests we stop here, since dragging the fight out benefits neither of us. I agree out loud. In the very next heartbeat I lunge, my fist whines screaming through the air. At the same instant, his blood-colored palm sweeps toward me, and we spit the same curses at each other and lock together again. Then he snarls that I brought this on myself and will be buried here today. He retreats, slaps his own chest, and coughs up a mouthful of essence blood. He chants that with his essence blood as guide. Let 10,000 bloods become one, and the blood blade appear. All across the fortress, the bandit corpses shudder, gurgling blood pouring from their wounds into ribbons of light. Even the men still clinging to life have the blood drawn out of them. The lights stream towards Sasyok as if pulled by an unseen hand. In a breath, they knit into a giant blood blade 100 meters long, wrapped in thick blood mist with an eerie glow running down its edge. He roars and points, and the blade, sharp enough to cleave heaven from earth, falls toward my skull. I watch that 100-meter blood blade come down and feel my expression change, because I know exactly what a strike like this can do. My hands move fast, profound hand seals shifting at my fingertips. An earthy yellow halo wraps me as the earth escape technique kicks in. My body scatters like blown sand, sliding neatly out of the blade's lock-on range, and the next moment I reassemble behind Sasyok. My fingertips trace a line through the void, a deep blue rune flares, and the immobilization technique fires without warning. His movement seize up on the spot. The binding only holds for a few short breaths, but between masters a few breaths are more than enough to settle who lives. I do not waste a heartbeat. My hands blur through seals, and I call the fire dragon technique in a low voice. A crimson fire dragon fully 50 meters long roars into being, its coils wrapped in flame, its aura hungry enough to burn away everything. It engulfs the frozen Sasyok whole, and the collision detonates. Airwaves ripple out and shatter what is left of the fortress. I do not dare relax for an instant. I keep the immobilization technique flowing to pin him in place, my hands moving like butterflies through flowers. Then I pour the fire dragon technique out like a cannon barrage, one dragon after another, until the whole sky burns red. 20 of them slam down in a row, the ground quaking for miles. When the dust finally clears, a crater 200 meters wide sits where Sasyok once stood, its charred walls trailing green smoke. I let out a long breath, quietly pleased with myself. That should have finished him. No matter how monstrous his recovery, nothing walks out of that many fire dragon techniques. You really would never guess it, looking at me. On the surface I am a martial artist, but underneath I am a cultivator too, a mage fluent in spells. Today all those tricks I picked up on the second floor of the Heavenly Revelation Sect's Scripture Pavilion have earned their keep. Still, this fight dragged every one of my weaknesses into the light. Once I break through to Foundation Establishment, and by a longer lifespan, I need to start building my own cultivation system and my own cultivation technique. My immortal cultivation aptitude is garbage. I cannot even find techniques that reach past the Golden Core realm, so the orthodox road offers me no future at all. Far better to design a system and a technique cut to fit me. I devoured stacks of novels in my past life, and with my deduction ability, I might drag those wildly imaginative cultivation systems off the page and into reality. My martial talent is excellent, which makes this the perfect moment to found a martial cultivation system. Who has never dreamed of founding a sect, becoming an ancestor, and surpassing everyone before him? This time, I will be the Dao ancestor who opens a brand new school. I pull my thoughts back and walk to the rim of the pit. Sasyok has vanished without a trace. Only a single book lies at the bottom, glowing with crimson bloodlight, and my face turns wary as I eye the thing. After a moment, I use the dragon capturing and crane controlling technique to draw it up through the air. 3 heavy characters stare back at me from the cover. Blood Demon Art. Everything the Scripture Pavilion recorded about it floods my mind at once. Cultivating this art demands the blood of living people as fuel, its methods cruel and stripped of all humanity. No wonder some strange force kept clawing at my chi and blood the whole fight. That was this demonic technique at work. Curiosity gets the better of me, so I steady my breathing and carefully open the blood-lit pages. A faint reek of blood drifts up. The opening lines are written in a dark red like clotted gore. They teach that blood is the essence of all things, that one takes heart's blood as guide and blood as fuel to condense every drop into a Tao foundation. When the vessels of the whole body become the 9 nether blood river, the text says, one glimpses the true meaning of the longevity blood demon. Between the lines an invisible force tugs at my mind, and a seductive whisper seems to breathe in my ear, urging me to begin cultivating this instant. My whole body jolts and I gasp. The technique carries a mind-bewitching power this terrifying, and without the space-time realm on my person blocking every outside intrusion, I might have fallen for it, unnoticed. I see the art tops out at only the equivalent of the nascent soul realm, and frown in confusion. But as I read on, I find the ways it handles chi and blood are exquisite beyond anything I expected. My eyes light up. These unique methods can be folded whole into the cultivation system I am about to pioneer. Used as a foundation, they could even build an entirely new chi and blood martial arts system. That branch would focus on body refining, pushing the physical body to its limit, with enormous potential. Even so, it sits a few tiers beneath the grand martial system I have in mind. If I can truly bring my envisioned system to life, immortal ascension becomes a simple errand. Married to a system of my own making, it would be enough to overturn the operating rules of the entire world. I would drag those lofty cultivators and privileged clans down off their high horses and into the mud. Even the ancient immortal cultivation system might be phased out for good. I am not naive about it, though. An act that brazen would trigger a monstrous backlash. The immortal cultivation system has struck roots over millions of years, and the men with everything to lose will never let go without a fight. It would likely take a world-shaking, brutal struggle before any winner emerged. Strangely, the thought makes my blood boil rather than cool. There was a line I carried out of my old world. Struggling against heaven is boundless joy, it went, and struggling against earth, and struggling against men, all boundless joy. Opening a new world takes the nerve to trample the old shackles underfoot. And now I mean to go to war with all those lofty fellows and teach them that even an ant can shake the heavens. I gather my thoughts, grip the blood demon art, and blur off into the distance as an after-image. On an open stretch of wasteland, I use my spiritual energy to gouge a deep pit. I drop the bloodlit book into it and sweep my arm to bury it under the soil. Since I cannot destroy the thing, I tell it, I will seal it here forever, and it will never crawl out to harm anyone again. Once I am sure it lies buried, I go straight back to the Blackwind Fortress. I deal with the last of the corpses, comb the compound, and sweep every undamaged bit of property into my bag before shooting down the mountain like a loosed arrow. Not far along, I spot Little Yellow crouched in the grass, peering nervously up the slope. I laugh and ask if he was worried about me, because wiping out a few mountain bandits is hardly worth mentioning. The laugh yanks at my internal injuries, though, and my face goes pale with the pain. It seems I had better find somewhere to heal first. Then, once I have cultivated the 5 elements chi refining technique to its 4th version, I can prepare my charge at the Foundation Establishment realm. I scoop Little Yellow up, call on my movement technique, and leap off toward Chongsan Town. In Chongsan Town at the Jisei Medical Clinic, I lie on a rocking chair with my eyes lightly shut. I circulate my technique and breathe to cultivate, while in my mind I deduce and refine the method further. Beside the chair, Little Yellow sprawls on the floor, belly rising and falling, completely at ease. More than a month has slipped by since I leveled the Blackwind Fortress. I opened this clinic for 2 reasons. First, I needed a place to hole up and heal. Second, I wanted to collect data on human meridians, chi, and blood through the work of treating patients. My youthful face makes me a hard sell as a physician. Most of the townsfolk decide I am not to be trusted, and few of them ever come knocking. That suits me fine. If someone shows up, I treat them with everything I have. If no one does, I simply nurse my own wounds. I have not been idle this month, either. I have perfected both the moon-swallowing art and the star-swallowing art. The first draws in the power of the moon, the second takes in the power of the stars. And I got there so fast only because the sun-swallowing art laid such a solid foundation. Sunlight runs far more violent than moonlight or starlight. And with all the data from converting solar energy already in hand, the 2 new arts came together quickly. Of course, the pace also owes a great deal to how selflessly the villains of Chongsan Town volunteered as test subjects. Every night, I go out and round up the town's worst to run my arts on. Good people can be hard to find in this world, but men steeped in every kind of evil are everywhere you look. After my quiet intervention, the whole atmosphere of Chongsan Town improved sharply. Every street and alley now trades stories about some great hero who punishes the wicked and rewards the good. My eyes snap open with joy, and I call for Little Yellow to shut the door, because I am going into seclusion to cultivate. Before the words finish, he flips nimbly to his feet, tail wagging. He scurries over in a few steps and hauls the clinic's main door shut. The whole sequence so smooth it is obvious he has done it many times. I nod, satisfied. Then I walk through the ornamental gate and sit cross-legged at the center of the bluestone courtyard, hands sealed on my knees, back straight as a green pine. The air around me slowly goes still. What I mean to cultivate today is the 5 elements chi refining technique, in its 5th version, which I only just finished deducing. I had originally planned to cultivate the 4th version once my injuries closed, but the moon-swallowing art and star-swallowing art came together so fast that I changed course. I used the 4th version as a base, folded in the absorption of moonlight and starlight, and produced the 5th. The new technique speeds the refining of heaven and earth spiritual chi. It also pulls in sunlight, moonlight, and starlight as cultivation fuel. Still, knowledge off the page always feels thin, and the real behavior of a technique only reveals itself in the doing. I hold my breath, press my tongue to the roof of my mouth, and cast off every stray thought. As a wisp of warmth rises from my dantian, I set the 5th version in motion. 5-colored spiritual power slides out like 5 spirit snakes, running the technique's predetermined path through all 129,600 acupoints in my body. The moment the power completes its circuit and returns, my whole frame shudders. A brilliant five-colored divine light bursts from my skin. Heaven and earth spiritual chi surges in like the tide, and the midday sun thickens into a physical golden glow that swarms toward me. The scorching solar energy floods my body and sets me burning as though I have fallen into a furnace, but the five-colored power seizes it at once. Through the five elements' mutual generation and restriction, and the turning of yin and yang, the raw fire is refined into peaceful spiritual power that pours back into my dantian. From high noon until deep into the night, I stay locked in cultivation. When darkness comes, moonlight like white silk and starlight like scattered silver descend and rush into me. My body wears a gown of five-colored light, an outer veil of moonlight, and pinpricks of starlight glittering through the haze. So I must look like an immortal come down to the mortal world. Then the brilliance of stars and moon recedes like an ebbing tide, all of it drawn back into me. I open my eyes, plant my hands on my hips, and laugh that this Taoist has done it. With an achievement like this, who else could it be but me? Looking back, thousands of technique trials and better than 10,000 rounds of deduction have finally paid off. I did not just fold the three energies of sun, moon, and stars into my cultivation technique. I discovered to my delight that cultivating this way beats leaning on the spiritual chi of the heavenly revelation sect by a wide margin. The power of sun, moon, and stars is pure and majestic, and the spiritual power tempered from it comes out finer and more solid. And the three hang inexhaustibly in the sky overhead. There is no longer any need, as the immortal sects insist, to manufacture spiritual chi by squeezing disciples dry on the spiritual chi conversion formations. Nothing says corporate quite like billing your own labor force for the air they breathe. Better still, the fifth version no longer needs deliberate guidance. It circulates through my meridians on its own, endlessly. Even standing under the sun and doing nothing, I feel the spiritual power inside me quietly thickening. Passive cultivation cannot match focused work, of course, but a man is not made of iron, and no one can stay clenched in meditation around the clock. Over enough time, the passive gains add up to something considerable. This success matters far beyond my own longevity. It solves the very first great problem standing between me and overturning this world. Once sun, moon, and stars become bottomless wells of cultivation energy, the shackle of scarce power simply breaks. Build a complete cultivation hierarchy and system on top of that, and the rules of this world get rewritten. Perfect equality for everyone is probably impossible, but at the least, ordinary people could be handed the power to resist the boot on their necks. The benefits to me run richer than that naturally, because who pours out this much effort for nothing at all? I have a solid plan for the cultivation system, and I feel I can cobble it together. The system itself is another matter. Given my current means, the best I can manage is a bargain bin dollar store knockoff. I draw a deep breath and shelve the thought, because the truly urgent business is breaking through to foundation establishment and settling my lifespan. Seeing little Yellow circling my feet with his tail going, I grin and tell him I am taking him out for a proper feast today. Late that night, the lamps of Cheongsan Town have gone dark, and only the entertainment quarter still hums. I stand looking at the crimson gauze lanterns swaying over the lintel of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, swallow once, and finally step across the threshold. I have always been curious about this old den of indulgence. I only want to look at what such a house of romance is truly like, not for pleasure and not for any romance, just to eat a meal and hear some music. An hour later, I come back out with Little Yellow, and cannot help sighing that the rich really do know how to live. Their days are almost obscenely extravagant. Inside, while singers and dancers performed, someone kneaded my shoulders and delicacies were fed straight to my mouth. Even a dog like Little Yellow got the royal treatment. I glanced down at him, eyes still narrowed as if savoring the memory, and a faint sense of foreboding rises in me. 2 months later, I stand looking at the energy storage device in front of me with a satisfied smile. Drawing on the sun-swallowing art and the idea of yin and yang rotation, after hundreds of deductions and trials, I finally worked out an energy conversion formation. It turns solar energy, lunar essence, and starlight into gentle, usable energy. Then, I refined that formation down into the energy storage device before me. I set it under the sun, and the solar energy of heaven and earth drifts toward it, flowing in along the Tao patterns carved on its surface. An hour on, I pick the device up and circulate my technique to draw its energy out. A current gentler than raw sunlight, yet more explosive than ordinary spiritual chi, floods in and refines cleanly. I stroke my chin and tell myself it is an initial success, usable now, though I will keep improving it. The converted solar energy comes out gentler and easier to swallow, while holding on to its original purity. I need several more of these devices prepared as fuel for my foundation establishment breakthrough. If I run short of energy at the critical moment, I will be in real trouble. As it stands, I have polished my chi refining cultivation to its absolute ceiling, and I can break through whenever I choose. 7 days later, I sit cross-legged at the center of the courtyard. My last 20 mid-grade spirit stones and 100 charged energy storage devices lie arranged at my side. Little Yellow stands guard nearby, cautious as a sworn protector, and the morning sun spills over me as I prepare to charge the foundation establishment realm. Even well supplied, I feel a knot of nerves. Foundation establishment concerns a man's very life and leaves no room for the smallest slip. I draw a deep breath, calm my mind, close my eyes, and begin circulating the foundation establishment cultivation technique I obtained from the Heavenly Revelation sect. I have no intention of altering this one because tampering with it now would be far too dangerous. If the breakthrough fails, every bit of effort washes down the drain. For now, I want only a smooth crossing. Once foundation establishment is done, I will build my own technique to match the system taking shape in my head. The aura around me erupts, and 5 brilliant divine lights coil like flood dragons and wrap my whole body. Heaven and earth spiritual chi is dragged in as if by an unseen force, roaring into me as a torrent. But the thin outside spiritual chi cannot come close to satisfying the breakthrough, and my body devours energy like a parched desert. I sweep my palms, and the 20 mid-grade spirit stones float up at once. Their spiritual chi is extracted and poured whole into my dantian, gone in a blink. Then I take up the energy storage devices and drain them all in one go. As the last device empties, a faint ethereal chime sounds. The 5-colored divine light swells 10 feet and snaps back like a receding wave. I open my eyes with the peculiar spiritual charm of the foundation establishment realm flowing in my pupils. At last, I have crossed over. I reach out and feel my own body, sensing it brimming with vitality again. However young I looked on the outside before, my insides had long since gone aged and decrepit. Now that is entirely reversed. Foundation establishment power runs through my meridians, and my whole frame is flush with life. I cannot hold in the laugh. I have won myself a new life and borrowed another 150 years from the heavens. No longer must I live each day in dread of the moment my lifespan runs dry. These years have been too hard. Finally, I can go and make my ideas real, and let this world witness the shock coming out of another one. Seeing his master awake, Little Yellow barks without pause, tail thrashing. He bounds around me and rubs his head against my trouser legs in pure delight. I pat his head and tell him to step aside for a while, since I still need to stabilize my cultivation. Then I close my eyes and circulate my technique to settle the realm. As I examine the state of my body, though, I cannot help a sigh. The breakthrough succeeded, yet my strength barely climbed. The Heavenly Revelation sect's foundation establishment method simply cannot unlock the potential of all my acupoints. That makes creating my own system and technique an urgent matter I dare not put off. The crossing did more than lift my realm one step all the same. My control over the space-time realm jumped to 10%, and my deduction and calculation power surged with it. If my old deduction was a bicycle, I am now riding an electric scooter. That leaves me far more confident about building my own system. Better yet, paired with the latest cheat brain, my deduction could multiply more than tenfold. The thing drinks energy at a frightening rate, but I have already made energy storage devices, so a little consumption means nothing to me. The catch is that my current storage devices and cheat brain are both made from ordinary refined iron. Better materials would push both far past their present limits. The most important piece is a new idea entirely. I mean to fuse the two items into the system itself. Then the system's own operating energy is covered, and it works as storage device and cheat brain at once, using energy as its internal currency. That neatly solves the problem of system currency. It also lets the host spend the system's energy to cultivate. Best of all, the system can drink in the energy of heaven and earth on its own and stockpile it, with the surplus becoming my personal reserve. That is endlessly convenient for cultivation and for topping myself off during deductions, and it costs the host nothing while I gain a free storage device. And cheat brain. The road to any of that is choked with thorns, and none of it happens overnight. If I could weave the system from the power of laws, all those elegant functions would fall into place on their own. But wanting to command laws at my current strength is a pipe dream. So out of necessity, I have also considered using mental energy in place of laws. Down that road, though, the system's functions would shrink badly, and I might end up with nothing more than a budget version. I let out a long sigh. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and this has to be eaten one bite at a time. Rushing serves nothing, so I will simply endure and build the cultivation system first. The immediate priority is mass-producing energy storage devices and cheap brains, since more calculation power speeds the deduction and enough energy is the foundation of cultivation. Neither can be spared. Even so, I will not refine too many. It eats time. These versions still have plenty of room to grow, and the updates will come fast, so there is no sense pouring effort into what I am about to replace. 3 months later, I stand before 100 cheap brains laid out in neat rows, unable to hide how excited I am. I use my divine sense to lace them together and feed spiritual energy into the array. My deduction and calculation power surges tenfold on the spot, and techniques that used to swallow enormous stretches of time now resolve in a blink. These cheap brains are genuinely powerful, but their appetite for energy is terrifying. I carry spiritual power in all of my acupoints, yet even at full output I cannot sustain the deduction for more than a day. After that, if danger came, I would have no way to protect myself. For a man as short on any sense of security as I am, that risk is far too steep, so I settle on a rule at once. I will run the array at full power, for 10 hours a day at most, then shut the cheap brains down to recover my spiritual energy. Even under that limit, my progress on the system's deduction will race ahead. Beyond that, I plan to use the array to comprehend the law of time and the law of space woven into my space-time realm. The reasoning is simple. The sharpest-minded golden core cultivators in this world can already grasp a sliver of the great Tao laws. With my own comprehension backed by the cheap brains, there is real hope of touching the laws of time and space. Even the barest surface understanding would be an enormous gain, since these two supreme laws are the keys to the technique I mean to build. With that, I begin deducing the cultivation system, taking shape in my mind. Its core is a 4-in-1 of essence: Qi, spirit, and Tao. Essence is the physical body. Qi is the true force, won through cultivation. Spirit is the soul or divine soul, and Tao is the world great Tao a person chooses. When the four merge into a single whole, the human body becomes like a self-contained little world, able to sustain itself. After that, a cultivator need only keep expanding the Tao and comprehending laws. That naturally lifts essence, Qi, and spirit together, without the grind of training each one apart. The body's small world grows like a sapling as the Tao is perfected, transforming on every front. Reaching that transcendent 4-in-1 realm cannot be forced in a day. It has to be walked step by step. I plan to begin with the fusion of essence and Qi, move on to the fusion of Qi and Tao, and finally reach the fusion of spirit and Tao. Through those stages, the four gradually blend into one, indistinguishable from each other, until the 4-in-1 is complete. In that state, a man's combat power becomes immense. Even a careless strike lands as a unified blow of essence, Qi, spirit, and Tao, all at once. The first realm of the system is the body-tempering realm. It is mainly about drilling the physical body and replenishing essence and Qi. It divides into 6 levels: muscle refining, skin refining, tendon transformation, bone forging, internal strengthening of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and blood Qi. Cultivated to its end, the body itself becomes a heaven and earth furnace. It uses the flesh as a crucible to smelt the energy of the world, letting energy in but never out, and doubling the cultivation speed. The second realm is the innate realm, where a practitioner drives blood Qi through the Renandu meridians to condense innate true Qi. The third is the divine sea realm, the same tier as foundation establishment. There true Qi turns to liquid, and one must fix the future direction of one's great Tao and comprehend a concept or a sliver of law aligned with it. These first 3 realms together achieve the initial fusion of essence and Qi. The fourth realm is the Tao seed realm, the equal of the golden core. Here a practitioner fuses the concept or law he has comprehended with his true force to nurture a Tao seed inside the Dantian. When that Tao seed forms, the fusion of Qi and Tao is achieved. In essence, Qi and Tao knit their first true connection. Because the whole system turns on nurturing a Tao seed, I name it the Tao Seed Martial Arts Cultivation System. I open my eyes wearily, half exasperated. I truly did not expect these 100 cheat brains to devour my spiritual energy like madmen and drag my mental energy nearly to its limit besides. Then the exhaustion gives way to excitement, since the haul is enormous. In just 10 hours, I finished the first 4 stages of the system and deduced its cultivation technique, the martial scripture. I also locked in my own road. Cultivate the world great Tao, condense my Tao seed into a world seed, then open a whole new world and craft a universe. That road is destined to be thick with thorns. Reaching the goal means mastering the two core laws of time and space, and comprehending a great many more besides. Relying on my strength alone, who knows how many years it would take. Building a system to assist the work has clearly become a pressing matter. I clench my fists, a determined light flaring in my eyes. Only by gathering the wisdom of every living being can I comprehend the great Tao laws faster. Otherwise, comprehending the Tao by myself might drag on until the end of time. The moment the thought lands, I let it go, calm my mind, and sink into meditation to recover the energy I spent. Time runs on, and 2 years pass in a blink. On sheer stubbornness and comprehension, I keep refining the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system and the martial scripture. I push my cultivation to the peak of the divine sea realm. With the cheap brains behind me, I spend days and nights unraveling the mysteries of the space-time realm. At last, I grasp a sliver of both the law of time and the law of space. Along the way, I also work out the 5 elements generation and restraint, and the path of yin and yang rotation, catching a sliver of each. On that footing, I even smelt the embryonic form of my world great Tao. My cultivation road is racing forward, but one thing gnaws at me until I am genuinely irritable. That is Little Yellow, who has grown up crooked. He has been at my side since he was a pup, and over these years he has put away a great deal of the rare medicinal herbs stored in the clinic. Now and then, I would use true force to refine his bones and muscles and condition his frame. His body is sturdy as a young calf now, and he has awakened intelligence. But the whole situation has spun clean out of my control, because who could have guessed this dog would develop a special fondness for the brothel? When I first heard it, I refused to believe it. Then I walked into the brothel and nearly blew apart on the spot. There lay Little Yellow on a soft cushion, letting lovely women knead him and feed delicacies into his mouth, while he watched the dancing girl's sleeves float past. I flew into a rage. I snapped that this rotten dog knows how to enjoy himself even better than I do. And on my money. I strode forward, ignoring every stunned stare in the room, and hauled him up by the scruff. With a false smile, I told him his skills have clearly improved, that he lives freer than his own master. He kicked his legs wildly in the air, yet kept wagging his tail to look friendly, his barks all fawning apology. My face stayed cold as I asked how he would like a pack of female dogs to keep him company. Before I finished, he shook his head hard and whimpered in panic. Under the strange looks of the crowd, I carried the embarrassing creature out the door. How humiliating. I have not been this ashamed across 2 whole lifetimes. I glared at the curled-up ball of him and threatened through my teeth that if he ran to the brothel again, I would string him up and whip him. He would not see a single copper coin from then on, I swore. Just picturing a dog frequenting a brothel makes my scalp crawl. Outsiders who do not know better will take me for some old lecher, since even the dog I raised turned out this lustful. In fact, I set foot in that place exactly once, for a meal, and left in a hurry. Now this ridiculous scene of his is going to bury my good name. Carrying Little Yellow toward the clinic, I cut through the town center and run straight into a dense, dark crowd. At least 1,000 people are packed so tight they choke the street. Every face is fevered, and the whole mass keeps shouting up at someone to judge whether they have the talent to cultivate. I turn toward the noise and find a cultivator in a navy blue Taoist robe floating in the air at the crowd's heart. My brow knits because this man is plainly no disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect. The Jinn state sits inside the Heavenly Revelation sect sphere, so recruiting disciples here without leave is a naked provocation. I have no idea where this loose cultivator crawled out of, but publicly testing the talent of mortals like this is arrogance at its peak. I shake my head, decide it is none of my business, and turn back toward the clinic. Just then a voice calls out for the mortal carrying the dog to stop, because this immortal master has business with him. It takes me a beat to register that he means me. I turn with a confused face and narrow my eyes at the immortal master drifting over. Then, I think it through fast. What could this cultivator want with me? And could he possibly have seen that I carry spiritual root aptitude? That does not add up. His aura shows he only just scraped into the golden core realm, and it wobbles as if his cultivation were force-fed by some special means. With cultivation that thin, he should not be able to read my aptitude at all. I have never heard of anyone in the Heavenly Revelation sect owning such an ability. On top of that, my aura is fully restrained, so I look like any ordinary man on the street. Before I can untangle it, he has floated close, gazing down as if I were an ant beneath his notice. He tells me the little dog carries real spirituality, and orders me to hand it over at once. My eyes go cold immediately, because now I understand. He has seen that Little Yellow awakened intelligence, and he means to seize him. Watching the greed flicker in his eyes, I know this will not end quietly. So I say on purpose that this is only a common mutt I keep at home. Nothing special about it. and offer to help him buy a fine dog instead. He barks at me to stop the nonsense that he wants the dog in my hands and wants it now. His greedy stare stays fixed on Little Yellow, as though he already owns him. The crowd erupts into a chorus of fawning. Someone cries what a blessing it is that the immortal master fancies my dog. Someone offers to fetch 100 dogs in its place. One man calls me Dr. Yu and promises 10 pieces of silver to buy the dog, so he can present it to the immortal master himself. Little Yellow feels the malice bearing down on him and hears the mob eager to sell him off. He starts barking wildly, hackles up, teeth bared at the immortal master. I glare at the ones shouting for me to give up my dog and note them down in my head. How did I overlook these lowlifes when I was out hunting for technique testers? Into the little book they go, and when I need them, they can all make a contribution. I reach out and gently pat Little Yellow's head to soothe him. Then I plaster on a smile and tell the immortal master that since he loves Little Yellow this much, how could I possibly refuse? But could the immortal master also check whether I have cultivation talent? Since I too would love to fly and live forever like him. Holding the dog, I step forward a few paces and make as if to hand him over. Just as the immortal master reaches out, all smiles and arrogance, to take him, I move like lightning. I clamp down on his wrist and wrench it toward me while flinging Little Yellow far clear. My free right fist condenses a savage force that could split the sky, and it hammers toward his head with a thunderbolt's speed. Terror washes over the immortal master's face. He pumps spiritual chi to shake my grip, but my hand is an iron vice he cannot pry loose. He scrambles to throw up a spiritual chi shield and strike back, yet my ambush is simply too fast to answer. The fist drives home in an instant. His head bursts apart, flesh and blood spraying, warm droplets flecking the stunned onlookers, and the roaring street drops into a deathly hush. A glass cannon mage lets a martial artist close the distance. If he does not die, then who does? Calm as ever, I crouch and search the corpse with practiced hands. I draw out 2 books, the Thick Earth Technique and the Spirit-Seizing Great Method, and sweep every scrap of gold and silver into my robe. Then I hook my fingers into a claw, pierced his dantian, and gouge out a golden core the size of a soybean. I wipe the blood from my fingertips on his own clothes, unhurried, and rise to look at the silent crowd. They flinch as one, staggering 3 steps back in unison, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. I offer them a harmless smile and tell them they all saw it. This immortal master was a fraud an ordinary man like me could kill with a single punch, so do not be taken in again. Then I turn and walk toward the clinic. Behind me, the hush finally cracks into whispers. Someone marvels that an immortal master could be killed just like that. Another decides he must have been a fake, or one punch could never have done it. More than a few admit they never dreamed Dr. Yu was this strong. Back at the clinic, I bar the door and open the Thick Earth Technique to study it. It is an Earth attribute cultivation technique that runs up to the Golden Core realm. Several of its core formation methods can be lifted out and folded into the martial scripture I practice, to serve for condensing a Tao seed and perfecting the Tao seed realm. I set it aside and pick up the Spirit-Seizing Great Method. After only a few pages, surprise crosses my face. By the time I finish the whole secret manual, it all comes clear. The Immortal Master's grand recruitment drive in Shengsen Town was never anything but a front. On the surface, he gathered disciples, but under it he used the spiritual root testing to quietly hunt for youths of outstanding aptitude. His real aim was to strip out and seize their spiritual roots. No wonder his aura felt so wrong. He clawed his way into the Golden Core realm by tearing the Earth's spiritual roots out of others with this very method. A spiritual root is meant to be an inborn talent, a person's affinity for the various attributes of spiritual chi, invisible and intangible. Yet this spirit-seizing great method can forcibly rip one loose from its owner, which is a genuine stroke of genius. The methods are far too cruel, of course. Anyone whose root is seized dies only after suffering the pain of 1,000 cuts. But the idea itself is staggering, and whoever created it was without doubt a genius. I even catch myself wishing I could sit down with that person and trade thoughts on the nature of spiritual roots. More to the point, this technique hands me a crucial spark of inspiration. Carried through, it could shrink the threat and pressure the cultivation sects hold over me. Realized fully, it would rewrite the rules of the whole cultivation world, and a brand new era might begin. The inspiration is to devise a method for refining a heavenly spiritual root outright. Rather than tearing spiritual roots from other people, I would refine them directly from materials, and they could even be implanted easily into the body. Put an item like that up for sale in the system store, and I suspect the entire cultivation world would go mad scrambling to buy. That would gut the resistance the system meets as it spreads, and might even pull cultivators into the system's own camp. To break a powerful group, the The fastest road is to rot it from the inside. Cultivators of mediocre aptitude are already chained by their talent and dream of nothing but changing it. The instant they learn there is a way, they will flock to it. Even those blessed with fine talent have friends, family, or disciples of poor aptitude or none at all. For the sake of those people, they would not refuse to buy a heavenly spiritual root either. On its face, the offering strengthens the cultivation forces, but underneath it splits them. Once artificial heavenly spiritual roots appear, the cultivation groups are bound to fracture. Those born with a heavenly spiritual root will look down on cultivators who leaned on an outside force to have one implanted. That contempt breeds factional feuds and internal strife, so they can never unite to crush the system's spread. They are powerless to stop the growth of the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system. So the moment I can truly refine a heavenly spiritual root, the system's promotion loses countless headaches. Developing the method is about as easy as climbing into the sky. But with my deduction ability, I believe I still have a shot. The breakthrough thought arrives all at once. If I treat the spiritual root as an organ inside the body and refine it on that basis, the difficulty drops sharply. Ordinary cultivators worship the spiritual root as a heaven-sent sacred thing and have never once dreamed of breaking the mold. But suppose I borrow the mindset of forging a magical artifact. I could refine heaven and earth spiritual materials into special organs suited to a mortal's body, then implant them. In the end, a spiritual root is only a medium for communicating with the heaven and earth spiritual chi. As long as attribute resonance is achieved, why should I be shackled to its original form? The thought sets me alight, and I can barely hold still as I drop cross-legged onto the futon. Following the method laid out in the spirit-seizing great method, I run my divine sense inward to sense the state of my own spiritual roots. In that void, I feel the 5 elements spiritual roots woven into a web. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the gentleness of water, the fierceness of fire, and the heaviness of earth all resolve into 5 colored clusters of light, lying dormant deep within me. I hold my breath, pour my whole attention into that strange sensation, and try to comprehend how a spiritual root operates. After a long while, I open my eyes and let out a heavy breath. The mystery of the spiritual root runs far past anything I imagined. What looks like airy talent is in truth in harmony with the exquisite laws that govern heaven and earth. The exploration settles it in my heart. Give me enough time to study this, and I will absolutely refine a heavenly spiritual root of my own. Once the excitement cools, though, I sober quickly. A matter this tangled cannot be rushed. It will demand endless deduction and a mountain of experiments. Nothing to be finished in a short span. Weighing it all, I quietly resolve that for now the more important thing is breaking through to the Tao Seed realm. 3 days later, I take Little Yellow and a heavy load of energy storage devices and leave Chengzan town for the depths of the mountains. Before long, we reach the valley I scouted earlier. I lean down to stroke Little Yellow's fluffy fur, my expression solemn, and tell him I need to seclude myself here to break through my realm. He should stay outside the valley and keep watch. He barks, wags his tail, nods to show he understands, and trots back out. Once his shape vanishes at the valley mouth, I weave hand seals and activate the 5 elements defense formation I set here long ago. The patterns blaze with 5-colored light, and layer upon layer of barrier ripples, out to swallow the whole valley. I breathe out slowly, walk to a flat patch, and settle onto the waiting futon. My aura steadies as I gather my mind for what comes. The Tao Seed realm, the equal of the Golden Core, is where a cultivator sets the future course of his own Tao. It asks him to fuse the great Tao laws or concept he has comprehended with the true force in his body. He condenses them into a Tao seed and nurtures that seed to maturity, thereby achieving the union of Tao and Qi. Because I have cultivated all 129,600 acupoints, I intend to condense that many Tao seeds, while everyone else condenses only one. I draw a deep breath, calm my mind, and drive my technique to raise a heaven and earth furnace inside my Dantian out of true force. Heaven and earth are the furnace, creation the craftsman, yin and yang the charcoal, and the world great Tao and true force the bronze. With them I forge the Tao seed that is a world seed. I feed true force into the furnace, and cast the embryonic world great Tao down into it. The furnace roars to life as the two fuse violently in the heat. They intertwine and steep through each other, condensing into a chaos-colored world seed that seems to hold endless time and space, and the faint ultimate truths of the great Tao. The true force in my Dantian pours in like a tide, transforming into chaos energy. When 1% of my total true force is spent, the world seed drinks its fill and blazes with dazzling great Tao light. the outline of a chaos world dimly taking shape within. Seeing the world seed condense successfully, I dispersed the furnace at once, unable to hide my joy that this Taoist has scored his first success in the Great Tao. But my brow furrows immediately. The energy that single world seed demanded was staggering. It is a good thing I planned ahead and did not try to condense the seeds in all my acupoints at once, or I would have been wrung dry in an instant. I gather myself, snatch up an energy storage device, and drain every drop. Once my reserves recover, I set to condensing the world seeds for my middle Dantian. One after another, they take shape. The moment the last one forms, all 129,600 world seeds burst with chaos light at once. Chaos-colored true force flows between them, surging along my meridians to connect every seed in a blink. My whole body erupts in blinding chaos light, and a vast chaos-colored heaven and earth furnace rises outside my flesh, swallowing and spitting heaven and earth. Spiritual chi gathers like a tornado, and the golden rays of the daytime sun, the clear moonlight of night, and the power of the stars are all pulled inside. There the furnace's flames refine the myriad energies into pure true force. That true force races through me, and each circuit falls like a heavy hammer, forging my meridians, bones, and muscles again and again. Inside the furnace, a chaos-colored light cocoon hovers, flaring with brilliance and now and then revealing great Tao runes. That cocoon is me, undergoing transformation and sublimation. After a long time, a sound like the birth of the world rings out. The cocoon shatters and waves of chaos energy roll outward in every direction. I hang cross-legged in the void, radiating Tao rhythm. As I open my eyes, the shadow of a chaos world moves within them, and my gaze, laden with endless pressure, pierces the firmament. The magnificent furnace collapses into motes of starlight and vanishes without a trace. Majestic power surges through me like a boundless galaxy, and I tip my head back and loose a long roar that shakes the wilderness and startles the birds and beasts from the forests. When at last the roar dies against the clouds, I slowly draw my aura back in. Once my emotions settle, I turn my divine sense on the world seed. Inside it, chaos chi churns like a small chaotic world. Set beside a true chaotic world, though, it falls hopelessly short in both the level of its laws and its scale. No comparison at all. While I study it, I turn over what the Tao seed realm asks of me next. The world seed has condensed and taken form, but it is fragile as a seedling just pushing through soil, in desperate need of nourishment. The way to feed it is to keep comprehending great Tao laws and weaving them in, so that it grows strong. For now, I hold only a shallow grasp of the laws of time, space, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Once my cultivation steadies, I mean to fold those in first. The seed already carries the laws of time and space, but only as derivatives of the world great Tao, so reintegrating them will deepen their strength. Beyond that, I need to comprehend far more laws and keep folding them in. Every great Tao law brings the seed nearer to perfection and lifts its ceiling. If I could comprehend the 3,000 great Tao laws and integrate them all, its potential would be immense, though the process would swallow ages and the difficulty runs brutally high. I sink my mind into my sea of consciousness again and find, to my surprise, that my control over the space-time realm has climbed to 15%. My calculation power has jumped as well. That gives me real confidence about comprehending more laws to come. I form the seals, withdraw the defensive formation, and step out. Little Yellow rushes over the instant it drops, wagging and circling me and barking with abandon. I realize I've actually been in seclusion 3 months, and marvel that time moves so fast, since this is the longest stretch I have ever sat. Using my divine sense to catch the ripples of his soul, I understand what he means and let a mischievous smile surface. I ask whether, during my 3 months away, he has fallen behind on his lessons, because I am about to give him a proper test. His tail wilts at once and his head droops, and the sight of him so glum makes me laugh out loud. Ever since I discovered Little Yellow had grown a mind, I began teaching him to read and write. After learning this little fellow liked slipping off to brothels, I deliberately doubled his homework to force his focus. Seeing him this pitiful now, my heart softens. I rub his drooping ears and tell him to forget it, since guarding outside the valley through 3 months of wind and weather was hard on him. I will let him off this once, but if there is any more slacking, I let the thread hang. The instant his head snaps up and his ears prick, I cannot help laughing that the homework doubles again, and it will not be so easy to pass next time. Then I look off toward Shengzan town, robes stirring in the wind, and tell him we are heading back to the clinic. Before the words fade, I shoot into the air like a loosed arrow. Little Yellow shakes out his fur and kicks off into a yellow blur at my heels, until the two of us vanish among the peaks. 3 more months slide past. Since stepping into the Tao Seed realm, I first studied the realm, then wove every law I had already comprehended into the World Seed. Even with the cheat brain helping, in 3 months I managed to comprehend no more than a trace of the law of wind. I turned my gaze inward. Inside each one of my acupoints, a chaos-colored world seed drifts slowly. Its surface is engraved with the law patterns of time, space, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and wind, like a great Tao map inscribed with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The patterns catch one another's light and hum with the rhythm of the Tao. Comprehending great Tao laws is simply too hard when a full 3 months bought me only a trace of the law of wind. At this rate, even 500 years of a Tao Seed realm lifespan could never comprehend all 3,000 great Taos. And if I refuse to wait and force my way to the next realm instead, the World Seed goes unnourished and its potential is squandered, which I genuinely cannot stomach. Even after comprehending the 3,000, I would still have to keep perfecting and strengthening every one of those great Tao laws. That is another vast ocean of time. I sigh and pace with a frown, and then my eyes light up. I need to accelerate the system's development. Leaning on myself alone to comprehend laws is far too slow. Only by gathering the wisdom of all living beings can I pick up speed, and using the system to collect the world's ancient texts might even let me comprehend more laws straight out of books. The trouble is that a system is best woven from laws, and I command far too few to construct one. For now, I can only lean on soul power and the shallow scraps of law I have grasped to weave it. That means the functions will come out crude, a bargain bin knockoff of the real thing. Another problem nags at me too. Communication has to be solved or the system is a standalone unit and utterly useless. I can hardly go collecting data in person trip after trip, which is plainly unrealistic. If only I could comprehend the law of karma, then through karmic threads I could speak across any distance at all. Making the system is not enough on its own either. I also have to create a spread of cultivation techniques, or the thing is an empty shell. Because the system is meant for everyone, I may as well adapt the phonics and literacy primers from my past life into a version that fits this world. Then hosts learn to read straight through the system. The common people are enlightened quickly, and cultivation secret manuals become easier for them to grasp. Once they can cultivate, perhaps they will stir some life back into this stagnant world. I can also hand down tasks through the system to steer them. Most important of all is raising their cultivation fast, because only when they climb high enough can they reach more secret manuals and comprehend great Tao laws. And all of that flows back to help me. I rub my aching head. What a headache. There is just too much to do. I decide to build the system first and optimize it slowly afterward. When I look up, I find Little Yellow bouncing around the yard chasing butterflies. I call him over, promising something good, and his ears shoot up as he barrels across on all fours, tail a blur, bright eyes fixed on me and brimming with hope. I smile and pull out 3 books, stuffing all of them into his paws at once. The covers read, 3 years of Divine Sea, 5 years of Tao Seed, real practice exams, then how to be a cultured, moral, high-quality dog, and finally, how to become a model dog. I tell him I put a great deal of effort into organizing these, so he had better study hard and strive to be a model dog of the new era. I will test him in a month, and if he fails, no meat for a month. Little Yellow holds the 3 books blankly, his whole face a study in confusion. I gaze at the system, version 1, floating in my palm, round as a bean and giving off a faint, ethereal shimmer. This little thing is the fruit of 6 months of grinding effort. I wove it meticulously from the power of my soul and the traces of law I command over time, space, and yin and yang. It folds 2 core functions together, the cheat brain and the energy storage device. So it not only drinks in outside energy to keep itself running, but banks whatever is left over. As for that surplus, I split it evenly between myself and the host. That is already generous, since with my abilities I could quietly have hoarded all of it. But greed that naked is simply too ugly to wear. Ordinary people have so few channels for gathering energy. Handing them some to speed their growth pays me back in the long run anyway. The energy the system converts out of spiritual chi, solar power, and stellar power comes through pure and high-grade, yet gentle and easy to absorb, fit for cultivating straight from the source. For the system's core processor, I built on the cheat brain through round after round of upgrades, until it holds even stronger deductive power. That is enough to run the system, and still leave me spare capacity to secretly deduce great Tao laws on the side. The most central feature of all is communication. Right now, the system cannot manage truly distance-blind contact, and its effective range caps at 1,000 kilometers. But I added a base station function. With a system every 1,000 kilometers, a communication net can be strung together through the links between them, breaking the chains of distance. I merged the system into my body, and a line of gold leaf characters surfaces in my mind. It asks whether I want to know the meaning of life and whether I want to become powerful. It announces that the fairness system is at my service and asks me to bind. Fairness is the name I chose for it. I know full well that absolute fairness cannot exist in any world, and that I myself could never deliver it. Even so, I hope the name shapes a fair image for the system, and that the world it touches grows a little fairer. I agree to bind, and a light screen like a computer desktop unfolds in my sea of consciousness. It is plain and simple, carrying only 3 icons: the personal center, the mall, and the forum. The intelligent navigation starts, pale blue points of light drifting between the icons to guide a first-time user through. With a thought, I open the personal center, and my own record lays itself out. My name is Yu Eel of the human race, 151 years old, of no affiliation, my physique a 5-element spiritual root, my realm the Tao seed realm at 5% progress. My cultivation techniques read the martial scripture, the indestructible golden body at its 20th version, and the soul-shifting and spirit-refining grade method. My martial skills read the 5 elements palm, 5 elements fist, void-soaring steps, heaven-splitting divine palm, and space-rending sword technique. My spells read the fire dragon technique, earth escape technique, and immobilization technique. My divine abilities none. My energy points 0. My system notifications 0. All of it is gathered through soul wave detection and investigative spells scanning the body, one of the system's basic functions. It lets a host see his own condition clearly, above all the progress of his cultivation realm, so he can track where he stands and keep his drive to cultivate alive. Next, I open the mall, and a dense field of cultivation techniques and books fills my eyes. At the front crowd, the body forging foundation establishment method, the old farmer's art, the phonetic literacy primer, the martial scripture, and the 9 yang heaven burning art. Among them, the first 3 are free benefits that cost no energy points at all. The body forging foundation establishment method tempers the body and solidifies the foundation, and cultivated fully, it carries a person through to the innate realm. The old farmer's art takes a stranger road. It marries the laboring movements of commoners to martial arts, so that a day of ordinary work doubles as cultivation. That matters because most people in this world are ordinary commoners, and the art exists so that they too can find time to train. The most miraculous thing about those two is that the more people cultivate them, the faster the cultivation runs, and they never raise a person's appetite. Instead of burning food, they draw external energy to replenish what cultivation spends, so the poorest commoner is no longer barred from the path by an empty stomach. The phonetic literacy primer works through soul transmission, letting a host learn to read and write in an instant, and skip the whole grind of study. The martial scripture, the 9 yang heaven burning art, and the rest are all techniques of the Tao Seed martial arts system. Everyone able to drink in the power of sun, moon, and stars. The martial scripture carries no attribute restriction, while the likes of the 9 yang heaven burning art are sorted by attribute. Their contents run plain and direct, with no hidden codes or riddling metaphors, so anyone can learn them. Everything past the free items has to be bought with energy points. Private handing around of the paid manuals is strictly forbidden, since anyone caught at it gets blacklisted by the system and can never bind again. If I comprehend the law of contracts down the line, I could have hosts sign a binding oath at purchase to guarantee nothing leaks. The forum is essentially a stripped-down version of the social feeds I knew back home, able to post only text, no images or video. Truthfully, the whole fairness system is a crude thing, a basic computer paired with the earliest days of the internet. It would be fairer to call version 1 a modified phone than any legendary system, sharing nothing with the miracles of the old tales but the name. It is only version 1, with a great deal of testing left before any real optimization can follow. That means I need to find test subjects, and soon. I exit the system, turn my head, and catch Little Yellow absently thumbing through the 3 years of Divine C, 5 years of Tao Seed practice exams. The other 2 books lie beside him, untouched. My face goes dark. I stride over and cuff his dog head, launching into him. It has been half a year, I tell him, and he has not learned a single one of these books, or passed a single exam. He does nothing but haunt the brothel all day, until everyone in Shengzan town knows the dog I keep loves the place. And though I give him no money, he actually snuck off to take side jobs to earn coin for the brothel, so he lives even better than his own master. He wants to anger me to death. Worst of all, he goes to the brothel by himself and does not even invite me along. I scrub his head roughly with my palm the whole time. Little Yellow barks twice, refusing to take it lying down. His eyes squint at me as a wronged whimper rolls up from his throat, as if he is arguing his case. That only stokes my temper. I jab a finger at his head and demand to know how he still dares talk back and quibble that dogs have no need for such things. How did a thoroughly decent person like me end up raising so indecent a creature? And as for his excuse that he did not invite me for fear I would stop him, well, if he never invites me, how would he ever know whether I would stop him? And who told him to neglect his cultivation when he cannot even speak now? The Tao Seed martial arts cultivation technique I created especially for him has only carried him to the innate realm after all this time, which is truly infuriating. Once the lecture is out of me, my mood brightens considerably. I sweep my arm grandly and announce that my mood is good today, so we are going for a big meal. Little Yellow barks in delight, tail spinning like a propeller as he bounces along behind. At the Yole, the grandest restaurant in Cheongsan town, I work my way through the delicacies of mountain and sea with real relish. Little Yellow, meanwhile, stares blankly at a single lonely bowl of white rice set in front of him. Reading the grievance in his eyes, I grin. This is what comes of not studying, I tell him. And he should not look down on white rice, since plenty of people cannot even afford rice and are reduced to eating dirt. He barks on in his distress, plainly denouncing my wickedness. I smirk that if he thinks I broke my word, he is mistaken. I only ever said I was going for a big meal. I never once said he would get a share. He watches while I eat, and if that is not a big meal, what is? I stand looking over Seo Family Village, a hamlet under Cheongsan Town's jurisdiction. I have decided to run the trial of version 1 out in the countryside. Information moves so poorly here that if anything goes wrong during the test, the situation stays easy to contain. Beyond that, I mean to promote the system in the villages first and expand toward the cities only gradually, encircling the cities from the countryside. That path lets it grow quietly for a while and avoids drawing eyes it cannot yet afford. Version 1 is still far too rudimentary and could be cracked open by the wrong person. The very first host is none other than Seo Songgan of Seo Family Village. It is no random pick, but a choice I settled on after a long stretch of careful watching. A year ago, Seo Songgan's parents died, and the village bully, Seo Jin, seized the family's farmland by force. That left the boy to scrape by chopping wood and hunting in the hills. My quiet investigation turned up a great deal. Seo Songgan has outstanding martial talent, draws a clear line between kindness and grudge, knows how to endure, and is careful enough for the road ahead. Layered over a hatred sunk that deep, he holds every fundamental condition of a protagonist. He is the perfect host. With the plan set, I flick my finger and toss the system seed toward him. It sinks into his body like a shooting star, and I melt back into the shadows to hold my breath and watch. Right now, Seo Songgan is carrying his catch home when he stops dead, glancing around startled and wary. As far as his eyes reach, though, there is nothing but the silent mountain forest. He frowns in utter confusion at the line of gilded characters that has surfaced in his mind without warning. It asks whether he wants to know the meaning of life and whether he wants to become powerful. Tells him the fairness system is at his service, and asks him to bind now. Though illiterate, he somehow grasps their meaning, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he finally speaks his agreement. In a blink, a light screen opens inside his sea of consciousness. Shocked and curious in equal measure, he follows the navigation and starts exploring. When he opens the personal center, it lays him bare. His name is Seo Songjan, of the human race, 15 years old. Of no affiliation. His physique a lightning spiritual root. His realm mortal. He has no cultivation technique, no martial skill, no spell, no divine ability, his energy value 0, and his system notification 0. He stares at the impossible sight, his face full of shock, and yet a burning light erupts from the depths of his eyes. This has to be the heavens taking pity on him at last, granting him a heaven-defying opportunity. If he can only seize this chance, the turning point to reclaim his land, kill his enemy with his own hands, and rewrite his fate is laid out right before him. He glances around warily, confirms no one caught his strangeness, and quickens his pace home. The moment he is inside, he bars the door and throws himself into studying the mysterious fairness system. When his consciousness settles on the phonetic literacy primer, a flood of information pours into his soul like a stream. A boy who could not read a word learns every character in an instant, the words feeling innate and rooting themselves in his mind. In that primer, I restored the original meanings of the characters on purpose. In this world, the knowledge of writing is monopolized by the powerful and rich, who twist the meanings of words however they please. I built the primer precisely to shatter that monopoly over language and strike at their very roots, marveling at knowledge that feels drilled into him by 1,000 repetitions. Seo Sangan opens the body forging foundation establishment method and the old farmer's art. A moment later, the full contents of both techniques stand clear in his head. He swears to himself that Seo Jin had better wait. The man seized his family's property on the strength of a little martial skill. But once Seo Sangan masters the body forging foundation establishment method, he will show him exactly how formidable he can be. He has waited a whole year for a single opportunity, and now he will prove he can take back everything he lost. He explores deeper into the mall. Apart from the items marked free, everything else demands energy points. He learns that a host can also sell the mall things it has not yet collected, such as cultivation techniques and books, for a one-time sum of energy points. Afterward, he takes 10% of the price whenever someone buys what he uploaded. He sighs that he has nothing worth uploading. For now, he can only lean on the system's automatic conversion of outside energy and save up slowly, since the mall holds far too many good things to reach any other way. Sensing his situation through the system, I let surprise cross my face. So the boy carries a lightning spiritual root. With aptitude that fine, the cultivation sects would trample each other to take him as a disciple if they knew. Yet talents like his lie buried all across the countryside, and now, with the system, I can dig every one of them out. I perform a movement technique and vanish on the spot. Then I scatter another 100 systems across the surrounding mountain villages before I stop, since for these early stages, 100 hosts is more than enough to test and verify by. 100 lucky souls, I murmur to myself, a faint and barely visible smile hooking my mouth. I have handed you the opportunity. How far you climb with it remains to be seen. Back at the clinic, I bury myself in comprehending Great Tao laws while quietly monitoring how the system runs. 3 months go by fast, and all 100 hosts throw themselves into practice. But to my mild surprise, not a single one posts anything on the forum. Either these hosts are inward by nature and feel no urge to share, or they act so cautiously that they will not risk exposing a secret in a careless moment. As much as I crave more data to refine the thing, I have to admit the 100 of them have carried themselves well. Their habit of moving steadily and thinking matters through is exactly why I chose them as the first batch. The 3 months of watching were not fruitless either. No major flaws surfaced, but the smaller ones did. Slow detection, sluggish operation, and low energy conversion efficiency all laid bare. Looking over the optimized system version 2, I push the update straight to the 100 hosts, through the back end. A notification pops up on every one of their screens at once. Seo Songan opens his and reads that the system has upgraded to version 2, and asks him to update in good time for a better experience. He weighs it a moment, then taps upgrade, and before long it finishes. When he reopens the personal center, the page loads faster and lays itself out clean. His name is Seo Sangan, his nickname still blank. Of the human race. 15. Of no affiliation. Physique a lightning spiritual root. Realm the body tempering realm at 50% progress. His cultivation techniques read the body forging foundation establishment method and the old farmer's art. No martial skill, no divine ability. His energy value 90. His system notification 0. He blinks at the newly added nickname line and wonders aloud what it is. Then he clicks it with his consciousness and understands at once. The option exists for the forum, so a host need never show his real name there. The system, he decides, has thought things through carefully, and his nickname will be Pyongan. He never dared touch the forum before, for fear of exposing who he was. But with a nickname standing in for his real name, as long as he keeps his actual circumstances hidden, he will be fine. Besides, he is curious whether anyone else out there carries a system too. With that, he posts his first message to the forum, asking whether anyone is there. The message surprises me even though I built the thing that carried it. I had only just switched on the new nickname feature, and already someone is posting on the forum. The stranger wants to know whether the person they are talking to also runs the fairness system. The comment section wakes up like a market at dawn. One reply chasing the next. A whole wall of people confirm they have it too, comparing how far along they are in the body forging foundation establishment method. I let the chatter rise and fall, then close the interface and do the math. The system is running clean, which means I can widen the experiment, but I still need to comprehend the law of karma before I can truly solve the communication problem. There is a heavier reason under that one. I need the system to stand on its own, severed from me at the root. The old saying is right that the enlightened fear causes while ordinary men only fear consequences. Right now, every host I sign is a thread of karma running straight back to my body. If I leave that alone, the number of hosts will climb into the millions, and the debt piling up on the far end of those threads becomes a blade at my own throat. So I move. I travel the villages and towns ringing Chungsan Town and hand out the system, seating a full 1,000 before I stop. Then I go home to my quiet little life. Some days, I sink into the great Tao laws and lose the whole afternoon. Some days I just throw a stick for Little Yellow and let the world run itself. Half a year slides by while I analyze and deduce without pause. At last, a single thread of the law of karma comes clear to me. Among the 20 great Tao laws wrapped around my Tao seed sits the law of contracts, the exact one the system has been starving for. I cannot help smiling at the ledger of it. With 1,100 systems feeding me now, my deductive power has thickened. Laws that once took months to touch surrender in weeks. I have barely scratched the skin of any of them, and still it is enough to weave and upgrade what I have. That thought sends me into the back end to check on my hosts, and what I find nearly knocks me flat. I looked away for a little while. In that time, my hosts vaulted forward in strength, and the towns around them were remade from the ground up. Take Co Songan. He broke clean into the innate realm and spent his stored energy points on the 9 heavens, heavenly thunder art, an innate grade cultivation technique. Then he went home and personally put down Co Jin, the bully who had ruled Co family village for years. He clawed back his family's stolen fields and handed every other seized plot back to its rightful owners. Overnight, he became a local hero. I read the host log and laugh out loud, because of course it worked. Given enough time, breaking the fixed rules of this world stops being a daydream and becomes a schedule. Then the laugh dies in my throat. Some host someday is going to use my gift to do something vile. If I hand a monster the tools and then watch him work, the blood is on my hands too. Right there, I decide the next version gets a good and evil identification feature. It will strain out anyone with a rotten core before they ever bind. I add a second rule on top of it, a hard trigger that forces an unbinding the instant a host commits some unforgivable evil. I would rather the punishment be an execution, honestly. But a system that kills its own users makes everyone nervous, and nervous people do not spread the product. So I settle for the second best deterrent and take the tool away instead of the life. Even that works as a standing warning. It keeps every host from stomping across the obvious moral lines. I keep the bar reasonable too, because if I demanded sainthood, almost nobody would qualify. All I require is that a person not be outright heinous, not hollowed out of every scrap of humanity, and then they can bind. I raise my hands and start weaving the new system out of the laws I hold, the light pooling between my fingers. The first attempt collapses the moment the architecture takes shape. I pick apart the failure, deduce, patch, and try again. It is not until the 30th attempt that the fairness system, version 3, finally holds together. This build strains out the impure at the door. It also quietly unbinds any host who racks up too much evil after the fact. On top of that, it gains a messenger chat function, a task hall, and a scan-to-pay module, while the forum grows up enough to carry videos and pictures. The task hall is my steering wheel. Through it, I can post system tasks and nudge my hosts wherever I want them. The mall now sells system seeds as well, copied straight off the subsystem as a blueprint. Any host who spends 100 energy points can buy a seed and pass the system to someone else. Buying a paid secret manual now binds the reader to a contract, and breaking that contract means execution on the spot. Under the hood, everything else got sharper too. Energy storage jumped 200-fold and conversion efficiency 10-fold. The deduction power grew heavier still, and information storage swelled 1,000,000-fold, enough to hold an ocean of data. The communication problem finally cracks open, not real-time across any distance yet, but enough for now. The security got meaner as well. Even if some expert pries the system loose, they will not crack its core secrets in any hurry. Best of all, I use the law of karma to cleave the system off from my own body and stand it up as an origin system. Now the karma my hosts generate ties itself to that origin system instead of to me. The debt that would have strangled me runs harmlessly into a vessel built to hold it. I look over version 3 and cannot help crowing that this is like trading a slingshot for a cannon. A system woven from pure Great Tao laws leaves every earlier draft in the dirt. At least the beggar version label is finally gone, even if it is still a budget model. The early experiments are basically done, so it is time to push harder on promotion. The wider the system spreads, the more everything flows back to me. That means collected secret manuals, stockpiled energy points for my own cultivation, and raw deduction power for chewing through the Great Tao. I push the upgrade notice to all 1,100 hosts at once. They come apart with excitement and stampede onto the forum. Within a breath, the phrase Fairness System version 3 sits at the top of the trending list. The comments are one long gasp of wonder. People are stunned that their eyes can now take pictures and record video, that the messenger lets them add friends and post to a public feed, that they can gift a seed to their parents. All of it wraps around the sober new warning that anyone who does evil gets cut off. I scroll the wall and it teaches me something. I cannot just wait for hosts to spread the system out of goodwill. I have to prime the pump myself and lean on the task hall to hand out promotion tasks that make spreading it pay. When I open my personal dashboard, though, only 100,000 energy points remain. Most of it burned deducing laws. The points keep trickling upward, but I will have to sit tight a while longer. If the system explodes outward and I cannot cover the reward payouts, that would be a very expensive kind of embarrassing. Inside the Jesse Medical Hall, Little Yellow is holding a horse stance on his two hind legs. A bowl of water balances on each front paw, his own food bowl parked on his head, his whole face a monument to despair. I sit cross-legged in the courtyard with my eyes shut, my body getting off the Tao rhyme of the laws. Solar energy and spiritual chi pour into me like a flood down a drain. After a long while, I open my eyes, let out a breath, glance at the suffering dog, and sigh. I tell him I am too tired to care anymore, so he might as well knock the whole balancing act over. This is what my life has come to. Little Yellow has developed a passion for the brothels and their massage services. The rumor spreading through town has curdled into a masterpiece that the little doctor of Jeezy is an old lecher whose very dog is a pervert. My clinic was already limping along, propped up only by a hard-won reputation for real medical skill. Now no woman will set foot inside, and every man in town is leashed by a suspicious wife who fears I will corrupt him. Collecting human body data, which is the entire point of the clinic, has become nearly impossible. I dragged Little Yellow out of the drunken spring pavilion by the scruff only 2 hours ago. I still cannot fathom why I adopted this creature, or how the obedient pup I remember became this. I shake it off and open my personal center, reading myself back like a resume nobody asked for. I am Yu Eel, nicknamed the Little Doctor of Jase. Human, 152 years old, unaffiliated. A 5-element spiritual root. My realm holds at the Tao Seed realm, 10% of the way in. My cultivation techniques run the martial scripture, the indestructible golden body at its 20th refinement, and the soul-shifting and spirit-refining great method. My martial skills pile up past counting, from 5 elements palm and 5 elements fist, to void-soaring step, heaven-splitting divine palm, and space-rending sword technique. My spells cover fire dragon technique, earth escape technique, and immobilization technique, and my divine ability still read as none. My energy value stands at 115 million and climbing, with no system notifications waiting. The corner of my mouth curls when I see that number. After all this saving, my energy points have finally broken the 100 million line. That means I can afford to release the promotion task at last. In the meantime, the subsystems have multiplied fast. More than 3,000 people bound now. Some were passed the seed by relatives and friends, some seeded in secret by me. Yu Family Village got special care, so Yu Hei and his whole family carry the system now. The man who had almost no time left has turned robust and hale. Between the body forging foundation establishment method, the old farmer's art, and my quiet help, I would not bet against him reaching the Tao Seed realm someday. His boys, Yu Gun and Yu Y, have freakish martial talent and already touched the body tempering realm at 10 years old. The good days for you high and mighty families are ending. I give a cold little laugh and post the promotion task I have been sitting on. I frame it plainly. The world is full of injustice. The fairness system makes it kinder, and every system a host shares earns 200 energy points with no ceiling. The hosts who practically live inside the system spot the new listing and light up like festival lanterns. They have always agonized over how few points they could earn, how slow the daily drip was. The mall groans with divine techniques they can only stare at and want. The math sells itself. A seed costs 100 points and each bind pays 200, so every promotion nets 100 clean. That is a return of 100%. And pushing it to 100 people drops 10,000 points into their laps at once. In a heartbeat, they transform into system salesmen and hurl themselves at the work. The topic system promotion task torches the trending list. The discussion volume climbs so fast you can watch it move. One host bragging he already offloaded seeds to 10 people for 1,000 points. while the next scrambles not to be left behind. I check the back end and take a sharp breath. In 15 minutes, the bindings climbed by a full 1,000, and the count is still racing. Thank the heavens, I waited until my points crossed 100 million before opening the floodgate. Any earlier and I could not have covered the rewards. It costs a fortune, but every fresh host thickens my own harvest of points and deduction power. Only real touchable profit lights a fire under people like this. Offer them nothing, or worse, make them lose money, and not a soul will lift a finger. With the whole crowd promoting for me, I no longer have to trudge village to village handing out seeds myself, because one man's arms only reach so far. I stand, fix Little Yellow with a stern look, and ask whether he intends to go carousing in the brothels again. He barks twice, ears pricked, radiating pure wounded pride. I scoff and flick his forehead. I tell him the clinic is dying because of his antics, that if this keeps up we close, and that worst of all, my whole plan to gather body data has collapsed. From now on, I add, whatever coin he earns hauling goods gets handed over as room and board. He holds his head high and yips his objection, tail whipping side to side in outrage. It gets handed over regardless, I tell him, and he had better stop shaming me in front of the entire town. Out on the streets of Chongsan Town, the porters flick through the alleys faster than the eye tracks. The butcher's cleavers flash cold while their hands part meat like water. Every one of them is a host, bodies honed by the Body Forging Foundation establishment method until even chopping looks like a martial form. Up on a high platform, a well-known merchant named M1 is bellowing that he is buying energy points. He calls out his rate, 1 point for 1 copper coin, and swears he will take as many as anyone can bring. The crowd doubts him loudly until one man steps up, scans M1's pay code, transfers 100 points, and walks off with coins in his fist. That does it. The onlookers erupt and surge the platform, beggars sprinting among them, everyone suddenly aware that points can become dinner. I stand in the churn of it and let myself think. Over the past month, the promotion has run wide open. The bound users vaulted past 3 million, with thousands more binding every moment. If each new host were not also a fresh spring of energy for me, I could never keep this pace. Even now, I am barely breaking even, spending only a trickle on my own deduction and closed-door work. I have to wait for the reserves to fatten before I open up. People are so starved for points, they would strap the system onto chickens and geese if they could. M1 is buying his with cash, and that pays off fast. But the day the whole town understands what a point is worth, his price is going to climb through the roof. Even so, this is a good thing, because it redistributes wealth through a side door I did not have to build. Common folk and even beggars have a new income, and that changes real lives. No more beggars will starve in these gutters when a handful of points can be turned into food. It is one small step toward remaking the world. But stack enough small steps together, and the ground itself shifts. I cannot promise everyone meat at every meal yet, but I can promise nobody goes to the grave empty. A thought sparks. What if I deduce and organize all the livestock and farming knowledge from my past life and drop it in the mall for free, then post research tasks on top of it? Between this world's crop of geniuses and its outright supernatural talents, they might grow something even better than what I remember. I could seed guidance across whole domains, from transport and grain to cement and electricity, and hang system tasks off each one. Greed alone would drag brilliant people into the labs. Under the right reward, there is always someone willing, and every bit of it costs me nothing but points. As long as a problem can be solved with energy points, it stops being a problem for me at all. I open the forum and the top trending post is a video titled, "A Youth Obtains the System and Takes His Revenge." I tap it. Inside, a young man charges alone into the Black Tiger gang of Jangyang County and cuts through them like wheat, wiping the whole gang out in the span of the clip. The text underneath tells me his name is So Mu-han, born to an ordinary family, the sole survivor after the Black Tiger gang butchered everyone he loved. He stumbled into the system and cultivated martial arts through it, watching his strength rocket up. Then he walked back to settle the debt in full. The comments are a bonfire of approval, ordinary people cheering that the fairness system lets anyone learn real skill and repay their wrongs. Mixed into it is the newer, weary complaint that points are getting brutally hard to earn. Too many mouths and not enough to go around, they say, the rich hurling money at them. And one host bragging he ran off to another prefecture and raked in 1 million. That last part straightens me up. No wonder the host count detonated inside a single month. And no wonder the curve keeps steepening. The thing is jumping its own banks. At this rate, all of Gangneung Prefecture, and then whatever lies past it, gets swallowed soon. I close the system and look out at Chongsen Town, remade past recognition in 1 month, and a proud little smile. finds my face. Under my hand, the changes ahead will only get more staggering. But the people I am dispossessing will not sit still, because the system has already begun eating their rule. The ones drowning in enough old sins to fail the binding will fight it hardest. It will not matter. The system is not theirs to switch off, and it spreads too fast to catch, so their struggling amounts to a mantis planting itself in front of a rolling cart. I spend a full day compiling everything I remember and everything I have deduced into an encyclopedia of daily life, then upload it to the mall for free. Under it I post a task, an open call for inventions. Anyone whose creation genuinely serves the public good earns a reward between 1 million and 100 million energy points. Scaled to the result. I set the ceiling that high on purpose, because a fat enough purse pulls brave people out of the woodwork. The task lands like a boulder in a still pond. It seizes the top of the trending list and the comments boil over. Everyone marvels that the reward is obscene and, better yet, that no field is off limits. An old craftsman tinkering in his shed and a farmer cross-checking my free encyclopedia both think they might finally set themselves up for life, maybe even reach immortal ascension. Far to the south, a Sinong sect elder named Munjagyum was crossing the world with his 2 disciples, Juwan and Simjiha. When they walked into Zhongyang County, the scene stopped all 3 of them cold. Simjiha broke first, telling her master that this county was uncanny. Every last person on the street seemed to carry martial arts. Juwan said the same thing gnawed at him. Along the whole road, he had not passed a single beggar, and he had not met one mountain bandit. Only peace. Meanwhile, wealthy men screamed themselves hoarse buying something called energy points he could not begin to understand. He lowered his voice and added that there were fighters here whose cultivation ran higher than his own. He asked whether the Jianghu had always hidden this many dragons in the mud, and what in the world this system was. Munjagyum had no answer, so he did what teachers do when they are lost. He stroked his beard and murmured that all things in the world conceal deep mysteries, and that if they simply observed as they went, the Tao would reveal itself. Before the words had cooled, a scene in the fields shrank his pupils to points. Several farmers were swinging hoes, as if the tools had wings, breaking and scattering a huge stretch of soil in a blink. Others skimmed the ridges light as men walking on waves, planting rice fast as phantoms. Their seedlings dropped into the mud in perfect rows like a heavenly maiden scattering blossoms. He blurted that it was impossible, that the Sinong sect had studied crops for generations and never witnessed anything like it. His disciples stood frozen, unable to swallow it. In everything they had ever learned, a Jianghu fighter who gained real skill went off to guard a household or run escort work. That paid far better than dirt and sweat, and almost nobody chose to stay a farmer. Yet here was a whole crew of clearly capable martial artists, some already at the innate realm, bent cheerfully over the patties. Even the Sinong sect, odd as it was for spending its days on medicinal herbs, still shoved the raw tilling onto its newest disciples. The sight of innate-level experts wading into the fields by choice shattered something in the 2 of them. When their master's outburst snapped them back, they asked each other whether they were dreaming. Jowon rubbed his eyes and said helplessly that since all 3 of them saw it, it had to be real. Munjagyum realized he had lost his composure and coughed it away, then led them over to ask. He picked out a plain, honest-looking middle-aged man whose aura was restrained, and whose cultivation sat at the innate realm. He could not stop himself from asking why a man with such skill was content to farm. The man, whose name was Wang Chiol, looked startled enough to nearly drop his tool. Then he smiled simply and said they had it wrong, that he was no man of the Jianghu, only a peasant who grew crops. That answer struck the 3 of them as flat nonsense. A man plainly carrying martial arts was insisting he was an ordinary farmer. Munjagyum stepped in, reached out, and gripped the man's shoulder, meaning to haul him up and test him. He could not shift him a hair. He poured his grandmaster-level cultivation into it and pushed harder. Feeling the strain on his shoulder, Wang Cheol assumed they were comparing strength. He grinned, circulated the force exertion method he had learned from the martial canon, and jolted his whole body at once. A vast force erupted and threw Munjagyom stumbling backward. The elder caught his balance and stared in disbelief. He had just spent a grandmaster's power and not only failed to budge the man but got flung like a leaf. The farmer was plainly only at the innate realm, a whole major realm beneath him. Unless the man had buried his true cultivation and was secretly a great grandmaster, or something out of the celestial being realm. Wang Qiao hurried forward, worried, asking whether he was hurt. Munjagyom recovered and pressed him. He wanted to know for certain that this was no Jianghu man, and where on earth he had gotten such skill. Wang Qiao smiled honestly and threw up his hands. He really was no fighter, he explained, and every scrap of this came from the system, and he had only been cultivating a few months. Farming had gotten so much easier since. Then he guessed they must be out of towners. When Moonjog asked, plainly baffled, what the system even was, Wang Qiao said only that the system was the system. The moment it left his mouth, Wang Qiao understood these three had never met it. Remembering that binding a newcomer earned him 300 energy points, he brightened right up. He told them he happened to have a system seed on hand, and that they would understand everything once they bound it. Moonjog asked, startled whether they could really have the system too. Of course, Wang Qiao said, as long as they passed its approval. He pulled a seed from the maul and pressed it into the elder's palm. Moonjog held the seed, hesitated a long moment, and bound it anyway. The interface bloomed open in his mind, and his eyes flew wide with disbelief. When he found the messenger and the forum inside, the shock crashed clean through his composure. He could only stammer that such a thing should not exist, that it was unthinkable, that it linked every person across any distance. Surely, he said, only immortals could have made it. He lost himself in the forum for a long stretch before dragging himself out to poke at the other functions. Then the mall opened before him, wall after wall of densely packed secret manuals, and he marveled out loud. The Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system was monstrous. Cultivating to its Dao Seed realm granted a 500-year lifespan, and even its lowly body forging foundation establishment method was terrifying. The Sanong sect's own techniques were pitiful beside it. The strange sights of Zhangyang County made total sense at last. Watching their master's face flip through surprise and open praise, Zhu Wan and Sim Jiha itched with envy and asked whether they could have one too. Of course, Wang Qiao said, light gathering in his palm around a seed etched with mysterious patterns. Anyone the system recognizes can bind. Once the two of them bound in, they finally understood why a master who had seen so much cried out like a child. Their own reactions ran even wilder, eyes huge. They babbled that with this they would know the affairs of the world without leaving the house, and that the mall's divine manuals made their hands ache with wanting. Wang Qiao was not surprised in the least, since everyone came apart the first time. His own reaction, he admitted, had been worse than all three of theirs put together. Moonjog swallowed hard, his stare nailed to the divine manuals. Any random cultivation technique in here, loosed into the Jianghu, could trigger a bloodbath. These ran shoulder to shoulder with genuine immortal cultivation techniques, and they demanded no immortal aptitude at all. His eye caught on the Greenwood Eternal Spring Art. It was a Dao Seed system technique that could carry a cultivator to the Dao Seed realm. Best of all, it was built on the wood element that meshed with his own Sinong sect method. To buy it, he needed energy points, and he did not own a single one. So once he worked out how points were earned, he sold every technique he knew, all but the Sinong sect's legacy, straight into the mall. He even threw in the medicinal herb knowledge he had painstakingly compiled himself. Had a last thread of sanity not held, he would have sold the legacy techniques too. The Sanong sect's legacy ranked first class in the Jianghu, yet against the mall it was not worth the breath to mention. Perhaps not even the equal of that lowly body forging foundation establishment method. The name sounds like nothing, a mere trick for laying a foundation, but it is anything but ordinary. It grows faster the more people cultivate it, and it leads straight into an innate realm forged inside and out. That realm stands strong enough to match the Jianghu's current Grand Masters. It was the whole answer to why he, a full Grand Master, could not shift Wang Qiao at the innate realm. His sales netted 130,000 points. After buying the first 3 realms of the Greenwood Eternal Spring Art, he had only 20,000 left, a full 100,000 short of the Dao Seed realm portion. Poor. He was simply too poor. Moonjog had grown up inside the Shenong sect and risen to elder, and never once had he known the taste of having no money, until now. Suddenly he understood why the wealthy merchants were paying such prices for points. Points were scarce, and the system bred them agonizingly slowly. He had no idea how long he would wait to afford the technique. If others bought in and started cultivating first, he would be the one left behind, and in the Jianghu who does not burn to be first. He steadied himself, exited, and told Juwan and Sim Jiha in dead earnest that he had decided to stay in Zhangyang County. He would research and improve rice seeds and chase the system's grain task for more points. Juwan agreed at once that the Sanong sect's mastery of planting gave them a real edge. Better grain would earn heavy rewards, he said, and the reward was not a one-time thing, but would keep paying as long as they kept improving. Sim Jiha only groaned that they were too poor to afford a single manual and had to earn points fast. Scenes exactly like this one were repeating across every corner the system had touched. Meanwhile, a heavy piece of news tore through Ganyang Prefecture City. Baek Suyan, one of the 10 great young experts of the prefecture and ranked dead last at 10th, was going to challenge Go Bi, the man sitting at the very top. The word spread like a thunderclap. A dense crowd packed itself around the arena, everyone craning to study the two men and guess the outcome. The gambling dens filled fastest of all and threw open their betting lines. Most of the money poured on to Go Bi. Gamblers scoffed that Baek Suyan had lost to him only months back and could not have gained much since. And that Go Bai's family mystic ice-cold night saber was too strong to answer. A few still laid coin on the underdog, in case some lucky break had transformed him. Go Bai looked Baek Suyan over with open doubt, then let a confident smile spread. He asked why a man who had lost only months ago would challenge him again so soon. It was pointless, he said, because he could never win, and among the younger generation of the whole prefecture, he stood invincible. Baek Suyan smiled back, just as sure of himself. Anyone claiming to be invincible was only drunk on his own confidence, he answered. And anyone calling himself undefeated had simply never met a true expert. Today, he promised he would hand Go Bai his loss. Go Bai laughed coldly and reminded him that they both stood at the innate middle stage. In the same realm, he said, Baek Suyan could not beat him. Baek Suyan only raised an eyebrow and said that suited him fine, because he wanted to see exactly what the two of them were made of. Then Baek Suyan roared and moved. Golden light surged around him as he raised his palm and drove the blazing sunstar-shattering palm at Go Bi. The force seemed ready to set the sky alight. The strike condensed into the ghostly shadow of a great sun, its scorching wash bending the very air into ripples. Before it even arrived, Go Bai's pupils shrank. He had never expected his opponent to abandon his signature weapon for a palm technique he had never seen. The heat licking at his skin dropped a chill straight down his spine. With no time to think, he slashed out his mystic ice-cold night saber. Deep blue frost shimmered along the edge, and the frigid saber chi smashed head-on into the crimson palm energy. The ground fractured into a spiderweb as ice mist and sparks blew outward together. The pride of that saber, its extreme cold, melted under the blazing sun force like thin snow dropped into boiling water. Go Bai groaned low, the web of his thumb splitting, and staggered 3 steps back, his boot soles plowing furrows through the blue stone before he steadied. Baek Suyan came on like a rising tide, his palm shadows multiplying into a sky crowded with suns. Go Bai ground his teeth and swung to block, but the palm technique slid between real and illusion, impossible to read and impossible to dodge. His long saber tore free of his grip, drew a bright silver arc, and clattered down. A spear of golden light punched through him and flung him back like a kite with its string cut. He crashed down nearly 100 feet away, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He lay there dazed, unsure for a moment who he was or where. 10 moves. It had taken only 10 moves, and he had never touched the hem of the other man's robe. He forced himself up, eyes bloodshot, and roared that it was impossible. There was no way Baek Suyan had grown this strong. He was the one who should win, he snarled. So the other man must have used some filthy trick. Baek Suyan only sneered that if he was weak, he should train harder. Slandering a man in front of a whole crowd was laughable, he said. Go Bai had beaten him before purely because the Go family technique was more advanced, and now he could not lay a finger on him. The words drove Go Bai into a fury so hot he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He spat that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, and swore he would win it back. He lurched upright to charge in on unsteady legs. A figure blurred in like a ghost. Go Chongchan, head of the Go family, appeared at his son's side with a cold face and tapped one finger against the young man's neck. Go Bai's eyes rolled up as he folded into his father's arms. Go Chongchan swept Baek Suyan with a blade-cold glance and turned to go. Son cradled against him. Baek Suyan met that gaze with an easy, indifferent smile. Before long, he thought, even the father would be no match for him. He remembered how it had gone. Months back, after losing to Go Bai, he had left Gangneung Prefecture City to travel and hunt down a technique strong enough to lift him. In Zhongyang County, he stumbled into a system and traded for a peerless art out of its maw. Hard cultivation carried him straight from the innate early stage to the innate middle stage. His innate middle stage was nothing like the Zhenghu's ordinary version. It was the innate realm of the Dao Sieg martial arts cultivation system, far stronger than anything the old world knew. With the system still pushing him upward, even a grandmaster like Go Changchun might not put him down now. That was exactly why he ignored the man's threat. The onlookers stood stunned that Go Bai had folded so fast. One big bearded man kicked a wooden post and swore through his teeth that he had bet 100 pieces of silver on Gobai, only to watch the fool fail to last 10 moves. Others simply gaped and asked how Baek Suyeon's strength had turned so monstrous, how that palm had come down like the sun falling out of the sky. A middle-aged man in a green robe named Yu Jong shoved his way to the front. He announced loudly, on purpose, that he had the inside story. Baek Suyeon owed all of it to the system, he said, and that palm had been the blazing sunstar-shattering palm, bought straight from the system mall. When the crowd swarmed him demanding to know what this system was, Yu Jung bellowed for everyone to relax. He had system seeds right here to give away free, he shouted. And once they bound in, they could buy any divine skill they liked. The crowd lit up and clamored for one. Real or fake, they wanted it. Baek Suyeon nearly boiled over on the sidelines. He had challenged Gobai for revenge, yes, but also to manufacture exactly this crowd so he could push his own seeds and earn points. Now a stranger had jumped in front of him to hand out seeds first, which was nothing but stealing his business. Just like that, the expert's dignity evaporated. Baek Suyeon plastered on a grin and shouted over the noise. Did they want to know how he got strong so fast? Then they should hurry to him. His seeds were the authentic ones, he promised, and binding one would make them as powerful as he was. The crowd instantly redirected and swarmed him instead. He could not stop smiling as he watched what looked like a tide of energy points rushing his way. Yu Jung's face went dark and he roared that there was no difference between seeds. If they all clumped over there, the others would bind first. He shouted at them to seize the moment, because it was first come first served, and a single step late meant losing at the starting line. A few near the front grabbed seeds and bound in. One of them shot straight up with a wild yelp, gaping that the system was incredible, and the mall was stuffed with peerless divine skills. No wonder Baek Suyeon had climbed so fast, he cried, and giving away free seeds actually earned points. On the spot, the man did the arithmetic. If he sold his own techniques to the mall, he could buy seeds and then hand them out to earn points. His eyes blazed as he dumped his techniques for a credit of 1,110 points, bought seeds, and started passing them around. More people copied the model. The quickest-witted said nothing at all and took off running for other quarters of the city, reasoning that opening a fresh market beat fighting over this crowded one. The hosts scattered in every direction. Before long, the whole of Gangneung Prefecture City was gripped by a seed-distributing frenzy, every street and alley talking of nothing but the system. Inside the Go family compound, Go Chong-chan had gathered the heads of the prefecture's other three great families, Song Kyung-ha, Ha Myung-chol, and Dang Ich-chun. Once they were seated, he swept his gaze across them. He asked what they made of the fairness system everyone was suddenly discussing. Song Kyung-ha's eyes flickered, and his voice carried admiration. The thing was genuinely miraculous, he said. Likely an immortal's work, packed with countless divine manuals that could lift a man's strength to rival a true cultivator. Ha Myung-chol agreed at once. Its Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system granted a 500-year lifespan to anyone who reached the Dao Seed realm, he added. The very blazing sun-star-shattering palm that beat Go Chung-chan's son had come out of that store. Go Chung-chan's face went dark instantly, and he pressed them. They all had to understand that a large-scale spread would finish the four families, he said, and asked whether that did not worry them. Dang Ich-cheon asked, curious, what the man intended to do about it. Go Cheongshan sneered out his plan. He would seed rumors that binding the fairness system left a person open to possession and control, so people would unbind it of their own accord. Then the families could keep the system clamped in their own fists, since those ants did not deserve it anyway. Song Kyung-ha went quiet a beat, then probed gently. He complimented the idea, then asked whether Go Chung-chung truly understood the system, and whether he had not, perhaps, failed to bind it himself. Go Chung-chan's eyes paused and he shot back too fast that of course he had not failed to bind it. Dang Ich-cheon, Song Kyung-ha, and Ha Myung-chol traded a single loaded glance. Dang Ich-cheon spoke first, saying they would consider the proposal and take their leave for the day. He rose and walked out. Song Kyung-ga and Ha Myung-chol stood and followed, leaving Go Chung-chung's ugly expression behind them without a backward look. Once the three were well clear of the gate, Go Chung-chung hurled his teacup to shards and cursed that the idiots were not worth scheming with. Out past the Go family gate, Dang Ich-cheon turned to the other two and suggested they add each other on the messenger for easy follow-up. They finished adding friends in moments and spun up a fresh group chat. The instant they were inside, Song Young-ha opened with the obvious. Go Chung-chung could not bind the fairness system himself, he said, and wanted to drag their three families down with him, which was wishful thinking. Ha Myung-chul agreed that the Go family had always thrown its weight around. Plenty of its disciples had surely done enough wrong to fail the binding, he said. This was an opening for the rest of them, because a family hoarding that many resources was overdue to step aside. Dang Ichin added that resources in the prefecture were finite. Whatever the Go family held, the rest of them lacked, so this was the moment to topple them. The fairness system had hit their families hard, he admitted, but their years of accumulation still put them ahead of the common folk, whose points they could always mop up with a little money. Song Kyung-ha said they had to expose Go Chang-chan's scheme so everyone could see his true colors. Ha Myung-chul answered that he had recorded the whole conversation. He would edit it and post it to the forum at once, so the world could get a good look at that face. Sunlight pours across the courtyard of the JC Medical Hall, while I sit cross-legged inside a faint halo of law. My 129,600 world seeds shine bright. 100 great Tao laws slide across their surfaces like silver snakes. After a long while, I open my eyes, breathe out a lungful of stale air, and feel the light sharpen behind them. With every new subsystem, my deductive power grows heavier. My hosts, desperate for points, have sold off oceans of precious secret manuals, and I have skimmed no small amount of inspiration from them. It is true, after all, that only by gathering the wisdom of the crowd does a man walk further. I open the forum, and a trending topic catches me, that Go Chang-chan's conspiracy has been exposed. I tap in, and the comments have already detonated. People are calling him frantic for spreading rumors to deceive everyone, all because he cannot bind the system himself. They have memorized his sneer about ants and swear they will never sell the Go family a single point. A family this arrogant, they reason, must have done enough evil to fail the binding, which is the whole reason he panicked. I read the wall of fury and laughed from the belly. Satisfying. Toppling the vested interests is already bearing fruit, and under the tide of the fairness system they cannot resist. They can only be carried along. The current functions are not perfect yet. I want to add new ones that bind people even tighter, and at the same time, quietly speed up how fast they burn their points. I have comprehended 100 great Tao laws now, so this is the moment for a top-to-bottom upgrade. I did not expect the spread to move this fast. Already deep into Gangneung Prefecture. This world is vast and thinly peopled, its roads slow so goods and news crawl. The system's gift of talking across 1,000 mountains and rivers is a large part of why everyone is so hungry for it. These hosts really will do anything for points, which only proves once more that real interest is the only thing that lights people up. I open the back end and see the count of the bound sitting above 35 million, and I suck in a breath. The growth is obscene. Gangneung Prefecture holds at most 70 million people counting the hidden households. That means nearly half of everyone alive here already carries the system. Then I check the points and read 130 billion, and I let the tension out of my shoulders. With the subsystems multiplying, the harvest only accelerates. At least I no longer have to lie awake worrying the reward chest will run dry. Excitement flickers through me, a faint light rising off my body as the phantoms of 100 great Tao laws surface and sink. Now I can finally cut loose and deduce the great Tao, and let the fairness system show what it truly is. Before I dive fully into the great Tao, though, I decide to push the fairness system up to version 4 first. I want functions that let everyone climb their cultivation faster, and in the same stroke, spend their points faster, so the whole engine turns in a healthy loop. I reach out and connect every subsystem at once, waking their idle computing power. More than 30 million of them fire up together like 30 million cheat brains switched on, in a single instant. The tide of raw calculation crashes in. For a moment it feels as if there is nothing in this world I could not deduce and dismantle. I gather myself and pour everything into the work. Countless streams of data flashing and reordering before my eyes as the new version takes shape. When I finish walking through the Fairness System version 4, a satisfied smile settles on my lips. It is carried on the subsystem computing power matrix, built from those 30 million subsystems, and after 3 full days of deduction, the new build is finally whole. Beside the old model, version 4 is a total rebirth. Energy storage and conversion efficiency leapt 100-fold, and the deduction power took a qualitative jump. Past the raw performance, it gained a short video feed and map navigation, and the messenger now carries video and voice calls. Most of all, it gained 2 brand new functions. The first is the enlightenment space. For 100,000 points, a host can trade for a 10-second immersive enlightenment. That space is laced with the great Tao laws I have already comprehended, so it deepens the affinity between a host and the Tao itself. Better still, it links to the subsystem computing power matrix and dramatically quickens the speed of thought. It is a cultivation divine artifact in a host's pocket. For me, it matters just as much. Every insight a user earns in that space sinks straight back to me and helps me grasp the laws faster. It is like turning every host alive into my assistant, and I do not spend a scrap of my own energy to collect what they find. A clean win on both ends. The second is storage space. A host spends 100,000 points for a single cubic meter, and every cubic meter after that costs a full million. Once I confirm everything runs clean, I push version 4 out to every host with a thought. In an instant, the upgrade notice blooms across more than 30 million interfaces. Then I post a task in the task call to improve the map. Out in his paddy, Munjagyum was caked in mud, bent over the seedlings like the oldest of farmers, checking their growth. The upgrade notice popped up in front of him and he clicked to accept. The new interface stunned him so badly, his grip went slack, and he never noticed the hoe hit the dirt. He sucked in a breath and muttered that the enlightenment space was flat out a cultivation divine artifact. With enough points, he said, breaking through realms would be as easy as pie, but he was penniless and could not afford a single one of these wonders. He rallied fast, his gaze hardening again. The grain seed improvement was close to bearing fruit, he told himself, and when it landed he would finally have a mountain of points. He bent, picked up his hoe, and went back to the field. Song Kyung-ha stared at the freshly updated functions, nearly drooling with want. They were all treasures, he groaned, and he had nowhere near enough points. He had spent a fortune buying points these past days, but the Song family ran huge, its consumption bottomless. For the first time in his life, a man sitting on a billion-coin fortune felt his pockets were empty. It was absurd, he said out loud, that he, Song Kyung-ha, felt like a pauper for the very first time. He resolved to buy harder and send his family's disciples farther out to promote the system and run map tasks. Inside the system, points were strength, and a man without them was just a beggar in silk. That storage space, he added, was so magical he ached for it. A magic treasure out of immortal legend. He posted a task to the family group ordering everyone to go earn more points. Seo Songun stood wrapped in the aura of the innate realm peak and still could not hide the anxiety in his eyes. He clenched his fists and told himself he could not keep wasting time. He was already on the verge of breaking into the Divine Sea realm, and with the system's help, he believed he could soon climb from Divine Sea to the Dao Seed realm. But leaning only on the points the system bred on its own, there was no telling how many years he would wait to afford a Dao Seed realm technique. He remembered a line burning up the forum that in an age of fierce competition, one step slow means every step slow. And his chest tightened harder. They were right, he decided. If he did not fight forward now, he would lose completely. He turned on his heel and strode off, resolved to leave his hometown and promote the system elsewhere to earn the points and force his breakthrough. Scenes just like it were playing out in every corner of Gangnam Prefecture. Shop owners scrambled to reset their buying prices. Noble sons hurriedly packed to travel, and the tea houses emptied of idle gossip and filled with nothing but talk of earning points. The whole prefecture was wound tight as a spring. I stopped watching the world twitch and casually closed the system. A sweep of my divine sense tells me Little Yellow is nowhere in the medical hall. I rub my aching temples and mutter that after 3 straight days of deduction I am wrecked. Since the dog is out anyway, I decide to head to the Drunken Spring Pavilion myself for good wine, good food, and a massage after. Here I am, living worse than my own dog. I have worked hard for a long stretch, so what is the harm in enjoying myself once in a while? Call it a healthy balance of labor and rest. I straighten my robes, step out of the medical hall, and walk toward the pavilion. On the street, the changes the system has carved into Chongsan Town are everywhere. The beggars who once lined every corner have vanished, and so have the swaggering thugs and hoodlums. Everyone knows martial arts now, and who would risk doing evil only to get beaten to a pulp? People move with a light, easy step, all of them looking healthy and full of spirit. Clusters gather by the roadside arguing over the version 4 update. One man doubts the new enlightenment in storage spaces could really be so strong. Another snaps that after everything the system has done, he is still doubting. The first insists he only doubts because he is too curious and too broke to try it. Someone breaks in that the Im family, the Zhou family, and the Huang family are all buying points like madmen now, each outbidding the last. Another slaps his own leg in regret. He moans that early on, when it was 1 copper coin per point, he sold 100. And thinking of it now, it feels like robbery he committed against himself. An old man sighs with real sorrow. He tells the group that his son broke his left hand as a child, and they had no money then to treat it, so the hand is useless now. He does not know what realm a person must reach for it to heal. He wishes only that the mall held some cultivation technique that could restore the body and regrow a severed limb. The man beside him shakes his head and tells him to stop chasing impossible dreams. No such magical technique could exist, he says, and if it did, it would take an impossibly high realm to work. I stand off to the side and take it all in, and pride swells in my chest. Every one of these changes came from my hand, and it turns out remaking the world really does feel this good. Still, that old man's wish sticks. A technique for body restoration and limb rebirth might genuinely be worth deducing, because the world is full of the maimed, and a working art like that would rewrite countless fates at once. I stretch until my whole body cracks loose. After the attendants work the knots out of my back, I feel a refreshment I could not describe if I tried. The fatigue of 3 sleepless days swept clean away. No wonder Little Yellow keeps sneaking off here, even taking secret hauling jobs to pay for it. I wobble toward the front entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, and the second I step through the door I see him bounding over. Delighted. My stomach drops. My eyes dart around. I slam a stern expression onto my face and close the distance 2 steps at a time. I scold the little rascal that I had searched the whole pavilion looking for him, that I thought he had finally turned over a new leaf. And here he is the instant I walk out. Little Yellow skids to a stop, ears and tail drooping, and lets out 2 pitiful whines. I tell him to drop the wounded act and get home, and I give his head a light pat. That one careless pat is my undoing. With that sensitive nose of his, Little Yellow catches the trace of a woman's powder on me and erupts into furious barking. He bounces on all fours, his drooping ears and tail springing bolt upright. I hurry to explain, stern-faced, that he should not bark nonsense, that I only went inside to find him and picked up a bit of scent by accident. Then I clock the sidelong looks from the crowd and the smothered snickering, and a wave of pure embarrassment rolls over me. Small mercy that Little Yellow cannot talk yet, because being screamed at by a dog with words would be so much worse. I fake my composure and shout for him to come home. I tell the whole street to see for themselves that I came here only to catch him and drag him back. Then I turn and stride for the medical hall without another glance at the still protesting dog. A few days of rest put my energy and spirit fully back, and I decide to deduce a set of protective divine abilities. With my first real grip on the great Tao laws, and the subsystem computing power matrix behind me, I am more than able to build divine abilities out of the laws I hold. Their power will be thin at first, but as my understanding deepens, I can keep sharpening and strengthening them. I lay my foundation on the law of time, the law of space, the 5 elements laws, and the yin and yang laws. Then I fuse the others in to forge abilities for attack, defense, healing, and movement. The point is to turn raw law power into things that actually bite in a fight. Day after day, I study the laws and shape the abilities, and after a long grind of trial and failure, a whole series finally comes together. The 5-colored divine light I model on the famous ability of the legendary Gongsun. His 5-colored light could reportedly sweep even a saint aside, a terrifying thing. Mine rests on the 5 elements laws and the law of space, the power of the 5 elements turning without pause. Any magical artifact or living creature caught inside those elements can be drawn straight into the ability's own space, a supreme method for trapping an enemy. The great 5 elements destruction divine light and the great yin-yang destruction divine light come next. The first reverses the mutual generation of the 5 elements. The second overturns the balance of yin and yang. Each erupts in raw destruction like a chaotic torrent birthing a world, grinding everything it crosses to dust. The yin-yang taiji diagram takes the yin and yang laws as its heart. Its black and white fish turns slowly inside the void realm as the 2 chi braid and flow. It can swallow all things into the diagram and dissolve them, or set an unbreakable barrier against attack. The time-space divine art fuses the wonders of the law of time and the law of space. My figure moves like a ghost, quick as lightning, even short-hopping through space itself, so I can advance or retreat on a battlefield with nothing to guard against it. The heaven and earth creation technique is the crowning fusion of time, yin and yang, 5 elements, and life. It is a holy art of healing and recovery, and once released it feels like creation reborn, mending even the gravest wound in moments. My grasp of the laws is still shallow, so none of these are earth-shaking yet. I will have to keep perfecting them and feeding them power over time. As the law light around me thins and fades, I open my eyes and land right on Little Yellow feasting a short way off. I wave a hand and a streak of 5-colored divine light shoots at his food bowl. In a blink, the bowl and everything in it vanish without a trace. He stares at the bare ground, stunned, then barks in a panic and starts running frantic circles around the spot. Grinning, I flick my wrist and the bowl drops back into place. The instant he trots up happily, The light flashes again, and it is gone once more. After several rounds, he finally works out that I am toying with him, and he barks straight at me, his fluffy tail trembling with rage. I laugh and pour it on, making the bowl appear and disappear more than 10 times running. His fur stands fully on end, and he bounces and spins in place, wild with frustration. Enjoying his fury, I give one grand sweep of my hand, and the 5-colored divine light swells and pulls little yellow himself into the ability's space. I nod, pleased with how cleanly it takes him, then release him. As the light scatters, he plops onto the ground in a heap. I squat and pat his bristling back, telling him to settle down and go eat, that I was only testing a divine ability I just built. His eyes dart around, and then he barks in sudden excitement, tail carving urgent arcs through the air. I ask, genuinely startled, whether he actually wants to bind to the fairness system, and I go on guard at once. A dog this rowdy could cause a real disaster with the system in his paws. I demand he lay out exactly what he means to do with it. He seems to have rehearsed this, raising his voice into a torrent of barking, claws scratching at the ground for emphasis. I translate it back to him. He wants to lean on the system to learn and cultivate faster, so he can break into the divine sea realm sooner and finally speak. I eye him with deep suspicion, since it is genuinely hard to believe this dog suddenly loves study, and yet the reason, turned over a few times, does hold together. After a moment, I tell him seriously that I will let him bind, but only on terms. He has to cultivate in earnest and reach the divine sea realm as fast as he can. If he fails, I will uninstall the whole thing, and under no circumstance is he ever to reveal on the system that he is a dog. He nods over and over, ears rigid, eyes swimming with flattery, tail beaten into a blur. I flick a special system seed off my fingertip, and it sinks into the space between his brows. Once I confirm he is bound in and is buried in learning the functions, I leave him to it, and turn away. Out in Gangyang Town, on the border where Jangyang Prefecture meets Gangyang Prefecture, a great grandmaster named Seo Wang came home. He was the 8th-ranked expert of the whole Jin state, back from years of wandering. As he walked the streets of his hometown, he saw a young man busily handing out system seeds while the townsfolk scrambled after them with fanatical eyes. Seo Wang's face went cold on the spot. His years on the road had made scenes like this all too familiar. Evil cults using slippery tricks to bewitch people's hearts and rip families apart. He thundered at the young man, demanding what audacity let him spread a cult in Gangyang Town and deceive its people. Did he not know this was Seo Wang's own hometown? The shout cracked out like a thunderclap and snapped the fanatical crowd back to their senses. The young man distributing seeds, Seo Songgan, was startled too. He looked up in confusion and asked whether the newcomer meant him. Seo Wang said he meant exactly him, a cultist running wild in Gangyang Town who had not even asked whose ground he stood on. Today he promised the boy would taste his power, and he stepped forward with clenched fists. Seo Songgan raised an eyebrow and looked the man over, surprised. So this was Seo Wang, the 8th expert of the Jin state. The great hero had it all wrong, he said, because this was no cult, only a man giving away seeds. Seo Wang snorted with contempt that he had seen plenty of smooth-tongued cultists, and no amount of eloquence would save this one today. The townsfolk pressed forward to vouch for the young man, insisting he really was only handing out seeds and truly was no cult. Their perfect unison only made Seo Wang's temples pound, because it looked exactly like the bewitched followers he had seen before. More certain than ever that these people were spellbound, killing intent surged through him. Without another word, he swung a fist at Seo Songgan. Seo Songgan's face turned solemn, but excitement flashed underneath it. He had only just broken into the divine sea realm and had been itching for a chance to test himself, and a great grandmaster made the perfect sparring partner. He gave no ground and threw a punch straight into the incoming blow. The two forces met with a dull, thunder-deep concussion, and the onlookers scrambled back in fright to clear a space. The two men traded a single grim look and clashed again, fist shadows flying, collision after collision rolling out like continuous thunder. Terrifying power spilled in every direction and split the ground with one ugly crack after another. Both of them kept enough control to spare the commoners around them. Then a figure was hurled through the air and slammed into the earth. It was Seo Wang, spitting a mouthful of blood, staring at Seo Songgan in pure disbelief. He could not accept that a young man not yet 20 had just beaten him. Seo Songgan drew his palms back and stood still. He thanked the great hero for the match and repeated that he was no cultist, only a man giving out seeds. He suggested the man try binding one himself, since it might carry his cultivation higher, and tossed a seed over. Seo Wang caught it, hesitated, and decided to do as the young man said and bind the system just to see what all of this was. The instant it took, his eyes flew wide and his mouth fell open. He could not stop exclaiming that the system was astonishing, stuffed with divine techniques and secret manuals, and he cried out over and over as he raced through the interface. Now at last he understood why the people of Gangyang Town were so fanatical, and how a man this young carried such cultivation. With a system like this, he thought even a pig might cultivate itself into a flying divine pig. He had prided himself on crossing the Jin state and its neighbor countries with a wide and worldly knowledge, and yet he had never once seen or even heard of the thing in front of him. Without a word, he uploaded every technique he owned to the mall to sell, then spent the points on the 9-yang heaven-burning art. The moment the manual bloomed in his mind, he gasped. The technique was simply too powerful, and the Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system behind it was more unheard of still. He wondered what kind of genius had built a cultivation system like this. It was so unlike traditional immortal cultivation, demanding no aptitude and open to anyone, its final ceiling set only by a person's own effort and points. Then he looked at his remaining balance of under 80,000 points, and a bitter thought surfaced, that a poor wretch is not worthy of cultivation. Poor. Too poor. He needed a mountain of points. All at once it clicked. This was exactly why Seo Sangan stood so high yet kept desperately handing out seeds in the street. The young man was starved for points too. Seo Wang got to his feet fast, threw Seo Sangan an apologetic look, and cupped his fists. He had been offensive just now, he said, and begged him not to hold it against him. Seo Sangan waved it off with a magnanimous hand. No one could be blamed for not knowing, he said, and the great hero had only been thinking of his fellow villagers. Seo Wang nodded, then turned to the surrounding crowd and bellowed at the top of his lungs. He too had free system seeds, he shouted, and anyone who wanted one should hurry over and take it. Whether handing out seeds cost a great grandmaster his dignity did not trouble him at all. What was a great grandmaster's pride even worth, measured against points? Seo Sangan's lips twitched, and he grumbled inwardly that yet another competitor had shown up. Refusing to be outdone, he raised his own voice and threw himself back into distributing seeds with even more fervor. Somewhere in his paddy, Munjagyom's face was flushed red with laughter. Ignoring the mud coating him, he danced along the ridge of the field, whooping that the rice seed improvement had succeeded and the yield had come in at a full 1,000 caddies an acre. After so many days and nights, he crowed. It was finally done. Ju Wan's voice shook with excitement, his eyes fixed on the golden ears of rice. Sim Jiha was more thrilled still, hopping in place with her braids swinging. Now they could claim the reward, she said, and with so many points their future cultivation was secure. Munjagyom wiped the sweat from his face. First they had to upload the cultivation video, the experimental data, and the methods to the system task hall, he told them. Because once the review passed, a massive haul of points would be theirs. The three exchanged a look and sprang into motion, eager to submit. I am lying stretched out in a rocking chair savoring the afternoon, when a system notification chimes. Someone has completed the rice seed improvement task. I check it once with my divine sense, confirming through the uploaded video, data, and methods that the task really is done. Then I cross-check it against the back-end monitoring and find a reality matches the submission perfectly. I sit bolt upright, my whole expression turning grave. Food is the first necessity of the people. Only once food and clothing are settled can everything else grow. And for me, a man who means to overturn this world and rewrite its rules, food matters more than almost anything. With a high-yield rice seed like this, the transformation of the world only accelerates. I look over the profiles of Munjagyom and his two disciples and praise them under my breath. The Sinong sect truly does have real skill. An achievement like this deserves a heavy reward, a system-wide commendation to set the example for everyone, and a flat grant of 100 million energy points. This rice, I decide, will be named Munjagyom rice, so that both the tangible profit and the honor land in full. Fame and fortune should arrive together and pull far more people into creation and invention. With that settled, I set about writing the system commendation notice. A commendation notice bloomed inside the Fairness System Mission Hall, wreathed in auspicious clouds and radiant color. A thread of celestial music played beneath it. It congratulated Munjakyan, Ju Wan, and Shim Jiha for cultivating a strain of rice that yielded 1,000 pounds per acre. The system named the strain Munjakyan rice and awarded them 100 million energy points, urging them to develop better crops still. The news tore through the more than 80 million system hosts in a single breath. Within moments, It sat at the top of the trending lists on both the forum and the video feed. The comment sections drowned in one collective roar of envy and awe, half the hosts stunned that a mere invention paid out 100 million, the other half vowing to start inventing too. Moonja Qian and his 2 disciples stared at the notice with flushed faces and trembling hands. 100 million energy points, plus a public commendation on top, was more than they had ever dared to dream. Moonja Qian had once carried a little fame. At his peak, though, perhaps 100,000 people had known his name, and now every system host across the realm knew all 3 of them. He told the 2 of them, loud with excitement, that they had to keep working. They would breed even better seed and push Moonjakian rice into every corner they could reach. Ju Wan and Shim Jiha answered in unison that they would, calling him master. Then Shim Jiha's eyes lit with a sudden idea. He said the 3 of them alone were limited. If every disciple of the whole Sinong sect bound to the system, their cultivation would leap forward, and far more hands could research the crops together. Moonjakian seized on it at once, nodding hard. They would finish the rice promotion first, he said, then rush back to the Sinong sect to bind everyone and mobilize the entire order. To men who now measured time and energy points, every idle hour was a loss. 3 months later, inside the Sinong sect, Moonjakian and the 2 returned from the fields without pausing to rest. He could barely wait to lay the system before sect leader Li Hyun and the 6 elders. When their faces filled with doubt, he stopped explaining and simply exchanged 7 system seeds, handing them over to bind. They complied half in disbelief. The instant the interface unfolded, the system functions and the profound cultivation techniques stocked in the mall came into view. Every one of them went wide-eyed with shock and wild joy. Li Hyun stared at the mall's techniques, his breathing gone ragged, and then he slammed the table. He declared he would make a decision that betrayed his own ancestors. The whole sect would upload and sell every cultivation technique it owned, legacy techniques included, and convert all of it into energy points. He ordered the disciples thrown fully into crop research and sent people out to spread the system everywhere so the sect could seize the moment and profit. The 7 elders echoed their agreement, and not one objected to selling the legacy techniques. In their hearts, they knew the sect's own methods were nothing beside the top-tier secret manuals in them all. While their techniques still held any value, cashing them in fast was the wise move. If those methods became worthless in the system's eyes, or someone else uploaded them first, the loss would be brutal. These were old veterans steeped in the martial world for decades. And interests like these they grasped at a single glance. I am somewhere else entirely, standing over Little Yellow, with my palms sweating. All this stretch of time, with the system feeding him, Little Yellow's strength has climbed in leaps. Right now he is breaking through into the Divine Sea realm. A dazzling yellow light erupts around him. A powerful aura spreads out and snaps back under restraint. Then he slowly opens his eyes and calls out to me, "Master," in a voice I have never heard from him before. I am ridiculously excited, telling him he has finally reached the Divine Sea realm and can actually speak. He crows that he really can talk now, then goes bouncing and circling around me, tail whirling like a propeller. I kill my own smile fast and warn him, dead serious, that he can never speak carelessly out in the open. If someone mistakes him for a dog demon and puts him down, that is the whole tragedy right there. He shrinks his neck in fright, ears drooping, and swears he will keep his mouth shut outside. Mischievous as he is, the little glutton has never once let me down when it counted. I tell him to go stabilize his realm first. Once he leaves, I slump into my rocking chair to scroll the video feed in the forum, out of pure boredom. Then a clip snaps me upright, my gaze sharpening like a hawk's. It shows a barren mountain out in Jangyang Prefecture, and through the shaking camera I make out a tomb sheathed in runes. I stroke my chin and mutter that a cultivator's burial site really does look like exactly this, a hot light kindling behind my eyes. But I smother the urge just as fast, telling myself there is no rush and I should watch a while first. By now, with the subsystem computing power matrix carrying the load, I have deduced 512 Great Tao laws out of the martial arts secret manuals I have gathered. That leaves me 2,488 short of 3,000. The so-called 3,000 Great Tao laws is only a rough figure, though. In truth, the laws of this world are as vast as the sea, far more than 3,000. If I could get my hands on some genuinely profound cultivation secret manuals, I might comprehend far more, since the Great Tao hidden inside cultivation manuals runs deeper than anything in ordinary martial arts. At the world-saving medical hall, I look at the gaudy floral pants stretched over Little Yellow and feel my brow twitch. I tell him the cultivator's tomb is genuinely dangerous. and that he would be better off staying at the hall. He lifts his head, tail wagging, eyes full of resolve, insisting that with him along he can definitely help. Helpless, I try another angle and ask if he can at least take off the flowery pants, since dressed like that he is far too eye-catching. A dog in floral pants is a walking eyesore. Standing next to him guarantees every head in the crowd turns. He tilts his head and refuses outright, righteous as anything. He informs me that he learned from 2 dog etiquette manuals that he must strive to be a dog of manners and style. One was titled How to Be a Cultured, Moral, High-Quality 3-Virtue Dog. The other, How to Become a 3-Good Model Dog. I have nothing left to say. After a long pause, I can only grind out that he is right, and we may as well go. The reason I am handling this myself is simple. The current crop of system hosts is still far too weak. Pressing a cultivator's technique and manual away would be hopeless for them, and most could not even get through the tomb's front door. If I want the immortal cultivation secret manual inside, the only sensible move is to go in person. Janghyung Prefecture, where the tomb has surfaced, is already packed shoulder to shoulder. I had hoped to slip into the crowd unnoticed, but Little Yellow in his floral pants is a walking billboard in full color. The surprised, curious, prying stares from every direction feel like fine needles pricking me all over. After a while, I settled down anyway. With a dog like him drawing eyes for months, I am practically numb to it by now. I sigh inwardly and accept it, because a man has to endure his own dog no matter how ridiculous. I sweep the crowd with my divine sense, and there are well over 1,000 people here. Most are system hosts who rushed over on the rumor of the tomb, all nursing dreams of getting rich overnight. Some hope to find an immortal technique to cultivate, others plan to sell it straight to the system mall for a mountain of energy points. Still others reason that the Dao Seed martial arts system has only been built out to the Dao Seed realm, so its ceiling is uncertain, and immortal cultivation feels the surer bet. The longing for immortal cultivation has piled up across millions of years, and that pull does not reverse in a day. I also spot Seo Sangan, So Muhan, Baek Suyan, and Seo Wang among the crowd. Every one of them has already stepped into the Divine Sea realm. 3 of the Jin State's top 10 experts have come as well. There is the 3rd-ranked Sword God, his sword Chi reined in but edged with hidden menace. There is the 5th-ranked Spear King, planted on his weapon, his aura surging like a rainbow. And there is the 10th-ranked Cloud Dream Fairy, So Wandang veiled in gauze with a cold immortal Chi swirling around her. All 3 have reached the Great Grandmaster realm, and none of them has bound a system. I look up and study the tomb carefully. The formation patterns wind and interlace across the burial mound into a protective array. Through it I confirm at a glance that this is indeed a cultivator's tomb. An earthquake must have cracked one corner open and let it be found. A faint light screen flickers at the fracture, and the many scars of past attacks show that someone has already tried to break the formation. Damaged as it is, the array still stubbornly guards the tomb, and has not been breached. Then Seo Wang leaps up, his figure rising to hover in midair, and shouts to the crowd. They have all come from afar for this cultivator's tomb and the immortal technique inside, he calls out. But the formation still stands and the tomb remains sealed, so only by breaking the array together can any of them enter. The sword god agrees at once, his sword intent surging as he lifts his sword fingers and asks everyone to lend their strength. The Spear King answers that this is exactly how it should be. Then he grips his spear, steps forward, and drives it into the formation with a blaze of spear light. At that, everyone attacks, so Wandang waves a jade-pale hand and sends her true chi coiling out as silk ribbons. Seo Sungan's palm crackles with thunder as he strikes. Seo Wang unleashes the 9-yang heaven-burning art, his fist booming toward the array like a rising sun. The rest are not to be outdone, and fist power, palm winds, saber energy, and sword chi hammer the light screen like a storm of rain. My own gaze fixes on one faint flaw in the pattern. I channel my true force and strike it with a single palm. The light screen shatters inch by inch, brilliance bursts outward, and the whole array dissolves into drifting motes of starlight. The moment it breaks, Seo Wang, the sword god, and the others flicker and shoot toward the tomb like arrows loosed from a string. Someone yells that the formation is down, and over 1,000 people surge forward, shoving and jostling toward the opening. I take my time and walk. Beside me, Little Yellow jumps with anxiety, barking while firing messages at me through the system messenger, begging me to hurry before every treasure is snatched away. I answer him calmly. A cultivator's tomb ringed by an outer formation is bound to be crammed with traps inside. The ones charging ahead are conveniently scouting the path for us, and even if someone grabs an immortal technique, we can simply take it back. He gets it instantly, stops fretting, and pads along at my side with his floral pants swaying at every step. Not long past the entrance, the sight ahead makes my scalp prickle. Arrows thick as a bull's rim pack the corridor, their cold tips glowing in eerie green. Dozens of corpses hang pinned to the stone walls, blood congealing into dark pools below, and the air reeks of it. Little Yellow's fur stands on end, and he shivers, because arrows like these would maul even a divine Sea Realm cultivator. He tells me, admiringly, that my wisdom saved us, and that these people cleared the mines on our behalf. I give a non-committal grunt, sweep him up in a gust of true force, and fly us deep into the passage. Past that murderous stretch, we come into a broad burial chamber with a high vaulted ceiling. The instant we enter, wisps of illusory power slide into the sea of consciousness like spirit snakes. The space-time realm keeps my mind clear and untouched. I look around, and the people who came in ahead are already unraveling. Some stand frozen with dull, empty eyes. Others slash wildly at nothing but air, their shrill screams tangling with the whistle of blades. Right then, Little Yellow lets out an intoxicated cry beside me. He praises some phantom for a superb technique and promises this master will reward it richly later. I glance down to find him squinting, tail wagging in bliss, floating on air. A vein throbs at my temple. I condense a thread of true force at my fingertip and drive it precisely into the center of his brow, and the illusory power wrapped around his soul dissolves in an instant. He blinks up at me, all guilt, asking what just happened to him. Then he catches the chaos of people either raving or standing stunned, his tail going stiff as he yelps that this must be an illusion formation. I give a cold grunt of confirmation. I study the mess ahead and my brow furrows, because counting on this bunch to scout the way is clearly a dead end. Still, I cannot just stand here and let them all die. These people are green, tender leeks, ripe for the harvesting. No, wrong. They are my beloved co-workers and sworn brothers, and I need them alive to keep generating value for my future enterprise. With that settled, I lift into the air, my gaze raking the chamber while my mind races through the deduction. It pins down the illusion formation's core. A moment later, I strike out 4 consecutive palms in 4 directions. The array shatters, the pervasive illusory power thins and drains away, and the crowd that had fallen into madness slowly surfaces back to clarity. Voices rise in confusion, one demanding who cut these wounds into him, another insisting he had just obtained an immortal technique and was on the verge of immortal ascension. I hang suspended above them, looking down at the restless mass. In that brief span, the party of 1,000 has thinned to a little over 800. More than 200 lives simply winked out, a scene grim enough to turn the stomach. I raise my voice and tell them to be quiet. They were snared in an illusion formation, I say, and the array is broken now, so any who still wish to press deeper may go on. The clamor cuts off and every face tips up toward me. So Wantang glides forward from the crowd and bows deeply. She thanks me for saving her life and promises to repay me with all her strength should I ever have need. A flicker of surprise moves through me. Divine Sea Realm men like Xiao Wang and Xiao Sangan, and great grandmasters like the Sword God and the Spear King, all walk through the illusion untouched. Yet so Wantang herself, a great grandmaster, was caught in it. It means her mind carries a flaw, because a resolute great grandmaster near perfection should have crossed an illusion of this grade without trouble. I answer her indifferently, telling her not to dwell on it, that I simply had no wish to watch so many people die for nothing. The rest snap out of it and heap thanks on me, their flattery pouring in like a tide. One swears my peerless skill guarantees I will claim an immortal technique and ascend. Another declares that the seat of the Jin State's martial leader belongs to me by right. I stand with my hands behind my back and feel the corner of my mouth curl into a smug little arc. This martial world crowd flatters as smoothly as any court official. No wonder those old emperors doted on their sycophants, since praise really does go down easy. I raise a hand and press down slightly, and the noise dies at once. I tell them to set the pleasantries aside, that pressing on is what matters, and I stride ahead with Little Yellow strutting pompously at my side. The winding passage soon carries the bright clash of metal to my ears, and I quicken my pace toward it. Turning a corner, I find a tomb chamber flung wide. Seo Songan, Seo Wang, and the others are locked in a fierce fight with 8 bronze humanoid puppets. 2 more bronze humanoid puppets lie broken on the floor, freshly wrecked. The puppets gleam with a dull metallic sheen, their eyes crimson as blood, and remarkably they carry the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. The group holds the upper hand but cannot land a quick kill, and the price is showing. The Sword God's shoulder is torn and leaking blood. The Spear King's footwork has gone ragged, his waist is wounded, and his blocking arms will not stop shaking. Catching sight of me leading the others in, the Spear King spins to deflect a strike and bellows for everyone to attack together. Only by smashing these bronze lumps, he shouts, can they enter the chamber. As one, every gaze swings to me, as if waiting on my word. The Spear King's pupils shrink, and I can read the storm behind his eyes, the question of who this young man is that even so Wandang follows his lead. I look over the deference on their faces, my mouth twitching, and answer with a single word, fine. Before the sound fades, I have already blurred into an afterimage, appearing before the Spear King in a blink. My palm slams flat into a bronze humanoid puppet's chest. Thunder shakes the chamber, dust rains from the ceiling, and the puppet flies off like a cut kite to crater the stone wall and spiderweb cracks before going still. After that, my figure flickers ceaselessly, weaving between them, every palm carrying the weight of a thunderclap. Wherever my palm wind reaches, the bronze humanoid puppets burst apart. In an instant, all 8 Foundation Establishment Realm puppets are so much scattered scrap. The Spear King, Xiao Wang, the Sword God, and the rest suck in sharp breaths. They have traded blows with these puppets, and know their strength is no weaker than their own, perhaps stronger. Yet, I dropped each one with a single palm. Which means, of course, that none of them could weather a single palm from me either. That realization floods every eye that turns my way with raw awe. Even so, Wandang and the others who entered alongside me stare in shock and admiration. The Spear King recovers first, cups his fists, thanks me, and asks how he should address me. I wave it off, telling him casually that my name is Yu Il, that we are all here for treasure, and that there is no need for ceremony. My gaze drifts over the wreckage littering the chamber, and an idea stirs. The materials of these puppets are quite good, and they could well come in handy later. With a lazy wave of my hand, the 10 bronze puppets lift into the air, streak toward me, and vanish into the system storage space in a flash of light. So Wandang, the Sword God, and the others without a system cry out at the sight, faces full of shock. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, Xiao Sangan, and Baek Suyan, who already carry systems, only pause a beat before catching on. They understand that I too am a system bearer, and that my storage space is a marvel. On the spot, they resolve to unlock the storage space the moment they have enough energy points. I smile and tell them it is only the system's storage space and nothing worth marveling at. The non-system crowd does not press, treating it as my private affair. I stride to the heavy stone door of the main tomb chamber and look it up and down. After a moment, I lift my palm, true force gathering like a tide, and strike. The blast shakes all 4 walls and rains down dust as the door swings open. From the chamber beyond comes a grinding series of mechanical sounds. I stand at the threshold as a cold, gloomy aura rolls out to meet me. At the very center of the burial chamber sits a giant sarcophagus sheathed in runes, but that scalp-tightening grind of gears does not come from it. Following the noise, I find 2 golden humanoid puppets on either side of the chamber, each standing a full 7 feet, slowly rotating their joints as their dark red eyes flare to life. Like ancient guardians waking from long sleep, they advance on the entrance with heavy mechanical steps. Baek Suyan goes pale in a heartbeat, his voice trembling as he blurts that these golden humanoid puppets are nothing like the bronze humanoid puppets. The Spear King's knuckles whiten around his weapon. Xiao Wang and the rest wear the look of men facing a great enemy, the bitter bronze humanoid puppet fight still fresh in their minds. The oppression pouring off the golden humanoid puppets makes the gulf in strength plain without a single blow traded. And against them, the bronze humanoid puppets were mere ants. Even after everything I showed them, unease flickers through the crowd, and I can feel them wondering whether I can truly stand against 2 of these things. Someone even whispers that maybe they should retreat first. Little Yellow barks anxiously and messages me through the system messenger, asking if I can handle the golden humanoid puppets or whether we should fall back and return once we are stronger. I tell him not to worry. Although the 2 of them carry Golden Core Realm strength, I can manage them, and this is a fine chance to test my divine ability. Then I wave everyone back and tell them I will deal with these 2 myself. I say nothing more and stride forward. I had meant to use the 5-colored divine light to draw the puppets into my divine ability space, but I changed my mind mid-motion. Trapping them only means releasing them later to finish the job, so it is cleaner to simply kill them here with the Great 5 Elements Destruction Divine Light. I sweep both hands out, and 2 beams rip forth like lightning, driving straight at the 2 golden humanoid puppets. A deafening roar erupts, the sound waves rolling out with the weight of a world-ending punishment fallen from the 9 heavens. Inside that dazzling 5-colored blaze, the 2 Golden Core Realm puppets never even manage a defensive move. Their upper bodies disintegrate under the terrible force, while their mangled lower halves clatter to the ground in a cloud of dust. I am honestly caught off guard. I had not expected this divine ability to be so staggering that even Golden Core Realm puppets could not survive a single strike. The sight so far past anything they imagined freezes Xiao Wang, the Spear King, So Wandang, and the others where they stand, mid-retreat, eyes wide with disbelief. Sharp gasps break out everywhere, and I can tell their minds have gone blank. They cry out that this is too much, wondering aloud what my cultivation could possibly be, whether I am a cultivator, whether I have already broken through to the Tao Seed realm. Little yellow, floral pants and all, hops and skips circles around me, messages spilling one after another through the system messenger. He gushes that I am incredible, and begs to learn whatever divine ability that was. I answer as I walk that it is the great 5 elements destruction divine light, and that his cultivation is nowhere near high enough to learn it. I step into the chamber, sweep the golden humanoid puppet wreckage into the storage space with a flick of my hand, and confirm nothing else lurks before fixing my eyes on the sarcophagus. I study it hard, deducing and unraveling the runes carved across its lid, and in a blink I have the answer. It is a corpse refining formation. The cultivator sealed inside abandoned the immortal path and refined himself into an undead zombie. Little Yellow's fur shoots up and he barks at the sarcophagus, messaging that something is wrong with it and that a cold, powerful energy is coiled inside. I tell him I know. The zombie refined cultivator is in there and he should step back while I handle it. Then I turn to So Wandang and the others and say gravely that the tomb's owner refined himself into a zombie for the sake of longevity. Everyone should retreat, I tell them, because I am about to open the coffin and destroy it. They gasp and scramble backward, calling out that they are moving right now. I flick a finger, a sharp burst of finger energy shrieks out, and the coffin lid goes spinning away. Corpse energy rises from the sarcophagus like a black dragon. A cold, overbearing, violent aura surges up to smother the entire main chamber, and the air thickens as if squeezed by an unseen giant hand. Xiao Wang, the Spear King, and the rest blanch as a wave of suffocation crashes over them. They retreat in a stumbling panic, shouting warnings to those behind them to stay out because it is deadly ahead. I keep my eyes fixed on the coffin as a figure slowly rises. It stands a full 7 feet, its ghastly iron-blue face warped like a vengeful ghost, pale fangs glinting with an eerie light. Where its left arm should be flesh, there is instead a gleaming puppet arm, gears and a metal skeleton showing through the rotting meat. I cannot help pausing at how bizarre it looks, faintly cyberpunk even. Most likely this cultivator first tried to refine himself into a puppet for longevity, failed, and settled for a zombie instead. And even that refinement failed, stripping away his awareness and leaving nothing but a bloodthirsty corpse. While my thoughts are still turning, a deafening zombie roar splits the chamber. Its legs coil and explode, launching it like a bolt of black lightning, and it hurtles at me on a foul, stinking wind. My expression does not shift as I raise my hand and call up the great yin-yang destruction divine light. A world-ending aura swells through the chamber, as if all things might return to nothing under the blow. A beam of divine light woven from black and white crosses the space in an instant to blast toward the zombie. Sensing a lethal crisis, the zombie hauls every strand of corpse energy into that puppet left arm and swings it, thick with power, straight into the incoming light. The great yin-yang destruction divine light and the mass of corpse chi collide with a deafening roar. The two forces slam together like warring beasts, the blast rattling everyone's eardrums, the violent energy sweeping outward like a tsunami. The chamber floor cracks inch by inch, spiderweb fissures racing across it. The whole space shudders as ceiling stones fall like rain and dust boils up. The zombie is hurled off like a broken kite and smashes into the far wall. When the dust thins, its puppet left arm is simply gone, its entire left side ground to powder, chilling white bone laid bare. My eyes stay cold as frost, and without a flicker of hesitation, I loose the great yin-yang destruction divine light again. The intertwined black and white light of world ruin tears through the empty air and drives at the zombie. It answers with a heaven-shaking roar, corpse chi whipping up around it like a black hurricane before it condenses onto its right arm. Then it swings that arm, heavy with the reek of death, to meet the divine ability head-on. The instant they touch, the air erupts, and its right arm crumbles to powder and drifts away. The violent energy rolls through the rest of its body like a rising tide, shattering it whole into dust that scatters and thins to nothing. With the zombie wiped out, I fall into thought. The great 5 elements destruction divine light and the great yin-yang destruction divine light are astonishingly powerful, but the true force they burn through is terrifying. An ordinary Dao Seed Realm cultivator likely could not manage even one cast, and forcing it would wring him completely dry. These two divine abilities can only ever serve as trump cards, never as everyday attacks, and the same holds for my others. At my current cultivation, the cost simply is not worth it. Even with hundreds of millions of subsystems hauling in energy points, I cannot throw them around, and worst of all, doing so would drag down the pace of my own cultivation. So Wandang, the Spear King, and the Sword God watch me grind that terrifying zombie to dust in 2 moves, and they swallow hard in unison. As members of the Jin State's top 10, they count themselves seasoned, yet they have never laid eyes on a figure this monstrous. The zombie's aura alone had nearly choked the breath out of them, and I dissolved it with ease, far beyond anything they could picture. Xiao Xianggan, Baek Suyan, and the other system bearers show shock first, then a burning eagerness. They have all but concluded that I must have entered the Dao Seed Realm, and that with enough energy points, they too might one day reach it. Little Yellow struts over to me with his head high and his chest out, tail lifted, as if he personally slew the zombie. He messages me through the system messenger the whole way, marveling that I blasted such a horror to dust in 2 strokes. I only grunt. I walk to the coffin's side, grasp through the air, and the jade slip within drops into my palm, and a probe of my divine sense lays its contents bare. It is an immortal cultivation technique of the metal attribute called the true explanation of 1,000 machine puppets. It can be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm, and it also records a wealth of exquisite methods for crafting puppets. Finishing my read, I look at the burning gazes around me and smile. This is an immortal technique, I tell them, and I will upload it to the system mall later so anyone who wants it can go buy it themselves. Seo Songgon, Baek Suyan, Se Wang, and the other system bearers light up at once, but So Wandang, the Spear King, and the rest without a system are baffled. They cannot grasp what this system mall is, finding it flatly unbelievable that a treasure like an immortal technique could be sold. So Wandang cannot help asking me what exactly the system mall is and how one enters it. I look at their confusion, exchange a few system seeds without ceremony, and toss the seeds to them, telling them they will understand once they bind them. They hold the seeds, hesitate, and then choose to bind. The next moment, their eyes fly wide and shock spills out of them in exclamation after exclamation. One cries that the mall holds so many divine ability secret manuals. Another is awed that the enlightenment space is utterly heaven-defying. A third is stunned that the fabled storage space of an immortal magic treasure can be opened here, just by spending energy points. The still unbound stare straight at me, aching to receive a seed of their own, while the system bearers, never ones to miss a chance at energy points, quickly exchange seeds and pass them around. I ignore all of it, and with a thought, upload the true explanation of 1,000 machine puppets to the system mall. I am not the least bit worried that anyone will drop the Dao Seed martial arts system to chase it. The technique is metal attribute, so only someone with a metal spiritual root could ever cultivate it, and the rest could not even find the door. Besides, without a comparison, how would the sheer strength of the Dao Seed martial arts system ever stand out? I announce that I have uploaded the true explanation of 1,000 machine puppets, and that anyone who needs it can go buy it. So Wandang stares at the long trailing string of zeros behind its price and smiles bitterly, admitting it is far too dear and that she does not hold a single energy point. The rest fall into the same rueful chorus. They lament that the mall brims with good things they cannot afford and resolve to sell off every cultivation technique they own for energy points. The mall even carries the legacy techniques of great orders like the Sanong sect, they note, and everyone knows their own methods lag hopelessly behind, so they are all cashing them in to buy strength. Xiao Wang's face is uneasy, and after hesitating again and again, he steps forward, cups his fists, and asks whether I have already reached the Dao Seed realm. The words freeze the breathing of everyone around him. I sweep my gaze over their anxious faces and recognize a perfect chance to sell the Dao Seed martial arts system. So I nod without hesitation. I tell them I have indeed reached the Dao Seed realm. In my own experience, the Dao Seed martial arts system is stronger than the immortal cultivation system and carries no aptitude requirements, so anyone can cultivate it. It currently only extends to the Dao Seed realm, I add, but with the enlightenment space to help, they will all pioneer new realms, and its future is limitless. Every face before me brims with excitement, longing flickering bright in their eyes. I can see them already impatient to reach the Dao Seed realm, some even dreaming of carving out fresh realms of their own. A satisfied smile settles onto my face because the effect I wanted has landed exactly as planned. Many of those who came to the cultivator's tomb were leaders of their own forces, and once they bound the system and returned home, they set off a mad rush for energy points. To buy the mall's techniques, they all went into motion, and the simplest way to earn energy points was to hand out system seeds. So every force sent its people fanning across their own territories and the lands around them, scattering seeds everywhere. Merchants smelled the opportunity too and traded for great quantities of storage space, since goods stashed inside it moved without transport loss and could be delivered fast by martial artists. Some merchants pushed seeds across the whole of the Jin state through their own channels, reaping vast energy points and reaching even into the neighboring countries. In a single month, the number of system hosts climbed to 3 billion. It kept growing by more than 100 million a day, the pace quickening on itself. Fortunately, every new subsystem added another energy source, driving the energy growth faster still. At the same time, the hosts poured energy points back out to buy techniques and to use paid features like the Enlightenment space, forming a healthy cycle. Without it, there would be no way to fund such enormous rewards while still feeding my own cultivation. Back at the world-saving medical hall, I sprawl in my rocking chair scrolling the video feed, feeling almost like I am home on Earth again. I am watching the tomb trick clips recorded by the hosts who were there. My one palm kill of the bronze humanoid puppet comes through crisp and clean. The strike sharp, the puppet's shattering caught in full. The clips spread like wildfire, and now I too am famous, hailed as the #1 expert among system hosts. I have no intention of smothering the video's reach or banning them outright, because moves like that would be far too deliberate. If I want to keep my identity as the system's lord hidden, the best cover is to melt into the ordinary crowd, and that means even future slander will have to go unanswered. I open the comment section, and the whole screen is a flood of praise. They marvel that the Jin State's top 10 could not crack the bronze humanoid puppet while I ended it with one palm. Others dream aloud of cultivating to the Tao seed realm and living 500 years. I cannot help grinning. This is the first time so many eyes have found me, and I enjoy it more than I expected. Then I close the interface and stand, because after resting this long, it is time to put in the hours deducing cultivation techniques and Great Tao laws. With so many new secret manuals in the mall, I mean to seize the moment and push the Great Tao laws toward 1,000 strands. I turn my focus inward, and my grip on the space-time realm has reached 20%, which lends me a little more confidence for the work ahead. Time slides by like a white horse past a gap, and I lose myself completely in cultivation and deduction, my attention to the outside world thinning by the day. Across that stretch, a run of epic-making inventions surfaces, one after another: cement, improved grain seeds, glass, and vehicles. The vehicles marry technology to cultivation, needing no gasoline and running on pure energy alone. Every creator or team behind these breakthroughs reaps enormous energy point rewards, and a public commendation besides. The incentive lights a fire under everyone, dragging countless people into the wave of invention. These novelties land like boulders in a still lake, throwing up huge waves across a feudal world, a silent yet earth-shaking transformation rolling in with a force nothing can stop. Inside the council hall of the Blazing Sun sect, the #1 expert of the Jin state, Yu Munju looked down on the sect's leader Wang Yang, his tone all arrogance. He demanded to know why Wang Yang had sought him out, warning that he was in seclusion and that the matter had better be important. Wang Yang's lips twitched as he answered respectfully. Lately, within the Blazing Sun sect's sphere of influence, people had been spreading something called the System, and its mall was even selling martial arts secret manuals. This was gutting the sect's recruitment and its interests, he explained, and he had not dared decide the matter alone, so he had come to report it. Yu Munju said impatiently that Wang Yang need not have bothered him with such a trifle. Since it harmed the Blazing Sun sect, he should simply ban the spread and kill anyone who kept at it. Wang Yang looked conflicted and murmured that he had heard the system was genuinely miraculous and its manuals deeply profound. He had been thinking of letting the sect's disciples bind to it, he said, to learn stronger martial arts and strengthen the order. Yu Munju's face curled with disdain as he sneered that the Blazing Sun sect's own arts were profound enough, and asked whether some trash system's wares could really outstrip theirs. He had become the Jin state's #1 expert on the strength of the Blazing Sun divine art. The system's open sale of manuals broke every rule, he declared, so it had to be banned, and any disciple caught secretly binding it would face sect law. With that, he turned and swept out to return to his seclusion. Wang Yang opened his mouth to press further, then swallowed the words. He clenched his fists until the nails bit into his palms and his knuckles went white, and after wrestling with it, he let out a heavy sigh. As the Jin state's #1 expert, Yu Munju was the pillar the whole Blazing Sun sect rested on, and its lofty standing was built entirely on his backing. But the man ran hot and domineering, deaf to advice, his word absolute law within the sect. Even as sect leader, Wang Yang had to seek his instructions on anything of weight. With so strict an order handed down, he could only comply or risk his own seat. And besides, he had never seen the system with his own eyes, so perhaps its wonders were merely overblown. Thinking that, he gave up persuading anyone and walked out to relay the command. As the Jin State's foremost order, home to its foremost expert, the Blazing Sun sect held a status that towered over the martial world. The instant it banned the system within its reach, many schools and noble families fell in line, all of them already resentful of the system, or bleeding interests because of it. A wave of prohibition swept out across the martial world, and it set both the video feed and the forum ablaze, the topic rocketing up the rankings. The comment sections split into open ridicule and quiet suspicion. Some mocked the Blazing Sun sect for banning a miracle it could never truly suppress. Others muttered that these old powers had likely bound the system in secret long ago while denying it to everyone below them. It was exactly what Go Cheongcheon of Gangryong Prefecture had once tried, spreading rumors to frighten the common folk. All the while I knew none of it, buried in the deduction of the Great Tao laws. With the subsystem computing power matrix carrying the weight, I fused the many martial arts secret manuals I had collected with the insights drawn from the Enlightenment space. On that foundation, I pushed the deduction of the laws forward. Inside the world-saving medical hall, I close my eyes and send my divine sense to watch the world seed drifting within my dantian. Across its surface, 1,213 Great Tao law patterns crisscross like an inverted galaxy. Each one shimmers with the light of the Great Tao, as though it holds the secrets of heaven and earth. Mysterious Tao rhyme rippling outward in layer after layer. At the same time, the chaos world sealed within the world seed is expanding and transforming at a startling speed, growing vaster by the moment. I had only meant to end my seclusion once I comprehended 1,000 laws. Instead, the instant I began, inspiration came pouring in like a rising tide, and lost inside it, I forgot the passage of time and comprehended more than 200 laws beyond my goal. More than that, the 500 and more laws I had grasped earlier were further refined along the way. I opened my eyes with the phantom of the chaos world still swirling in them, and let out a long breath. This seclusion has paid out far past what I hoped. Pushing the joy down, I summoned the system interface to check the latest news. And at a glance, I see it. The Blazing Sun sect and a string of other schools and noble families are forbidding the system within their lands, with reports of people executed for spreading it in private. My face darkens on the spot. I had long expected the vested interests to refuse the system free rein. Still, I had assumed the first to leap out and stop it would be the Jin State Imperial Court, not the Blazing Sun sect, a mere martial world order badly overrating itself. It is the perfect chance to make an example. What galls me more is that some of these factions forbid others from touching the system while quietly binding it themselves. A double standard so nakedly greedy screams their hunger to monopolize it. Killing intent surges through me, and for a moment I want to use the system to wipe them out where they stand. So every host learns its majesty cannot be challenged. But I cool down fast, because these people have not actually broken any rule I set. Rashly erasing a system host outright might panic the rest and sour the system's spread. What I need instead is to upgrade the system and add an intelligent identification function, so that any faction trying to forbid the system can no longer bind it at all. With a thought, I unbind the system from every member of the offending factions. Then I open the system backend, my eyes narrowing at the numbers laid out before me. More than 10 billion people have now bound the system. 2 billion of them sit inside the Jin state, meaning over half its population are hosts, while the remaining 8 billion are scattered through the surrounding countries. My gaze drops to the energy points, and the figure of 2 trillion swims into view. The balance left after I burned a fortune deducing the Great Tao laws. Looking at that number, I feel easy, certain I will never fret over energy points again. At once I post a fresh mission in the mission hall. It states that the Blazing Sun sect and factions like it are forbidding the system's spread and even killing system hosts. This is a grave violation of every host's freedom, and a challenge to the system's own majesty. The mission calls for the extermination of the Blazing Sun sect and all such factions, and opens enrollment to anyone at the Ennet realm or above. On completion, the participants will divide 300 billion energy points by contribution. The moment it goes live, the forum and the video feed detonate and shoot to the top of the rankings. The comment sections become a red-eyed frenzy of greed and glee. Most celebrate that the arrogant factions have already been forcibly unbound, and are about to be swarmed under before they even understand what is coming. While I sit watching the hosts react, Little Yellow's voice reaches me, crowing that I have finally come out of seclusion. I exit the system to find him barreling toward me in his floral pants, his body as solid as a young calf. He tells me excitedly that the moment he saw a new mission refresh in the mission hall, he knew I must be out. Then he launches into how detestable those blazing sunset people are for blocking the system, insisting we wipe them all out. He adds, half guilty, that he had wanted to tell me, but had not dared disturb my seclusion, which is why the clowns had been allowed to strut around so long. I laugh and tell him not to fume. Just as he says, they are only clowns, and now that they have poked their heads out, it is the ideal moment to make an example of them. He snorts, still furious, saying he simply cannot stomach their arrogance in daring to block Master's system. The truly maddening part, he adds, is how they use the system while wrecking it, biting the very hand that feeds them. I know he is standing up for me, so I reach out and gently pat his dog head to soothe him. I promise that I plan to upgrade the system with an intelligent identification function, so they can never exploit the loophole again. He squints, savoring the petting, nodding along that I should do exactly that and lock out anyone who bites the hand that feeds. Then I tell him that since I have surfaced today, I will take him out for a proper feast. Out on the concrete road, my face fills with surprise, because I had not expected a mere stretch of seclusion to leave Chungsan town paved in concrete. The dilapidated thatched cottages that once lined the streets are gone, replaced by rows of fresh brick and tile houses. What startles me more is a vehicle shaped much like the cars of my past life, gliding by with passengers aboard. In the shops, people are paying by scanning codes through the system messenger. Pedestrians flit along at speed on their lightness techniques. And at the corner noodle stall, the owner kneads his dough with sheer martial force. I gaze at the strange, dreamlike scene, where the technology of Earth and the old charm of the cultivation world blend into something at once familiar and foreign. The inventions I approved dropped like boulders into a deep pool and threw up 1,000 waves. Watching the beaming faces of the common folk on the street, my mouth curves up on its own. This transformation is clearly moving in a good direction. Seeing my surprise, Little Yellow messages me through the system messenger. While I was in seclusion, he says, once those inventions took hold, the whole world began evolving at a ridiculous pace. The mountain bandits that used to be everywhere are completely gone now, since nearly everyone knows martial arts. If any bandit still dared to rob a commoner, he adds, it would be a real question who ends up robbing whom. I answer with a laugh that this is good, that the world finally has some new life in it, and that we should eat first, and stroll around slowly afterward. After the meal, I wander Chongsan town again, taking in the changes, and step into the Im family dealership to find rows of ancient-style vehicles. They run on neither fuel nor electricity, driven entirely by formations and mechanisms. The styles vary widely, some with 3 rows of seats like the cars of my past life, others closer to motorhomes. The manager recognizes me at a glance and hurries over with a respectful greeting, calling me Dr. Yu. These are all built by the Im family dealership, he boasts, and they run on true force or energy points, with quality beyond question. He invites me to take one for a test drive. Curiosity pulls me aboard the motorhome-styled vehicle with Little Yellow at my heels, and following the instructions, I feed in a thread of true force to start it. Operating the thing is absurdly simple, steered by thought alone with no fiddling over mechanical parts. It rolls smooth and effortless without the faintest jolt. The catch is that for anyone short on energy points or weak in cultivation, driving it drinks far too much energy. I climb out and ask the price. Straight. In silver it comes to 10,000, the manager answers with a smile, but paid in energy points it runs only 5,000. I tell him I will take one and pay in energy points. Come to think of it, I am short on nearly everything these days, but energy points are the one thing I never lack. I drive my new car through the streets of Chongsan town, and the envious looks from passers-by stir a warm little swell of satisfaction. It is a taste of the thrill others chased driving luxury cars in my old life. I shake the thought off and steer for the town's edge. Beyond the gate the road changes, only a short run of it cemented, and the rest pitted mud. Yet somehow the car never bumps. A probe of my divine sense reveals why. The vehicle is not merely optimized in its mechanics, but carries a lightness formation built in specifically to smother the jolts. No wonder the ride is this comfortable. Truly the wisdom of the common people is beyond measure, and guided the right way, they unleash a creativity that stuns me. The car races on, and to either side golden rice stretches as far as the eye can reach. Farmers reap it with martial arts, their figures blurring like lightning, clearing an acre in a blink. They shake their hands to thresh the grain rustling into sacks, and swing hoes that lift great clods of soil bursting to powder on impact. Others toss seedlings into the paddies with a technique like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, planting whole fields in an instant. It is more efficient than the mechanical farming of my previous life, the workers robust and nimble, reaping and threshing and tilling and planting in one dizzying motion. Little Yellow leans in to share the news. Thanks to the Shenong Sex research, he tells me, the rice now yields 2,000 pounds per acre, so there is food to spare, and no one need go hungry. They are still working toward a new strain, he adds, one that could reach 3,000 pounds per acre. As a dog who scrolls the video feed in the forum every single day, he is remarkably well informed about these wonders. I take in the bountiful fields and smile, easy and relieved, remembering that all of it began with me. A quiet sense of achievement fills my chest. I start the car and take Little Yellow on a slow loop around the outskirts, before finally glancing at the sky and telling him we are heading back. As the days wore on, the whole Jin state fell into a fever. Once the extermination missions went up, tens of millions of system hosts at the innate realm or above took them on. The class divide had always been savage, and the common people have long carried a belly full of resentment. So when the schools and noble families forbade the system and murdered hosts for spreading it, the fury boiled over. The instant the missions dropped, whether for energy points or to settle old grievances, people surged into a frenzied encirclement of these forces. Some of the targeted factions had bound the system earlier to bolster their strength, but against the experts thrown up by a base of 10 billion hosts, they were a mantis trying to halt a chariot, a single drop against a flood. They could not withstand the tide of extermination at all. News of a school or family being wiped out surfaced on the video feed in the forum every day. Seo Sonyeon stood before the brilliantly lit Zhou Manor, and with a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of system hosts poured through its gates like a rising sea. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Hang, the 7th-ranked expert of the Jin state, roared at their audacity in daring to provoke his house. Seo Songang answered him coldly. The Zhou family had done every evil imaginable and had dared to choke off the system's spread, he said, and today was the day they died. Zhou Hang spat back that he was no man to be cowed, that he had ruled the Jin state for decades, and that having come this far, Seo Songan should not dream of leaving alive. Seo Songan only sneered, telling Zhou Hang to drop the act. This was the day of the Zhou family's extinction, he said, and the disciples Zhou Hang had secretly arranged to slip away were already dead, so he would now be sent to join them. With a shout to kill, Seo Songan gathered the power of thunder in his palm and drove it at Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang screamed that they truly dared to exterminate his house, and that the cursed fairness system should never have existed. His Zhou family was meant to ride on the masses' heads for generations, he raged, and lowly peasants had no right to stand as their equals. Even so, he swung his own palm up to meet the strike. When the two palms met, Zhou Hang was flung straight back, blood bursting from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground with his limbs gone numb. He struggled to prop himself up, staring at Seo Songan in terror, unable to fathom how a mere junior could overpower the 7th-ranked expert of the whole state. Zhou Hang turned his head and saw his family's experts being butchered by the system hosts. Utterly defenseless, screams ringing through the manor. He begged them to stop, crying surrender, but the hosts ignored his pleas entirely. To them, these people were walking energy points, and every extra kill meant an extra share. Seo Sanjan told him his days of lording over others were finished, and that he should prepare to die, feeling no shred of pity for a clan that had trampled the common folk. His palm crashed down, thunder flashing like a bolt out of heaven, and it struck Zhou Hang square and blew him to pieces. After that, Seo Sangan flashed forward to join the slaughter. This was the third force he had wiped out, and the achievement earned him 30 million energy points, enough to buy a Dao Seed Realm cultivation technique and climb into the Dao Seed Realm himself. Before long, the Zhou residents fell dead silent, and the once mighty Zhou family, standing for centuries, was annihilated to the last. As the days passed, every force in the Jin state that had obstructed the system, save the Blazing Sun sect alone, was ground out of existence. Across that vast suppression, the dead reached a full million, while the participating hosts made fortunes. Now, every eye turned to the Blazing Sun sect. The sect had heard of the extermination mission and simply refused to take it seriously. After all, they had Yu Munju, the #1 expert of the Jin state, holding the line, and their strength dwarfed the other factions. Even as force after force fell to the hosts, the Blazing Sun sect barely blinked, certain those crushed powers were beneath comparison and that no one would truly dare come for them. They had no idea that nearly 100,000 system hosts were already coiled silently around their walls. Seo Wang bellowed for Yu Munju to come out and face him, his voice rolling out in waves that shook the leaves from the trees. The memory of that crushing defeat years ago set his teeth grinding. He had gone in believing it a friendly spar, only for Yu Munju to throw ethics aside and strike to kill. And had he not fled fast, he would have died on the spot. Now that the Blazing Sun sect had enraged the system and drawn an extermination order, it was the perfect moment for his revenge. He could settle old and new scores at once and clear the mission for energy points besides buying a Dao Seed Realm cultivation technique. A breakthrough into the Dao Seed Realm would win him another 500 years of life. His roar startled the whole sect, disciples snatching up weapons and shouting in a rising din. Sect leader Wang Yang took the 10 great elders and the sect's elite and rushed for the main gate. When they saw the enemy massed thick as an ant colony, they could not help sucking in their breath. At the very front stood Seo Wang, Wan Sungye, Meng Jiseo, So Wandang, and others of the Jin State's top 10. Wang Yang's face drained white with dread at foes this fearsome. Then Yu Munju appeared, his voice all contempt, drawling that he wondered who it was, and found only his defeated dog. Had Seo Wang not run fast years ago, he added, he would have perished by his hand. He spared Seo Wang a disdainful glance, then turned to Wan Songye and the others, his expression hardening as he asked whether they too meant to make enemies of the Blazing Sun sect. A terrifying aura of the heaven-human realm erupted off him. Seo Wang shook with rage, calling Yu Munju a shameless villain who had agreed to spar and then struck with lethal force. Even risen to the heaven-human realm, he warned, Yu Munju would not leave here alive. Meng Jiseo shook his head and told Yu Munju that he had obstructed the system's spread, and that the system had answered with an extermination order. Even in the heaven-human realm, he could not escape death, so he had best take his own life early and spare himself the humiliation. Wan Sungye followed with a cold laugh, declaring the Blazing Sun sect must fall today. Yu Munju's habit of overbearing everyone, and his gall in blocking the system and killing hosts, had earned him nothing but death. Purple with fury, Yu Munju roared that they did not know what was good for them. He had merely wished to avoid trouble, he spat, and they should not imagine he feared them. The system was evil path nonsense, courting its own destruction by selling martial arts secret manuals at will. So Wandang sighed, her tone weary. He was so ignorant and so arrogant, she said, that it would be a wonder if the Blazing Sun sect were not destroyed under him. He understood nothing of the system yet dared spew nonsense, and before the system they were all insignificantly small. She warned him not to assume the handful of them were the strongest hosts. Many stood far above them and some could wipe them all out in a single move. Yu Munju's expression cracked, because he had known only that the system sold manuals and never dreamed such monsters walked among the hosts. He sat in the heaven-human realm and lacked even the confidence to fell a great grandmaster like So Wantang in one blow, let alone several at once. Unable to believe it, he decided she must be bluffing. Seo Wang snapped that there was no point wasting breath and to simply do it. He channeled the Nine Yang heaven-burning art until his whole body became a sun wrapped in flame, and he blasted at Yu Munju with an aura fit to level the earth. Yu Munju's face changed as he threw every ounce of his power into the blazing sun palm to meet it. The two palms collided like two suns crashing together, blinding light exploding outward until everyone shut their eyes on instinct. Violent shockwaves ripped the ground into ugly cracks and hurled up sand and stone. Yu Munju loosed a miserable scream, spat blood, and flew backward into the disciples behind him, the scene dissolving into wails. He clawed his way upright, eyes wide with shock, unable to grasp what martial art could carry such power. Seo Wang told him plainly that this was the very cultivation technique sold by the system he had looked down on, and flashed in to attack again. Regret swallowed Yu Munju whole. He had never imagined a technique from the system could be this strong, and had he known, he would never have obstructed its spread. Had he only bound the system himself, he would not be cornered like this now. But regret changed nothing, and he could only grit his teeth and brace for Seo Wang's next strike. Seeing the fierce assault, Meng Jiseo swept his spear up and charged in, bent on taking Yu Munju's head. The others followed, unleashing killing move after killing move, until blades and swords flashed everywhere, and true force raged like a wild dragon. The sounds of slaughter and screaming filled the whole ground. With a final shrill cry, Yu Munju was torn apart under Seo Wang's Nine Yang heaven-burning art, his flesh and blood falling like red rain. Their backbone gone, The blazing sun sect disciples collapsed, and under the crashing tide of hosts they had no strength left to resist. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the once renowned blazing sun sect was slaughtered to nothing. I go carefully through the video evidence of the blazing sun sect's destruction, submitted by Co Wang, Wan Songye, and the others. After confirming its authenticity through the system backend again and again, I release 100 million energy points to Co Wang. Tens of millions each go to the main players like Wan Songye and Meng Jiseo. Every host who joined the fight and cut down a blazing sun sect disciple receives a reward matched to his contribution. With the sect wiped out, the mission closes on a perfect note. Any host who killed walked away rich, while those who spilled no blood can only look on and swallow their envy. I am certain this extermination will stand as a heavy deterrent, and that the system will spread far more smoothly from here. Still, it is time to update and upgrade the system with a few new features. I lie back in my rocking chair with my eyes gently closed, feeling my way through Fairness System version 5. It is built out of the 2,213 Great Tao laws I have lately comprehended. Its foundations have all been strengthened: energy storage and conversion, computing power, anti-hacking, and the veiling of heavenly secrets, and every other feature refined to match. This update brings 3 new functions. The first of them is system intelligence. It can both head off any biting the hand situations and sift out undesirable information. It can also help handle the auditing in the mission hall, lightening my own load. Its permissions stay deliberately low, with many needing my authorization before it can act. The core of the fairness system remains entirely in my hands, where the intelligence has no right to reach, precisely so it can never slip its leash. The second function is the video feed live stream, where broadcasting carries a chance at generous rewards. The third is the trial tower, which is exactly what its name suggests, a place built for trials. The trial tower runs 3,000 levels, each cleared by defeating its gatekeeper. The difficulty climbs floor by floor, and the battlefield shifts at every one. Based on a challenger's realm, the tower maintains combat power rankings for each realm, each recording only the top 3,000. The figures of the finest challengers are copied by the tower into gatekeepers guarding the levels. For now, there are only 100 gatekeepers, every one of them molded by my own hand. When a challenger enters, the tower takes a sliver of his mental energy or divine sense to condense a physical body. Then it temporarily seals off his awareness that any of it is a trial, forcing him to treat every fight as a true life and death duel. This tempers his combat experience and instincts under real pressure. Even in defeat, he loses only that sliver, which recovers fully after a few days' rest. And it is worth noting what happens to the Great Tao laws a challenger wields inside, along with the Tao insights left behind at death. The tower gathers them all up to speed my own comprehension of the Great Tao. Each attempt costs a challenger 100 energy points. Anyone who clears all 3,000 levels collects a staggering 1 billion energy points. At this moment, in the boundless starry expanse of the Trial Tower's 3,000th level, 2 figures are locked in a breathtaking battle. One is my true self, the other the mirror image of me the tower has replicated. Our cultivation technique, martial skills, and divine abilities, all drawn from the same source. Neither of us holds anything back. In the ferocity of the clash, terrifying energy surges like a tidal wave, meteorites disintegrating inch by inch, and the void shattering wherever it rolls. A man's greatest enemy is himself, and only by facing himself can he truly see his own flaws. Fighting this mirror image, I feel with painful clarity just how troublesome a foe I make. The battle drags across a full 100,000 rounds, both of us grinding from peak power down into exhaustion. In the end, I refine and sublimate my divine ability on the spot, kill the mirror image, and drag out a hard-won victory. I withdraw from the system and slowly exhale a breath of turbid air, the leftover battle intent fading from my eyes. I nod, satisfied because the Trial Tower's training far outstrips what I expected. Even at my strength, I feel remade after that trial, my combat experience richer, my awareness sharper. Even my divine abilities and martial skills show plenty that still wants improving. I look at my own name sitting first on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking, weigh it a moment, and choose in the end not to erase it. The system has only just spread through the mortal world, and troubles are bound to crop up, but my current strength is more than enough to handle them. More than that, I need to build confidence in the cultivators walking the Tao Seed martial arts system, that it is no lesser than the immortal cultivation system. I can quietly stay off the other rankings later, but holding the top seed on the Tao Seed realm ranking for now does far more good than harm. Once I confirm the rest of version 5 is running clean, I send my mind out and push the version 5 update notice to every system host. Then I stand, my gaze turning far away. I have been in Changsan Town 7 years now. Back when my strength was thin, I poured my whole heart into cultivation and never once properly took in the scenery of this world. Even with the system to help me comprehend laws from secret manuals, it still cannot match walking the land in person. I want to see the world beyond, to cross 10,000 mountains and rivers and taste the countless faces of the mortal world. Only by trekking through it and feeling the full range of life can I comprehend the great Tao more deeply and temper my own state of mind. The thought sets my figure flickers, and I vanish from where I stood. The next instant I reappear in midair, flying toward Yu Family Village. Having decided to wander, I cannot say when I will return, and before I leave I must pay my respects to my parents and my elder brother. While I am at it, I will look in on Yuhei's family. If they have run into any hardship, I can still slip them a quiet hand before I leave Chongzan Town for good. When I reach Yu Family Village, the sight leaves me faintly dazed. The low thatched cottages have long since vanished. Tidy brick and tile houses have risen in their place, and there is even a short run of cement road laid through the village. A sweep of my divine sense brings a pleasant surprise that Yuhei's whole family has broken through to the innate realm. Yu Jun and Yu Wei especially, only 13 years old, already stand at the innate late stage, with foundations laid rock solid. If things keep on this way, reaching the Dao Seed realm or climbing even higher will be no trouble at all. Even Yu Hei and the rest, under my quiet care, have a real shot at the Dao Seed realm and beyond. Once I am sure they are all well, I finish paying my respects to my parents and my elder brother and return to the world-saving medical hall. I tell Little Yellow that we leave Chongzhen Town tomorrow to travel the world, and that he should get ready. He is so thrilled he springs straight up, eyes blazing, crying that we are finally leaving this place. He has been scrolling the video feed every day, he says, drooling over stunning scenery and itching to get out and explore. I give a soft grunt in answer, then close my eyes and turn my divine sense to the system state after the update and the reactions of the hosts. At the top of the hot lists on both the video feed and the forum sits the Fairness System version 5 update. The comment sections churn with the same love and hate as ever. Some grumble that everything eats energy points, while admitting the system dragged them from starving on the streets to eating their fill, cultivating, even dreaming of immortal ascension. Others rave that the trial tower feels no different from a real fight, and that my name sits unshakably first on its Dao Seed realm combat power ranking. At that very moment, inside the Golden Throne Hall of the Jin State's Imperial Palace, the air runs hot. The civil and military officials are gathered together, deep in a fevered argument circling the one thing on everyone's mind: the system. The Jin State's rulers finally worked up the nerve to move against me. The funny part is that I watched them do it. Their court clerks had bound the system months earlier, so every word spoken in the Golden Throne Hall that morning leaked straight to the forum. That is how I know exactly how the meeting went. A whole imperial court, and not one of them realized their own scribes were streaming the debate to the very thing they wanted banned. Emperor Sama Han sat on the dragon throne and watched his officials tear into one another over me. He hesitated, unsure what to do. They fell over each other, demanding the same handful of things: ban the system as a demonic object, send the commoners back to being beasts of burden, march the army out, and force every host to unbind before the country revolted. Each of them had a dead son, a wiped-out family, or a seized stretch of farmland to wave in the emperor's face. Sama Han's head buzzed under the crying and shouting. He pressed down his temper and asked his prime minister, Oh Hubak, what the man made of it. The moment his voice fell, the noisy hall went silent. Every gaze turned to Oh Hubak at once. Oh Hubak stepped forward with a grave face. He reminded them that the Blazing Sun sect and a few others had already tried banning the system. The result was an extermination mission issued straight through the system. In a short span, the whole faction was killed to the last man by hosts, the dead numbering over 1 million. Then he asked a plain question: did any of their martial Dao match the Jin State's top expert, Yu Munju? Did any of their influence match the Blazing Sun sect? Not one of them could answer. They looked down on Zhanghu figures out of habit, yet they knew in their bones they were nowhere near that weight. Seeing them go quiet, Oh Hyobak pressed on. He said the system could not be prohibited at all. It spread fast and it spread in secret. Its wonders ran so far past imagination that only an immortal could have made it. Worse, none of them could say who had already bound it. Was the court going to slaughter the entire Jin state just to be sure? He dared say some men in that very hall had already tried to bind it. He dared say a good number of their own descendants were hosts by now. That shut them up hard, because it was true. They had all felt the miracle of the thing. Many had secretly reached for it, and every one of those attempts had failed. The system had gutted their interests. That, not any love of order, was the real reason they wanted it gone. Oh Hyobak turned back to the emperor and laid it out cleanly. He said the government offices across the Jin state were running stable. Apart from a few corrupt officials killed for angering hosts, the rest were untouched. The system had already saturated the whole country. Even the neighboring states were seeing it appear. A ban would stop nothing. Provoke it into issuing an extermination mission, though, and none of them would live past nightfall, and the Jin state would perish with them. The censor-in-chief, Zhang Bo, refused to swallow that. He scoffed that the Jin state fielded an army of 1 million, surely enough to crush a rabble of hosts. Oh Hyobak gave him one cold glance. Could he name how many of that million-strong army were themselves hosts? Could he name which man in the room had already bound? 1. Zhang Bo's eyes went wide. His mouth worked, and no sound came out. He tucked his head down and did not dare make another noise. I have to admit, the old prime minister could read a room. Oh Hyobak even found a bright side to sell. He said the system was not all loss. So many useful things had come out of it. The grain yield per acre had climbed to 2,000 pounds, so the Jin state would never again fear famine. There was cement, there was soap, there was glass, there were vehicles, and each of them had given ordinary life a fresh face. Samahan leaned against the dragon throne and stroked the armrests, his expression uncertain. After a long pause, he admitted the prime minister made sense, but his rule now existed in name only, and he asked whether there was any way to salvage it. Oh Hyobak's face went grim, and he offered his plan. Invite the nation-guarding immortal master to step forward and challenge the strongest host of them all, a man named Yu Il. Defeat him in the open, and it would cow every other host and perhaps preserve the throne. Zhang Bo, recovering his nerve, blurted that a win might even let them seize the system itself. Samahan waited, agreed the reasoning held, and rose to go invite the immortal master in person. The immortal abode hall sat quiet and plain, nothing like the gold and jade glare of the rest of the palace. Samahan bowed low to a man in a moon-white robe wrapped in faint spiritual light, one Zhang Saje. He greeted him with all the respect a mortal emperor owed an immortal master. Zhang Saje looked genuinely puzzled and asked why the emperor had come. Samahan reported that a wondrous object called the Fairness System had appeared in the Jin state. Inside it sat a mall selling every kind of cultivation technique and secret manual. Samahan explained there were functions too, a messenger and a forum and a video feed, all able to carry speech across any distance. There were stranger ones still, an enlightenment space, a storage space, a trial tower, a map, a mission hall. The thing had spread through the entire Jin state. Almost every soul in the country had bound it, and the throne now existed in name only. Suspicion and shock crossed Zhang Saje's face at once. In the long history of the cultivation world, nothing like this had ever appeared. From the names alone, he could guess roughly what they did, and the guessing only deepened his disbelief. He asked how one bound the system, saying he would examine it himself. Samahan lifted a shimmering system seed to him with both hands. The emperor said agreeing in his heart was all it took. Zhang Saje poured his divine sense into the seed and felt an indescribable mystery pour back. He could sense it, but he could never see through it. After a brief thought, he took it and agreed to the binding. The instant the interface opened, the dignity of a nation-guarding immortal master fell right off his face. He could not stop himself exclaiming at the enlightenment space. He marveled at a storage space that opened for mere energy points, when refined storage treasures had grown so rare and so costly. He gaped at a mall stocked not only with martial Dao techniques, but immortal ones too. He said the messenger and the forum and the video feed could talk across any distance, when even the finest communication treasures of the cultivation world could not. And the trial tower let a man condense a body out of divine sense and fight life and death duels to sharpen his instinct. He called it a heaven-sent opportunity, the terror of 3 nations, and I had turned him into a wide-eyed new subscriber inside 10 seconds. Welcome to the company. Once the excitement passed, Zhang Saje remembered himself and scraped his dignity back together. Stern again, he asked what exactly Samahan wanted of him. Samahan lowered his gaze and pretended he had seen no lapse at all. The man's reaction had told him plenty, that this system was a heaven-defying treasure even in an immortal master's eyes. So he kept his request modest. The system already existed, and no one could unmake that fact. He begged the immortal master only to duel Yu Il, the strongest among the hosts, since a defeat there would deter the rest and hold the throne together. Zhang Sajie frowned and thought it over. His sect had sent him to keep the Jin state stable and to pick out disciples with the aptitude for immortal cultivation. This request sat squarely inside those duties. With a flicker of thought, he unfolded the interface in his divine sense and searched me out. He found the #1 system host, the first man to break into the Dao Seed realm. He found the fixed holder of the top spot on the Trial Tower's Dao Seed combat ranking. From a video of me killing a bronze humanoid puppet, he judged my strength at roughly the Golden Core realm. It did not scare him. He stood at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and he cultivated an orthodox immortal technique no martial art could match. Even the ceiling of my whole system, the Dao Seed realm, could not be spoken of alongside immortal cultivation. On top of that, he now had the system to make himself stronger. So he nodded and accepted. The duel would fall 3 months out on the Fallen Leaf Plain, 100 kilometers beyond the capital. Sama Han saluted and left to carry the challenge to me. Alone, Zhang Sajie set to studying his new toy, and the first thing he learned was the price of everything. He uploaded and sold every immortal technique he owned, sparing only the core legacy technique of the Heavenly Revelation sect. The mall paid him 700,000 energy points. Without a flicker, he burned 100,000 to open a storage space of 1 cubic meter. He swept a teacup off the table into it, then pulled it back out an instant later. It really was a storage space, though a cramped one. Widening it by another cubic meter cost a full 1 million, which he did not have, so he made himself save. The Enlightenment space was next. 100,000 more bought him a stretch inside. The moment he entered, his mind began to race, and every old doubt about his realm untangled in a breath. He barely had time to taste it before the clock ran out. He dumped his remaining 500,000 energy points into the space without a second thought. When he stepped out 50 seconds later, he laughed up at the sky. He was certain now he could reach the late Golden Core stage within 3 months and touch the Nascent Soul realm within 20 years. Then his eyes fell to his personal center, where the energy balance read 0, and his laughter died. He said aloud that he was poor, really too poor. For the first time in a long life, the nation-guarding immortal master had tasted running short on money, and he hated it. Being locked out of a function, as heaven-defying as the Enlightenment space was its own kind of torture, he ran through his options the way every wage earner eventually does. Converting spirit stones was out, since those were for cultivation. Inventing things was out, since he had no talent for it. Going out to promote the system like a salesman was frankly beneath him, selling more secret manuals he had just done. Then he remembered the royal family's fat store of old classics, and resolved to lean on Sama Han to grind out more energy points, and went looking for the emperor. I drove out of Chungsan town and gave myself over to the road. The car ate the miles, and I led it, savoring the raw thrill of speed. Little Yellow rode the passenger seat, eyeing the wheel, itching to get his paws on it. Finally, he wheedled that his poor tired master should rest in the back and let him take over. I saw straight through him. I told him that was fine, that the rest of the trip was his, since I had already scratched my own itch for speed. Now I could use the downtime to deduce the great Tao laws. He crowed that the road was on him. I stopped the car and gave up the driver's seat. I reminded him it was his own idea, not something I had forced. Then I pointed a finger and dropped an illusion over him. Anyone glancing in would now see a man at the wheel, not a dog. A dog driving down the highway would have started a riot, and I did not need the attention. I shut my eyes and set my consciousness into the system to browse the forum. The very top of the trending list read plainly that the Jin State's nation-guarding immortal master had challenged Yu Il. I opened it. There in the video stood the emperor of the Jin State himself, in his dragon robe, grave-faced, issuing the challenge on behalf of the immortal master Zhang Sai. My interest sharpened. I ran a quiet check through the back end and confirmed the man really was the emperor. So the system's spread had thrown the Jin States powerful into open panic, enough to drag out their immortal master. The Jin State fell inside the Heavenly Revelation sect sphere, which made this immortal master one of its disciples, a Golden Core cultivator, equal in weight to my own Dao Seed realm. I had not fully stretched my strength since my breakthrough. Here was a clean chance to measure myself against a Golden Core cultivator head-on. Beat him, and I would crush the rebellious spirit of the Jin State's power brokers. Beat him, and I would prove to every practitioner of the Dao Seed martial arts system that our path stood taller than immortal cultivation. I opened the comments, and they scrolled by exactly as I expected. An immortal master had actually challenged me. The emperor was clearly flailing to save his throne. Cultivators fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, while martial artists are only brutes with short lifespans. Holding out a few moves would already count as a miracle. The old picture of the lofty cultivator was rooted deep in every heart, and pictures like that do not change in a day. I ignored the whole skeptical tide and recorded one short clip of my own. 3 months from now, Fallen Leaf Plain, I would be there. No extra words, just the promise. And it carried more battle intent than a speech. On foot for the rest of the journey, I gave up the carriage and measured the land with my own steps. I walked in thought, weighing the great Tao of heaven and earth against the mountains and rivers I passed. I sank into the law of destiny, trying to deduce it by threading the old fortune-telling classics through the law of karma. Destiny is one of the supreme laws of the world. Comprehend it and weave it into the world seed before that seed births its heaven and earth, and I could nurture a more perfect world on a firmer foundation. I muttered the same lines over and over as I walked, that destiny was impermanent and unpredictable, and that with karma as the guide, destiny led the way. My feet carried me, without my noticing, toward a desolate stretch of ground. Little Yellow knew better than to disturb me at the edge of a breakthrough. He only padded along in silence, watching every direction, afraid some accident would break my focus. Then the clang of clashing weapons rang out ahead. That sudden noise struck me like the hand of destiny and pulled me clean out of my deduction. In the same instant, unfathomable light of the law burst from my eyes and my aura surged. I spoke the incantation to trace the cause and find the effect, and the law of destiny stood complete. Dazzling great Tao light erupted from my body. The power of the law of destiny coiled around me like something you could touch. For a moment, I felt fused with heaven and earth, wrapped in an aura so profound it drew awe and longing at once. I drew the light back into myself and turned toward the fighting. I had only meant to use karma as a guide and trace cause to effect, seeking whatever people my destiny was tangled with. I had half expected nothing. Instead, I had cracked the law of destiny open and glimpsed its true face. I told Little Yellow there was trouble ahead, and my figure flashed forward. He answered and kept close behind me, tearing the air as he came. I reached the scene in a blink, and blood-colored light filled the sky. A single crimson figure was hounding 2 swordsmen without mercy. I knew them, the black and white twin swords, Ye Hienzo and So Yoguang. Their sword lights wove together like silver ribbons, just barely walling out the assault. Without years of practiced coordination, they would already be dead. I recognized the attacker at a glance, a demonic cultivator running the blood demon art. I saw the twins knocked flying back. I flashed in front of them and struck with the blazing sun-star-shattering palm. The scorching palm force fell like a sun and incinerated the blood energy choking the sky. For a heartbeat, it was as if 2 suns had risen between heaven and earth, their glare washing every direction white. A shriek tore loose as the demonic cultivator's body burst apart. Scarlet mist bloomed in the air, most of him annihilated in an instant. Then a sinister roar answered. It howled that the blood demon did not die, that 10,000 bloods returned to the origin for a rebirth and a bloodbath. Thick, tangible blood energy gushed from the remains and reknit his broken body whole. My pupils shrank. I flashed forward and struck the blazing sun-star-shattering palm again, and world-ending heat erupted a second time. The temperature within 10 miles soared, and the sky-burning flames swallowed the blood shadow like an enraged tide. He howled that he would not accept it. He had only just broken through his realm. He could not fall here. He threw the blood demon art into resisting, and the supreme yang power burned him down to ash all the same. As the last thread of blood energy scattered, silence returned. Only a single classic fell to the ground, glowing a dark wet red. I confirmed over and over that the man had truly suffered soul flying away and spirit scattering. Then I lifted my hand and drew the classic to me. 3 characters sat on the cover, blood demon art, and my pupils shrank hard. I had buried the blood demon art deep underground with my own hands. So how was it here? Had someone dug it up? I opened it and checked. The technique inside matched, yet I could tell almost at once this was not the copy I had buried. There were 2 of them then. It smelled deliberate, as if someone were seeding the world with the blood demon art on purpose. For the life of me, I could not see what they gained. I tucked the manual into my storage space and turned to the twins. They had bound the system since I last saw them and taken up the Tao Seed martial arts system, reaching the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. I told them it had been a long time. They cried out that it was me, both at once. They had never dreamed the man who saved them would be me. The memory of being captured alive by me in their first battle was clearly one neither would ever shake. I looked at their stunned faces and nodded with a smile. Whether they knew it or not, these 2 were benefactors of mine. Without the soul transfer and spirit refining great art I had taken from them, my soul would never have strengthened so easily, and the first crude version of the system would have come far later. I admitted I had left in too much of a hurry last time to ask their names. I could have simply pulled the information through the system and chose not to. In my eyes, there was no need, since they were not my enemies. My bottom line bends more than most. But some lines I will not touch. The first crossing invites a second. A man who keeps crossing loses his original heart and watches his whole state of mind cave in. The twins looked thoroughly awkward, caught disheveled in front of me a second time. They struggled up and bowed, naming themselves the black and white twin swords, Ye Hienzo and So Yoguang. They thanked Hero Yu for their lives and begged pardon for offending me before. I waved it off and asked how they had ended up crossing swords with the demonic cultivator. The question lit anger in both of them. Yehianso ground out that they had been passing through to promote the system seed. The demonic cultivator had slaughtered all 300 people of the village ahead and used their blood to feed his technique. By the time they arrived, not a soul in the whole village was left alive. They had tried to kill him, but he had just broken through his realm, and they were no match. He said that without me they would have died there too. My face turned to frost. I am no gentle man. The lives stained on my hands, direct and indirect, run into the millions. But every killing of mine carried a reason, and I have never cut down ordinary people for nothing. The men who ran the blood demon art had snuffed out their own humanity. They treated innocent commoners as spirit pills to be consumed, no better than beasts, and they had long since earned the name enemy of the human race. When Little Yellow caught up, I told him in a low voice to come to the village ahead, in case anyone had survived. We buried the whole village together, and then I parted from the twins and went on alone. The dead sat heavy on me, and my thoughts kept circling one hook. I meant to drag out whoever was spreading the blood demon art. I told Little Yellow to act as my protector, and he snapped to full alert. I took out the blood demon art manual and loosed the law of destiny and the law of karma I had just comprehended. The light of the laws poured off my whole body, while the true force inside me drained away like water through a breached dam. With the manual as the key, I loosed the incantation to trace the cause and seek the effect, calling destiny to show its face. The void ahead shifted with a roar, and a sea of blood opened before me, its waves surging. Then a pair of blood-red eyes cracked open inside that sea. Their gaze ignored the infinite space between us and fixed directly on me. A frigid, killing intent stabbed through the endless void, straight into my soul. It hit like a lightning strike. I groaned and spat a mouthful of blood. The manual in my hand shattered inch by inch into drifting dust, and the illusion of the blood sea collapsed. Only a faint copper reek remained, to prove it had been real. Little Yellow rushed over frantic at the sight of the blood, his eyes full of fear, asking if I was all right. I told him not to panic, that it was only a minor wound, and I circulated the Jongon creation technique to knit myself back together. The probe had confirmed my guess. The blood demon art was being spread by someone, and those eyes were a horror all their own, able to wound me across the endless void with a single look. I wondered whether their owner was the blood demon who forged the art in the first place. If so, why had a being that terrible ended up suppressed? Who on earth had the strength to do the suppressing? A chill ran down my spine. This cultivation world was far more dangerous than its surface let on, and everything I had seen so far was only the tip of the iceberg. One careless step from here could damn me forever. Little Yellow asked in a small, shaken voice whether that had been the legendary Sea of Blood. He admitted those eyes had left him trembling. I patted his dog head and told him it was too early to say. The owner of those eyes was almost certainly still trapped and unable to come out. Given enough time, I would surpass him and kill him outright, not merely suppress him. My aura affirmed as I said it. Little Yellow nodded hard and swore that next time we would beat the thing down so it could never flip over again. I laughed and said it was about time we picked up the pace and made for the capital. He got excited, chirping that the 3-month deadline was nearly here, and that Master would surely pound this immortal master into paste. I shook my head at that. I reminded him that Zhang Sajie held a golden core cultivation, so it would not be simple, and I would have to give the fight everything. Outside the Jin state capital, on the vast fallen leaf plain, a crowd gathered like a rising tide. Over 1 million people packed the ground, craning their necks. They had come to witness one earth-shaking duel. The peak clash between the martial artist Yu Il and the nation-guarding immortal master Zhang Sajie. Its pull had long spilled past national borders. It tugged at every heart in the Jin state, and the surrounding nations sent people to watch. Those who could not come in the flesh followed through the system's live broadcast. Rows of temporary houses and camps had gone up around the plain, and the high officials and great Jianghu leaders all moved in. The gambling dens had opened their books early, with staggering odds. They paid 5 to 1 on me, and only even money on Zhang Sage, every wager settled in energy points. Even so, the crowd stacked its chips on the immortal master. How could a mere martial artist stand against a cultivator? As the hour neared and I still had not appeared, the crowd grew restless, heads turning, no sign of me anywhere. The talk soured into scorn and pity. Some sneered I had chickened out and disgraced every martial artist alive. Others insisted I was no coward and must have hit trouble on the road. A few murmured that the immortal master's strength was unfathomable, and that a martial artist who showed up might simply lose his life. Inside the Jin State Court encampment, Zhang Sage sat with 2 guests. One was the Wool State Nation guarding immortal master, Im Zhang. The other was the Fire Kingdom Nation guarding immortal master, Li Yum. Zhang Sage asked, plainly puzzled, why 2 of them had traveled for an ordinary competition. Im Zhang said calmly that nothing much was going on. He had heard Zhang Sage meant to duel a martial artist and came to watch the fun. Li Yum laughed and admitted the system was spreading like wildfire through the Fire Kingdom. He was curious just how strong this #1 host really was. Zhang Sage's eyes flickered, and he understood them at once. They had both bound systems of their own. They dared not stop the spread, for fear of being unbound and losing the opportunity. So they had come to gauge me. Im Zhang nodded without shame, admiration in his voice, and admitted that nothing could be hidden from fellow Taoist Zhang. A duel that looked decided in advance actually carried extraordinary weight. Win and Zhang Sage would deter every host and steady the Jin State throne. The same logic held for the Wool State. Li Yum added, solemn, that the system's spread had become an unstoppable trend. Since they could not halt it yet wished to keep their courts standing, the duel truly mattered. Rare free time or not, they wanted to see it with their own eyes. Zhang Sage's aura surged then, bearing his late Golden Core stage strength. He declared, proud that he had climbed to the late Golden Core stage and would certainly take this fight. Li Yum sucked in a shocked breath. Li Yum said fellow Taoist Zhang must have profited enormously from the system to advance so far so fast. Im Zhang, just as astonished, asked where he had gotten the immense pile of energy points such a breakthrough demanded. A smug curl rose at the corner of Zhang Sage's mouth. He said he had simply had the emperor step forward and use gold and silver treasures to buy energy points off the common people, trading a little worldly wealth for cultivation resources. Why would he not? Im Zhang pressed a hand to his forehead and laughed bitterly. So it could be run that way. He had buried himself in cultivation so long his brain had gone stiff. He had never imagined letting mortals bind the system could pay dividends like this, and how shallow that made him. There it was, the whole ballgame. 3 immortal masters, realizing you can outsource your grind by making the peasants buy your premium currency for you. That was my plan, wearing their faces. Li Yum glanced at the sky beyond the door and sneered. The hour was nearly up and I still had not shown, so I most likely did not dare. Im Zhang chimed in that fellow Taoist Zhang might not even need to lift a hand, subduing the enemy without a fight. Zhang Sage smiled, disdain threading his voice. He had rather looked forward to meeting the man who called himself the #1 host. Instead, he had found a coward who would not even step into the ring. Li Yum said it was only natural. However impressive I sounded, I was still just a martial artist, and the Tao Seed system could not stand in the same league as immortal cultivation. All 3 of them nodded along. Elsewhere in that crowd, the ones who believed in me were losing their nerve. Xiao Wang frowned and worried aloud whether I really had not dared to come. Xiao Sangan shook his head fast and insisted it could not be so, since they had all dealt with me and knew I was no timid man who fled a fight. So Wandang insisted firm that something must have delayed me on the road. At the cultivator's tomb, I had put down golden humanoid puppets and zombies and a handful of moves. How could I possibly fear a cultivator who sat only at the Golden Core realm? Wan Sun Ya looked drawn and said the competition was too important. If an accident kept me away, the Tao Seed practitioners would never lift their heads again. Meng Jiheo let out a helpless breath and asked why, with a fight this important, I was late. As the last of those words fell, a voice rolled across the plain. It apologized for the wait and said I had been delayed on the road, but had thankfully not missed the hour. My figure sped in from the distance. In a blink, I stood in the air above the fallen leaf plain, spine straight, my gaze sweeping the packed ground below. The truth was simpler than any of their theories. 2 days back, passing a small village, I had heard its river was haunted. It was the first talk of a vengeful ghost I had run into in this world. Naturally, I got curious. It seemed worth catching a water ghost to see what the thing was made of. Catching it cost me almost no time. I struck the water apart with one palm, then reached in and seized the water ghost before it could react. What ate my 3 months was the research, because I lost myself in it and forgot the hour. Only Little Yellow's reminder kept me from missing the duel outright. The reason I sank so deep was simple. Studying the water ghost, I had caught a glimmer of inspiration, and I sat just one last layer from comprehending the law of the soul. A breakthrough that rare pulled me under. In the end, my work paid off, and I grasped a trace of the law of the soul, though the water ghost suffered soul flying away and spirit scattering for it. Across the full 3 months of travel, I never once stopped. With the subsystem computing power matrix carrying the load, I had comprehended a trace of the law of destiny and the law of the soul. On top of them, I comprehended 56 more great Tao laws, a haul well past what I had hoped. Wandering the world proved far more efficient than my old days at the world-saving medical hall. I had banked 1,271 great Tao laws now, nearly halfway to the 3,000. Yet all that comprehension barely moved my combat power, since my realm still sat too low to unleash it. The plane roared to life the moment I appeared. Some crowed they had said all along I would come, and no one had listened. Others allowed that beating the immortal master was near impossible, but that simply not freezing up would earn face for martial artists. Xiao Wang laughed out loud, thrilled that I had finally arrived. So Wandang's eyes lit, and she said she had known I would come, only delayed by something on the road. Zhang Saje stepped out onto the air from the court station, light blooming under each footfall, and laughed. He said he had thought I would not dare show my face. Since I had come, he would let me see how strong he truly was. A cultivator's power was nothing my crippled little Tao seed system could measure against. I kept my face flat. I told him I hoped his methods were as sharp as his tongue, my gaze steady on him like a torch. The man across from me had been an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect, one of Heaven's proud sons. I had been an outer sect disciple of that same sect, one who could not reach Foundation establishment and got expelled. Two men once as far apart as clouds and mud, now standing across a plain to settle it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and never bully the poor for being young. Then I felt the spiritual energy massing around Zhang Saje, and my heart jolted. He stood at the late golden core stage, past the middle stage I had braced for. My expression went serious. This was my first time facing a golden core cultivator straight on, and his true depth was still unknown. Cautious as ever, I decided to hold back only my divine ability and throw everything else in. Zhang Saje warned me coldly to yield now and keep my life, since he would not hold back once we truly fought. I told him that life and death rested with fate, and wealth with heaven. Since I had come prepared, so there was no need for more words, only the fight. At that, his spiritual energy whipped up around him. His fingers flew through arcane seals, and a flying sword blinked into being out of empty air. He lifted his sword finger, and the blade shot at me like a bolt of lightning. I ran every drop of my true force into the 5 elements palm. The power of the 5 elements gathered out of heaven and earth, and condensed into a giant palm 100 meters tall. It slammed down on the flying sword. The pressure alone crushed the air into sonic cracks, and the sword was batted aside. The palm did not slow for an instant, pressing straight down on the terror-struck Zhang Saje. He threw up a spiritual energy shield, and his precious armor flared with treasure light, but both looked like paper under that weight. The next breath he was slapped out of the sky into the earth. Dust flew, the ground heaved, and a palm-shaped crater opened with him pinned at its floor. I froze where I stood and swept my divine sense through the crater again and again. It was truly his own body down there. No substitution technique. No sign of escape. Once I was sure he was wholly suppressed, a strange daze came over me. Was it really that simple? One palm to put down a late golden core cultivator? Either he was too weak, or I was too strong. Under the 5 elements giant palm, Zhang Saje's skull rang and his whole body screamed with pain. The injuries ran so deep he had lost any hope of fighting on. Had he not raised his shield and armor in the last instant, he would likely have died on the spot. Most of his bones were shattered, and even with healing pills the mending would take time. Worse than the pain was the fact of it. A dignified cultivator had been beaten in a single move by a martial artist and driven into the dirt, all his confidence slapped out of the air along with him. In the Jin state stands, the teacup fell from Im Jung's hand and shattered, tea splashing wide. He stared, his face full of disbelief. How could a mere brute of a martial artist suppress a late golden core cultivator with one palm? Li Yom scrubbed at his eyes, his voice shaking, saying it made no sense at all. Im Jung muttered half to himself, hollow-eyed. Was the Tao Seed martial arts system truly this powerful? Or was I simply too strong? If I could pin Zhang Saje like that, then dealing with him would cost me nothing. The thought broke Im Zhang out in a cold sweat. His back gone icy. He had nearly ordered the system banned once. Only an extra grain of caution, a personal test, had talked him out of it. Anger the system, and he would have been forcibly unbound and stripped of the opportunity. He might even have drawn a purge mission. Even with the pure void sect at his back, escaping death would not have spared him a brutal lesson from a host. He looked at Zhang Saje's ruined state with lingering dread, privately grateful. It was Zhang Saje who had thrown the challenge first. Had he been the one to provoke me, he would be the one under the palm. Samahan's face drained white. He roared out his despair, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Around him, the officials crumpled to their knees too, swaying, mouthing the same two words over and over, that it was over. Zhang Saje's defeat had shattered their last hope. The power and endless wealth they had leaned on all their lives evaporated in a breath. From here on, they were nothing but ordinary offspring of officials, unable to run wild, forever nervous their family businesses would fold. One wrong step could drop them from their heights into the very commoner class they had spent their lives despising. For a beat, the million spectators only stared at the 100-meter palm, dazed, unable to trust their own eyes. Then the radiance of pure excitement broke across their faces. So Wandang forgot her careful fairy poise entirely, bouncing up and down, shouting that I had won, that Yu Il had won, that it was incredible. Xiao Wang laughed that the Dao Seed martial arts system was not a hair inferior to immortal cultivation, and that his old choice had been right. Xiao Songgan stood rigid, fists clenched, until the fingertips whitened. The moment hardened his resolve. He carried a lightning spiritual root and top-tier aptitude, and had always been torn about which road to walk. Watching me flatten an immortal master with one palm finally convinced him that martial Dao, too, could lead to the peak. He thanked me under his breath for steadying his heart. Little Yellow was leaping about, tail spinning like a propeller, barking without pause. Since he did not dare speak, he flooded my system messenger instead. Master was too amazing, he wrote, explosively handsome. His admiration for me endless as a surging river. I read it and messaged back that I already knew, and told him that if he could talk, he should say more of it. I looked around at the cheers rolling in like a tide, every face lit with shock and joy. The battle had come easier than I imagined, and its impact ran further than I planned. The Five Elements giant palm had not merely beaten a cultivator. It had cracked the whole world's contempt for martial Dao. Now everyone knew that stepping onto the martial road could carry a man to strength too. I drew the palm back and turned my gaze on Zhang Saje, asking whether he had lost and still wanted to fight. The instant the pressure lifted, he fished out a healing pill and swallowed it. After a while, he forced himself upright and stared at me, hoarse with shock. Was I really only a martial artist, and not a cultivator? I told him plainly that I was a martial artist. My aptitude for immortal cultivation had been too poor, so I had switched to martial Dao long ago. The facts had just proved a man could still reach strength through martial arts. He looked around at the excitement and the open mockery, and his heart went cold. With a single thought, he recalled the flying sword to his hand, said nothing more, rose onto it, and fled the plane where he had lost every scrap of face. I flashed to Little Yellow's side, grabbed him, and vanished in the same breath. In the Jin state capital, I wrapped an illusion over my face and figure, wary of being recognized. I stood squarely in the spotlight, and exposure would only invite trouble. Walking the streets, I found the passers-by buzzing about my victory with open delight. They did not tilt toward the court just because they stood in the court's own city. It did not surprise me. One glance at the dilapidated thatch beside the high gates and broad courtyards told the whole story. The capital's commoners lived hard, and poverty was the ordinary state of most. In this world, the capital's poor had it worse, hemmed in by swarms of noble offspring, and a careless commoner could see his whole family destroyed. But the balance had flipped now. With my win, the host side held the high ground, and the court's prestige was not what it had been. Those noble sons would no longer dare to bully the common folk at will. More and more ordinary people were taking up martial arts, ceasing to be a defenseless herd. The rage of a common man can splash blood 5 steps, as the saying goes. With power in their hands, the commoners would stop letting themselves be trampled. The change had only just begun, and injustice still ran thick. But given time, as more of them mastered real power, they would hold more of the initiative on this land, and their voices would carry more weight. I looked at it all and felt a genuine pride. In the mortal Jin state, I had planted a solid step toward pulling the cultivators and the nobility down off their high horses. As the system kept spreading, other countries would surely meet the same earth-shaking turn. Then I looked at the grandest brothel in the capital, standing right in front of me, and stepped inside. I had just won a great fight, and it was well past time to celebrate. Today, just this once, I told Little Yellow we would live extravagantly. I lay half reclined on a carved sandalwood couch, the table before me heaped with delicacies, steam curling up with an intoxicating smell. A young woman in light gauze fed me with care. Two others knelt behind me and worked my shoulders and neck with just the right pressure. A capital brothel earned its name, the women's beauty and the polish of the service far past anything in Chongzan town. To my surprise, the women here had bound the system and taken up martial Tao too. At this rate, I thought, places like this might quietly vanish. If there were any other way to make a living, who would keep selling smiles to please strangers? The change gladdened me. Proof my mark on this world ran ever deeper. Even women in a house of vice had finally been handed the chance to choose their own lives. And yet, knowing how rare such fine service would be once brothels emptied out, I could not help a small pang of melancholy. Off to the side, Little Yellow sprawled on the soft couch, eyes half shut, wholly content, wallowing in the comfort right alongside me. I let the overthinking go and sent my divine sense into the system to skim the talk about the duel. The comments ran hot in one direction now. I was incredible. No one had backed me, and I had made them all proud. I had pinned the nation-guarding immortal master with one palm. It was a great victory for the commoners against the high and mighty. One better crowed that he had staked 2,000 energy points on me and walked away with 10,000. All of them agreed the Dao Seed martial arts system was not inferior in the least. A smile pulled at my mouth. The chain reaction had outrun every expectation. It hardened the foundation of the Dao Seed martial arts system, handed its practitioners back their confidence, and broke the resistance of the court's powerful in one stroke. The Jin State throne would not stir up trouble for a good while, and the situation had finally settled. It was time for a new road. I would cross thousands of mountains and rivers and comprehend the full 3,000 great Dao laws, so the world seed could ripen to perfection. More pressing still, I had to put the deduction of the next realm's cultivation technique on the schedule. 3 years slid by. The long-awaited Ascension Assembly came round again. About 100,000 people carrying dreams of cultivation flooded the testing grounds until the vast field could hold no more. Li Jie looked over the churning crowd with a satisfied curl to his lips and praised Zhang Sajie beside him. Li Jie said Zhang Sajie had handled it beautifully this time. So many had heard of the day and come eager, and a great number already had qi condensed around them, likely from mortal martial arts. Zhang Sajie's smile deepened, and he thought privately that spreading word through the system was effortless. 8 or 9 of every 10 present carried the aptitude for immortal cultivation, with peerless geniuses of heavenly spiritual root surely among them. Li Jie would be floored soon enough. It ran exactly as Zhang Sajie expected, and then some. Nearly everyone who came possessed the aptitude. More staggering still, they gathered 1,000 people with heavenly spiritual roots in a single sweep. In past years, landing even one such disciple counted as a rich harvest, and 1,000 mere aptitude holders was more than they could manage. Li Jie started shocked and delighted, then went numb as the qualified numbers kept climbing, then simply lost the thread of it. Had his luck detonated? No luck stretched this far. A full 100,000 with the aptitude. Most carried 3 spiritual roots or better. The 4 spiritual roots and the 5-element spiritual root types were oddly scarce, and the reason for that scarcity was mine. Someone in the system, meaning me, had long spread the word that 4 spiritual roots and the 5-element spiritual root had no future in immortal cultivation, and only wasted a life. Such people were better off in martial Dao, and so few of them had bothered to show. With numbers like that, it stopped being a pleasant surprise and became an outright shock. 100,000 aptitude holders were more than even the deep-rooted, heavenly revelation sect could swallow, and Li Jie stood there wholly out of ideas. Zhang Sajie saw the loss on his face and quickly suggested a plan. Since these 100,000 carried real aptitude, they should report the whole thing to the sect and let the leadership decide whether to recruit them all. Li Jie agreed that junior brother Zheng was right, and that the sect leader and the elders should rule on it. He took out a communication magical artifact and laid the situation out in full. The Heavenly Revelations sect leader, Im Nam, read the message and could not believe it. Only after confirming it again and again did he accept it as true and summon the 10 great elders. Elder Ram met it with open disbelief. Was the sect leader joking? 100,000 aptitude holders and 1,000 heavenly spiritual roots? Could that be real? Had the testing magical artifact simply malfunctioned? Nam explained he had already confirmed it with Li Jie. The man had no reason to fake something so easily checked. His own worry was exactly that, a faulty artifact, which was why he wanted Elder Ram to carry a fresh one and retest them. Elder Ram then asked the harder question. Should they recruit these 100,000 if the aptitude proved genuine? Nam answered without hesitation. If it was true, they would take every one. That meant no shortage of hands to run the spiritual chi conversion formation, and room to build several more. If the outer sect station ran short of space, they would expand it, which was no trouble for a sect like theirs. He said this most likely signaled the coming of a golden age, for otherwise so many gifted people would never surface at once. A golden age always rode in beside a great catastrophe. The recent battle in the River of Time that had appeared within the sect might well foreshadow it. So they had to seize the moment and build strength against the crises ahead. The 10 great elders voiced their agreement as one. Nam asked Elder Ram to make the trip, and Elder Ram bowed low and pledged to obey. Elder Ram reached the Ascension grounds soon after with the new testing artifact. He ordered Li Jie to retest everyone at once, and confirm with care whether they truly held the aptitude. Li Jie answered respectfully and set the whole operation in motion. A long while later, it was done. Elder Ram studied the final tally and said nothing for a long time. The 100,000 did every last one carry the aptitude for immortal cultivation. He made the call on the spot, telling Li Jie to arrange the flying boats and bring them all back to the Heavenly Revelation sect. When Li Jie asked, needing to hear it twice, whether he truly meant all 100,000, Elder Ram's face stayed firm. Recruit every one. In the Wool State and the Fire Kingdom and every other land the system had blanketed, the same scene played out. The major sects moved the instant the news broke. Faced with a recruiting windfall that came once a century, not one of them let a single aptitude holder slip away. Across those same 3 years, I had roamed the Jin State, the Fire Kingdom, the Wool State, and beyond. I crossed strange peaks and steep ridges, threaded the depths of crowded markets, and watched the whole spread of human life while hunting enlightenment in the mortal world. I drank in the scenery and never once slacked my cultivation. By now, I had comprehended 2,312 of the 3,000 Great Tao laws, with only 688 left. At my current realm, I could finish the rest inside 3 years, even without any further opportunity. My grip on the space-time realm had reached 30%, and my power of deduction had climbed by leaps. Few souls in the world could match my comprehension ability now. If I ever put the 235.1 billion subsystems to work, even drawing only on their surplus, my deduction alone would touch the level of an immortal. It was a frightening thing to hold in reserve. Just then, Little Yellow burst out with big news. In the Jin State, the Wool State, the Fire Kingdom, and every other system-covered land, each sect at this Ascension Assembly had recruited nearly 100,000 aptitude-holding disciples. Basically, all of them were 3 spiritual roots or better. Those cultivator schools were about to see their strength rocket. Then he wrinkled up in confusion and asked why, if I wanted to bring the cultivators down, I had ever added the physique display function at all. Was that not handing the enemy free strength? I sighed, honestly disappointed in how little he had grown. I had told him to read more, and he never listened. All he did was scroll the video feed, browse the forum, and run off to the brothel. After following me this long, he still could not see the reason behind my moves. I added that he did not even cultivate, when he could use the enlightenment space whenever he pleased, and never ran short on energy points. He still sat at the mere peak of the divine sea realm without so much as choosing the direction of his own Tao, hopelessly unmotivated. Little Yellow muttered that he only went to the brothel because he learned it from me. Then he stiffened his neck and declared that he had, in fact, decided his Tao. He would cultivate the great Tao of devouring. He said I had once told him the tale of the heavenly dog that swallows the sun, and he meant to become a heavenly dog exactly like that. My face darkened, and I hurried to defend myself. He was not to slander me. I only went now and then to unwind and get a proper massage. Nothing like him bolting off to that kind of place every other day. He shrank his neck in guilt, rubbed his head against my feet, and changed the subject. He asked why I did not simply switch off the physique display, so the schools could not scoop up so many disciples and grow so strong. I looked at the lazy little creature and shook my head, a knowing smile tugging at my mouth. I told him he was short-sighted. The strongest fortresses are most often torn down from the inside. 100,000 hosts with real aptitude had just flooded into the schools. So on the surface, each school's power had swelled. But every one of those recruits carried system assistants and would cultivate at blistering speed. Soon they would rise to become the backbone of their schools, even senior members. For the sake of energy points, most would sell the secret manuals they came across straight to the system. So I would gather a mountain of manuals, fatten them all, and use them to comprehend more great Tao laws. I paid only energy points, a guaranteed profit start to finish. I went on to say that once those recruits held a voice, it could sway their sect's decisions and make the system far easier to spread. Who would ever willingly give up a system this powerful? It is easy to slide from thrift into luxury, and brutal to climb back. Once these people had tasted the convenience, returning to the old way would be more than they could stand. I asked whether he could give up the system himself right now. Of course he could not. Little Yellow shook his head hard and swore that without the system he would rather be dead. Then he frowned and worried. With so many hosts pouring into the schools, was I not afraid the system would be exposed too early? It clashed with my plan to grow quietly first. What if the schools banned the spread? I threw back my head and laughed, sure of every word. He should not forget that these hosts had clawed their way up through the forums and the video feed. Their eyes and their cunning were no softer than any old hand of the Jianghu. Competition inside the cultivator schools ran vicious. Once the fairness system spread there, each host's private edge would vanish. So who would ever volunteer to reveal it? Even the nation-guarding immortal masters might never breathe a word of the system to their own sex. And even if someone did slip, so what? The functions were so powerful that no cultivator alive could resist them. Look at the nation-guarding immortal masters, who used the thing more helplessly than anyone. If the schools ever grasped that the system could recruit more geniuses and deepen their power, they might well come to blows over it. Little Yellow's eyes flew wide and bright, his tail wagging in delight. Full of admiration, he said it had all been folded into my calculations from the start. He had been wondering why I would ever hand my opponents free help, and now he saw the chess was played too brilliantly. I told him slowly that it was only a rough sketch so far. The real direction would follow the ground as it shifted. The future held endless unknowns, and few things ran exactly to plan. But none of it mattered since at the very least we now held the initiative. Events unfolded just as I had said. The new hosts inside the cultivator schools kept their mouths shut. The returning nation-guarding immortal masters stayed silent too, none of them ever breathing the system's name. To guard against leaks, they even built a set of secret codes for hosts to speak among themselves. Hungry for energy points, they steadily sold off the precious classics of the scripture pavilions to the system store for generous returns. The Golden Core nation-guarding immortal masters wanted to advance so badly, and their higher cultivation and authority let them reach so many more manuals. Apart from the core legacy techniques, they sold everything to the system without a flicker of hesitation. For a stretch, the count of techniques and manuals in the store swelled exponentially. The great sects had no idea, still basking in the joy of recruiting geniuses. The new hosts did not disappoint their schools either, cultivating at an astonishing clip on system support. Before long, a wave of them broke into the 9th level of Qi refining, with many stepping straight into the Foundation Establishment realm and the 10th level of Qi refining. The senior members were beside themselves at recruiting so many splendid disciples, crying out that heaven itself blessed the sect. In their joy, they overlooked a few irregularities. Meanwhile, as hundreds of thousands of hosts settled in, they shared the inner life of those sects across the system's social platform. Through text, images, and recorded video, they laid bare everything from daily cultivation to sect activities, without the slightest reserve. The once mysterious cultivator schools slowly shed their veils and set off an enormous uproar. An outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect stood talking in one such video. He said he would walk his fellow Taoists through the daily life of an outer sect disciple. Every day at first light, they had to rise on the dot and begin morning breathing to cultivate Qi. Once mid-morning arrived, they went to operate the spiritual Qi conversion formation, a hard rule every outer sect disciple had to obey. He warned them not to underestimate running the formation for 6 hours. It was mentally grinding, physically draining work that burned through spiritual power and stalled their own cultivation. Only by pulling an extra 4 hours of overtime every single day for a full month could they trade the labor for one spirit fragmentation stone. The spiritual Qi packed inside such a stone was so thin that, converted, it came to only about 20 energy points, not even matching a day's system output. He pursed his lips, half helpless. If only he had been born with a heavenly spiritual root, he could have walked straight into the inner sect and never touched such drudgery. I had worked that exact shift in this life and, in a way, in the one before it. The comment section under his video detonated, and this was the part where I leaned in. They were finally saying out loud what I had died knowing. The feed roared, one voice after another. Did that count as cultivation, or was it just a cultivator turned beast of burden? How did it differ from working for money in the mortal world, when it only swapped silver for spirit fragmentation stones? One man said his whole worldview had shattered. He had pictured cultivators in serene seclusion, waited on hand and foot, only to learn they clocked in like anyone else. Another swore his own mortal life was more comfortable than this. He had thought cultivation was the road to the peak, and it turned out to be a black-hearted factory. A third did the grim math. A month of overtime for a single stone worth 20 energy points, and said the greediest slumlord who ever lived would tip his hat at exploitation that clean. Others warned that the 4 spiritual roots and the 5 element spiritual root types had it worse still, with no real hope of foundation establishment, worked to the bone and cast out old and useless. And more than a few thanked their own luck for choosing the Tao Seed martial arts system, since it made them powerhouses all the same. They said that even a beast of burden seemed to live more decently than the men they had once envied. As more hosts uploaded these slices of sect life, the public's picture of the cultivation world steadily sharpened into focus. These cultivators were not perched above the mundane world at all. They too kept a schedule and ground through repetitive tasks. The plain honesty of the footage slowly dissolved the old mystery and longing people had heaped on cultivators and their sects. Little Yellow watched one such video with open disbelief. He asked whether the cultivation sects were really this dark. You could barely find landlords that black-hearted anymore in the mortal world the system had reached. I had seen the video too, and it dragged my own past up with it. I sighed and admitted the sects were genuinely dark, but measured against mortal world life as it once was, they still came out ahead, since they at least guaranteed 3 meals a day. Little Yellow looked at me with sympathy. He said I had once been an outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect. I had failed foundation establishment, grown old, and been kicked out, which was truly miserable. My face went dark, and I brought my hand down on his dog head. If he did not know how to talk, he should shut up. No one kicked me out. I had left of my own free will to start my own business. Did he understand? He took the blow and agreed at once that Master was right. Without me stepping out to build something, we would never have the fine life we had now. He scratched his head with a paw, aggrieved, and nodded on, terrified of earning a second slap. I told him to come along, that we would find some lavish restaurant in the city ahead and eat well. I brought him up to the top floor, where the view opened wide over a great sweep of scenery. Just as I was hunting for an empty table, a greeting reached my ears. Someone called out that fellow Taoist Yu should come sit with him, since there happened to be an open seat. I turned to find a bearded, middle-aged man in a dark blue robe, a white feather fan resting in his hand, wearing the unmistakable air of an old war strategist. I raised an eyebrow, honestly baffled, and asked whether he had truly been speaking to me. He said he had indeed been speaking to me, that he had never expected to meet fellow Taoist Yu in Nuso City, and that he counted it a great honor. He named himself Sa Tong, courtesy name Unju, whom the friends of the Jianghu called the know-it-all. He waved the fan and gestured me over. I answered that fellow Taoist Sa was too courteous, walked across, and sat down opposite him. Sa Tong asked, curious, whether I had come to Nuongso City for the once-in-a-decade trading assembly of the Nuongso Immortal Cultivation Market. I shook my head and said I was only passing through. Then I let my own curiosity show and asked what this trading assembly was. He shook the white feather fan and told me it was no secret. The Immortal Sunset sect hosted it once every 10 years, and every major sect and cultivation family in the region sent people. It ran auctions, and better still, drew loose cultivators who set up stalls to trade rare treasures. The whole thing was held 100 kilometers east of Nungso City. He said he had come for it himself, and that if I wished to go, we could travel together. The trading assembly interested me at once, since I might turn up a treasure or two there. But a worry followed on its heels. Every transaction in the cultivation world ran on spirit stones, and I did not hold a single one. Even inside the market, I could do nothing but stare. If only energy points would buy things. Then it struck me that the Sa Tong before me was also bound to a system and cultivated the Tao Seed martial arts system. Perhaps I could trade him energy points for some spirit stones. After a moment's hesitation, I asked whether he had any spare spirit stones on him, and whether he would let me exchange some energy points for them. He laughed and agreed on the spot. Of course he would, since energy points were far more useful than spirit stones. He happened to be carrying 100 surplus low-grade spirit stones. I thanked him sincerely, and we closed the trade then and there. Afterwards, Satong could not help sighing. The cultivation world still used spirit stones for currency, which struck him as hopelessly backward. It would be so much better to trade in energy points. He mused that the cultivation world had scarcely changed in millions of years, as though time itself had stalled. Look at the places the system covered, where something new appeared every day. At this rate, the cultivation world would sooner or later be overtaken by the mortal world. I let a curious look surface, and asked whether fellow Taoist Sa truly believed that. He waved the fan and went on. To be honest, he too had been an outer sect disciple, of the pure void sect. He had once dreamed of cultivating all the way to immortal ascension. Then he found his aptitude too poor and his road ahead barren, and turned back to the mortal world for good. To his shock, the system-covered mortal world had undergone earth-shaking change and brimmed with life everywhere he looked. But the cultivation world held to the same ancient rut, unchanged in millions of years, its bottom-rung disciples more like beasts of burden than ever. He said that if the trend held, the mortal world might one day become an immortal realm on Earth. I looked at him with genuine surprise. I had not expected the man to carry a real strategist's edge and see it that clearly. I told him fellow Taoist Sack was exactly right. I was honestly curious what faces the cultivation sects would make the day they discovered the mortal world was not a hair beneath them. He laughed loud and said he looked forward to it too, though it would take some time yet for the mortal world to catch up. Right at that moment, I caught a familiar figure on the street below, and my expression shifted. A soft sound of surprise slipped out of me. A young woman was strolling the streets of Nungzhou City, looking left and right, her face full of curiosity, little exclamations escaping her now and then. Every trace of the cold, ethereal, immortal Kai poise I associated with her had vanished. She looked like a curious girl from next door. My first thought was that my eyes had tricked me. Only after sizing her up carefully did I confirm that the figure below was truly the heavenly revelation sect saintess, Ye Shengso. The sheer contrast with the woman I knew caught me off guard. Sei Tong followed my gaze and could not hold back a soft exclamation. He said it really was the heavenly revelation sect saintess Ye Cheong-so, and that he would never have expected her on the bustling streets of the mortal realm. She was likely here for the Nungzhou Immortal Cultivation Market Trading Conference, and the Creation Secret Realm 1 month away. Seeing the curiosity on my face, Sa Tong smiled with a touch of pride. He said his name as the know-it-all was not for show. His cultivation talent might not be top tier, but gathering information was his true strength. The Yechung soul below was the heavenly revelation sect, saintess, bearer of an ice spiritual root, standing at the late golden core stage. She had already refined a high-pattern golden core, with a strong rumored chance of reaching the coveted 9-pattern core. That would make her the undisputed #1 genius of the heavenly revelation sect, surpassing even the Saint Ye Riang. She was the acknowledged #1 beauty of the whole eastern wasteland cultivation world, with countless suitors chasing her. Satong said that, had he not seen it himself, he would never have believed the icy fairy had such a side. Just then, as if she felt the eyes on her from above, Ye Chung-sol looked up all at once, a flash of surprise crossing her face. In an instant, she recovered her usual cold fairy poise, turned, melted into the crowd, and was gone. Sei Tong exclaimed that her perception was terrifyingly sharp. Ye Cheong-sol truly lived up to her name. Spotting him after only 2 glances, he admitted he had worried he might land in trouble for glimpsing another side of her. But fortunately, she was just as the rumors held, cold on the outside and kind underneath. He had even heard she once talked the emperor of the Jin state into lowering taxes and easing the lives of the common people. I let real surprise show and said there was truly such a story, and that fellow Taoist Sa deserved the name know-it-all to dig out even secrets like that. Sa Tong grinned ear to ear, plainly thrilled. Where he would normally laugh off flattery, praise from me struck differently. After all, I was the #1 among every system host, long fixed at the top of the Trial Tower's Tao Seed combat ranking, with a strength that unsettled people. He had personally witnessed the day I suppressed the nation-guarding immortal master Zheng Saje under a single palm, a scene that had left him unable to recover for 3 days and 3 nights. I asked, curious, what the Creation Secret Realm actually was, the place Ye Chung-sol meant to enter a month from now, and whether he could tell me more. He waved a hand and said it was no great secret. that most golden core cultivators knew of it. He had no intent to hide it from me. Partly a simple question anywhere would turn it up. Partly I could tell he wanted to befriend me and bank a favor against some future need. He paused, gathered his thoughts, and began. The creation secret realm was a place where the origin of the great Tao converged between heaven and earth. Inside it, the 3,000 great Tao laws and the spiritual qi evolved into great Tao beasts. Cultivators could slay those beasts for law crystals, which tempered the golden core and lifted its quality, laying the foundation for a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. The law crystals could not be carried out of the secret realm. Some prodigies of fine aptitude and comprehension could even grasp a trace of a law ahead of time inside it. The realm was carved into 3,000 independent areas, each tied to one type of great Tao law. A golden core cultivator was dropped at random into a single law area upon entry. Any attempt to cross into another would summon the great Tao law threads to wrap around the trespasser and double the gravity crushing down on his body. His tone turned solemn. The secret realm opened only to cultivators at the golden core realm and below, and only once every 100 years. It was exactly these many restrictions that had preserved it to this day. Otherwise, the great sex would have carved up its opportunities long ago. Ye Chang-sul, he judged, was likely bent on breaking her golden core to 9 patterns there. The creation secret realm sat at Creation Mountain, 1,000 kilometers east of Nyeongso City. Every opening drew golden core cultivators from the major schools, along with loose cultivators from all around. He too planned to try his luck this time, hoping to comprehend a few great Tao laws and perfect his Tao seed. My eyes lit at every word. For me, the creation secret realm was nothing short of a supreme treasure land, a real chance to race the 3,000 great Tao laws to completion. As for the danger of entering, at my Tao seed realm, no one of the same realm should be able to threaten my life. Cultivation was a heaven-defying act to begin with. So where was there ever such a thing as absolute safety? The fairness system I had built was, in the end, a wild system, far less heaven-defying than the kinds that could smooth over every difficulty. If I refused to fight and only ever hid in the shadows, my cultivation would inevitably crawl. And should some high-level cultivator ever stumble into binding a system, crack its secrets, and trace them back to me, it would all be over. I was racing the clock. I had to lift my cultivation and upgrade the system as fast as I could, while firming its foundation, so its secrecy and complexity could climb beyond anyone's easy reach. I told Satong that, if he did not mind, I would like to explore this secret realm alongside him when the time came, so we could watch each other's backs. A smile spread across his face, and he nodded his agreement. He said we should add each other on the system messenger so we could stay in touch. We did so on the spot. Outside the Nyeongso Immortal Cultivation Market, streams of light came down one after another and resolved into cultivators, who filed into the market in a long line. Satong pointed toward a valley in the distance. He said that was the Nyeongso Immortal Cultivation Market, and the whole valley lay under a formation. I should take care leaving it since robbery-minded cultivators often lurked outside, preying on those coming out. I nodded to show I had noted it and followed him in. The instant I stepped into the valley, the spiritual qi around me soared 60-fold. My field of vision opened wide onto a bustling street lined with shops on both sides. Cultivators came and went, some ducking into stores to buy magical artifacts, others heading out to resume their journeys. The whole scene humming with prosperity. Little Yellow fired off an excited message on the system messenger. The spiritual qi in the market was so dense, he wrote, that cultivating here must be far faster than outside. I answered quickly, warning him not to run around or start trouble. If he provoked someone powerful, I might not be able to save him. Then he would end up as dog meat hot pot, with no time left to regret it. He shrank his neck, fear crossing his face, and trailed obediently at my feet, not daring to stray a single step. Satong earned his name as the know-it-all, knowing the market inside out and narrating as we walked. Over there was where the loose cultivators set up their stalls. He pointed out where the goods ran half genuine and half fake and truly tested a buyer's eye. He said some people picked up treasures there and got rich, while others got fleeced and lost their shirts. Anyone meaning to buy had to sort the real from the false with care. I nodded and let my gaze rove across the loose cultivator stalls. They were heaped with ore, magical artifacts, secret manuals, spirit medicines, spirit pills, even fragments of magic treasures and stranger things, whose uses I could not begin to place. Then, with no warning at all, my spiritual sense jolted hard. My eyes snapped to a nearby stall, to a palm-sized shard of broken iron, marked over with black and white Tao patterns. I crouch at the stall and make a show of browsing. First, I pick up a sword and turn it over like an idle buyer, and then I trade it for a saber and swing it a few times. Only then do my fingers close on that broken scrap of iron. The black and white Tao patterns crossing its surface carry a faint, mysterious Tao charm. Yet the thing is damaged past all recognition, and there's no telling what it once was. I do not dare prod it with true force here, since that would draw eyes I cannot afford. But some quiet instinct in me insists this ugly little shard matters. I ask the stall owner his price. His eyes light up and he names 100 low-grade spirit stones. Of course he does, because I look like a fresh newcomer ripe for the fleecing. I tell him the scrap is ruined beyond use, that nobody alive knows what it is, and that it is worth 1 low-grade spirit stone at the very most. He does not blink and holds the line at 10, not a fragment less. I set my counter at 1, tell him to take it or watch me walk, and I stand and brush off my robe. He caves before I take a second step, agreeing to 1. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. He had picked the scrap up by chance, felt only that it was oddly hard, and set it out to try his luck. It had sat on his stall for 3 full years while countless hands turned it over, and nobody ever made an offer. I am the first person to bid on it. He had wanted a killing and got a haggler instead. I flick a single low-grade spirit stone into his palm, and the shard is already in my storage space. 1. Clean motion. Seitong waves his white feather fan and says he had been sweating on my behalf the whole time. He had been certain I was about to take a beating on the price, only to discover I was some hidden master of the haggle. I wave the flattery off and tell him honestly that the scrap is wrecked, that I could not even guess its use and only bought it on a whim. A high price, I say, would have sent me walking. He nods, satisfied, and suggests we keep browsing. I agree, and the two of us walk deeper into the market side by side. The stalls keep glittering with magic treasures and spirit medicines throwing off their faint light, but nothing else tugs at me, so I sweep my gaze across them and keep moving toward the market's heart. Then I stop cold. A familiar, round little figure is standing at a shop entrance ahead. I never expected that more than a decade after we parted, I would run into John Dado here in the Nungso Immortal Cultivation Market. Dado was the first friend I made after I woke in this world, and he mattered to me. My swift foundation establishment breakthrough and my stretched lifespan both came partly through his help, and I still owe him over 100 spirit fragmentation stones I never paid back. Around Dado stands a cluster of people, and the heavenly revelation sects Saintus Ye Chung-sol and Saint Ye Rang stand out plainly among them. Satong catches me staring and grins, teasing that I have bumped into Ye Chung-sol again, and that it must be fate. After a stare this long, he says, I must have taken a liking to her. Then he warns me off, saying countless men chase her and that the Ye Rang at her side is one of them. He rattles off the man's resume like a walking dossier. A fire spiritual root, late golden core, a 6-striped golden core with hope of reaching 7 stripes someday. The man is a sure bet for the nascent soul realm in time, he says. A genuine genius-level cultivator. Nothing like Jung Sagi. So strong as I am, I should still tread carefully. I roll my eyes and tell him to rein in his imagination, that I have only spotted an old friend I have not seen in over a decade. He winks and says he understands completely, understands everything. He understands nothing. Ye Chung-sol turns her head toward us, her brows drawing together, and the rest of the group follows her gaze. Dado sees me, stunned for a beat, and then his whole face floods with joy. He barrels out of the crowd and runs at me, shouting that it really is me, that he had thought his eyes were playing tricks. I am grinning too, telling him it has been more than 10 years and congratulating him on his foundation establishment. He laughs from the belly, saying it is wonderful to see me again, that after we parted he had assumed we never would. He marvels that I managed foundation establishment under the crushing conditions of the mortal realm, calls it incredible, and I allow with some pride that I have reached a bit of minor achievement these days. Satong realizes his misread and goes red in the face. Ye Chung-sol looks surprised too, since she had assumed I was staring at her, not at Dado. And clearly the two of us go back a long way. Dado insists that a reunion this rare demands a meal and a long talk about the years between, and he tells me to wait while he says his goodbyes. Then he trots back toward Ye Chung-sol's people, still glowing. Satong leans in and murmurs that something has just come up and he must take his leave, that we should part here, and that I can reach him through the system messenger anytime. I raise my hands and salute, tell him I will keep his guidance in mind, and say we will meet again when the creation secret realm opens. Across the way, Ye Rang's brows knot hard. He tells Dado that his one job right now is to follow him and Ye Chung-sol, and serve them, not to go reminiscing with some friend. He sneers that a loose cultivator has no achievements worth the name, that they walk different roads, and that this is a pure waste of time. Before Dado can fire back, Ye Chung-sol speaks first, telling him that since he has run into a friend, he should go and catch up, that it makes no difference to them. Dado bows to her, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and thanks her for understanding. At this distance, every word reaches me as clearly as if it were spoken at my ear. I sweep a cold look over Yi Rang. The brat looks human enough, but that high, sneering posture turns my stomach. Give me the chance someday and I will beat the arrogance out of him, and let him taste how hard the world really is. Still, for all that Dado has cleared Foundation establishment, he sits near the bottom of this world, a shade stronger than an outer sect disciple and no more. He carried me plenty back when I had nothing, and now that I have a little weight of my own, this is the moment to return the favor. In a world that worships strength, strength is the only real argument, and Ye Riang can lecture from on high only because his aptitude and cultivation tower over Dado's. If I could lift Dado clean past Ye Riang in one leap and grind that pride underfoot, that would be a show worth waiting for. Just picturing it, I am already looking forward to it. A private room in a spirit food house inside the Nuongso Immortal Cultivation Market. Sandalwood smoke curling. Dado and I sit across from each other after more than a decade apart. The spirit wine clear, the spirit food fragrant, and over-traded cups we lay out the years. I tell my story honestly, but I keep the edges trimmed. Nothing about being the system master. Nothing about being the one who built the Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system. All of that stays buried. Deep as my friendship with Dado runs, the secret is too heavy, and the fewer mouths that hold it, the smaller the risk. If Little Yellow had not grown up at my side and been impossible to keep out of the system's making, I would not want even it to know a sliver of the truth. I already planned to derive a seal restriction to lock that memory away in Little Yellow, so it cannot leak, cannot be torn loose in a soul search, and stays whole regardless. Dado drains his cup and sighs that cultivation is a merciless road, that whoever falls behind gets culled. He knows his own aptitude is middling, and without resources, he fears he will only crawl. Even if he claws his way to the Golden Core realm, he says, breaking into the Nascent Soul would be harder than climbing into the sky. To fund his cultivation, he leaned on his knack for business and landed the shopkeeper's post at the Heavenly Revelation sect's shop, here in the market. The daily work is a tangle, he admits, but the side income is generous. I sigh too and give him the old truth, that drifting with the current keeps a man mortal, while cutting against it touches immortal ascension. Cultivation is a heaven-defying act by nature, I tell him. And to win it, you have to be a little insane. Without the madness, you will not dare to struggle, and you will never find the way out. Then I smile, tell him I have a rare opportunity here that is made for him, and hand over a system seed. Dado binds it instantly. He is curious, but he asks nothing, just binds it on pure trust. Seeing that unhesitating faith, after more than a decade apart, warms me, because his trust in me has not thinned in the slightest. Now that I have the means, this is the moment to pull my brother up. Moments later, his mouth falls open and he is babbling that this fairness system is flat-out heaven-defying, that no such divine thing should exist in the world. He fires off questions, whether the enlightenment space is truly that potent, whether the storage space really opens on nothing but energy points. He gapes that there is a messenger, a video feed, and a forum all inside it, that people can talk across any distance at will. I watch him come apart and feel none of it is strange. The system's functions really are that heaven-defying, and anyone would reel, myself included, since even I once could not believe I had built something this powerful. I eat slowly and let him claw through the features. Then he shouts that no wonder the sect's 100,000 freshly recruited outer sect disciples have been cultivating at a terrifying clip, that they have been riding the system all along. He marvels that the old foxes hid it so well, that they kept it quiet with that many people in on it. He groans that energy points are murder to earn, that he is dirt poor in dying of it, or he would have tried every last function. He turns to me, his face full of gratitude, saying that without me, he does not know when he would ever have gotten a system. The people of this world keep their lips sealed, he says, and never leaked a word. I tell him there is no need for courtesy between us, that the system is spreading through the mortal realm now and he would have come to it sooner or later. Then I suggest we add each other on the system messenger to stay in contact. We add each other at once. Then I quietly transfer 1 billion energy points straight to him. It looks enormous, but to me now it is a drop in the sea, earned back in a breath. Dado rushes over and throws his arms around my leg, howling that I am his grandfather, his very own grandfather, that he yearns so badly to make progress. I freeze, caught between laughing and groaning. He is exactly the same Dado. Not one thing changed in 10-odd years. Still shameless to the bone. I tell him to let go so we can talk like people. He laughs and lets go, but inside he is rattled. Having just bound the system and skimmed the forum in the video feed, he knows exactly how precious energy points are. He protests that he truly cannot take so many, that it is far too valuable. I wave it away and remind him how much he helped me when I was scraping bottom, that I still owe him over 100 spirit fragmentation stones even now. I told him long ago that I would repay him once I made it, I say. And these 1 billion energy points are just that old promise kept. He should stop refusing, because to me they are a drop in the sea. His face goes serious and grateful, and he says he will remember the favor. He is genuinely short on energy points and will shamelessly accept, he says. And whenever I need him, I only have to say the word. Little Yellow had been curled in the corner working through its own spirit food, but the moment Dado tackled my leg and screamed grandfather at the ceiling, its eyes went round his plates. Its jaw all but hit the floor, and its whole worldview cracked open like it had stumbled onto a new continent. Dado notices the beast's stunned face and laughs, ribbing that my spirit pet looks a bit dim and telling it to come and call him Brother John. Little Yellow fires back without mercy that he is the dim one, that his whole family is dim. It has never met anyone so shameless, and has genuinely learned something today, though it admits he is actually pretty entertaining. Dado's face heats, but he recovers fast, explaining that he was only joking around with me and that the beast would not get it, then proposing they add each other on the system messenger too. The two of them add each other. I watch Dog and Lone Shark link up, and my brow tightens. With these two thick as thieves, are they going to cook up some kind of trouble? Unease crawls through me, but I shake it off, because unreliable as the pair look, both come through when it actually counts. I tell Dado that his 3 spiritual roots aptitude is not top tier on the cultivation path, and I suggest he simply switch over to the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system. It has only reached the Tao Seed realm so far, I admit, but its ceiling is limitless, and it might suit him better. He thinks it over and shakes his head gently, thanking me for the kindness, but saying cultivation has been his dream since childhood. He is now an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect, running a shop, he adds, so switching really is not convenient. With the system and the energy points I have given him, he says, he refuses to believe he will end up behind anyone on the cultivation road. I nod approving, and tell him he is right, that with enough energy points he can climb fast either way. Then my eyes narrow, and I run the numbers inwardly. The method for building an artificial heavenly spiritual root is nearly derived, and once I break into the next realm, I can start trying to forge one. If it works, Dado's cultivation talent could be rewritten wholesale. And beyond him, everyone in this world could one day own an artificial heavenly spiritual root, and everyone would be a genius. The ones who lord over the rest on the strength of a natural heavenly spiritual root would tumble off their high seats, and then there would be a fine show to watch. Dado smacks his forehead and blurts that he nearly forgot, that the Nyungso auction opens tonight, packed with treasures, and that he happens to hold an entry slot. He asks whether I want to come along and take in the sights, since I might stumble on something I need. I spread my hands and own my poverty without shame, saying I have only 99 low-grade spirit stones left and the auction will not take energy points. I would just be gawking, I admit, though gawking would broaden my horizons. Back at the Heavenly Revelation sect, I was so poor I could have coughed blood, and 99 low-grade spirit stones counts as rich by that measure. Dado waves grandly and offers to hand me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones outright. I shake my head and decline, thanking him but saying I have nothing urgent to buy, and only want to look to widen my eyes. I walk out of the auction genuinely broadened. There are simply too many obscenely rich people in this world, and only the bottom-rung cultivators are poor. The big names spend spirit stones without a flicker, extravagance past all reason. It itches at me, and for a moment I even entertain turning rogue and robbing them. Reason snuffs the thought as fast as it flares, because these people sit at the spirit transformation realm or above, and I am not certain my current strength matches that. So I choose prudence over capsizing in a gutter. I stand at the mouth of the Nyungso Immortal Cultivation Market, glance back, shake my head, and turn to go. This world still runs on spirit stones, and I carry few, so however fine the wares I can only stare, and nothing here truly moved me anyway. Better to find a quiet place, seal myself in, and cultivate until the creation secret realm opens. I take Little Yellow, turn into a streak of light, and fly for Nunso City. Not far past the market, a cold gleam and a shrieking whine shoot up from below, and four figures blur in like ghosts to pin me from the four directions. My heart jumps, and I know at once they are rogue cultivators. I do not hesitate. I clench my fists and drive the five elements fist. The force surges out like a dragon breaking from the deep, carrying the five elements in mutual generation and restraint as it slams into the incoming flying sword. Fist and sword meet, and the recoil roars out in rings that could tear the void realm, hurling the flying sword back. Its owner takes the backlash, spits blood, and shouts for the others to be careful, that the target is tough. Four golden core cultivators daring to rob me are simply begging to die. Cold-voiced without shifting an inch, I throw four punches at the four of them at once. The force whistles out with the power to split sky and earth, shatters their spiritual energy shields, and tears their bodies apart, killing them where they stand. Then I use controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, drawing the scattered spirit stones and spirit medicine into my palm. The count comes to 2,201 low-grade spirit stones, 15 medium-grade spirit stones, over a dozen spirit medicine, and a few bottles of medicinal pill. Not a bad haul. My thanks to nature for the gift. I pull the flying sword in with a casual tug, tuck it into my storage space, and turn for Numso City. Only now does Little Yellow catch up, exclaiming that those were rogue cultivators and all four sat at the Golden Core realm. They were just unlucky to cross master, it says, since anyone else would have been in real danger. I take the chance to lecture it, saying the cultivation road is thick with danger everywhere, so it needs to work harder. Otherwise, one day it will meet something it cannot fight, and end up caught and stewed into dog meat hot pot. Little Yellow feels the cruelty of it, and nods hard, promising to cultivate diligently. A quarter hour after I left, 6 figures dropped onto the site of the fight. They leaned over a head left on the ground, its eyes flung wide, its face frozen in terror, the look of a man who died full of grievances. Their leader named the corpses the Black Wolf Quartet, robbers who had preyed on cultivators around the Newingzo market for ages, hunted a long time and never caught. He marveled that they had died here today, that whoever they had crossed had finished them without letting them lift a hand, and he could not guess who. He scanned for other clues, found none, and waved for the corpses to be cleared away. I enter Newingzo City, find an imposing inn, and take a high-end room. Inside, I weave several strands of spiritual light into hand seals, and a 5 elements defense formation blooms across the room. I sit cross-legged on the bed, cradle the mysterious iron shard in my palm, and pour true force into it. Nothing. The shard sits like a stubborn stone, dead to the touch. My brow furrows, my gaze dims, and after a moment I close my eyes. My divine sense reaches out thin as gossamer, and begins to read the black and white Tao patterns woven through the shard. With a thought I link into the subsystem computing power matrix, and set it deducing and dissecting those patterns. Time passes quietly, and an unfathomable aura fills the sealed room. It seems to hold the secret of life and death trading places, the reincarnation of all things. And it makes the heart tremble. Black and white light of the law flickers around me, first like a firefly's glow. As the deduction deepens, it swells into 2 spiraling vortices of reincarnation, like a pair of yin and yang fish, breathing out a soul-snaring pressure. Little Yellow, sprawled lazily on the floor, sees the strange phenomenon rising around me, and its eyes go wide. The flowing light seems to carry the power to devour souls, and it tugs at Little Yellow's own. Little Yellow gasps in terror, spins away, and does not dare look at me again, quailing inwardly at what kind of terrifying law its master has grasped, since one glance nearly dragged its soul loose. For a long while the light recedes like an ebbing tide. When I open my eyes, the phantom of a chaos world turns in the depths of my pupils. I let a long breath go, and wild joy climbs the corners of my mouth despite me. I finally understand why my spiritual perception howled at that scrap of iron. The black and white patterns on it are the Tao patterns of the Great Tao of Reincarnation. The Great Tao of Reincarnation is one of the core Great Tao laws that build a world. A world with it and a world without it differ vastly in potential, and only a world holding the Great Tao of Reincarnation is truly complete. Without it, a world stays broken, able only to delay its slide into the immeasurable Kalpa and postpone its own destruction. I have grasped just a sliver of it, but a sliver is enough for now. Once you are through the door of the Great Tao of Reincarnation, you can keep perfecting it with your own comprehension ability. Little Yellow creeps closer, wide-eyed, asking what Great Tao law is so powerful, That one look while I was comprehending nearly hauled its soul out of its body. I slipped the shard into my storage space and answer flatly that it is the great Tao of reincarnation. The beast startles hard, because that is a top-tier great Tao law, and its master has just grasped another one. It thinks of how it has not even brushed the edge of the great Tao of devouring, while I already command over 2,000 great Tao laws, and the gap feels bottomless. It congratulates me on comprehending the great Tao of reincarnation, and says I will have the chance to master reincarnation itself someday. I nod gently, smile, and tell it to work harder and push for the Tao Seed Realm soon. Jin State, the Immortal Residence Hall. The new state protecting Immortal Master Wang Gyeonsan had thrown himself into bitter cultivation from the day he took the post from Jong Sagi, and now his long seclusion had finally ended. He meant to rest a little before sealing himself away again, but the words Jong Sagi had spoken during the handover suddenly surfaced in his mind. Jong Sagi had told him that being state-protecting Immortal Master did not mean burying himself in the hall grinding away every day. He ought to go out and walk around, Jong Sagi had said, and perhaps he would find something new. Wang Gyeonsan paused, reconsidered, and decided to take a stroll. Out on the capital streets, Wang Gyeonsan was startled to find the mortal realm far more prosperous than he remembered. Strange vehicles moved along the roads, looking at once like machines and like magical artifacts. More shocking still, everyone on the street, old or young, man or woman, carried a healthy flush and real cultivation, and even the children practiced martial arts. It ran flat against common sense, and he wondered what secret hid beneath it. Doubt gathered in him, and he asked himself whether this was exactly why Jong Sagi had told him to go out more. After some digging, he finally traced every change back to the fairness system, and when he bound himself to the system too, its power left him reeling. He understood now why Jong Sagi had spoken the way he had, that the man had been handing him a hint. That Yuil's strength was simply too terrifying, he thought. Here was a man who could pin Jong Sagi with a single palm, and who had held first place on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking for years. Jong Sagi sat at late golden core, and could only manage 2,895th, a gulf so wide that in time he would surely be squeezed off the ranking entirely. Wang Gyeonsan regretted not listening sooner and coming to the mortal world earlier, feeling he had wasted so much time for nothing. Cultivators had been cut off from the mortal realm too long, he realized, blind to the earth-shaking changes below. And one day, they might even be overtaken by it. He forced the churning thoughts down and opened the forum, only to find its trending list topped by a post shouting that a cultivation technique for restoring bodily defects had appeared in the system mall. His breath caught, his body trembled, and he clicked straight in. In the clip, an honest-faced man introduced himself as Yang Pyong. His left arm had been crippled in childhood, useless no matter how many famous doctors he sought. After the system appeared, he had waited for a technique that could restore the body, trying many healing methods over the years to little effect. Then, a little over 20 days ago, he found the marrow cleansing nirvana technique. He had practiced it half expecting nothing, and yet within 10 odd days his arm recovered sharply, and by now it had returned fully to normal. He said he was too excited not to share the news, and he hoped everyone with bodily defects could find a new life through it. Wang Gyeonsan's heart nearly leapt out of his chest, because he too carried an unspeakable hidden ailment. Once his only hope had been to cultivate to some high realm and reshape his body, or to find a potent medicinal pill to mend it. For a man with no background and limited aptitude, that had been far too much to ask. Now the marrow cleansing nirvana technique had appeared and handed his hope back. He opened the comments section, and it overflowed with awe and thanks. One person swore a childhood crippled leg had healed clean, and another felt the stump of a severed finger tingle as if a new one were budding. All of it, they marveled, cost a mere 100 energy points. Wang Gyeonsan could not hold still. He summoned his flying sword and tore for the Immortal Residence Hall, desperate to start practicing at once and finally resolve the ailment of years. The topic kept fermenting. Countless people with bodily defects were moved to tears, spending energy points to redeem the marrow cleansing nirvana technique and beginning to practice. Watching the technique's results, I let out a long, heavy breath and let a satisfied smile settle in. For this one technique, I blended and deduced the law of life against dozens of recovery-type laws. I spent several years simplifying the practice, compressing something that should have taken decades to master into a method that shows results fast. I had meant at first to give it to the world for free, then remembered that what comes too easily is never treasured. So I set a token threshold of 100 energy points, an amount any system holder gathers in a few days. Then I tell Little Yellow it is time to go, that we are headed to Creation Mountain to prepare for the Creation Secret Realm. I reach down and pat its head, waking it from a dead sleep. It answers groggily, shakes itself, stands, and trails me out of the room. Creation Mountain rises tall and grand under swirling cloud. I take Little Yellow and fly to the spot I had agreed on with Satang. The moment we land, I tell Satang I am sorry to have kept him waiting, and he laughs that he only just arrived himself. I look around at slopes and flats crowded with golden core cultivators, more streaking in from every direction, a genuinely spectacular sight. I remark that I have never seen so many golden core cultivators in one place, that in the mortal realm you can barely spot a foundation establishment cultivator on an ordinary day. Satang explains that they are the golden core experts the great schools and cultivating families have stockpiled over centuries, plus loose cultivators like us. For the golden core realm, the creation secret realm is a massive opportunity, he says, so anyone not in seclusion is come. He points out several clusters in the distance, the saint and saintess of the heavenly revelation sect, whom I already know, and beside them the Chung Heo sect Saint Go Gyung Hong and Saintess Baek Ri. Over there stand the fire god sect Saint Yuk Young Hong and Saintess Cho Ryong Seo. He says, and the Son Yeop sect's people as well. I quietly admire him. Satang lives up to the name they give him, the know-it-all, because to hold the situation of every school this clearly and lay it out so cleanly, he is a rare talent. I find a rock nearby and sit to wait for the creation secret realm to open. My gaze drifts over the assembled golden core cultivators, each saint and saintess wrapped in an extraordinary air, ringed by disciples like stars around the moon. Next to them I stand like an ant, utterly unremarkable, all but invisible. But a smile flickers in my eyes. With the system spreading everywhere and the artificial heavenly spiritual root breaking through, this world's whole order is about to turn over. These usually high and mighty favorites of heaven may not have it so easy much longer. The saying goes that the saint and saintess seats rotate, that this year the turn falls to my family, and before now those with poor aptitude had no chance at all. Give them artificial heavenly spiritual roots and the aptitude gap closes, and I would wager plenty of people are already dreaming of dragging their own saints and saintesses down and taking the seats for themselves. At first light the next morning, a spatial gate ringed and silver tears open in the sky. Someone bellows that the creation secret realm has appeared, and that everyone should charge, and in an instant, countless golden core cultivators become streams of light scrambling for the gate. Satang calls for me to go in too. I answer and slip Little Yellow into the specially made pet space, then flash after Satang through the gate. Crossing it, light and shadow flicker across my eyes, and when everything settles, I stand in a new world steeped in the aura of the creation law. I sweep the surroundings warily, finding nothing but sky-blotting ancient trees, no sign of a person or an exotic beast. It is so silent I can hear my own breathing, and it seems the realm scattered everyone at random. The creation aura is dense enough to stagger me, and I have dropped straight into the creation law region, a law I have not yet comprehended, which is genuine luck. I draw a deep breath, and the spiritual chi comes rich with the aura of creation, so I feel instantly clearer. The world seeds inside me throbbing hard as if they crave this particular chi. I circulate the martial scripture and turn into a black hole for spiritual chi. The creation-laden chi pours in and refines fast, and I split my attention three ways: devouring chi, watching my surroundings, and linking my divine sense to the system. Once I confirm the system's link to the outside is holding, I tie my divine sense into the subsystem computing power matrix and start deducing the creation law here. Before I can sink deep into it, the ground shudders. My noisy chi absorption has drawn an elephant-like exotic beast over. The instant I see it, my eyes light because this is perfect. More luck. I move like lightning, flash above its skull, and unleash the 5 elements fist. The 5 elements grind and annihilate as they slam into the top of its head. This early-stage golden core beast has no power to resist, dissolving on the spot into heaven and earth spiritual chi and creation aura. A rice-sized law crystal of creation is left behind, and I catch it in my hand. So, this is a law crystal, I think, turning it over. So small. I circulate my cultivation technique and start refining it. A force of the creation law surges in along my meridians, meaning to temper my body and energy. But the moment it enters, it is devoured whole by the 129,600 world seeds, and a flood of information carrying the creation law's mysteries pours into my consciousness. I had assumed even a law crystal would demand slow comprehension, and I had not expected the world seeds to work such a miracle. Could it be that if I simply gather enough law crystals, I can comprehend the great Tao laws without meditating on them at all? But I shake the thought off fast, because exotic beasts are limited and I cannot stake everything on luck. Only comprehending the laws myself deepens the understanding and speeds the mastery. I keep moving, absorbing chi, and comprehending law while I watch for the next beast, rising and diving, sometimes soaring, sometimes skimming the forest. But a full hour of flight turns up not one beast and not one person. The realm is simply too vast, and this single creation law region alone is staggeringly large. The realm shuts in a month, and I still have several hundred uncomprehended Great Tao law regions to find, plus the matching Great Tao exotic beasts to hunt and kill. Even without sleep or rest, I doubt I could finish. I frowned, think it over, and release Little Yellow from the pet space. It comes out marveling at the density of the heaven and earth spiritual chi and the wonderful aura threaded through it, saying that absorbing it leaves it comfortable all over. I confirm this is the creation law region and ask whether it can find traces of exotic beasts. It says it can try but cannot promise, then turns serious, its nose twitching as it sniffs the air. Then its eyes flare and it bolts toward the front left, calling for me to come quick, that it thinks it has found one. I follow. A quarter hour later, a 5-meter beast like a giant ox stands before us, and I read it at once as middle stage golden core and shout for Little Yellow to fall back. As the words leave me, I thrust my palm, and a 10-meter 5-colored giant palm rips into being, seizing at the beast like thunder. The beast lets out a heaven-shaking roar, cold light glinting on the horns of its head, and it rams the giant palm head-on. The collision shockwave blasts out and grinds the nearby towering trees to powder. The 5-colored palm carries the weight to press down sky and earth, and it slaps the beast flat to the ground, pinned and roaring, unable to move. I do not kill it yet. I spread my divine sense and look closely. It seems built of flesh and blood, but it is really a knot of energy with a law crystal at its core. Mindless, running on pure instinct. I loose a stream of sword chi and open its flesh, and no blood comes. Only surging energy. When I dig out the soybean-sized law crystal, the beast breaks into a brilliant rain of light and scatters, leaving only dense ripples of energy. Little Yellow gapes at the crystal, flashing with great Tao radiance in my hand, and asks if that is a law crystal. I tell it yes, that it has done a great service. I promise that when we reach the devouring law region, I will kill a few more beasts, so it can comprehend the great Tao of devouring before it reaches the Tao seed realm. I refine the creation law crystal, and the moment the creation force enters, it is devoured by the world seeds again. Obscure and profound creation law information flooding my mind. The beast thanks me and jumps about, its fur bristling with excitement, then hauls in a deep breath, its nose working fast as it reads the sense again. Before long, it lifts its head, its eyes sharp, calling out a new find, and this way, and it is gone forward as an afterimage before its voice fades. I do not hesitate, and I flash after it. Little Yellow's ears stand straight as it scans the ground, guarding me close, not straying a single step, playing my protector. I sit cross-legged, eyes shut, already sunken in epiphany. Wisps of creation law light spill off me, faint as fireflies at first, then in a blink a brilliant galaxy. The circling creation light is like the spiritual glow that nurtured all things when heaven and earth first split. It draws the energy of heaven and earth into me like 100 rivers rushing to the sea, all of it devoured and refined. Then the light drains away completely. Across the 129,600 world seeds inside me, a brand new creation law pattern has surfaced. The seeds erupt with dazzling chaos-colored brilliance, and within it the light of over 2,000 great Tao laws weaves and flickers. The once perfectly round seeds grow more lustrous, and the chaos space inside them expands with a rolling roar, vaster and more boundless than before. After some unmeasured time, I open my eyes, a smile tugging my lips. Thanks to Little Yellow's help, I slew 5 exotic beasts in a row inside 2 hours, and comprehended a sliver of the creation law. Comprehending it this fast owed not only to the law crystals, but to my own comprehension ability and the subsystem computing power matrix. Otherwise, I would likely have needed several more creation law crystals to stand a chance. I tell Little Yellow it did well, and that we need to leave the creation law region for the next one. I will tuck it into the pet space first, I say, and let it out again when we reach a great Tao law region I have not comprehended. There are 2 reasons to put it away. First, its flying speed is too slow, and the realm's open time is short, so I cannot waste it on travel. Second, if I bring it into the next region, the creation law threads will tangle it and double the gravity it bears. At only the peak of the Divine Sea realm, its strength is limited, good for a few law regions at most before it can no longer help hunt. By stowing it now, I want to test whether I can exploit a loophole and trigger a bug that spares it the tangling and the doubled gravity. It does not quite follow the plan, but it nods and agrees obediently. I raise a hand, a gentle light wraps it, and it is in the pet space. My gaze sweeps like a torch. I fix the direction, and I shoot skyward as a stream of light toward the crystal wall that divides the law regions. After an unmeasured flight, I stop. Ahead, a crystalline transparent wall climbs from the ground into the clouds, sealing the two regions apart. I send my divine sense against it, trying to read its structure, but however I press, I cannot reach its secret. Time waits for no one, so I give up on the wall's mystery. Without hesitating, my aura surges, and I throw a right fist carrying the power to wreck heaven and earth. And where it passes, space trembles, and the crystal wall tears open into a 3-meter passage. I flash through like a phantom and step into the next law region. Inside, my body suddenly sinks, then rights itself. I focus and sense wisps of creation law threads coiling my body like spirit snakes, trying to drag me back to the region behind me. I bear doubled gravity now, but my expression does not shift, since this much cannot touch the exertion of my strength, and the true force circling me stays smooth and effortless. I grasp a cluster of spiritual chi and read the region's law attributes, and it does not take long to name it a metal law region. I sigh, a little rueful, because I comprehended the metal law long ago. A law crystal here could round it out, but time is tight and there is no real point, so I have to press to the next region. What law waits there is a blind box I can only trust to luck. My gaze forks like lightning and locks a direction, and I streak toward the next region's crystal wall as a lingering shadow. Then a deafening roar splits the air. Dust churns ahead as an exotic beast fully 20 meters tall, built like a colossal reptile, tramples over rock and stone straight at me. A terrifyingly golden core aura wreathes it, violent killing intent rolling in its crimson vertical pupils, grass and trees crushed to powder in its wake. My brows lift in surprise, since I had not expected one to come to my door the very moment I stopped hunting. My thanks to nature for the gift. I do not hesitate. I flick through my movement technique, appear before it in a blink, and unleash the 5 elements fist. The 5 elements generate and restrain one another and erupt with world-ending force at the beast. And in that instant, the firmament changes color, and the air screams with sonic cracks under the pressure. A streak of 5-colored light tears the void realm and blasts the beast apart, its body disintegrating inch by inch into a sky of brilliant rain that fades. Only a glass bead-sized law crystal is left, shedding sharp golden light as it falls. I catch it and begin refining the metal law crystal, and in a blink, the world seeds devour it. The metal law patterns on them grow clearer and more solid as obscure metal law information surges into me like a tide. Just then, an arrogant shout comes from the distance, telling me to stop and put down the law crystal. Before the words fade, a flying sword flashing cold light breaks the air like a falling star, driving straight at my head with monstrous killing intent. Its sword sheath slicing the air into trailing cracks. Cold light kindles in my eyes, and killing intent fills me. Someone actually daring to snatch from my hands is simply courting death. I have always kept clear of trouble, and I had not expected to be targeted today. I cast a 5-colored divine light that nets the incoming sword, and in a blink I swallow it into my divine ability space. A moment later, a man in Seonheopsek disciples' robes flies over, sinister-eyed spiritual power churning around him, glaring down at me full of threat. He demands to know how I dared disobey when he told me to stop, and where I have taken his flying sword. I look back at him with ice in my eyes and ask who he thinks he is, daring to command me, and tell him he is simply courting death. I feel a deep disgust for people who are arrogant, who believe the whole world owes them service, who expect everyone to obey. On top of that, this one just tried to ambush me with a flying sword. A fierce glint lights my eyes. My murderous intent thickens in the air like something solid, and my figure becomes an afterimage. As I burst out, I throw a punch, the 5 elements spinning in reverse across my fist, erupting with world-ending power at him. He shouts that he is Li Rang, a core disciple of the Seonheop sect, that no mere loose cultivator dares lay a hand on him, and his face goes white at the force rushing him. He cries out and retreats fast, his hands flashing through seals, and dense earthen spikes shoot from the ground, followed by a thick earthen wall rising to shield him. Surprise flickers in me. Arrogant and domineering as this Li Rang is, his reactions are quick, worthy of a core disciple the Sion Heop sect raised with care. But as far as I am concerned, no matter which sect a prodigy belongs to, anyone who provokes me has only one road left, and that road is death. My figure flickers like a ghost, slips the earthen spikes in a blink, and appears at the wall, and I smash down a fist of world-ending power that blows the wall open like paper. The overbearing force tears through Li Rang's spiritual shield and slams his protective armor, and in the blast he spits blood and flies back, crashing into the ground in a body-shaped crater. His organs are shattered. He looks up at me in terror and begs weakly for his life. My gaze stays cold, and I turn a deaf ear. In my view, you do not chatter after a fight starts, and only a fully dead enemy is a good enemy. I swing a killing punch without hesitation, past the armor and straight into his head, and it bursts, and he dies on the spot. I confirm it is his real body, and truly dead, then look warily around. Sure that no one is watching, I strip the ruined armor and stuff it into my storage space, then fish a jade bottle from his robes holding 3 rejuvenation pills. A dignified core disciple of the Sion Heop sect carries only this much? I click my tongue, pocket the medicinal pill, search the rest of his robes, and turn up nothing. So I spit and mutter that he is a poor wretch, that even looting the corpse disappoints. In truth, I have misjudged him, because who carries a pile of spirit stones and odds and ends into the creation secret realm? Without a storage treasure, those things are just dead weight, so it is smarter to carry healing medicinal pill. I strike down a palm, and Li Rang's corpse bursts into blood mist. Then I draw the cold, gleaming flying sword from the 5-colored Divine Light's divine ability space, its body graven with runes, shimmering ghost blue in the sun. A low-grade spiritual artifact, I judge, good enough for now. I weigh it, smile, and drop the spoils into my storage space, then toe the ground and fly for the crystal wall, eager for the next law region. A passage cracks open in the crystal wall, and a stream of light shoots out, and I pass through into a fresh law region. As I land, a heavy pressure strikes and another metal law thread wraps me. But I adapt fast. My body has been tempered thousands of times, its toughness far past what ordinary people imagine. It likely surpasses even a spirit transformation realm cultivators, so this much gravity barely touches my strength. I grasp a cluster of spiritual chi and sense the region's great Tao laws. And unlike any I have met, the law aura threading the chi faintly carries a quality that quickens wisdom. Inspiration flashes and my eyes light. Could this be the wisdom Tao? If it is, that would be wonderful, since comprehending the wisdom Tao would sharply raise my comprehension ability and hugely benefit the system and the enlightenment space. With a thought, I release Little Yellow and tell it to sense carefully whether the gravity on it has risen. It shakes itself, its big floral pants swaying, and shouts that there is no change at all, that it feels exactly like when we first entered the creation law region. My eyes light, because the bug really works. I tell it that is great and to hurry and find the exotic beasts in this region. It answers, lowers its head, and sniffs the ground, and after a while its eyes light and it shouts for me to follow. This way, quick. It runs off in one direction, and I hurry after. We have not run far before a goat-like exotic beast appears, but to my surprise, the instant it catches sight of me, it does not attack. Instead, it wheels and bolts. Every beast before this charged, yet this one knows to flee. I watch its retreating back, and a thought crosses me whether it has grown intelligence. Then again, a beast in a wisdom law region developing a mind is not strange. I shove the thought aside, because mind or no mind, what I want is the law crystal, and I absolutely cannot let it get away. Trying to slip off, did it ask my fist first? I close the gap like lightning and swing the 5 elements fist. The beast does not even manage a cry before it bursts into a sky of brilliant rain and scatters, leaving a rice grain law crystal shimmering pale gold with the power of the wisdom Tao. I beckon, and the wisdom law crystal flies to my palm, and I refine it. The vast wisdom law surges in and is swallowed by the world's seeds, and mysterious wisdom law information rises in me. My mind clears at once, my comprehension ability seeming greatly lifted, though the wonderful feeling is fleeting and gone by the time I steady. After a flicker of disappointment, excitement kindles. From a single rice grain crystal, I have felt how enormously the wisdom law lifts my comprehension ability. I turn and shout for Little Yellow to keep moving and find the next beast. It shakes its fluffy ears and sprints front left, its tail trailing an afterimage, its floral pants swaying hard. We have not run far when the sounds of battle roll from ahead, one after another, closer and closer. The battle sounds ahead swell. I stop short, my eyes scanning the source warily, my face thoughtful, and I tell Little Yellow we should find somewhere to hide first. Just then, a charming cry for help comes, a woman calling herself Bakery of the Chongheo sect, begging the fellow ahead to help her block the exotic beasts. I look, and a beautiful woman in green robes is fleeing in a sorry state, her jade hairpin knocked crooked, her hem gray with dust, 12 exotic beasts pressing her with unbroken attacks. So it is the Chongheo sect saintess, Bakery. Surprise crosses me as I watch her run my way while fending them off. It seems the beasts in the Wisdom Law region really have grown minds, knowing to gang up on intruding cultivators. I tell Little Yellow we cannot hide from this one, and to run further off and not get hurt. It gives me a worried look, then turns and runs swiftly away. Bake Rye, seeing that I do not flee but hold my ground, catches hope, and cries in a delicate voice for me to strike and help. She promises that once we are out of the creation's secret realm, she will reward me richly. No problem, I tell her with a smile, that she should come over and we will join forces to kill them, but my gaze stays locked tight on her and the beast pack. Just as joy breaks over her face and she throws everything into running to me, I turn cold and raise my hand, unleashing a great 5 elements destruction divine light. The 5-colored light braids into a torrent of ruin carrying an aura to wreck heaven and earth, and it drives straight at Bake Rye. Her smile freezes, her eyes fill with terror and disbelief, and before she can react at all, she is annihilated by the divine light, turned to flying ash on the air. Only a tattered scrap of green robe drifts down, and a medium-grade spirit sword falls to the ground. I sneer, disdain in my eyes. I have no taste for that sweet, helpless act. I had seen through Bakery's scheme long ago that she meant to use my hands to hold off the 12 golden core exotic beasts and buy herself an opening to run. 4 peak golden core, 3 late golden core, and 5 middle stage golden core beasts. A lineup like that might overwhelm even 2 peak golden core cultivators working together. Not knowing my strength, why would Bakery ever stay and fight them beside me? The 12 beasts, thrown by the sudden turn, halt their assault as one, their eyes full of confusion and astonishment. They tilt their heads to size up the scene, plainly unable to grasp why this 2-legged beast suddenly killed its own kind. Little Yellow, hidden in the distance, is more dumbfounded still, its eyes wide, its mouth open, its tail forgotten, unable to believe I had erased the woman who had just cried for help. I hook a finger, and the medium-grade spirit sword drops into my palm. My aura surges, I pour massive true force into the blade, and I slash a peak golden core beast. The sword light breaks the air with surging sword chi and splits the beast clean in two, and it scatters into brilliant rain without a trace, leaving a walnut-sized wisdom law crystal behind. The remaining 11 beasts flare scarlet and lunge, their killing intent gone solid. The lead peak golden core one's fangs flash cold, its claws shrieking through the air while the pack behind loosely forms an encircling formation. I tap my toes into a phantom and slip the whistling claws, my blade trading blows with the pack, the whole area ringing with roars and clashing metal. The violent energy rips past like a hurricane, snapping trees and shattering boulders, hurling soil and gravel dozens of feet high, turning everything within 100 feet to ruins in an instant. I shuttle through the pack like a ghost, the spirit sword a dragon breaking from the sea, sword chi crossing everywhere. In a blink, a middle-stage golden core beast's throat is pierced and it dissolves into rain. Then another late-stage golden core beast is split in half. In moments, all 11 have fallen, 11 shimmering law crystals scattered on the ground. I scan warily, confirm no other cultivators or beasts lurk, and lift my hand to draw the 12 pale golden wisdom law crystals into my palm. I tuck the spirit sword into my storage space, flash to Little Yellow, grab it, and race off the battlefield at speed. Little Yellow shakes its head and asks with great curiosity why I killed a woman as pretty as Bakery just like that, warning me that at this rate I will never find a partner. I slap its head, tell it irritably to read more and think more, instead of forever scrolling the video feed in the forum. Bakery meant to make me her scapegoat, I say, and it could not even see it. Besides, I add, beautiful women only slow down my sword draw. It teases, its tail wagging, its eyes full of mischief. That master says one thing and means another, that I look at beautiful women more eagerly than anyone. I slap its head again, and tell it that is artistic appreciation, and only it harbors impure thoughts. Then I land, form seals fast, and raise a 5 elements defense formation around us. I sit cross-legged on a rock, and tell it solemnly that I am going into seclusion to refine the law crystals, and comprehend the great Tao of wisdom, and that it is to guard me. It straightens at once, its round eyes sweeping the surroundings, its tail tensed, watching every movement. I link my divine sense to the subsystem computing power matrix and circulate my cultivation technique to refine the 12 wisdom law crystals. At first, only faint law light floats around me like fireflies in the dark, flickering in and out. But as time passes, the light refines, the pale gold halo surging and gathering, condensing toward substance. The wisdom law's brilliance wraps me like golden silk, great Tao runes surfacing and vanishing, breathing an extraordinary air. Little Yellow, guarding at my side, suddenly shivers, its thoughts snapping clear as if an unseen force were scouring its mind bright. It shakes its head, joy flashing, amazed at simply being near its master hands at such a wonderful boost. My sea of consciousness surges without end, countless great Tao truths flashing through me, the wise distinguishing right from wrong and discerning the essence of all things. A brilliant light of wisdom erupts from me, then retracts fast, and across the 129,600 world seeds, a brand new wisdom law pattern surfaces. I feel my comprehension ability greatly lifted, inspiration welling from every direction, but this place is no spot for a long stay, and I have to hurry to find regions with laws I have not comprehended. So I record every scrap of inspiration first. I open my eyes, brilliance flashing, let out a long breath, and tell myself it is time for the next law region. By now, the Chongheo sect had been thrown into an uproar over the death of its saintess, Baek Ri. They had even dispatched a spirit transformation realm expert, Zhong Myong, to Creation Mountain to hunt the killer. Time flew, and in a blink half a month passed. In it I had already crossed 2002 law regions. My progress in the Great Tao Law is gratifying. I command 2,999 Great Tao Laws now, needing only one more to complete the 3,000 Great Tao Laws. After that, I can start working toward a breakthrough to the next realm. I have sat in the Tao Seed realm several years, and many cultivators behind me have reached it too. If I cannot break past the Tao Seed realm and create the next realm, the whole road of the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system stalls. In truth, I long ago worked out the cultivation method for the next realm, the Tao manifestation realm, but I have not spread it. I have kept it off the system all mainly because, among the current Tao Seed martial arts system cultivators, no one but me has passed the middle stage of the Tao Seed realm. Uploading it would be useless, and I could not find suitable test subjects even if I wanted them. Beyond that, I never intended to. If I pushed it out rashly and something went wrong, every system host would grow wary of the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system. Then, not only would my hope of becoming a Tao ancestor collapse, my goal of surpassing the immortal cultivation system would vanish too, a loss far past the gain. For all these reasons, the Tao manifestation realm can only be tried by me first. And with my strength, I do not expect any real mishap. I slap the exotic beast in front of me dead, and Little Yellow rushes in like lightning to grab the devouring law crystal. It reports that it now holds 13 devouring law crystals. With the 15 it used before and the help of the enlightenment space, it is confident it can comprehend a trace of the devouring law. I smile ruefully and tell it we have all but slaughtered the beasts in this devouring law region, that it takes half a day now just to find one. If it still cannot comprehend the devouring law, there is nothing for it but to leave for the next region. It answers confidently that this time it will surely comprehend the devouring law and break through to the Tao Seed realm. I tell it to find a safe place to break through, wave it up, and fly off into the distance. A quarter hour later, I land with it on a rock and tell it to break through right here, that I have found no other cultivators or beasts nearby, and will act as its protector. Then I quickly form seals to set up a 5 elements defense formation. It nods, excited, boasting that with Master as protector, 100 enemies could not disturb its breakthrough. Do not talk nonsense, I tell it, slapping its head. If its jinxing tongue really summons 100 enemies, my small frame might not hold them, and then it will likely be caught and stewed into dog meat hot pot. It shrinks its neck, nods fast, does not dare answer back, and lies obediently on the rock to refine the devouring law crystal. I watch quietly as it refines the crystal, a mysterious law aura gathering around it. As the refining goes on, a faint law glow begins to circle its body, and a gratified smile rises on me. Little Yellow was raised by me from small, and we have been together longest, our bond deep. Mischievous as the little fellow usually is, it is fiercely loyal to me. Seeing it comprehend the devouring law ahead of schedule makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. It is only an ordinary dog with no special aptitude, Its intelligence opened only through my baptism of spiritual chi and the medicinal herbs I fed it. Now tempered by the devouring law's power, its aptitude will surely climb. With a solid foundation of comprehending the law early, it can walk further with me down the years, and I will not have to fear it dying of exhausted lifespan across the long time ahead. Suddenly, the law glow on it condenses into a black hole, devouring heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically, its aura climbing steadily. My eyes light, because it is about to break through to the Tao Seed realm. But the next second I frown hard, cast my gaze past the formation, and cannot help grumbling that little yellow's jinxing tongue is dead accurate. There really are over 100 people outside, which is just too much. The creation secret realm is enormous, hard to meet even one person on a normal day, let alone 100 gathered at once. By their clothes, they seem to be of one faction, which is strange. So how did they come together? Whatever. If they will not hear reason, I will just enlighten them the hard way. I step out of the formation and go quickly to meet them. Seeing them all in gold-red divine robes, their auras somewhat off, not like orthodox cultivators, I raise my brows. I call for them to hold that my pet is mid-breakthrough behind me, and to please leave quickly. At that, a man named Joe Ho flashes a sharp light in his eyes and intones that God pities the world, loves all living beings, and saves the poor. All living beings should give back to God, he says, and the sinner before him should offer up all his treasures. The corner of my mouth twitches hard, my fists clench, my temper flares, and I could attack on the spot. I had not expected a pack of cultists, and cultists this begging to be hit the moment they open their mouths. I breathe deep to steady myself, because Little Yellow's breakthrough matters right now, and I cannot disturb it. So I endure. I tell them in a low voice to please leave, that there truly are no treasures here. Joe Ho looks down his nose at me, his tone contemptuous, calling me a sinner who dares lie before a divine envoy, asking whether I do not fear God sending down divine punishment. Blast it. They really do not understand plain speech, so I will send them all to see their God. Seeing the man lord it over me as if he had me cornered, my face darkens and killing intent surges. Since I cannot move them with virtue, I will move them with reason, which means enlightening every last one of them with my fists and sending them personally to meet their God. I draw a medium-grade spiritual sword from my storage space and raise my wrist. A brilliant sword light slashes out, carrying the aura to tear heaven and earth apart. Its sword intent sharp as a blade, and it splits the Joe Ho before me in two. To his death, Joe Ho had not expected I would dare strike across so vast a gap in strength. I do not pause a moment. The spiritual sword swings on, streams of sharp sword light tearing the air, cutting down 15 cultists in an instant. A cultist roars that I dare kill a divine envoy, that my sins are monstrous, that God will send punishment. He calls for them to kill me as he raises a hand to cast a thunder spell. God, I sneer. If I say he is God, then he is God. And if I say he is nothing, then he is nothing. Before the words finish, I dash in, slipping the flood of attacks, and rush straight into the crowd. A fierce battle erupts, roars rolling one after another, brilliant sword light and assorted spells colliding in dazzling bursts, surging energy sweeping every direction and warping even space while mountains and trees blast to fragments. Numerous as the cultists are, I lean on raw strength and lightning speed, sword chi crossing in all directions, and wherever the light reaches, nothing withstands it, and everything is cut down. Almost every strike takes a cultist's life, and in a blink, only 50 remain. Someone shrieks that I dare offend their kingdom of God, that flee to the heavens or burrow into the earth. There is no path of survival for me. Kingdom of God, I echo, curling my lip, my hands never stopping, and I slash out 8 sharp sword lights in a row and kill 8 of them. I will remember it, I tell them, and if the chance comes, I will visit this kingdom of God and see exactly what their so-called God is worth. A cultist roars that I am a cursed sinner who should wait for divine punishment, then retreats into the crowd chanting. He calls for everyone to set the formation and summon the God, radiant divine light bursting from him. A mysterious power gathers among them, and a phantom figure slowly solidifies. And though it is only a phantom, it loses a terrifying aura the instant it appears, crushing the surroundings. I look at the thing forming before me and cannot help a flick of surprise. This so-called God is genuinely powerful, a single phantom carrying such overwhelming pressure. But a single phantom still cannot beat me. Is this the God you worship, I sneer? Then today I will taste what it is like to slay one. The figure calls me a sinner who dares offend the divine might, says I will be executed, and strikes out a bolt of lightning it names the thunder of divine punishment. Posing as a god and playing the devil, I scoff. That a single lightning spell dares call itself the thunder of divine punishment. And by that logic, this sword of mine is the god-slaying sword. My sword momentum surges, and a sword light brighter and sharper than before tears the air to meet the lightning head-on, and the two collide in a roar like thunder from the nine heavens. The sharp light rips through the lightning at once, carrying sword chi that could sever heaven and earth, and slashes furiously at the figure. It casts a shield of God that forms instantly and blocks the sword chi, and at the same time it condenses an energy divine spear in its phantom grip and thrusts it at me. My expression does not change as I backhand two sword lights that could sever heaven and slay gods. The incomparably sharp light tears the sky, shatters the spear, smashes the shield of God, and the last of it splits the figure in half. The phantom bursts into rain of light and is gone. As the figure collapses, the remaining cultists all spit blood, their faces full of disbelief. But before they can recover, a sharp sword light that could annihilate everything whistles through them, cutting them all in two and killing them on the spot. Kingdom of God, God, today I cut down your phantom, and another day I will surely cut down your true form. I set to searching the corpses, a pack of poor ghosts. And how is it everyone who enters this secret realm is a poor ghost? Nothing but a few healing medicinal pills and magic treasures, and nothing else. I wave a hand and strike several palms, shattering the cultists' corpses and clothes to dust. I look around, confirm no one is spying from the shadows, and soar for the 5 elements defense formation. Just as I reach it, a powerful aura erupts, along with wailing, howling shouts. Little Yellow is crowing that it has finally broken through to the Tao Seed realm and comprehended the devouring law, that it is a genuine genius dog. And who else is there? I walk in and find Little Yellow in its big floral pants, up on its hind legs, front paws on its hips, mouth wide, crowing arrogant and smug. I flash before it and slap its head. Who else? Huh? A genius dog, is it? So smug it wants to fly to heaven? And it, with its jinxing tongue, really did summon over 100 enemies just now. If I had not had some strength, I would likely have been beaten to death on the spot, and it made into dog meat hot pot. It throws its arms around my thigh and says pitifully that I am its grandfather, its very own dear grandfather. It was only overjoyed about the breakthrough, it says, because its lifespan has grown, and it can stay with Master longer now. Let go this instant, I snap, stiffening all over and then shaking my leg hard. I am not its grandfather, I insist, and it should not call me that at random, since it learns none of the good things and all the bad. Watching it fawn and wag its tail, I can only sigh up at the sky at the sin of it. It mutters, unconvinced, that it saw John Dado call me grandfather, and I did not refuse. So why can it not? Is that the same thing, I say, speechless, looking up at the sky? He is a human, and it is a dog. And if it calls me grandfather, does that not make me the ancestor of dogs? I keep telling it to read more. I add, and it will not. So it cannot even work out logic that simple. Oh, I see. It blurts, slapping its head, shaking it as if it has grasped some great truth. Watching Little Yellow, silly and sweet, one moment, and sharp the next, I sigh helplessly. Never mind. It is the dog I raised, so I can only forgive it. I tell it we are off to the next law region and to go back into the pet space first, then cast a gentle light and take it inside. I fix the direction and fly for the crystal wall, and a moment later, reaching it, I punch out a passage and flash into the next law region. The instant I appear, a weight presses me, then lifts in a blink. I scan around, see no other cultivators or beasts, and reach out to grab some heaven and earth spiritual chi. I sense it carefully, wanting to tell this region's great Tao laws from the special aura in the chi. Before long my eyes light, because it is the law of emotions and desires, which I have not comprehended. The desires here mean the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the whole tangle of feeling and want in sentient beings. As the thought lands, a strange look crosses my face. This region amplifies a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is truly bizarre. It can turn people irritable, so 2 cultivators might merely glance at each other, sour, and start fighting. Or it can swell mutual affection, so 2 who already felt something drift straight into becoming Tao companions. In short, one has to be extremely careful here, or a careless moment drops you into the trap. It has almost no hold on me though, since the space-time realm lets me all but ignore negative outside influence. I release Little Yellow and tell it in a low voice that this is the law of emotions and desires region, that it amplifies the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Unless necessary, it should not absorb the spiritual chi here, I warn, but guard its mind and not be swayed by the outside world. Its eyes sharpen as it gathers its focus and nods solemnly that it will be careful, then twitches its nose to sniff around. A moment later, confusion crosses its face as it admits it cannot find any trace of exotic beasts. Surprise crosses me too. Across over 2,000 law regions, every time I released Little Yellow, it turned up a beast within moments. And this is the first time it has not. Let us go, I tell it. We will look elsewhere, and perhaps we can find some clues. I have swept the Desire Law region with Little Yellow for half a day now. I have not turned up a single exotic beast, not even the shadow of another cultivator. It is the first time I have run into anything this strange, and my expression turns grave. I tell Little Yellow we will search a little longer. If nothing surfaces, we move to the next law region, because this place is genuinely off. Little Yellow goes solemn too, since it has felt the wrongness as well. It mutters that the silence here is the kind that crawls up your spine. An hour later, I still have nothing to show for it. Just as I am ready to quit, a wisp of clear, cool fragrance drifts in from far off. The moment it fills my lungs, my spirits lift, and I look toward its source with an uncertain sort of surprise. Little Yellow is thrilled, insisting the smell alone is bliss, and begging me to go see. It is convinced the scent hides the secret of the Desire Law region. I tell it I am curious too, and I flash off toward the drifting fragrance. Before long, I find a black lotus blooming slowly at the center of a lake 10,000 meters wide. Cool fragrance rises off it in threads, and over 100 cultivators stand along the shore. They all wait in silence for it to open. Little Yellow crows that the black lotus must be a heaven and earth spirit medicine, and that its seeds could push our cultivation higher. I keep my voice low and tell it the setup is wrong. A law region with no beasts and only a single lotus is not normal, so we watch first and do not rush in. Watch first. I even manage to say it with a straight face. I land on the shore with Little Yellow and scan the crowd. I do not expect to find the heavenly revelation sex saint, Yi Yang, and its saintess, Ye Chongsul, standing among them. My arrival draws a few glances, but one look tells them I am a nobody, so they lose interest. 3 hours later, the black lotus fully opens, erupts with many-colored light, and just as quickly withers away. 13 lotus seeds form on the pod, each the size of a grown man's fist, each radiating brilliant law light. A thick fragrance rolls out and drowns everything, stirring the desire buried in every heart on that shore. Greed floods their eyes, and one figure after another hurls itself toward the seeds. Little Yellow's eyes go blood red with the same hunger, and it strains to bolt for the lotus and snatch the seeds. I am faster than it is. I catch it and stuff it into the pet space before it can move, telling it that greed already has it. It can sit in there and cool off. The space-time realm walls me off from outside influence, so the lotus's greed slides right past me. That is my reason. Ye Chongsul has no such thing, yet when I look again, I see she alone has not rushed the seeds. She holds the temptation back on the strength of her own mind, and the composure of it is honestly startling. Right then she notices that I have resisted the pull too, and the same surprise flickers in her eyes. The cultivator who reaches the front first is just closing his hand on the seeds. A root bursts up from beneath the water and coils around him like a spirit snake. One short scream escapes him before he is sucked into a withered husk, then twisted into fragments that drop into the lake. More roots break the surface, curling like hideous tentacles toward everyone the greed is blinded. In the space of a breath, over 30 people are wrapped, drained dry, and shredded into the water. The shock jolts the survivors half awake. Someone shouts that the Black Lotus has turned into a spirit, that they must attack together and kill it. In an instant, the air fills with laced lightning, flying swords, rolling fireballs, and roaring water dragons. The whole storm pours down on the lotus at the lake's heart. Its roots lash into a net of countless black whips, straining to hold off the barrage, the din deafening. Roots snap and green sap sprays, but the cultivators take heavy losses too, and every so often, another one falls screaming under a counterstrike. Then Ye Chongsul taps her toes and flashes out like a bolt of light, arriving before the Black Lotus in a heartbeat. She lifts her wrist, and a sword chi carrying the intent to freeze heaven and earth tears down through the sky. Where it passes, the lotus roots snap inch by inch, and even the tough leaves are sheared away. She does not let up, cutting 3 more impossibly sharp sword chi strikes in a row. The Black Lotus has nothing left to resist with. and only the bare pod remains. Ye Riang, closest to the lotus, howls in wild joy that the seeds are his and reaches for them. At that exact moment, my 5-colored divine light flashes, and the 13 seeds vanish from the pod without a trace. His hand freezes on empty air, his eyes go blank, and then he erupts. He roars to know who stole his lotus seeds, swearing to kill them. The sudden turn stuns the shore, and heads whip around, searching. Ye Chung-sol grips the medium-grade spirit sword in her hand and drives a sharp sword chi straight down at me. She demands I hand the seeds over, or not blame her for what comes next. I tell her that treasure belongs to the virtuous, and that I am clearly the virtuous one here. I chuckle, slip aside from her sword chi, and shoot away into the distance. The rest of the cultivators snap out of it and hurl a tide of attacks after me, shouting at me to stay. I let my aura surge and throw out the 5 elements fist, strike after strike. Fist shadows fill the sky, the power of the 5 elements circling without end, and every incoming attack shatters. The leftover fist energy does not fade. It sends dozens of cultivators flying backward, blood on their lips as they crash into the lake. I spin and throw another punch that breaks Ye Chung-sol's sword chi and staggers her back, a thread of blood at the corner of her mouth. Ye Rang roars that the seeds are his and no one may take them, and he charges. The blazing sun orb in his hand burns like a small sun as it smashes toward me. I let my face go cold, tell him he is seeking death, and unleash the 5 elements palm. A 5-colored giant palm blots out the sky and comes down with the weight of a falling mountain. It slaps Ye Rang and his blazing sun orb together into the lake. I sweep the shore and find everyone frozen, every face full of horror, Ye Chung-sol included. I turn my palm on the black lotus itself and let the force pour out with the destructive spin of the 5 elements. The lake water is shoved aside to both banks, towering waves rear up, and the deep-buried roots are laid bare. In the next instant, the whole black lotus and every root of it is ground to powder. The crowd sucks in a breath, and the fear they aim at me is undisguised. I sweep them once, glance at Ye Chung-sol one last time, and since no one moves to block me, I fly off into the distance. 13 seeds, 1 lake drained, no receipt. A decent afternoon's work. I leave the Desire Law region and arrive in the Wood Law region. I wave a hand to release Little Yellow and tell it I am going into seclusion to refine the lotus seeds and comprehend the Desire Law, so it will stand as my protector. It responds with its tail wagging, thrilled, and asks how many seeds I managed to grab. I smile and tell it I took all 13. It gushes that I am amazing to have wrestled seeds away from so many people. It marvels most at Ye Chung-sol, whose golden core has likely broken through to a 9-pattern golden core at the peak golden core realm. Little Yellow gazes up at me with shining eyes and asks just how strong I am now. At the same time, it schemes quietly to itself, wondering whether it can ride my coattails to greatness. It is the way humans talk about a dog throwing its weight around on its master's name. I think it over and tell it my strength should already exceed the golden core realm, though I cannot say by how much, since I have not fought anyone stronger. I tell it there is no point chewing on that with no reference, and that improving my own cultivation matters most. So I am going in to comprehend the Desire Law. I take the 13 lotus seeds from the space of my 5-colored divine light and examine them closely. There was nothing unusual about them beyond the power of the Desire Law and a vigorous life energy. Refining them into a pill might squeeze out more value, but the seeds cannot leave the creation secret realm. Even if they could, alchemy would first need a suitable pill formula, and that means time and trial I do not have. Better to eat them directly. It is a little wasteful, but as long as I draw the Desire Law out of them, the rest does not matter. I sit cross-legged on a rock, toss a seed into my mouth, crush it, and swallow. The moment it hits my stomach, Desire Law power and life energy gush out. A wave of trance rolls through me as illusions rise before my eyes, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires surge into my heart. The space-time realm flickers a few times, the illusions vanish, and my mind clears. At once, the 129,600 world seeds erupt with a devouring force and consume the Desire Law whole. A stream of profound information floods my consciousness. I linked my divine sense to the subsystem computing power matrix to deduce and break down the Desire Law. Meanwhile, the life energy in the seed is refined and drunk in by every cell in my body until they thrum with new vigor. I eat the seeds one by one, and the Desire Law light on me brightens from faint to blinding, its truths turning around me. When the 13th seed goes down, the light flares as dense as a small sun, because the desire law packed into those seeds is simply overwhelming. It carries my comprehension in one leap into the top 10 most perfected of all my great Tao laws. Then the brilliance quietly fades, and on each of my world seeds, a strand of the desire law has appeared. The 3,000 great Tao laws gather at that moment and erupt with a dazzling light that washes over my physical body again and again. Wisps of black turbid chi are driven out of me, and as the black gas leaves, my body turns clear as crystal. The red blood in my veins slowly transforms into gold, strand by strand, my physical body sublimating and remaking itself. Its strength climbs, and my potential deepens. A quarter of an hour later, the great Tao light fades, but only half my blood has turned gold, and the transformation stalls there. By ordinary logic, the rest could only be finished slowly through future cultivation. I do not end the seclusion there, though, because I mean to take on something far bigger for my foundation. I intend to fuse the 3,000 Great Tao laws into the World Great Tao I primarily cultivate, expanding it. Then I will derive the 3,000 laws, even billions of laws, back out of the World Great Tao. All Taos returning to one Tao manifesting all Taos, since the Taos of the world are truly infinite and 3,000 is only a figure of speech. I put it into action at once. The world seeds erupt with the light of the World Great Tao and move to swallow all 3,000 laws together. But the laws blaze back and resist the fusion, and the two sides collide and lock into a stalemate. I frown, think a moment, and change tack. Instead of forcing them in all at once, I fold them into the World Great Tao one by one. The first I choose is the law of space, since the World Great Tao already holds the Great Tao of space. Just as I expect, the Great Tao of space fuses after only slight resistance, and the World Great Tao instantly grows more substantial. The Great Tao of time follows, fusing after only a brief struggle. From there, I work down the line, incorporating each remaining law one at a time. As more of them merge, the World Great Tao grows stronger, and each new fusion runs faster than the last. The instant the final law fuses, the World Great Tao erupts with light, its runes turning and shining, infinite truths manifesting within. In a flash, the 3,000 laws are derived from it again, then merge straight back into it, cycling without end. The old law patterns on the world seeds vanish, replaced by World Great Tao patterns. Inside their origin space, the World Great Tao spins out the 3,000 laws, which weave into a great Tao web that shrouds the chaos space. The world seeds pour their light onto my physical body and soul, branding great Tao runes into both, tightening the bond between essence, Shi, spirit, and Tao. My body sublimates again, the red blood turning gold once more, until it is all gold with runes flickering inside the very blood. My whole frame erupts with dazzling light, runes shining, and I begin to devour heaven and earth spiritual chi like a starving thing. Little Yellow watches the whole earth-shaking change and shudders to its core at the aura pouring off me. It feels an unspeakable weight bear down and is forced to retreat again and again. It thinks to itself that my strength is too terrifying, that a single wisp of my aura is almost enough to suppress it flat. I open my eyes, and the phantom of a chaos world flashes through them. The 3,000 Great Tao laws woven into a net. Infinite truths of the Great Tao play out and vanish in an instant. The gains from this seclusion are immense. I have not only reached perfection in the 3,000 Great Tao laws, I have folded them into the World Great Tao. I have truly reached the state where 10,000 Taos return, to one and one Tao evolves into 10,000. I could break through to the Tao manifestation realm at any time now, but I am still inside the creation secret realm, and this is not the moment. There are nearly 1,000 Great Tao law regions I have not yet set foot in. It is the perfect chance to comprehend the rest one by one and fold them all into the World Great Tao. After this seclusion, my mastery of the space-time realm has reached 42%. My strength has changed beyond recognition, though with no point of comparison I cannot say what level I have hit. Feeling the power surge through me like a tide, I can barely hold myself back from hunting down an expert to spar. A deep breath later, reason wins out, and I calm down. Little Yellow scampers over and asks with wide-eyed curiosity whether I have broken through to the next realm past the Tao Seed realm. I pat its head and tell it not yet, only a slight improvement, and I thank it for standing guard. It insists it was no trouble at all, then squints and chuckles that every time it plays Protector, it gets bathed in the light of the Great Tao. It even feels the bath sharpen its own cultivation aptitude. I stretch and tell it that while the creation's secret realm is still open, we are moving to the next law region, and I send it back into the pet space. Over the days that follow, I carry little yellow through the remaining 1,000 Great Tao Law regions. I comprehend 151 new Great Tao laws and fold every one of them into the World Great Tao. It grows more profound with each edition and lifts my strength along with it. Standing at last in the final Earth Law region, I feel the crushing weight of 3,000 strands of Great Tao Law wrapped around me. I had not expected that once the count reached 3,000 it would trigger a change in kind. The gravity surges 100-fold, until even my transformed physical body groans under a pressure like a mountain. With only half a day left before the creation secret realm closes, it is the perfect time to use that pressure to temper my body. I close my eyes, still my mind, and circulate my cultivation technique with full focus. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rushes toward me like 10,000 rivers pouring into the sea, all of it drawn in to refine. Half a day later I open my eyes, the space around me twists, and I stand once more on Creation Mountain. Cultivators are still emerging from the secret realm one after another. Though the crowd has thinned by nearly 20%, many figures already fill the slopes. I look around, meaning to find Sa Tong, when a heaven-shaking roar hits me from behind. Someone crows that he has finally found me, that I dared steal his lotus seeds, and that today he will spar with me again. I turn and see the heavenly revelation sect saint, Yi Riang, gripping his blazing sun orb, cold light in his eyes and towering battle intent on his face. It genuinely startles me. I had assumed my palm left him badly hurt, and I did not expect him back on his feet this quickly. Either he stumbled onto some other fortune, or he is carrying high-grade healing medicinal pills. Before I can answer, Ye Yang erupts with a tyrannical aura. He shouts that in the creation's secret realm he had 52 strands of Great Tao Law wrapped around him, dragging down his strength and letting me take advantage. He declares that his golden core has now broken through to a 7-pattern golden core, and that today he will show me his true power. The claim yanks every eye toward us, faces bright with curiosity, and the crowd starts to buzz. Someone wonders who I am to have snatched Yi Riang's prize, since I look like no one from a major school, though clearly strong to have beaten him. The murmurs run on. Someone points out that Ye Riang passed through 52 law regions under astonishing gravity, and lost only because the secret realm suppressed him. Now, unsuppressed and freshly broken through, he will surely turn the tables. They note that I am still standing there straight instead of running, as if I do not grasp that this is no longer the creation secret realm. Not one voice in that crowd favors me, and every one of them has already written me off as doomed. Ye Chung Sol's brows draw together, disgust flickering in her eyes at how impulsive and reckless her sect brother is. Still, because they are both of the heavenly revelation sect, she speaks up for the sect's honor and warns Ye Rang to be cautious and not act on temper. He brushes it off, telling her not to worry, that since I dared steal their lotus seeds, he will make me pay the price. Her brows knit tighter, she shakes her head slightly, and she stops trying to talk sense into him. Looking at Ye Rang's smug, swaggering confidence, I am left with nothing but a flat kind of speechlessness. Are all these geniuses from the immortal cultivation schools this arrogant and ignorant? Or is Ye Riang simply a special case? I honestly cannot work out who handed him the nerve to come at me a second time. I tell him it clearly was not easy to patch himself up so fast. He had better not get hurt again and waste his healing medicinal pills for nothing. He snorts that I am an ignorant boy, that I should not mistake one lucky win for real strength, and to take this. Ye Rang's aura surges, and spiritual chi floods wildly into the blazing sun orb, until it erupts with dazzling flame, a small sun hanging in the air. The surrounding air scorches and warps, and the trees on Creation Mountain wither and blacken before my eyes, as he drives the orb at me. I keep my face indifferent and raise a hand into a single palm strike. A 5-colored palm print carrying the might of a toppling mountain slams toward him, the air tearing open along its path. The palm print snuffs out the flames on the blazing sun orb and keeps coming with undiminished force. Ye Riang has only enough time to loose one disbelieving roar before he is smashed into the mountainside, orb and all. Yet Chung Sol's lips part in shock, her eyes wide. She had long expected Ye Riang to be no match, yet she never imagined the gap would be this vast. This is not the creation's secret realm, and even so he fell to a single palm, a result too shocking for anyone to easily swallow. The whole crowd draws a sharp breath at once, eyes round, faces full of disbelief. They cannot fathom it. One saint of the heavenly revelation sect, a 7-pattern golden core genius in the late golden core stage, slapped into solid stone by a single palm. A knot of loose cultivators, though, Whoops that their own kind has finally produced a prodigy who can stamp on the arrogant geniuses of the famous sects. Off to the side, Zhang Sagi, Im Zhang, and Li Yan feel their eyes glaze with a heavy sense of the familiar. Zhang Sagi lets out a long breath, as though a weight has lifted off him, his whole body loosening. He thinks that I am simply a monster, that even Saint Ye Riang is no opponent of mine. And he wonders what on earth he was ever so conflicted about. I do not follow up with another blow. Tens of thousands of eyes are on me, and openly killing the Heavenly Revelation sect saint would be genuinely inappropriate. Just then, my system messenger lights up with a message from Sa Tong. Sa Tong writes that I have truly shocked him, that felling the Heavenly Revelation sect saint in one palm is no small thing. That saint, he says, is someone Zhang Sagi cannot even measure against, and he asks whether I am really still in the Dao Seed realm. He wonders aloud why the gap between his Dao Seed realm and mine yawns as wide as heaven and earth. I answer that he flatters me too much, that Ye Riang is not all that strong. If Satong cultivates to the peak Dao Seed realm and comprehends the great Dao laws, he might well have a shot at beating him. And yes, I am indeed still in the Dao Seed realm. I keep to myself the small footnote that my Dao Seed realm runs a little over spec. Satong writes back that he cannot imagine which peerless genius created a Dao Seed martial arts system this formidable. He says that if it keeps developing, it might truly surpass the immortal cultivation system. I answer that I believe it will, and I warn him to be careful, since many people saw us together. I worry Ye Rang may come looking to make trouble for him. He tells me not to worry, that he knows his limits, but since I defeated Ye Riang in front of everyone, I should watch out for the Heavenly Revelation sect's powerful experts. I tell him understood, that I will leave shortly and go into seclusion to stay out of the spotlight. I message John Dotto next and tell him to be careful from now on, since I just beat up his sect's saint, Ye Riang. The man knows about our connection and might come after him, so maybe he should just run. John Dotto protests that I must be joking, that there is no way I could have beaten Ye Riang. I tell him it is true, and send him a clip I filmed of the fight. He blurts back in shock at how fierce I have become, then asks how I ended up crossing the man in the first place. I explained that I went to challenge the creation secret realm and accidentally roughed up the sect's holy son and holy maiden inside. When Ye Riang came out unconvinced, I beat him again. Jian Dado marvels that my combat power is genuinely this strong now. Then he frets over how I could bear to strike the Saintess Ye Chung Soul, since she is so beautiful and, as he puts it, his dream lover. He admits he really will have to be careful from here on. Right then, an overwhelming aura presses down like storm clouds and swallows the whole of Creation Mountain, and a domineering voice rolls across the peaks. It announces that the Cheongheo sect's saintess, Baek Ri, has died inside the Creation secret realm, and demands to know her killer. The words leave the whole mountain stunned, since no one expected the Cheongheo sect's saintess to die in there. Baek Ri was a genius with 7-pattern golden core quality and formidable combat power, and how she could have perished is beyond them. I go still. I had not counted on Baek Ri's death dragging out a spirit transformation realm expert, and I can only hope he will not sniff out that I did it. The voice returns, noting that none of us seem to know. It says that with the Saintess's cultivation, the exotic beasts of the creation secret realm could never have killed her. It declares that the only one here capable of ending her with no chance to flee is me, and orders me back to the Cheongheo sect for questioning. Before the words even finish, Zhang Miang, the spirit transformation realm expert of the Cheongheo sect, lurking in the shadows, makes his move. A giant hand condensed from immense spiritual power materializes out of nothing and grasps toward me with crushing coercion. I let my face darken. He cannot find his real killer, so, seeing that I am a loose cultivator, he wants a convenient scapegoat. I am not someone to be trifled with. I had not expected that exposing my strength on Ye Riang would make this expert fix his suspicion on me and act this decisively. In the cultivation world, strength really is the whole of the truth. And honestly, this suits me, since I wanted to measure a spirit transformation realm master anyway. Even if I cannot win, I am confident I can run. My whole body's aura erupts. I form the fist seal and launch the 5 elements fist, its power turning without pause into a might that can grind everything to nothing. The giant spiritual hand shatters to pieces under a single punch. My confidence soars, my figure flickers, and I lunge at Zhang Miang fast as lightning, the 5 elements fist roaring out again with world-ending force. He snarls that I dare offend the might of the spirit transformation realm, and vows to teach me the vastness of heaven and earth. Zhang Miang's eyes go cold and murderous, and he forms hand seals. A wooden spear condenses from thin air to slam against my fist. The two collide and both dissipate in midair, and from there we are locked into it, trading blows, roars rolling out, and violent energy sweeping in every direction. Watching me hold my ground against a spirit transformation realm expert, Ye Chongsul parts her lips in shock. She murmurs that I must have been holding back all along, and puzzles over why I feel so familiar to her, when we have met only 4 times. In a flash, she reacts, flickers over to grab the unconscious Ye Rong, and hauls him clear of the battlefield before the aftershocks can catch them. The rest of Creation Mountain cries out to see a mere loose cultivator clash head-on with the spirit transformation realm. Someone insists this is not how immortal cultivation is supposed to work, that no one should trade fists barehanded with that realm and still be golden core. Others decide I must be a hidden spirit transformation realm expert and a body-refining monster. The whole crowd starts scrambling for the outskirts, unwilling to be killed by the spillover of our fight. Zhang Miang and I clash on, spells flying from his hands without landing a scratch, until we have blown past 300 exchanges. He tells me he did not expect a body-refining expert. But it ends here. Whether I killed Bakery or not, I will die today, since a prodigy like me should not exist in the cultivation world. His eyes ice over with murder as he draws a high-grade spiritual sword and slashes out a sharp sword light. Tiny cracks split the space in its wake, sword chi surging at me with heaven-shaking force. I curl my lip and ask the old fossil what he is so arrogant about, telling him to come kill me if he can. I pull a low-grade spiritual sword from my storage space, form the sword seal, and perform the space-rending sword technique. A world-shaking sword light cuts out, its sword intent climbing straight into the clouds. The brilliance drains the color from heaven and earth as it carries the power to tear the sky and split the ground, and it destroys his sword chi outright. We clash again, both blades ringing, and the violent energy pocks Creation Mountain with craters and shears several peaks clean off. The longer I fight, the more the fire rises in me, my moves growing smoother, and I steadily take the upper hand. Zhang Miang realizes he is losing and cries out in a broken voice, unable to grasp how my combat power can be this ferocious. I sneer that nothing in this world is impossible, that the so-called impossible is merely what a man like him cannot reach. I tell him people like him rotted long ago and dragged the whole world rotting down with them, and today I will cut him out of it. Before the words fade, I slash sharp sword lights out in a chain, driving him into a stumbling retreat. If not for the medium-grade spiritual artifact treasure armor on his body, he would already be bleeding out. His face goes ashen, and he roars that I should not think I can kill him just because I hold the advantage. He hurls a hasty sword chi as he turns to flee. He threatens that from now on I can wait to be hunted by his Cheongheo sect, and that even my relatives and friends will die because of me. Killing intent floods my eyes. I tell him he is the one seeking death, that he will die here today, and since he dares threaten me, I will erase him. The 129,600 world seeds inside me erupt at once. Surging true force sweeps out like a tsunami, and a majestic aura that commands the universe and stands above all living things booms free. I swing my spiritual sword again, and a sword light brighter and sharper than any before shoots out. It rips a hideous fissure straight through the void. Horror floods Zhang Miang's face, and deep fear fills his eyes, because he never expected me to summon a power this terrifying. He swings his sword up in a desperate parry. My sword light knocks the high-grade blade spinning from his grip and cuts into him. His spiritual shield shatters instantly, and even that medium-grade treasure armor splits open. A deep wound to the bone opens across him, blood gushing, and before he can even react to the pain, the great 5 elements destruction divine light comes crashing down. That power of total extinction sweeps through his whole body and grinds his physical body to powder in an instant. Even his primordial spirit has no time to escape before it is annihilated. I sweep my divine sense over the ruins, and only after confirming his soul has scattered without a remnant do I let out a long breath. I gather up his leftover high-grade spiritual sword and his storage pouch into my storage space. Then I lift my head and sweep the crowd. The spectating cultivators lower their faces one after another, not one daring to meet my eyes. I open the system messenger and write to Sa Tong that I just killed that spirit transformation realm cultivator of the Cheongheo sect. It will almost certainly draw retaliation, so I am going into seclusion, and he should hide for a while too, in case they vent their anger on him. Sa Tong is a friend I only just met, but he has helped me greatly. Without his tip about the creation secret realm, I could never have reached perfection in the 3,000 Great Tao laws so fast. Now that I have stirred up trouble, I owe him the warning, and what he does with it is his to decide. His reply comes at once, asking again whether I am truly still in the Tao seed realm. He finds it hard to believe I could kill a spirit transformation realm expert from within it. A leap across two whole realms. He says he has combed through nearly 100,000 years of the cultivation world's records and found no such case. He wonders how practicing the same Tao seed martial arts system, the gap between us can be this enormous. I explain that I am indeed in the Tao seed realm, but the realm is a peculiar one. Strength here hangs on the kind and depth of the great Tao laws a person has comprehended. Many cultivators have grasped only concepts and never true laws, and that is where the vast gulf comes from. Sa Tong marvels that I have actually comprehended great Tao laws inside the Tao seed realm, his astonishment nearly spilling off the page. He confesses that even with the enlightenment space and everything the creation secret realm gave him, he is still one step short of comprehending a single great Tao law. The gap between people, he says, is truly wider than the gap between humans and dogs. He tells me he is off to find a hidden place to seclude himself, to strive for that first law and lie low at the same time. I wish him success in his Tao, then turn to write to Joan Dado. I tell Jian Dado that a spirit transformation realm expert from the Chongheo sect attacked me and I killed him instead. He should hurry and run before they take their anger out on him. His reply snaps back almost instantly, thick with doubt, asking whether I really killed a spirit transformation realm expert from the Chongheo sect. He insists there is no need to brag between friends this close. I tell him it is true and the news will spread soon, urging him again that hiding for a while is the safer bet. He gasps that I cannot be serious, that I am only in the Tao seed realm yet can kill men in the spirit transformation realm, and admits he is half tempted to switch over. John Dado adds that even if he wanted to run he could not, since his brother is in the Heavenly Revelation sect, and his family is in the mortal realm. Then he steadies himself and says it is fine, that not many people know of his tie to me. As a Heavenly Revelation sect disciple, he says he is beyond the Chongheo sect's reach anyway. I tell him to take care. My figure flickers, I turn into a streak of light, and I fly fast away from the direction of the Chongheo sect to find a quiet place for seclusion. Ye Chongsul gazes off the way I left, her mind adrift, murmuring to herself whether I can really be only in the Golden Core realm. If so, she wonders how many patterns my Golden Core must hold to give me combat power like that. She reflects that even with her own 9-pattern Golden Core, she could not survive a single exchange against a spirit transformation realm expert without grave injury. She wonders whether there could be some existence higher still than a 9-pattern Golden Core. Only once my figure has vanished do the surrounding cultivators dare to release the breath they have been holding. That godlike, demon-like pressure had bore down so hard that no one had the courage even to lift their eyes. They whisper that I killed a spirit transformation realm expert on nothing but my own combat strength, with no external force, and they cannot make it feel real. Someone asks whether I truly am Golden Core, and whether he has been cultivating a fake Golden Core all this time. Another says this matches the rumors that a body-refining expert's strength can never be judged by his realm, or a man will die without ever knowing how. They agree the cultivation world has never seen a talent this brilliant, and are half convinced it never will again. After I leave Creation Mountain, I immediately activate the 2 laws, the law of destiny and the law of karma, and scramble my own karmic threads and heavenly trajectory. The move is a guard against the Chongheo sect's diviners, so they cannot trace me by reading the heavenly secrets. I can kill men in the spirit transformation realm now, but the waters of the cultivation world run far too deep. No one can say what kind of terrifying experts the Chongheo sect keeps hidden away. A sect that has stood for tens of thousands of years is bound to have profound heritage to protect itself. If I do not veil my tracks, I might not even learn how I died. I change my flight direction and race on without stopping for 10 days straight. Then I pick out an unremarkable little hilltop, hollow out a cave, and set up a 5 elements defensive formation. Once more I use the law of destiny and the law of karma to disturb the heavenly secrets and make everything foolproof. I wave a hand, a flash of yellow light appears, and Little Yellow is already in the cave with me. The moment it sees me, Little Yellow leaps about and exclaims that I can actually kill spirit transformation realm experts, and that it is far too amazing. Curiosity stirs in me, and I ask how it could possibly know that, having spent the last few days shut in the pet space. It tells me the broadcast feed and the forum have both gone wild, and that there is even a clip of the whole scene. My brow twitches, since I had not realized there were other system hosts at the fight. I open the broadcast feed and find the top 2 spots on the trending list, both mine. One clip is built around a Dao Seed Realm cultivator killing a Spirit Transformation Realm expert. The other around a single palm that felled the Heavenly Revelation Sect Saint. I click into the killing clip, and sure enough it is my fierce battle with Jung Myam, filmed from a distance. Then I open the comments, and the feed is a roar of vindication and disbelief. The general mood is delight that I cut down a Spirit Transformation Realm bully, who accused me for no reason, and awe that a Dao Seed cultivator could win it all. One comment stands out, saying I hold both the #1 system host title and the top of the Dao Seed Realm combat power ranking, and am ridiculously strong. Threaded through it are a few bitter notes. One host laments that if he had known the Dao Seed martial arts system was this powerful, he would never have joined a cultivation sect. He now lives like a beast of burden, with less freedom than the mortal realm. Others temper the excitement, pointing out that simply practicing the system will not make anyone as strong as me, since I must have comprehended great Dao laws. Most of them have grasped only concepts, and true laws are harder to reach than the heavens. One comment near the bottom catches me hard. It claims the Cheongheo sect sent a Void Return Realm expert to hunt me down and could not find a single hair. When they tried to calculate my position through the heavenly secrets, the secrets lashed back and left the expert badly injured. My gaze narrows at that. Fortunately, I acted carefully and disturbed the heavenly secrets in my karma in advance. If a Void Return Realm expert were truly on my trail, whether I could escape at all would be uncertain, and even a lucky getaway would leave me maimed. I click over to the comments under the clip, where I drop Ye Rang in one palm. The mood there is grim comedy. One voice wonders whether Ye Rang should count himself lucky or honored to have taken my palm and lived. Another jokes that if I was truly holding back, I still let out an entire ocean. I close the broadcast feed and exit the system. Killing a man in the Spirit Transformation Realm brought trouble, but it was not without its uses. After that fight, the power of the Dao Seed martial arts system is known to everyone, plainly no weaker than the immortal cultivation system and perhaps stronger. As I keep refining the cultivation technique, more and more people will choose this path. I turn to Little Yellow and tell it I am entering secluded cultivation, so it should stay in the cave, guard it, and stand as my protector. It answers softly that I can rest easy with it on the job. I take out a prayer mat, spread it on the ground, and sit down cross-legged to break through to the next level of the Dao Seed Realm. The Dao Manifestation Realm is about condensing a great Dao Dharma form. It lets the great Dao seed nurtured in the Dao Seed Realm sublimate and grow into a concrete Dharma form, the way a seed sprouts. The shape of that Dharma form differs from person to person. A dragon or tiger, an ox or horse, or trees, water or fire, all depending on the direction of Dao a cultivator has chosen. Once it condenses successfully, it is the perfect manifestation of Qi merging with the Dao. It lets a practitioner turn concepts into true great Dao laws, and command a sliver of law even in the Dao manifestation realm. My own great Dao Dharma form is the world. To condense it, I first have to open the heavens and create the earth inside a world seed, building a whole world. Since I hold 129,600 world seeds, I must open each one into an independent world to break through perfectly. My thought flashes. I focus my mind, sink my divine sense into my Dantian, and enter a single world, seed, condensing a physical form. Inside, chaos churns, and over 3,000 great Dao laws span the void, woven into a great Dao net. I reach out and grasp, and the surrounding chaos chi and the 3,000 laws converge, merging with the world great Dao. They condense 4 heaven-opening divine artifacts, a heaven-opening sword, a chaos green lotus, a great Dao jade disc, and a creation cauldron. I tell myself that today, I open the heavens and create the earth. I grip the heaven-opening sword, step onto the chaos green lotus, and set the great Dao jade disc floating above my head, and the creation cauldron hovering at my side. Drawing on the power of the world to reinforce myself, I feel my strength surge, and I bring the sword down through the churning chaos chi. The sword light shakes past present and future, slicing the chaos apart and evolving the 2 chi of yin and yang. The clear chi rises slowly while the turbid chi sinks heavily down. I do not stop, swinging 48 more times, and together with the first that makes 49 strikes which finally splits this world seed fully open. The clear chi rises into sky and the turbid chi settles into earth. But in that instant, earth, water, wind, and fire rage. The newborn heaven and earth show signs of folding back toward chaos. My expression stays calm as I tap a finger. Within the heavenly Tao space, the world Great Tao surges out and manifests over 3,000 Great Tao laws. They weave into a net and blanket the whole heaven and earth like a canopy, steadying the world and locking it fast. Then I drive the Great Tao Jade Disc to burst with the light of the 3,000 Taos, flooding the world and refining the law network of this new creation. I raise my hand and point at the sky, and the Great Tao laws tied to the stars surge out. The laws of sun, moon, and stars fuse with the chaos chi and evolve into a solar star and a lunar star hanging overhead. After them come 365 primary stars and 129,600 auxiliary stars. Beyond those, billions more arrange themselves into a vast expanse of star space. Finally, I drive the creation cauldron to refine the leftover chaos chi between heaven and earth into innate spiritual chi and pour it into this newborn world. Once the star space is formed, I point at the earth, and the 3,000 laws set to work, the clear chi rising and the turbid descending. Before long, I carve out a netherworld deep in the earth, mirroring the living world from afar. Within it, a vast underworld continent stretches out, and a boundless winding yellow springs flows through it, before merging into the return to ruins. A nether sun and nether moon rise into the void as well, casting down a cold, faint radiance. Looking over the underworld continent, I wave a hand again. I take the reincarnation law as the base, and fuse karma, soul, and many other great Tao laws to condense a 6 paths reincarnation disc, setting the place where all living beings will cycle. After that, the gates of hell, the Nihei Bridge, and the Yellow Springs Road take shape in the netherworld one by one. With all of it done, the living world and the netherworld settle into a balance of yin and yang. The excess yin chi and death chi of the living world will drain along the passage between the two, and settle on the underworld continent. Whatever yin evil things would harm the living world can rejoin the cycle of heaven and earth once the water of the Yellow Springs purifies them. Anything even the Yellow Springs cannot cleanse is sent to the return to ruins to be wholly ground down and digested. The entire netherworld thus becomes the world's purification system. I take a step and return to the living world. Above me, billions of stars hang high, their star power sprinkling across heaven and earth like sweet dew. Yet the ground below remains desolate and lifeless, filled only with dense innate spiritual energy. Then thunder cracks across the sky. Thunder is both destruction and creation, and when it rolls, all things are born. Dark clouds gather, a torrential rain pours down and washes over the newborn land. The water pools in the low places, runs along the terrain, spreads across the continent, and gathers into rivers that empty into the surrounding oceans. Under the sunlight, the seawater rises as vapor, forms clouds and rain high in the sky, and falls back to the ground. With that, a complete ecological cycle of the world is set turning. Suddenly, the whole world shudders, and the 3,000 laws appear and cover heaven and earth on every side like a canopy. My consciousness merges with the world in an instant, as if I have become the world itself, every inch of it laid clear in my perception. Inside the heavenly Tao space, a ball of light hovers, the core of this world, the heart of the heavenly Tao. Upon it, the world Great Tao and the 3,000 laws intertwine and circulate, evolving and perfecting themselves, breathing out a profound aura of the Great Tao origin. From that heart, the grotto heaven-level 3,000 laws flow outward and spread through the whole world like veins, wrapping it tight. Beneath the heart there is only a shallow pool of world origin, since the Dantian world has just been born, and its origin is still thin. My consciousness probes beyond the world, and I am stunned, my face full of disbelief. I had expected to see my own Dantian void, and instead I am looking at the boundless chaos sea. In that gray, hazy chaos world, the surging chaos chi churns without end, beating against the crystal wall of my world. I cannot understand how a world I carved inside my own Dantian could surface in the boundless chaos sea, since that is not how cultivation works. The thought that it might have slipped free into the chaos sea on its own tightens my chest, and I wonder at once where that leaves my physical body. I focus and sense for it, and to my relief, my consciousness is still tethered to my physical body. A single thought could carry me back. I also find that this Dantian world exists in two places at once, inside my Dantian and inside the chaos sea together, a mystery that leaves me blank for a moment. Breathing a little easier, I turn my gaze back to that gray, hazy sea. In it, there is only the rushing chaos chi, until I catch sight of a vast world not far off. It stands majestic and presses down the chaos airflow around it. Its aura feels familiar, and I wonder whether it might be the Changnan realm where I live now. Before deciding, that cannot be right. The Changnan realm is more likely a subordinate world of the one before me. That world is so immense that the one I just carved is a mote of dust beside it, not worth mentioning. As I marvel over the scale of it, I sense an evil aura of plunder coming from the far side of the multiverse, where the Changnan realm sits. I wonder what could be hidden back there to give off a thing so foul. It even occurs to me that the Changnan realm's spiritual chi may be thinning, forcing its cultivation schools to run formations just to produce spiritual chi. That may trace precisely to some evil existence on the back of the multiverse. Whatever hides there, it is certainly no kindly thing. My world is newborn and must stay far from it, or I fear it would burst like a bubble in an instant. I throw one wary glance toward the far side of the multiverse, then pull my gaze back to the world I made. The Dantian world is steadily devouring chaos chi and converting it into world origin. That origin then turns into innate spiritual energy to fill the land, or feeds the making of all things, or drives the world's continued expansion. With a flick of thought, I split the newborn origin into 4 parts. 30% widens the world's territory, 30% becomes the energy circulating between heaven and earth, 30% nurtures the living beings within, and the last 10% is stored away for later. For now, this Dantian world is only 10 billion kilometers across. The 3,000 laws are complete, and the territory looks considerable. Yet it has not reached the limit of a grotto heaven world. With its origins still thin, it can only be counted a dust world of the grotto heaven level. Even so, it is an independently existing world with limitless future potential. As long as I keep perfecting the laws and stacking up world origin, I can climb it upward step by step toward a higher world. My mind moves, and I erase the record of my creation of this world from the river of time. I do not want its living beings to ever know a creator god stands over the world they live in. I want them to grow freely and burst out with startling potential, without feeling like livestock penned by some god, without breeding thoughts of slaying gods and toppling the heavens. I have no wish to be cast as the great villain, nor to clean up messes and shoulder the blame when they stir up trouble. I would rather be a quiet creator god, guiding them in secret and sitting back to enjoy the harvest, not playing babysitter. With all that done, I withdraw from the state of merging with the world. I take one more look, see it running normally, and step out of the Dantian world, back into my physical body. Examining the Dantian world again, I find the whole matter deeply strange, since I truly did see the boundless chaos sea. On a thought, I send my divine sense back in and look beyond the world once more. There it is again, that same boundless chaos sea, which means the world I carved really has appeared out there. This is good, in its way, because it proves the world I made holds enormous potential. It has the chance to grow as vast as the multiverse the Changnan realm sits in now, even to surpass it and become an eternal world. I gather my thoughts and prepare to move on to the next creation. I glance over the newly opened worlds and step out. 129,600 worlds have been opened now, and all of them have surfaced in the boundless chaos sea. Each is different. Some are pure stellar universes, some built from 7 small worlds pressed together, some split into the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Some hold all heavens and myriad realms, and others are simply chaos worlds thick with chaos chi. With a stir of thought, I draw the heaven-opening artifacts back into the heavenly Tao space, to be nourished by the world origin. They are the heaven-opening sword, the great Tao jade disc, the chaos green lotus, and the creation cauldron. All the worlds are open, and my great Tao Dharma form is complete. So this is the perfect moment to break through to the Tao manifestation realm. My mind stirs, and the true force in my Dantian, or perhaps it should now be called world power, guides the strength fed back from the worlds and circulates it along my meridians. It flows through every acupuncture point and every inner world, tempering and nourishing all it passes. When it returns to the Dantian, the 129,600 inner worlds vibrate in unison and erupt with dazzling great Tao light. That light converges into a great Tao light cocoon that wraps around me layer upon layer. Great Tao runes flicker and flow across its surface, the world Great Tao ceaselessly deriving the 3,000 laws, which merge back into it and cycle without end. Inside the cocoon, I am undergoing a transformation that remakes me from the ground up. Fortunately, I prepared ahead, and the 5 elements defense formation locks every strange phenomenon inside the cave. Little Yellow stands to the side, staring dumbfounded at the laws deriving endlessly across the cocoon. It wonders just how many great Tao laws its master has comprehended, whether I could possibly have grasped all 3,000. It decides I am far too monstrous. No wonder I could kill a spirit transformation realm expert while still in the Tao Seed realm. It resolves to hurry and comprehend some of it itself, in the hope of perfecting its own devouring law. Time slips quietly by, and there is no telling how long passes. A thin crack opens on the great Tao light cocoon, and then it shatters inch by inch, turning to pure energy that my body drinks in whole. The moment I open my eyes, the 3,000 laws flash through them and vanish, at once resolving into a vast world reflected in my gaze. I sense the immense true force circulating my meridians and acupuncture points, tempering my physical body over and over, pushing it to evolve higher. Then I find I cannot fully unleash the power of the inner worlds, and it gives me a jolt. I deduce and analyze it quickly, and reach a conclusion. The inner worlds exist at once in my acupuncture points, and in the boundless chaos sea, so the power inside my body is only a fraction projected from them. More to the point, my physical body is still too weak to bear the force of all those inner worlds, though they sit only at the grotto heaven level. If I forced their power to erupt, my physical body would likely be blown apart on the spot. I decide then to keep strengthening my body, so I can one day loose even greater power. I stand, stretch, look over at Little Yellow, and ask how long I have been in seclusion. It nods quickly and tells me 2.5 years, then asks whether I have reached the Tao manifestation realm. Surprise flickers through me, since I had not expected this session to run so long, my longest seclusion since coming to the Chongnen realm. Still, the gains are huge. My Tao has taken its first true shape, and I have laid solid ground for becoming a real powerhouse. I have mastered 68% of the space-time realm now, not far from mastering it whole. I tell Little Yellow I have broken through to the middle stage of the Tao manifestation realm, and grasped the mysteries of the realm. Next, I can add the Tao manifestation realm cultivation techniques into the Tao Seed martial arts system in the system store. With a plan set, I open the system and find messages from Sa Tong and Jian Dado waiting, both just greetings and reassurances that they are safe. I answer Sa Tong first, then write to Jian Dado that I am fine on my end, and ask whether Ye Rang gave him any trouble. Jian Dado replies quickly that Ye Rang never came for him, and that he is still working as a shop manager in the Nuungso Immortal Cultivation Market as usual. He adds that he is now at the peak of Foundation establishment and about to break through to the Golden Core realm, confident he can cultivate a 4-pattern Golden Core. I cannot work out why Ye Riang left him alone, since the man hardly seems the magnanimous sort. Still, I congratulate him in advance, and we trade a few more lines before closing the conversation. I use the law of destiny and the law of karma to scramble my own heavenly secrets and karma again, meaning to stay hidden a while longer. In the meantime, I want to upgrade and refine the divine abilities and martial skills I have mastered. I also want to use the 3,000 laws to reweave the fairness system and add some functions. Beyond that, I can begin experimenting with the artificial heavenly spirit root, since after this creation of worlds I have a fresh understanding of how a heavenly spiritual root might be made. With my mind made up, I tell Little Yellow it has worked hard and can go wander the surroundings, since a shallow seclusion needs no protector. I sit back down on the prayer mat, close my eyes, and send my divine sense into the Dantian world to observe. It is still frozen in the scene of a world just opened, desolate and barren, yet the innate spiritual energy is extraordinarily rich. The world's diameter has already reached 100 billion kilometers, and in the heavenly Tao space, a lake of world origin 10 kilometers across has pooled. The scale of the change stirs me, and when I investigate, I find nearly 100,000 years have passed inside the Dantian world. Its time flows nearly 50,000 times faster than the Changnan realm. That explains it, I realize, nodding to myself. No wonder the world changed so much in only 2.5 years. Even so, there is no telling how many hundreds of millions of years it would take for the world to give birth to life on its own. I could step in and create life myself, but my grasp of all things in heaven and earth is still shallow, and rushing it would only yield creatures with no potential. The idea of importing species from the outside I reject the instant it surfaces. Foreign life would infect the inner world with the Changnan realm and cost it its independence, choking off its potential, a thing I could never accept. I would rather spend the time letting the world evolve its own life than damage its potential. With my current lifespan of over 2,000 years, I have time to spare, and as my realm rises, my life will only lengthen. Even if I never broke through again and my lifespan ran dry, I could leave the Chang'an realm and go straight to the worlds I opened, gaining endless life there. But I have no intention of it. A newborn world holds no living beings, and being omniscient and omnipotent in an empty place would make for a life too dull to bear. Besides, staying in the Changnan realm lets me comprehend its great Tao laws, which I can turn around and use to perfect the laws of my own inner worlds. Even now, I dare not enter an inner world with my own physical body. I fear that once it crossed in, I would lose the coordinate link to the Changnan realm and never find my way back. I check the rest of the inner worlds and find much the same, each running nearly 50,000 times faster than the Changnan realm. Then a thought stirs. A drop of world origin appears in my mouth, and I swallow it. The moment it hits my stomach, a surging mighty world origin energy erupts, and I circulate my true force at once to refine it. I use it to temper my physical body and soul, and it washes through me again and again, every cell cheering as it greedily drinks the energy in. A heaven and earth furnace forms around my body to seal the energy so none of it leaks. When the drop is refined, the change in me draws a flash of surprise across my face. I had not expected a stray inspiration to use world origin for cultivation to have effects this profound. It does not merely raise my aptitude and lift my very bone structure to a higher grade. It cleanses my marrow, reshapes my physique, and strengthens my soul. I had assumed that since the world sits inside my own body, its origin would do little for me, and I was completely wrong. It is not only effective, the effect is astonishing, and this is only the world origin of a grotto heaven-level world, weak in essence. If one day the world climbs to a small world, a great world, or even the major 1,000 worlds, then cultivating with its origin will be more astonishing still. After putting the Fairness System version 6.0 through its paces and finding no other anomaly, I take stock of it properly. Having created worlds 129,600 times, I am now thoroughly versed in wielding the great Tao laws. This version, woven from the 3,000 laws, is more exquisite than anything before it, subtle enough that even an immortal might not fathom its workings. It carries a tenfold jump in energy conversion efficiency and computing power over the last version, with every other function tuned up to match. Worth noting is that this update adds a function to delete a host's memories after the system unbinds, along with the spatial teleportation function. A system host can trigger spatial teleportation by spending energy points, and if the map marks an exact location, the teleport is precise. Without an exact location, only a rough teleport in a general direction is possible, with the energy point cost set by distance. The system store has added physical goods for sale, tied into the same spatial teleportation. Anything a host buys can be delivered straight to their storage space, or, if they have no storage space, dropped in front of them, the cost again scaled by distance. The addition lets the store's goods circulate fast and breaks through the old limits of geography. Once I finish testing it, I take out the origin system to prepare an upgrade, and I catch wisps of black chi coiling across its surface, which sends a jolt through me. I probe the black chi carefully, and faint, broken voices reach my ears. One wants more energy points to buy the next cultivation technique. Another begs the system to speed up its energy points so he can sell them, live well, and eat meat. Another simply pleads to be made stronger, and another wants energy points enough to break through his cultivation, hating to be looked down on. Astonishment fills my face, since these are plainly the voices of other system hosts, and I cannot fathom how they surfaced here. After a careful investigation, I find the black chi is negative energy. It is formed from the mental thoughts, soul power, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the system hosts, bound together with some mysterious power. Once I trace its source, I gasp, feeling both fear and relief in the same breath. Fortunately, I cut the direct link between the system and myself back then and turned it into the origin system, or the trouble now would be enormous. This negative energy is something I never foresaw. It never arose before, most likely because the system hosts were too few, but their number has now crossed 1 trillion, and keeps climbing. Even so, the system still covers only 1/10 of the eastern wilderness, a sliver against the whole eastern region, let alone the entire Azure Firmament continent. If the count of hosts keeps rising, I fear this negative energy could swell into a monstrous hidden danger, eroding the origin system. If that happens, the system could be ruined and the hosts themselves contaminated. The thought makes my scalp prickle, and for a moment I have no idea what to do. I send my divine sense back into the origin system and, through it, watch a thread of negative energy coil around each subsystem as well. Fortunately, the negative energy is steadily gathering onto the origin system through its links to the subsystems, rather than piling up on the subsystems themselves. Seeing that, I breathe easier. If it were accumulating on the subsystems instead, it would be far harder to handle. I try to clear it with the laws of purification and desire, and it works, but the efficiency is dismal. I cannot tell whether that is because my mastery of the great Tao laws sits only at the grotto heaven level, or because of the mysterious force woven into the negative energy itself. There is no better method for now, but I am firmly convinced this negative energy is not unsolvable. Once my great Tao laws rank higher, I may clear it with ease, and I can also try to craft a method of purification. For the moment, with no thorough solution in hand, I can only grind the negative energy away by my own hand, which treats the symptom and not the root. As the hosts multiply, the negative energy will only grow, perhaps past the point where I can grind it at all. Since the system binds to the soul, the birth of such negative energy is all but unavoidable. To unbind and destroy the system, though, is something I simply cannot accept. The system does more than stockpile the energy my cultivation needs, and serve as a second brain. It is bound up with my first goal, to drag the cultivators and the powerful down off their high horses. Lose the system, and that goal falls apart, along with any hope of changing this world. The goal may sound a little absurd, yet by now it has become close to an obsession. If I abandon it, my thoughts will never be clear, which would harm my cultivation, and could even breed a heart demon. I have the means to do it, so why not try, when if I lacked the means I could simply go with the flow? Who does not carry some dream of changing the world? And for now at least, the system is nothing but a benefit to me. There has to be a way to dissolve that negative energy. I just have not found it yet. I breathe out a long, turbid breath, raise my hand, and cast the great yin-yang annihilation divine light. The light forms a yin-yang millstone, the yin and yang qi alternating and turning, the power of destruction quietly germinating between them. The negative energy is decomposed and scattered under its grinding wisp after wisp, until the very last strand is gone. Without hesitation, I pushed the Fairness System version 6.0 out to every system host. With that done, I decide not to plunge straight back into closed-door cultivation and take a short break instead, balancing work with rest. I step out of the cave, the mountain breeze brushes my face, the bird song runs crisp through the forest, and the fresh breath of the wild rushes at me. My whole body loosens at once, the tension of long seclusion easing out of me. Then Little Yellow's voice reaches me, calling for me to come quickly and save a little girl who is not going to make it. I turn toward the sound at once and see Little Yellow running hard with a girl of about 7 or 8 held in its mouth. Her clothes are in tatters, her face is sallow and thin, her hair is dry and yellow. She is still bleeding, one leg is broken, and she has long since slipped into a coma. I flash over in an instant, appear before Little Yellow, and take the girl into my arms. A quick check tells me she is only unconscious from heavy blood loss. I lay her flat on the ground, take hold of her broken leg and reconnect it. She groans faintly in her sleep. I cast the heaven and earth creation technique, and a green energy settles over her, and in a moment her injuries mend as though they were never there and color floods back into her face. She stirs, opens her eyes, looks up at me, and asks with wide curiosity whether this is the underworld. The question startles me for a beat, and then I smile and tell her this is still the living world, that she did not die, and that Little Yellow saved her. She stares blankly for a moment, and then joy breaks across her face. She marvels that she really is alive, that after falling from such a height she had thought she would never see her brother again. She struggles up to her feet and turns to thank Little Yellow for saving her. Little Yellow squints and chuckles that she is welcome, but that it only carried her to its master, and I am the one who truly saved her. Hearing Little Yellow speak, the girl is only mildly startled, and instead of shrieking that it is a monster, curiosity lights her eyes. She exclaims that Little Yellow can talk, decides that means her big brother must be a divine messenger, and thanks me for saving her life. I raise an eyebrow at the title and explain with a light chuckle that there is no need for such courtesy. I am only a martial artist and no divine messenger. Then I ask her name, whether she has any family left, and why she went into the mountains alone. The girl's face dims. She tells me her name is Baek Cheonchan, that her parents died long ago and only her brother remains. Some time ago, though, her brother too was chosen by the divine messenger and went to the temple to become one. Her brother told her that once he is a divine messenger, they will finally have enough to eat and never go hungry again. She went into the mountains to dig wild vegetables and stepped into empty air, nearly falling to her death, and only Little Yellow saved her. As she finishes, her stomach lets out a long, hollow growl. I sigh softly, pity welling up in me. There are truly too many suffering people in this world, more than anyone could count. Though I was a working laborer in my past life and my days were far from rich, I could at least eat my fill, even eat meat. Set against the people here, that was heaven against earth. They eat grass and swallow dirt, generation after generation, without a single glimmer of change on the horizon. It was exactly this kind of shocking suffering that struck my view of the world when I first awakened. It gave me the notion of pulling those lofty cultivators and powers down from their pedestals. Now, across the regions the system covers, high-yield food crops have spread and the breeding of livestock keeps improving. The common people's basic needs are met, and some can even cultivate the martial Tao. It is not wealth exactly, but it is more than 100 times better than before. That is precisely why, even after finding the origin system eroded by negative energy, I still insist on keeping it, because it has genuinely changed these people's fate. The spread of the system has been anything but smooth, running into no end of obstruction inside the various countries. But for the many system hosts who have reached the Tao Seed realm, the barriers of the mortal world are not worth mentioning. Driven by the rewards of system tasks, those who stood in the way were wiped out one after another. Heads rolled, and the corpses piled up like hills. I tell Baek Cheongshan that we happen not to have eaten yet either, and invite her to eat with us. She shakes her head and refuses, saying she will just eat when she gets home, that I already saved her and she does not even know how to thank me yet. Little Yellow raises its front paws, gently nudges her along, and coaxes her not to stand on ceremony with its master, since this bit of food is nothing. Her stomach growls again, she hesitates a moment, and then she comes over. I take out the delicacies I bought earlier from various great restaurants and lay them out from my storage space, meaning to treat us all well. Looking at the loaded table, Baek Cheongshan cannot stop swallowing. And after Little Yellow and I press her a few more times, she finally picks up a bowl and chopsticks. After the meal, I glance at the sky and tell Little Yellow it is getting late and the road is not safe, so it should take Chan home. It nods in agreement. Baek Cheongshan thanks me for the food, her thin face full of gratitude, and tells me it is the most delicious meal she has ever eaten in her life. I nod slightly and watch the two of them go. A long while later, Little Yellow returns to report that Xianshan is home safe. It says their village is desperately poor, poorer and more bitter even than the villages of Jin State used to be. Nothing like Jin State today. It asks why we do not simply spread the system there. I think it over, but I still shake my head and tell it I have a premonition the timing is wrong, that the moment is not yet ripe. I add, though, that we can pass down the body forging foundation establishment method and the old farmer's art. Then I toss Little Yellow a jade bottle holding diluted world origin divine liquid. I warn it the divine liquid can cleanse the marrow and lift its cultivation aptitude, but it must not drink too much, only a small sip at a time. If it swells up and bursts, it can hardly blame me for not warning it. Little Yellow catches the bottle, delight all over its face, and asks where I found such a wonderful thing. Before the words are even out, it impatiently pops the bottle open and cautiously swallows a small sip. The moment the diluted world origin goes down, it flops onto the ground and runs its cultivation technique to refine it, a faint yellow halo rising around its body. I glance over, see nothing amiss, and open the system interface to check the system store. By now, medicinal pills, spirit medicine, magic treasures, and high-yield food crop seeds have all been added to the store. I idly click over to the forum to skim the comments on the system update. The mood there is bright and grateful. Hosts are thrilled that spatial teleportation will spare them endless days wasted on the road. They can promote the system faster, buy food crop seeds to grow more grain, and sell their goods across the whole world. One host sums it up by pointing out that even the auto-generated energy points have risen with this update. A handful only grumble that spatial teleportation is too expensive to use, and there is not a single report of a functional problem. I exit the forum and open the Trial Tower interface. I still sit at the top of the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking. Sa Tong, So Songan, So Wang, Wen Hengeop, Mangji Heop, So Wandang, and other names I know all sit inside the top 1,000. The Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking is entirely dominated by cultivators of the Tao Seed martial arts system now. Even on the combat power rankings of the other realms, cultivators of this system make up more than 90%. The rest being people of the immortal cultivation system. On top of the 100 gatekeepers I fabricated at the start, 150 new ones have been added to the trial tower. Since I have only just broken through to the Tao manifestation realm, I want to use the trial tower to sharpen my combat and get used to the new realm. I do not start from the first floor though. I go straight to the 3000th floor and have the tower conjure a mirror image Yu-Il to fight, since the gatekeepers on the other floors no longer train me. I battle the mirror image Yu-Il fiercely across a constantly shifting field, and in the repeated collisions I catch my own weaknesses and polish myself again and again. After 50,000 exchanges with the mirror image Yu-Il, I finally beat it, Fighting yourself really is the surest way to find your own flaws, since defeating yourself is so often the hardest thing of all. After confirming the system runs normally, I exit it. By now, Little Yellow has finished digesting the divine liquid. Its aura surges all at once, and it breaks through to the late stage of the Tao Seed realm. It crows that it is a genius dog indeed to have broken through this fast. It sneers that John Dotto was strutting about his own breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, and that anyone who dreams of surpassing it can keep dreaming. Little Yellow stands there in a pair of big floral pants, paws on its hips, shouting arrogantly to the sky. I hear it, and bring my hand down flat on its dog head. I ask it what genius dog, and whether it would have reached the late stage of the Tao Seed realm at all, without the bottle of divine liquid I just handed it. It yelps and shrinks its neck, then flings itself at my leg and hugs my thigh, tail thumping like a rattle drum. It fawns that its breakthrough is entirely thanks to the divine liquid its master bestowed. All of it my credit. I can only slap my own forehead, speechless. Ever since it watched John Dotto pull the thigh-hugging move, it has trotted out the same trick every single time it makes trouble, and I genuinely have no way to deal with it. 2 years slip past me the way overtime used to, without ceremony and without mercy. I spend them sealed away in cultivation. In the same stretch, I deduce and perfect every last cultivation technique inside the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system, carrying the system store's offerings all the way up to the Tao manifestation realm. The moment I upload that Tao manifestation realm technique, it detonates across the cultivation world. The cultivators studying my Tao Seed martial arts system go wild with joy. The ones who already forced their way into the Tao Seed realm finally breathe out, since they had been fretting that there was nothing left to learn. I gave them a ladder that never ends, and they love me for it. In those same 2 years, I sharpened my own divine ability and martial skill. I hone my edge by sparring against a mirror image of myself until neither of us can land a cheap hit. I also digest what I glimpsed in the creation of a world, and out of that come 2 new divine abilities. The heaven-splitting divine ability is the strongest offensive art I own now. It fires clean whether I hold a blade, a sword, or nothing but my bare hands. The world in the palm I built by copying an old memory from my past life, the Buddha kingdom cupped in a single hand. It traps an enemy inside a small world, derives attack after attack, and can crush a man under the weight of a whole world. Right now, I am fixed on the cauldron of creation in front of me, hands weaving one incantation after another. 8 streaks of spiritual light come spilling out of the cauldron, and I gather them into my palm. I turn them over, study them for a breath, then slap one thread of red light straight into my own body. I close my eyes to feel it settle. Then I snap them open and laugh out loud, unable to stop myself. The artificial heavenly spirit root is finally finished, 3,000 failed experiments, and on this run it takes. From this day forward, anyone born with garbage aptitude can carry the talent of a heavenly spiritual root. That means I can seed descent straight into the cultivation forces, and watch how they plan to keep resisting the system. Some of them might even flip and become loyal system hosts, grinding for energy points like their lives depend on it. The first version of this thing was clumsy. My original idea was to refine organs out of heaven and earth, spiritual chi materials, then implant them into the body. But the spiritual chi in the air is thin these days and the raw materials are painfully scarce. When I switched to matching attribute substitutes, the results still came out weak. The refined spiritual roots were low quality, the implant surgery was a nightmare, and I could only ever make a handful at a time. Any real mass production would have swallowed an obscene amount of materials. So that road was closed. So I flipped the whole approach and used heaven and earth spiritual chi itself as the raw stock, drawing on the attributes already floating between heaven and earth. That solved the materials problem outright, but it traded one wall for another. The refining difficulty turned monstrous. Only when I thought to weave the laws of each attribute into the process did the barrier finally give. 3,000 attempts later, the perfect artificial heavenly spirit root sits in my hand. Its resonance with heaven and earth, spiritual chi, is no worse than a natural heavenly spiritual root. And honestly, it is better, because I laced it with great Tao laws. Best of all, the root is made of spiritual chi, so implanting it is trivial. You simply treat it as heaven and earth spiritual chi and inhale it into your body. Pair that with the enlightenment space, the storage space, and spatial teleportation, and the cultivation forces will fight the system far less than they do now. My fairness system gets to ride that opening and slither deeper into their schools. I am certain that once they taste it, none of them will ever hand it back. The cultivators who stumbled onto it already bound themselves and turned into loyal hosts. Once the old forces get their hands on it, plenty of them will start selling their own secret manuals to the system store, just to earn energy points. That funnels a mountain of secret manuals straight to me. I can use them to refine the Tao Sieg martial arts system further, or to chew through the truths of the great Tao and realize new laws. Either way, I win. Then I frown, because for the moment, I still have to refine every artificial heavenly spirit root by hand. I can turn out a decent batch at once, but if I keep this up, I will become a machine whose entire purpose is stamping out heavenly spiritual roots. I also need to cultivate myself. Burning my hours on manual labor like this only drags my own progress backward. That is the exact trap I clawed out of once already, and I refuse to build myself a new one. While I chew on it, inspiration lands like a thrown brick and my eyes light up. I can use machines. I can copy the assembly line model from the factories of my past life and mass-produce heavenly spiritual roots on a conveyor belt. Better still, I do not even need machines, because a formation can do the refining directly. I hook my divine sense into the subsystem computing power matrix and start deducing the method. A long while later, I open my eyes. Great Tao runes flashing through them and gone in the same instant, a smile already on my face. With a nudge of my mind, I carve out a space inside the origin system as my refining floor. As the spiritual light flows, 4 formations settle into place. The first splits heaven and earth, spiritual chi apart into its separate attributes. The second tempers that spiritual chi until it runs pure. The third packs the pure spiritual chi into a neat block, 3 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters tall, the ideal shape for stamping laws into. The fourth works like a precision printer, pressing the matching great Tao laws straight onto that block. The moment I feed heaven and earth spiritual chi into the first formation, the fire attribute strand peels off and pours into the second. The tempering leaves it purer still. Then the third shapes it into a block, and the fourth brands it with the law of fire. A fire spiritual root drops out the far end. Complete. I call it into my hand, look it over, then slap it into my body and feel it carefully. When my eyes open again, satisfaction ripples across my whole face. It works. A full assembly line spitting out heavenly spiritual roots. I really am a genius. After that, I set up the formations for the other 7 attributes and refine each matching root. I test every one until I am certain the conveyor method holds. A single line produces 100 heavenly spiritual roots an hour. 8 attributes means 8 lines, 800 an hour, which comes out to 9,600 in a single day. That is more than enough, and if demand ever spikes, I just bolt on a few more lines. The only question left is the price. I think it over and set each artificial heavenly spirit root at a mere 1 million energy points, barely above cost. I am pricing it this low on purpose, because the point is to plant dissent inside the cultivation forces. Anyone born with weak aptitude will not think twice about buying one to install, and even the smug heavenly spiritual root crowd will pick one up for a friend. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and every gain has its price. I upload the artificial heavenly spirit root to the system store, pack away the cauldron of creation, and turn to walk out of the cave. Right then, Little Yellow's voice comes ripping through, frantic, telling me something has gone wrong. My chest tightens, because I have no idea what could rattle it like that, and I flash to the mouth of the cave. Little Yellow and Baked Qianqian are sprinting toward me. Slung across Baked Qianqian's back is a corpse. I ask what happened, brows knitting at the strange sight of the two of them together. Little Yellow shifts uneasily and explains in a low voice. It went to Baked Qianqian's house looking for her, and walked straight into her brother's corpse being handed back by 2 envoys, who called themselves messengers of the Temple of Light. It followed them out of pure curiosity, but the pair took one look at it and moved to seize it on sight. With no choice, it fought back and killed them both, then dragged Baked Qianqian and her brother's body back here. I waved the worry off. If they had the nerve to try to capture it, then killing them was the right call. I only warned it not to go hunting for trouble, and that was never the same as being afraid of it. Then I ask whether there is anything else it is keeping from me. Little Yellow shakes its head fast, guilt all over its face, saying there truly is nothing. It just feels it dragged Chanchan into this and cost her the ability to ever go home. Beside us, Baked Qianqian lowers her brother's body to the ground with both hands. Her face is streaked with dried tears, and her eyes are red as she looks at me. She calls me Big Brother and confirms everything, that the envoys tried to seize it the instant they saw it, and it only killed them to save itself. Then she tells me Little Yellow says my strength reaches the heavens. She begs me to look at her brother and tell her whether there is any hope of bringing him back. Listening to the two of them, I believe every word. I examine the corpse. The eyes are frozen wide, the face twisted in pain, and the man died long ago, his very soul already scattered. Then something about the manner of his death snags at me, and I look closer, murmuring that so this is how it is. I turn to Big Chonchion and tell her plainly. Her brother has been dead a long time, his soul has dissipated, and there is genuinely no way to revive him. But while inspecting the body, I found his cause of death to be deeply unnatural. The word hits her, and fresh tears spill down her cheeks. Through the sobs, she asks me how her brother really died, since the envoys claimed it was chi deviation while cultivating. I glance at the corpse again and shake my head. Someone tore his spiritual root out of him by force using the spirit-seizing great method, and he died in agony. I explain that the evil technique carries harsh limits. It can only be worked by a cultivator who has reached the chi refining realm with an activated spiritual root. While the root is being ripped free, the victim feels every nerve sliced by 1,000 knives until the pain alone kills him. Her face goes white. Then she asks whether her brother was truly murdered, tortured to death so someone could steal his spiritual root. Her hands clench until the knuckles bleed of color. A monstrous hatred kindles in her eyes, and she swears she will make them pay in blood. Then she wheels around and drops to her knees before me with a heavy thud. Her voice shakes, but it is iron underneath. She begs me to take her as my disciple and teach her martial arts, so she can grow strong enough to avenge her brother, and maybe, one day, bring him back. Something stirs in me listening to her, an odd sense that I have seen this exact scene before. And then it clicks. This is the classic protagonist mode. Family cut down, a vow to master martial arts for revenge. And on top of that, she already carries frightening martial aptitude, having reached the innate realm. A golden light flickers quietly through my eyes as I slip into my chi-observing technique and read her. The golden luck coiling around her runs like a river with no end, faintly showing the signs of a coming surge into the heavens. Good grief, the luck on this girl is so dense it nearly blinds me. Baek Chan-chan really is a child of destiny. No wonder Little Yellow rescued her after she was hurt last time, and carried her back to me. No wonder she already picked up the body forging foundation establishment method and the old farmer's art, and laid herself a rock-solid foundation. Which means, apparently, that I have become the legendary old mentor. Her brother is dead, she has officially entered protagonist mode, and fate is once again shoving me into the role of the grizzled master. Well, it costs me nothing to stay on her good side. I will just call it an early investment. 100 thoughts race through me, and then I wave my hand and help the kneeling girl to her feet. I tell her I do not intend to take a disciple for now, but that I have a system seed I can give her. Once she binds it, she will be able to learn skills straight from it. As I speak, I redeem a system seed and press it into her hands. Disappointment flickers in her eyes at the word about no disciple. Then it burns away the moment she hears she can learn from the system. She snatches the seed and binds it on the spot. Guided by the system's own navigation, she explores it. As the mall of cultivation techniques in the Enlightenment space open before her, her mouth parts in awe at how astonishing the thing is. Once she has found her footing, I tell her we should add each other on the system messenger. She answers softly and does. I transfer 100 million energy points over to her as startup capital. It is enough to run the system's functions, buy cultivation techniques, and feed the growth of a child of destiny. I tell her I have sent 100 million energy points to her account and that she can spend them on cultivation techniques or on features like the Enlightenment space. She balks, shocked, refusing outright and saying, 100 million is far too much to accept. She bound the system only moments ago and already grasps how precious energy points are, and a figure that large is genuinely staggering to her. I wave it away and tell her to keep it. It is a drop in the bucket for me and a fortune for her. She will need it to buy the techniques that let her master martial arts, avenge her brother, and maybe even find the road back to his life. Hesitation crosses her face, then hardens into resolve. She thanks me and vows to pay me back once she has earned enough. After a pause, she cannot help asking whether I actually know how to bring her brother back. I smile a little and decide to hand her the most reliable and most impossible method there is, precisely to give her something to climb toward. The surest way, I tell her, is to cultivate until you can reverse the river of time and fish a person out of it. But the method demands cultivation strong enough to survive the backlash. Anyone too weak fails to save the person and dies from the recoil instead. She thanks me for telling her, determination settling into her features, and promises she will train hard and grow strong enough to do it. I tell her to work hard then, that I will be staying here a while, and she is welcome to stay with us. Then I turn toward the cave. Little Yellow bounds up beside her, tail wagging, delighted that she has finally bound the system, and offers to answer any cultivation question she ever has. She thanks it, and says she will come to it whenever she is stuck. Then she spends a few energy points to open her system storage space and lays her brother's body carefully inside. 3 days later, I finish cultivating and open the system for him, curious how the artificial heavenly spirit root landed now that it has had time to breathe. The comment feed is a flood, and the mood swings hard between two camps. The buyers are ecstatic. One of them crows that a single day on the artificial heavenly spirit root vaulted him straight to the 9th level of chi refining. It is faster than his old 3 spiritual roots ever managed, practically like flying on a sword. Another confirms there are no side effects, and that you really do just inhale it like spiritual chi. Under that runs a rising current of class resentment. The have-nots gloat that the heavenly spiritual root snobs can finally stop holding their noses in the air. They bitterly ask why those born lucky get to skip the spiritual key conversion formation, while everyone else labors like oxen. The snobs sneer right back that an artificial root will never match an innate heavenly spiritual root, and tell the upstarts to keep dreaming. The upstarts promise to prove them wrong. I scroll through the reactions and nod, satisfied. The artificial heavenly spirit root is working cleanly with no abnormalities surfacing yet. More importantly, a genuine line of opposition has already sketched itself between the artificial buyers and the innate heavenly spiritual root holders. Splitting the cultivation forces from the inside is starting to look truly workable. How far the fracture spreads I cannot tell yet, so I leave it to time. Inside the Dantean world, I fuse my divine sense with the heavenly Tao and feel out the whole of my creation. The world's diameter has reached 300 billion kilometers by now. It is still a barren place, but a faint vitality is quietly brewing beneath the desolation. Deep in the netherworld, the 6 paths reincarnation disk turns slowly, though no souls have entered reincarnation yet. The world now holds more than 4,300 perfected great Tao laws, over 1,000 more than when I first made it. Some I comprehended by my own hand, and far more were born naturally as the world runs, all of them more refined than at the beginning. The accumulated world origin has pooled into a lake roughly 100 kilometers across. By now, the Dantean world has met the requirements to advance into a small world, yet I hold off. I can feel that it has not reached the ceiling of a grotto heaven world, that it still has room to grow. So I decide to let it develop to its absolute limit before I push it up, laying a firmer foundation for what comes after. I turn my gaze to the boundless chaos sea beyond the world's edge, a gray expanse where restless chaos chi keeps slapping against the crystal wall of my world. With a flick of thought, I project the 365 main stars, the 129,600 auxiliary stars, and the billions of lesser stars outward as phantoms of star power. The moment those projections touch the chaos outside, the violent chaos chi swallows and annihilates them whole. The result does not surprise me. In the next breath, all the star phantoms rearrange themselves along a hidden trajectory and lock into a chaos heavenly cycle star formation. I built it off the inspiration I stole from the school's spiritual chi conversion formation, married to the formations recorded in the system store, and the principle of a world-absorbing chaos chi. Its whole purpose is to help the Dantean world devour and refine chaos chi faster, pile up world origin quicker, and steal the foundation for the leap to come. But the moment the formation forms, it endures the chaos chi for only 3 more breaths, before it is crushed to nothing. I start deducing at once off the data I just bought with that failure. Before long, the new version reassembles and holds for 10 breaths before it too is wiped out. I analyze and deduce and run it again. After more than 1,000 repetitions, the latest Chaos Heavenly Cycle star formation trembles violently under the Chaos Chi, yet no longer shatters on contact. After grinding at it that long, I finally have it, and I really am a genius. I pour world origin into every star phantom, hardening them from projections into solid bodies, and the formation erupts with brilliant star power. It instantly suppresses and refines the surrounding Chaos Chi into world origin, and the rate of conversion jumps tenfold. The world origin I had burned to 0 starts climbing fast again. Once I confirm the formation runs stable, I turn my attention back to the multiverse where the Changnan realm sits. That multiverse is still vast beyond measure, and next to it my Dantean world is a speck of dust. Even so, that mighty multiverse gives off a faint evil aura along its far side. I do not understand what has gone wrong inside it, so I slowly steer the Dantean world away from it. If the multiverse ever fails to withstand whatever evil is festering there, my inner world has to become my final refuge. Then I withdraw from the merger with the heavenly Tao and set out through my other inner worlds. In each of them I plant the Chaos Heavenly Cycle star formation. Their development sits about where the Dantean worlds does, and once the formations are seeded, I drive every one of these inner worlds away from the multiverse as well. My eyes open and the gaze that comes out is cold and merciless, aloof as the heavenly Tao itself. Deep in my pupils, countless worlds are being born and dying, and the evolving trajectories of the 3,000 great Daos flow on without end. My whole aura runs just as cold, carrying the crushing majesty of the heavenly Tao. Then, in a blink, I snap back to myself, and a thread of lingering fear crawls across my face. I did not expect that fusing with the heavenly Tao for too long would nearly bleed into my heart nature and turn me into something indifferent and pitiless. If I became a man stripped of all feeling and desire, then what would be the point of living when I would be little more than a walking corpse? It seems that unless there is real need, I had better fuse with the heavenly Tao far less. The pull on my heart nature is too strong, and I cannot say for certain I would still be me on the other side. I quiet my breathing for a while, and the cold, aloof aura finally drains away and leaves me looking like myself again. I let out a soft sigh and admit my state of mind is still not solid enough, that I will have to temper it going forward. Then I get up and walk out of the closed-door chamber. Neither Little Yellow nor Big Qianshan is in the cave, so I head straight outside. The instant I step out, I find Little Yellow sprawled across a rocking chair, sunbathing while it watches Big Qianshan throw her punches. She is a wholly different person from the girl of 3 months ago. Her complexion glows rosy, her dark hair spills to her waist, her posture is graceful and upright, and her cultivation has already climbed to the peak of the innate realm. Little Yellow notices me and calls out that I have finished my seclusion. Then it marvels that Big Qianshan's progress is too fast, and her comprehension ability is frightening, that it can already see a shade of my bearing in her. It admits it thought it could coach her with its own Tao Seed Realm cultivation, only to get stumped by her questions and have to sit and puzzle over them. Then it asks me, deadpan, whether the gap between humans and dogs really has to be this wide. I tell it that when Bake Cheongshin trains this hard while it lies there roasting in the sun, of course the gap is wide, and I flick it lightly on the dog head. It mutters, unconvinced, that it is no cultivation fanatic like me, that life is beautiful and not only about grinding technique. I tease that it has some nerve dressing up laziness like that, and warn it to be careful, or it will end up in a dog meat stew if it keeps slacking. It springs up and rubs shamelessly against my trouser leg, declaring it wants to stay at my side forever, since no one can touch it while I am here. Lazy little thing. I shake my head, genuinely without any way to handle this rascal. Bake Shanshan finishes her set and, seeing me out of seclusion, smiles and greets me. I praise her first, telling her the cultivation has come along fast. Then I add a caution. She must stay steady and solid, not chase realm breakthroughs so hard that she neglects her foundation. Only a firm foundation lets her strike at higher realms later. She nods again and again, taking it seriously, and I let a gratified smile show, as expected of a child of destiny. High comprehension, willing to bleed sweat, and obedient on top of it, the kind of student who leaves you nothing to worry about. Unlike a certain mischievous dog with no ambition in its whole body, I take out a jade bottle of diluted world origin divine liquid and hand it to her. The liquid inside can wash her marrow, refine her bones, and lift her aptitude. But she must only ever sip a small amount at a time, because the energy is so surging that a careless mouthful would blow her body apart. She waves it off, saying I have already helped her far too much, and she cannot keep taking my thanks. I press it on her, telling her that with this liquid her road of cultivation will run far smoother. Only then does she accept the bottle, her eyes reddening as she thanks me and swears to repay me well someday. My smile deepens, and to my own mild surprise, I actually find myself looking forward to what a child of destiny's repayment might bring. Then I remember the diluted world origin divine liquid would do John Dotto some good too, so I decide to spare him a share. I open the system messenger and ask old John whether he is around, saying I have something good for him. He fires back in seconds, thrilled that I am out of seclusion and demanding to know what the good stuff is. I tell him I got hold of some divine liquid that can raise cultivation aptitude, with the same warning to sip only a little or the violent energy will burst his body. Then I send the bottle straight to him as a gift packet through the messenger. He receives it instantly and follows with a joke animation of a man clinging to a rich patron's leg and hollering for grandpa. Then he asks how I always managed to scrounge up so many treasures and whether I might secretly be the legendary child of destiny. I roll my eyes, since the real child of destiny is standing about 10 paces away from me. I ask him whether he has ever seen a child of destiny who failed to reach foundation establishment after more than 100 years. That one got booted out of the sect and nearly died of old age. He sends back an animation of somebody laughing so hard they slap the floor. Then he suggests that maybe heaven kicked me out of the Heavenly Revelation sect precisely so the legendary Child of Destiny life could begin. Then he switches to his own good news. Since the system store started selling artificial heavenly spirit roots, he bought a metal one, and his cultivation speed is flying now. His golden core quality has already broken through to 5 patterns, with a real shot at 6 patterns down the line. He gushes that he has no idea who created the artificial heavenly spirit root, only that they must be a peerless genius. If he had a portrait of them, he says, he would enshrine it and worship it daily, praying for their blessing on his immortal ascension. A strange smile crosses my face at that. I tell him the divine liquid I just sent should also refine golden core quality, so he ought to try tempering his core with it. He lights up, saying that if he can push his golden core higher, he will dare call himself a peerless genius, and that trampling those heavenly spiritual root geniuses would be sweeter still. Then he caps it with another laughing animation. We trade a few more lines and end the chat. Half a month later, I am stretched out on a rocking chair soaking up the sun, with Little Yellow beside me copying my exact pose on another chair. Not far off, Bake Chanchan is locked into her martial practice. Since taking the divine liquid, she has not only broken through to the divine sea realm, her foundation has come out exceptionally solid. I remind her to balance effort with rest, not to stay wound tight every hour, because the efficiency is higher that way. She answers softly that she knows, big brother, but her hands never pause, and her focus never breaks. I shake my head, forced to admit I am no match for this girl's raw drive to cultivate. Then I glance sideways at Little Yellow with pure disdain and sigh again. Because when you set the two side by side, you just want to throw the worse one away. It catches my look, shrinks its head, and turns its back on me. Its whole face swears it saw nothing and would not dare meet my eye. I clench and unclench my fists, seriously tempted to pick the little beast up and give it a proper thrashing. Then surprise flashes through me, and my gaze snaps down to the forest below. 5 figures in gold and red divine robes are crouched in the shadows, spying on us. The attire is the same as the cultists who called themselves divine envoys of the divine kingdom, back in the secret realm of creation. So this is the so-called territory of the divine kingdom. If it is, then the murderer who killed Bake Chanchan's brother and the Temple of Light envoy's Little Yellow finished off before all belonged to the same force as these cultists. The troublesome physique of a child of destiny truly is a terror, stirring up storms no matter where she hides. Even buried deep in these old mountains, trouble tracks her down. This child of destiny is genuinely frightening. I look down at the 5 Temple of Light cultivators, all sitting at the Foundation establishment realm, and I close my hand on empty air. They have no power to resist. Their cultivation seals instantly. An invisible force hoists them out of the forest, and then it slams them flat onto the ground. Bake Chanchan recognizes the robes, and hatred flares in her eyes as she names them Temple of Light envoys who have finally found us. Little Yellow hops off its chair, glares at the group, and gripes that these ones have sharp noses, sniffing us out even up here. The 5 envoys are dazed from the fall, and when they look up and see me, the fear on their faces flips almost at once into bluster. They call me an audacious sinner for daring to seize them, brand themselves envoys of the Temple of Light, and demand I release them or face divine punishment. They warn I will die without a grave and accuse me of harboring the murderer of their envoys, as though my sins were monstrous. Disgust flickers through me. This bunch of cultists has been arrogant so long they cannot read the situation staring them in the face. I flick my hand carelessly, and the loudest of them sails into the air like a kite with a snapped string. He bursts into a fine red mist, gone without a trace. I sweep a cold look over the remaining 4 and invite anyone else who feels like talking to go right ahead. Not one of them dares. They clap their hands over their mouths, faces bloodless, afraid to breathe too loudly. I tell them the rules are simple. I ask and they answer, and whoever is a beat too slow shares the fate of the first man. Then I fire the questions off. How they found this place, which Temple of Light they serve, what the highest realm in their temple is, and who killed Bake Chanchan's brother. They scramble over each other to answer. They squeezed the villagers for the direction we left in, then combed the mountains until they found us. They come from the Chengjiang City Temple of Light, whose strongest is Temple Master Han Gi at the Golden Core early stage. As for Bake Chanchan's brother, they swear they do not know exactly who did it. They only know the Temple Master took him into a sealed chamber, and the man was already dead when he came out. Their accounts line up cleanly, with no obvious cracks, so I make my offer. I will give them a chance to live, and if they can defeat her, they walk away. Then I point at Bake Chanchan. She usually seems calm, but the hatred that surfaces now and then never quite hides. With these Temple of Light cultivators delivered to her doorstep, this is the perfect chance to let her drain that hate before it poisons her. She already stands at the Divine Sea Realm early stage, so using them as sparring dummies is just good use of waste. Hope ignites in the four envoys the moment they take in her 11-year-old appearance, and they nod hard and agree. A poor life beats a fine death, so it is worth a shot. Besides, she looks frail, and perhaps they can grab her as a hostage. Killing intent surges in her eyes instead, and she says she happens to want to look at what these envoys are worth. I flick a finger and undo the seal on one of them. The instant the seal breaks, Bake Qianqian streaks out like lightning and drives a fist straight at him. The cultivator hurls a spell to counter while frantically backpedaling for distance, and the two trade dozens of blows in a heartbeat. She is a touch rusty at the start, but the talent is undeniable, and she quickly folds in the combat experience she honed inside the trial tower. 100 moves in, she plants a fist on his vital point and drops him clean. I tell her to regulate her breath and recover before we continue, and she agrees. From there, it becomes a cycle. As soon as her cultivation settles, she takes on the next cultivator whose seal I release, kills him, then sits to recover again. It repeats until she finishes the last of the four by her own hand. With the killing done, the hatred in her eyes has drained noticeably. She walks up, cups her hands, and thanks me. I tell her to pack her things because we are leaving this place, and I am taking her to go kill people. I tell Little Yellow to hurry up and pack too, then turn into the cave to gather my own gear. A moment later, I have everything I need stowed in my storage space, and I call for Little Yellow to carry Bake Qianqian and follow me. I soar into the air and set a course for Chengjiang City, and Little Yellow drops low, takes her onto its back, and flies close behind. Then I catch sight of hundreds of corpses heaped in the open ground of the village below. I halt in midair and dive. Hovering over the village, I sweep it with my divine sense and find the whole place long since slaughtered. The piled bodies have already begun to rot, flies swarm everywhere, and the reek of decay rolls up into my face. Bake Qianqian recognizes faces down there crying out for an Aunt Jo and an Uncle Lee, sobbing and demanding to know how this could have happened and who did it. Hearing those heart-torn cries, I understand at once. This is the very village she lived in. I realize immediately that this is the work of those Temple of Light cultivators, and monstrous killing intent floods my eyes. I had still thought too highly of them. I never imagined they would be this utterly without a floor, butchering innocent commoners without a shred of reason. I swallow the rage down and tell Bake Qianqian softly that the dead cannot be called back, and that we should lay them to rest properly first. Little Yellow comforts her from the side, telling her to grieve within limits, promising that once we find the murderers, we will kill every one of them for her. She fights her emotions down and asks, voice choked, whether the envoys from earlier did this. I answer quietly that it was most likely them, but that she has already avenged these people with her own hands. It is not enough, she says through her teeth, killing intent boiling in her eyes. She calls them beasts without humanity and swears she will destroy the entire Temple of Light and personally cut down the very God of Light they worship. A thoughtful look crosses my face. If this God of Light ever truly ran into this child of destiny, it is entirely possible he would die for it. And if the chance really came, I would not mind seeing for myself whether a child of destiny is as heaven-defying as the legends claim. Still, I temper her. The realm of the God of Light lies far beyond anything she or I can measure, and even I might not be his match. The Temple of Light almost certainly hides many more experts, so she must be cautious and never rash. As long as the green hills remain, there is no fear of running short of firewood, and once her cultivation is enough, it will not be too late to make her move. She nods and promises she knows her limits and will not throw herself away. I tell her I am glad she understands, and say we should cremate the villagers first. There is no telling one body from another now, so we bury them together. She answers that she will do whatever I say. I raise a hand and call up a flame that swallows the whole heap of corpses, and in moments they are all reduced to ash. I flick a finger, and a beam of light sinks into the earth. The ground recesses, drawing all the ashes down into it. Then the soil fills back over the top and rises into a burial mound. When it is finished, killing intent surges through me again. I say, it is time to go kill people and collect a little interest first. Chengjiang City, Bake Qianqian, Little Yellow, and I walk its streets with our real faces hidden behind illusion techniques. I scan the pedestrians and find that anyone in fine clothing is all but extinct here. The overwhelming majority are draped in ragged, coarse linen, every face sallow and gaunt. Their eyes are either hollow and numb or lit with a mere sick fanaticism. The houses on both sides sag into ruin, thatched huts everywhere, with even a half-intact brick building a rare sight. Taking in the scene and setting it against what I already learned, I finally understand why I had a premonition that this place was unfit for spreading the system. The so-called Divine Kingdom is in truth run by cultivators, or more precisely, run entirely by the Temple of Light. This is a land of total religious rule. They may be masters of preaching and brainwashing, but their ability to actually govern is rotten to the marrow. It would not shock me if they keep the common people mired in misery on purpose, just to harden their faith. If I spread the system here, the Temple of Light cultivators would sniff it out fast. They would brand it an evil object, ban it outright, and slaughter anyone who bound themselves to it. They would feel no weight at all in the killing, since they do not even count the commoners under their heel as human. Little Yellow cannot hold its tongue, complaining that it has traveled to so many countries with me and never seen anywhere this poor, without even the shadow of a rich man. It sneers that this is zero development, and that calling it a divine kingdom is a joke, when poor kingdom would fit far better. Baek Cheonchan had long understood conditions in other countries through the system's broadcast feed, the forum, and the other social platforms, but she had never felt it this deeply. Only stepping into this divine kingdom city and seeing it with her own eyes truly shakes her, and she finally grasps how terrible the real state of this place is. She calls it a divine kingdom on earth in name only, saying hell on earth suits it better, her voice gone cold and her eyes full of anger. She condemns the Temple of Light as a tumor that only knows how to bleed the people dry without building anything, an existence that ought to be scoured away completely. Little Yellow chimes in at once that the Temple of Light should be wiped out, that they are raising commoners like livestock, and that the fanatical faces around us prove how fearsome their brainwashing is. Baek Cheonchan turns to me and asks whether she can spread the system through the Divine Kingdom. Perhaps with it the situation here might change, so people could eat their fill, live in decent houses, and see their lives get better, the way things go where the system already reaches. I sigh, long and slow, and tell her it is useless. The Divine Kingdom is not like other countries, because the cultivators here move openly in the mortal world, and their grip on the country is absolute. The commoners are far too devout to the Temple of Light. The instant the system spread, the cultivators would find it, and for the sake of stable rule, they would label everyone bound to it a heretic and kill them all. Even those who never bound it might be dragged down, too. It is not worth sending that many people to their deaths for nothing. The only real hope of fixing the Divine Kingdom, I tell her, is to destroy the Temple of Light utterly and wipe out the so-called God of Light along with it. Her face dims instantly because she is sharp enough to seize the crux of it. Then, in a blink, it hardens back into resolve, killing intent surging as she says in a ruthless voice to kill them all. If there are 10,000 Temple of Light cultivators, kill 10,000, she says. If 1,000,000, kill 1,000,000. If 100 million, kill 100 million, until not one is left standing. The sheer weight of the killing intent on her, as if she means to slay heaven and earth and every living thing, startles me. I warn her not to let the outside world warp her state of mind. Although killing solves problems, she cannot let herself know only killing, because in the end, it wounds others and herself alike. She answers softly that I need not worry, that she knows the limits, her tone already much calmer. My gaze settles on the Temple of Light ahead, lavish and towering as an imperial palace. Its square is packed with a crowd wearing fanatical faces, hewing to file inside. Let us go, I tell them. We are going to kill. We cross the wide square and go straight to the front of the main hall. I look at the commoners about to step inside, a cold smile on my face, and tell them the temple has pressing business today and will not be receiving believers for the time being. Then I turn, step into the hall, and slam the heavy doors shut behind me with a backhand. Inside, worshippers are lined up to offer incense before the statue of the God of Light, so I point a finger, cast an illusion, and drop every one of them into a deep sleep. The temple's cultivators catch the wrongness fast and shout, demanding to know who I am, calling me a fool with a death wish for daring to run wild in the Temple of Light. Kill is all I bother to say. I flick a finger, and a needle of sharp force cuts through the air and punches clean through that cultivator's skull. I spread my divine sense across the whole temple and kill as I walk. In the span of a blink, 32 of them lie dead by my hand. Han Gi, temple master of the Chongjung City Temple of Light, sees me butchering his cultivators wholesale and roars. His spiritual power surges as he prepares to strike. He brands me a sinner who dares slaughter divine envoys inside the Temple of Light, and promises the God of Light will bring down divine punishment. The corner of my mouth twitches. These cultists have been perched on high so long that even their speech carries the identical arrogant note, word for word the same. I do not waste breath. I reach out and grip, and a giant hand condensed from immense true force appears and closes around Hanji. With a muffled crack, it shatters his dantian and his golden core. Then the hand opens and drops his limp body hard onto the floor. Agony floods him, and the ruin of his dantian and golden core fills him with despair. He had only just seized a heavenly spiritual root, had hoped to climb to a higher realm and maybe rise into the upper ranks of the Temple of Light. Now, running into me today, every ambition of his pops like a bubble. A cold voice reaches his ear, my voice, asking whether he is Han Gi, temple master of the Changjiang City Temple of Light. He looks up, struggles to crawl upright, and kowtows over and over, begging for his life, confirming that yes, he is Han Gi, pleading with his lord to spare him. So he really is Han Gi. I grip his skull and cast the soul-searching technique straight into his memories. The truth of how Baek Chanchan's brother died, the strength and secrets of the Temple of Light, the location of this temple's treasury. I comb through all of it, one piece at a time. Han Ji lets out a tortured roar, saliva running from the corner of his mouth, and in moments his eyes go hollow and dull. When the search ends, light gleams in my eyes, and delight rises in my chest. Faith crystal. I did not expect a harvest like that. The Temple of Light really does have a trick or two up its sleeve. I toss Han Gi at Baek Qianchan's feet and tell her that this is the man who tore out her brother's heavenly spiritual root, and that I leave him to her. She thanks me, and monstrous hatred surges up in her eyes. She clenches her fists and hammers them into Han Ji, one after another, blood spraying with every blow as he howls. On the other side of the hall, I walk to the statue of the God of Light and study the dense incense smoke power of will coiled around it. Or more truly, power of faith. Once that power of faith sinks into the statue, it quietly vanishes into the void realm along channels of faith. I release my divine sense to inspect the statue and quickly uncover its secret. The statue is a magic treasure, built to both gather power of faith and ship the collected power away by positioning coordinates. When my divine sense brushes the power of faith, a stream of murmured prayers reaches my ears. One soul begs to be reborn into a good family next time. Another wishes only to eat until full and taste real food. A man hopes his wife bears him a healthy son. It startles me a little, and I close my hand on a wisp of the power of faith to examine it. I find it resembles the negative energy on the system, though not exactly. The system's negative energy is mostly the 7 emotions and 6 desires, plus 1 mysterious power, which after several years of research I confirmed to be the power of the mind. But the power of faith carries all that and a strand of pure power of will besides. No wonder they say faith is toxic, when the stray thoughts of the 7 emotions and 6 desires have soaked into it so completely. While the power of faith is thin, it might be harmless, but once it piles up past a certain point, even an immortal would struggle to bear it. And that is before you count the power of the mind woven through it, an endlessly mysterious force brimming with potential. Still, this God of Light clearly has real methods, because he has actually managed to use power of faith in place of heaven and earth's spiritual chi as fuel for cultivation. How far he has taken the research I cannot yet tell. If I could get my hands on his cultivation technique for purifying power of faith, it might speed up my own hunt for a cure to the system's negative energy. Several years of study have given me some leads, but turning them into a working solution will still take a long time. I tell Little Yellow to stay here and watch over Baek Qianchan while I visit the Temple of Light's treasure vault, and it agrees. At the vault, I wave a hand and the door swings open, revealing a mountain of gold and silver and jewelry. I sweep it all up in a beam of light and pour it into my storage space. Then I come to the second level, where the door carries a restriction flickering with faint light. The wards are crude, and one glance is enough to find the way through them, so I strike the door with my palm, shatter the restriction outright, and push through into the second level. Inside stand only 2 large wooden chests. I lift the lids with a wave and find crystal and faith crystal within. Exactly the substance the Temple of Light refines after purifying power of faith, their fuel for cultivation. So this is a faith crystal. I pick up 2 and study them, quickly spotting the difference between them. Quality tracks the amount of negative energy locked inside, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The less negative energy a crystal holds, the higher its grade. But the Changjiang City Temple ranks low, so the best it stores are only medium-grade crystals. From Han Gi's memories, I learned that Faith Crystal also comes in high-grade, and even top-tier ranks. If I could secure a top-tier stone, I might be able to gauge just how strong the Temple of Light's purification truly is. I toss both chests of faith crystal into my storage space and return to the main hall. The first thing I see is Baek Qianqian. Her white dress dyed blood red. A morbid smile hangs on her blood-streaked face, and not far off, Han Ji has been beaten into a pulp of blood and mud. Little Yellow stands rigid to the side, its eyes full of fear. I frown and ask whether she is all right. She smiles and tells me she is fine, that she simply could not rein in the hatred in her heart earlier. But now that she has vented it, she feels much better. She only regrets frightening Little Yellow. It fires back at once that it was not frightened, merely a bit startled by how she changed. I tell her I am glad she is fine, then add that when she kills someone, she must remember to destroy the soul, so no hidden trouble is left behind. I point a finger at Hanji's head and wipe his soul out completely. She nods hard and says she has committed it to memory. I turn to the statue of the God of Light and explain what it is. The Temple of Light is an organization the God of Light set up to harvest the power of faith of the Divine Kingdom. Its cultivators draw their energy chiefly by purifying that power of faith and condensing it into faith crystal. But human hearts are tangled, and faith is poison, and one careless step drowns a person in a sea of suffering with no way back. If she ever comes into faith crystal, she must never use it. I have to admit, I tell her, that whoever devised a cultivation technique to purify power of faith, this God of Light is a genius. Then I bring my palm down on the statue and smash it to powder. Let us go, I say. We are leaving. I push the temple doors open and rise into the air, then draw the looted gold and silver back out of my storage space and scatter it across every street and alley of Chongjiang City. It was wrung from these people to begin with, and now I am simply giving it back. That done, I fly clear of the city, Little Yellow following close with Baek Qianqian on its back, and the three of us vanish into the horizon. 3 days later, Baek Qianqian looks at Little Yellow and me, her expression unusually firm. She thanks us for taking care of her all this time, then says that this is where we part. Little Yellow asks, baffled, why she would leave when she is safer at our side. She shakes her head gently and answers that it is precisely because staying with us is too safe that she has to go. If she is always protected, she will never get real tempering, and she cannot say when she would ever reach the pureless cultivation needed to bring her brother back. Just as Big Brother said, she reminds us, to become strong you have to taste some suffering and pass through 1,000 hardships. She tells Little Yellow they can still reach each other through the messenger whenever they like. Little Yellow sighs, knowing full well her decision is the right one, and tells her that since she has already made up her mind, she should go. If she ever hits trouble she cannot untangle, she should contact it any time, since it dares not claim to solve everything but can handle most things. I hand her 10 jade tokens, telling her each one holds a single strike of mine and might save her life at the critical moment. She takes them in both hands, her eyes reddening as she thanks me. Then I raise my hands into a seal, calling on the law of fate and the law of karma to scramble her heavenly secrets and her karma. I tell her I have just concealed her from divination, so the Temple of Light will not be able to trace her by deduction for a while. She murmurs her understanding, takes one last long look at the two of us, then turns and walks away. I watch her figure shrink into the distance and wonder to myself whether this child of destiny is finally about to set out on her own road of fate. Little Yellow asks softly where we are going next. To rob the rich and feed the poor. I tell it with a chuckle, and my figure turns into a streak of light as I shoot into the distance. It follows, thoroughly confused, dissolving into a yellow streak behind me. Over the next half a month, I take Little Yellow and level 12 temples of light, one after another, hunting the whole time for a cultivation technique to purify power of faith. Still nothing, I sigh. These Nascent Soul Realm temple masters plainly do not have it, so I will have to go find the Spirit Transformation Realm ones. After each soul search, I kill the temple master's soul, drop it, and walk into the treasury. I sweep all the gold and silver and jewels into my storage space, then scatter the wealth among the common people of the city. Many City, Temple of Light. The temple master there brands me a sinner who has destroyed more than a dozen of their temples, and warns that daring to make trouble in his Many City temple today is a fatal mistake. He declares he is nothing like the other temple masters I have met, and that today he will kill me and teach me the temples of light are not to be trifled with. Yuk Chong, temple master of Many City, faces me brimming with confidence, weaving seals fast and unleashing a water dragon roar. A mere spirit transformation realm dares posture in front of me. He truly does not know how to go on living. I could kill spirit transformation realm experts back when I was in the Tao Seed realm. Now that I have broken through to the late stage of the Tao manifestation realm, crushing a man like this is easier still. I quietly spread my true force outward, and raise a barrier to keep the aftermath of our clash from harming the commoners in the city. Then I swing a fist and loose the Five Elements fist. The power of the five elements flowing through it as a terrifying destructive force erupts and rushes straight at Yuk-Chang. The Five Elements fist shatters the water dragon in an instant, and the leftover force drives on toward him undiminished. He cannot understand it, crying out that I carry nothing but the aura of an Ascent Soul Realm cultivation, demanding to know how I can unleash an attack this monstrous. His face changes and he retreats in a rush, brilliant white light bursting around his body, as a thick divine shield of light springs up to block the Five Elements fist. The fist slams into the shield and blows it apart in one crash. The remaining force hurls him back into the statue of the God of Light behind him, shattering the statue and scattering the fragments across the ground. Dead men do not need to know too much. I flash forward and appear in front of Yuk-Chang, and my fist breaks the spiritual energy shield he throws up in panic, then lands unobstructed on his low-grade spiritual artifact armor. The armor shatters with a crisp crack. I throw another punch that ruins his dantian and every meridian in his body. He vomits blood, his organs pulped, unbearable pain racking him, and despair fills his face as he babbles that he is clearly a full realm above me. If a fight came down to comparing numbers on paper, I tell him there would be no point in fighting at all. Then I grip his head and run a soul search. The agony of the search wrenches a scream out of him, his face twisting, spit running loose. And when I finish, I clench my hand and destroy his primordial spirit. His memories tell me that only the God of Light holds the highest grade cultivation technique for purifying power of faith, while the Void Return Realm Masters carry only the elementary version. They also tell me the Temple Master of Light, furious that his temples keep falling, has dispatched 4 Void Return Realm experts, each bringing 4 Spirit Transformation Realm experts, to hunt me down. I digest what I pulled from Yuk-Chang, brows drawing together as I sink into thought. Only the Void Return Realm holds the purification technique, and the Temple of Light has sent 4 Void Return Realm experts after me. Perhaps, I murmur, I could try to take a Void Return Realm expert alive. Then I steady myself just as fast, because that is too reckless. I am not confident I can reliably beat a Void Return Realm expert, and if I fail, my only option is to run. But weighing the situation, I grit my teeth. The system now has over 10 trillion hosts, and negative energy is breeding faster and thicker by the day. I have built a purification method of my own, but its effect is weak, and it still needs round after round of testing that eats far too much time. If I could seize the Temple of Light's method, it would surely accelerate my own path. Do it. As long as I lay the formation in advance, capturing a Void Return Realm expert alive is not impossible. And even if I cannot beat him, escaping will be no trouble with my strength. If only I could fully unleash the power of my inner world, I sigh. There are 129,600 Grotto Heaven worlds inside me, yet I cannot loose all their strength at once. If I truly held nothing back, my physical body would be blown apart on the spot, and the Grotto Heaven worlds would take damage as well. A trade where the loss outweighs the gain. I search Yuk-Chang's body and turn up no storage treasure at all. For crying out loud, are Spirit Transformation Realm experts really this destitute? This is not cultivation. I have met Spirit Transformation Realm experts from other schools who were filthy rich. So why are the Temple of Light's people such paupers? Then I reconsider, and it makes sense. The Temples of Light are rooted in the mortal world, with no spiritual mountains or rivers to nourish them, and no spirit stone mines to bankroll them. Next to the schools that sit on spiritual peaks in blessed lands, of course they come out poor. Little Yellow trots over, angling for praise, and reports that it has dealt with all the other cultivators in the temple. Good. Well done, I tell it, patting its head with a smile. It shakes itself, delighted, insisting it is all because I taught it well. I gather every faith crystal and every scrap of gold and silver from the treasury into my storage space, then distribute the wealth to the people of Manier City. After leaving the city, I do not move against the next target right away. Instead, I find a small hill and go into seclusion to build a formation that can ambush the Void Return Realm experts. A month later, I open my eyes with a smile spreading across my face. It is done. The Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust formation is finally deduced, and with it my odds of taking a Void Return Realm expert alive rise sharply. The Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust formation can evolve yin and yang in the 5 elements, and it can just as well reverse them to fold everything back into chaos. It can crack open worlds and derive endless dust worlds. Those worlds are born and destroyed within the formation in an unbroken cycle, and once a man is trapped inside, it is nearly impossible to escape. The formation is built above all for imprisonment, and its raw attack power runs weak next to its power to trap. Its real combat worth still needs testing though. Before that, I have to refine 7 main flags and 365 auxiliary flags of yin-yang and the 5 elements. My divine sense enters the heavenly Tao space of my inner world, and with a single thought a vast surge of world origin rises like a tide and evolves 372 formation flags. Then I point a finger, and the great Tao of the world evolves the 3000 great Tao laws. They stream through the sky as flowing light that condenses into great Tao runes and brands itself onto each formation flag. The flags shudder in unison and erupt with brilliant light. Endless great Tao runes swirling around them before sinking in. A moment later, the glow converges and settles into a deep color like chaos itself. These 372 formation flags are refined directly from world origin, which places them in the innate category, so they can be counted as innate magic treasures. A pity, though, that the essence of Grotto Heaven-level world origin is too thin, which means the flags themselves are not of a very high grade. I stand, and with a nudge of my mind, the 372 formation flags rise into the air and lock together into the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust Formation. The instant it takes shape, it carves out an independent formation space and begins evolving Chaos Chi. The Chaos Chi splits into Yin and Yang, evolves the 5 elements, then inverts them and reverses Yin and Yang to return to chaos. Out of that, endless dust worlds are born, each one erupting with terrifying destructive power in the moment between its creation and its ruin. Even I did not expect the formation to be this fierce. If I were the one trapped inside, escape would be hard without unleashing the power of my inner world. With that thought, I draw the formation flags back into the heavenly Tao space to nourish them in world origin. Little Yellow had been watching the formation run, blank with terror, the raw power making it shiver, and it only comes back to itself once I put the flags away. It asks what that formation was, calls it terrifying, and swears that if it fell inside it would be killed on the spot. That is the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust Formation I just created. I tell it, and its power is not bad. A proud smile shows on my face. Then it asks, curious, whether I could break out if I were the one who fell in. My proud smile freezes on my face. That goes without saying, I tell it, since it clearly has no idea who I am. Then I add that I told it to stop fooling around and cultivate seriously, seeing as it is still only at the late stage of the Tao Seed realm. I flick it on the dog head. It yelps that it hurts and begs me not to knock its most loyal self silly, clutching its head. The sight of its pained little face leaves a satisfied smile on mine. Blackrock City, Temple of Light, midnight. After several days of scouting, I have confirmed that Peng Jun, the Void Return Realm expert the Temple of Light sent, is lodging in this city's temple tonight. He is guarded by 1 Void Return Realm expert and 5 Spirit Transformation Realm experts. Without the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust Formation, I would likely be helpless, but I prepared early, and tonight the ambush tilts the advantage to me. I look at the grand, gaudy temple ahead and tell Little Yellow softly to go back into the pet space and stay there. I will not be able to watch over it once the fight starts. It shakes its head, sick with worry, and asks whether I really mean to capture a Void Return Realm expert. Even with the formation, this is too dangerous. It says, since we do not even know how strong a Void Return Realm expert truly is. It pleads that maybe we should forget it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of running short of firewood, and it would not be too late to catch one after my cultivation breaks through again. There is no need to worry, I tell it, because I know my own limits, and I pat its head, then send it into the pet space with a thought. I flash up above the Temple of Light. My mind moves, and the 372 formation flags become streams of light that land in a ring around the temple and instantly raise the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust Formation. The formation carves out its space, evolves Chaos Chi, and the surging chaos submerges the whole temple. At once, the temple's own defensive formation erupts with a white light shield and blocks the Chaos Chi. I did not expect the Temple of Light to have a formation, I admit, having underestimated them, but that is all it amounts to. I study its operation and sigh because the Chaos Chi my formation evolves is far weaker than the Chaos Chi out in the boundless Chaos Sea. The formation still needs refining and strengthening later, or against a stronger enemy the effect it manages will be smaller yet. Peng Jun catches the disturbance the moment the formation forms and roars, demanding to know who has the nerve to attack him. The 5 Nascent Soul Stage cultivators sense it too, and stare, grim, at the Chaos Chi battering the temple's defensive formation. Gang Yong, Temple Master of the Blackrock City Temple of Light, sees the defensive formation shuddering as though it will break at any breath. He urges Peng Jun frantically that it will not hold long. Peng Jun bellows, trying to bait me out of the dark. He brands me the sinner who has destroyed so many of their temples, and demands what grudge I bear. He warns that the Temple of Light is the messenger of the God of Light in the mortal world. Do I not fear his punishment? He shouts. I curl my lip, already at the Void Return realm, and still carrying on like a common cultist. I do not bother answering. My mind moves, and the chaos chi in the formation splits into yin chi and yang chi. The two intertwine and spin without end, erupting with destructive force that hammers the defensive formation until a crack races across the light shield. Not good, Gang Young cries. The formation is about to break. Everyone be careful. No sooner are the words out than the temple's formation shatters and the chaos chi and yin-yang chi come flooding in. The grand, gaudy temple melts and crumbles under the onslaught, the lower cultivation cultivators dying where they stand. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple is gone, leaving only the experts above the spirit transformation realm still holding on. Peng Jun strains against the chaos chi and the yin-yang chi, his face livid. He roars that if I have any spine, I will come out and face him head-on, and that he will grant me 10 free moves. I turn a deaf ear. My mind moves again, and the chaos yin-yang 5 elements dust formation evolves a sky full of 5 elements chi. The elements generate and restrain one another as they spin, carrying terrifying destructive power that all crashes down on the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. The 5 can only throw up their spiritual energy shields and scramble aside through the storm, but the assault inside the formation space is simply too overwhelming. Chaos chi splits into yin and yang, derives the 5 elements, and folds back into chaos at any instant, the destructive power sweeping outward like a hurricane. Fire dragons, floods, meteors, and blades of sword chi keep raining down. Several of them cannot last long, beaten until they spit blood, gravely wounded, their spiritual energy nearly spent. One nascent soul stage cultivator screams as his body bursts into a red mist, dissolved by the chaos chi in an instant with not a trace left behind. The remaining 4 go white with despair. Gang Young's throat bobs violently as he cries out to Peng Jun to save him. Peng Jun's eyes narrow, and he reaches into his storage pouch and pulls out a high-grade spirit saber gleaming with cold light. One wave sending the blade glow soaring to shatter the incoming attacks. All of you, come to me, he shouts. Wild joy breaks over the faces of Gang Young and the other 4, and they rush toward Peng Jun in a mad scramble. But right then, a strange thing happens. The distance between them and Peng Jun stretches insanely in a heartbeat, and though he stands right before their eyes, it is as if 10,000 mountains and rivers now lie between them. The surrounding attacks grow more savage. Chaos chi condenses into thousands of sharp sword chi, and yin-yang chi swirls and coils into a vast grinding millstone. 5 elements chi gathers into a 5-colored torrent, all of it crushing down toward the 4. No, they wail, throwing their last strength into their spells and sacrificing their magic treasures to try to block the heaven-ending blow. A string of deafening roars explodes, and the 4 shrieks cut off all at once. The 4 nascent soul stage cultivators are wiped out before they can even loose their primordial spirits. Come out, sinner, you spineless coward, Peng Jun shouts, seeing Gang Young and the other 3 fall, and he swings his spirit saber without pause. The saber light carves through the void realm, sharp saber chi stacking layer on layer to keep annihilating the attacks surging in from every side. Trapped in the formation with no way out, he rages and curses without end, his face a mask of mania and refusal. I pay his cursing no mind at all, keeping my whole attention on running the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 elements dust formation. I cycle thousands of offensives inside it while the Yin-Yang and 5 elements interweave and shift, unleashing one attack method after another. All the while, I watch for the flaws that surface as the formation runs, gathering data for the next round of refinement. Just as Peng Jun's saber momentum begins to sag, I stir my thoughts. In an instant, the chaos chi inside the formation surges and boils, evolving within the chaos the very image of the creation of a world. That vast power, tearing open the chaos and splitting heaven from earth, erupts without warning and blasts Peng Jun flying. More chaos chi gathers on its heels, evolving scene after scene of great worlds being born inside the formation. The power of creation erupts in a torrential storm that batters him. He is thrown about, tumbling over and over, blood spraying from his mouth, his cursing finally strangled to silence. Then the newborn dust world seize the moment and swallow him whole, layer upon layer, nested without end, sealing him fast inside. Seeing himself buried deep in the dust worlds, Jun loses all his spiritual energy and slashes out a world-destroying saber light. He tears the world in front of him in a bid to force his way out. But the moment the world splits open, the shattered heaven and earth transform into world-destroying power and hammer him. His spiritual energy shield bursts in a crisp crack, the protective armor on his body splits along an ugly seam, and blood runs from the wounds in streams. When he sees clearly that he has surfaced in yet another brand new world, despair flickers in his eyes. Then a fierce light rekindles, and he cuts loose another sky-tearing saber to break the dust world. And again, the instant the world is destroyed, the world-destroying power erupts and wounds him. No, he roars, this is impossible. Appearing once more inside a dust world, still swinging his saber in refusal, he insists it must be an illusion, that he flatly does not believe a single formation could evolve this many worlds. I watch him erupt with his full strength over and over, hacking at the dust worlds with his world-destroying saber, desperate to break the formation and flee. While I keep the formation churning out fresh dust worlds, I quietly dissect the strength and mysteries of the Void Return Realm. So that is it. The Void Return Realm can actually reach into the Void Realm directly, which is why he can keep slashing the dust worlds apart. But these dust worlds are only temporary things evolved from Chaos Chi, and in the end, they cannot compare to a real world. Now that I have roughly measured the Void Return Realm, even if he is hiding something, he cannot stir up much trouble. With my current strength, I am fully able to meet a Void Return Realm expert head-on, and I even have a shot at killing one. I could simply grind him down with the formation, but a chance to trade blows with the Void Return Realm is genuinely rare and worth seizing. Still, to play it safe, I might as well wear him down a while longer, because I have no intention of capsizing in a gutter. A quarter of an hour later, I step into the formation fully armed, the cauldron of creation floating above my head, the chaos green lotus beneath my feet, and the heaven-opening sword in my hand. As much as I want to fight Jun to sharpen my combat and maybe even force a breakthrough, I know my life matters, so I come prepared for anything. The instant I enter, I slash out with the sword, and heaven and earth drain of color as a brilliant sword light carrying the power to annihilate everything crashes toward him. Jun sees me and shouts with wild glee that the sinner has finally shown himself, that if he kills me today, he can break the formation and escape. Then he sees the attack itself, and his expression flips in an instant as he throws out two streaks of saber chi to meet my sword light. The sword light and the saber chi collide with earth-splitting force and erupt in brilliance. The world-destroying power sweeps everywhere and tears straight through this layer of dust world, dropping the two of us into a new one. Kill. Filled with killing intent, I rush him fast as lightning, the heaven-opening sword slashing again and again, streaks of world-destroying swordlight weaving into a net. A ferocious battle erupts, the two of us fighting like madmen inside the formation, the roar of it echoing through the void realm. I hold the heaven-opening sword and cut, the sharp light stacking layer on layer, every move meant to kill. My left hand stays busy loosing the great five elements destruction divine light, and the great yin-yang annihilation divine light. The divine lights braiding through the sword light until the momentum turns overwhelming. Jun has been on the edge of ruin for a long time now. Were it not that I am deliberately sparing his life to take him alive, he would already have died beneath the storm of my attacks. His mood falls from that first excitement into shock as the fight drags on, then is finally swallowed whole by fear and despair, and he roars in disbelief that it is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He cannot fathom how a man with nothing but the cultivation of an ascent soul realm can wield such terrifying combat power. He calls it a thing that defies the common logic of cultivation, insisting that even worn down as he is not someone an ascent soul realm could contend with. He accuses me of hiding my true cultivation. I am long used to this. The nascent soul stage cultivator I killed earlier broke down in exactly the same way in front of me. I tell him that just because he cannot do it does not mean no one can. My tone calm even as my attacks never slow. Then I ask him how he would like to die. Do not get smug, Jun roars, his voice fierce but thinning, warning that killing him will not come easy. If I dare do it, he threatens, the Temple of Light will hound me without end. I chuckle, and the sword light only grows sharper. Then let them come and hound me, I tell him, since I happen to be short on the pressure that hones a man. Seeing the threat fall flat, his tone caves at once into pleading. If I let him go, he offers, he can make the Temple of Light forget the whole affair and stop the pursuit, and it would be good for us both. I do not think it is good at all, I sneer, my gaze turning sharp. Your dying here is the best ending there is. Before the words fade, I unleash the five-colored divine light. A dazzling streak of it flashes past and sweeps the high-grade spirit saber clean out of his hand. In the same beat my sword light surges, the sky-tearing momentum bursting free and shattering his spiritual energy shield on the spot. The protective armor on his body breaks and falls away in pieces. Incomparably sharp sword chi drives into him, carving through his physical body. "No," he screams, "spare me, please spare me," begging in broken pieces even as he pours his last strength into expelling the rampaging sword chi inside him. I turn a deaf ear. The sword light flashes and severs Peng Jun's limbs. Then true force bursts from my fingertips and ruins his meridians and his dantian, leaving him without the power to resist anything at all. I look down at him, slumped and broken on the ground, and a cold light moves through my eyes. The cultivation technique for purifying power of faith is finally about to be mine. I deposit the heaven-opening sword, the cauldron of creation, and the chaos green lotus into the heavenly Tao space of my Dantian world, letting the world origin nurture them. These heaven-opening artifacts earned their keep today, because it was their blocking of Peng Jun's endless offensives that let me take him down so cleanly. I grab Peng Jun's head and sift through his soul, hunting for the Temple of Light's secrets and the crucial cultivation technique for purifying the power of faith. He shrieks and begs me to stop, his face twisting in agony, but I keep digging. My face lights up when I find it. Then my brows draw together. The Temple of Light's purification technique is bizarrely crude for something so prized. It simply ignites the power of faith and calcines it over and over, brute force burning the negative energy out of it, with nothing elegant about the process and almost no craft to speak of. I wonder whether some hidden mystery is buried in it that I cannot read, but the technique itself gives nothing away. I would have to test it myself to ever untangle the secret, and I find myself wondering if the God of Light's own method is this primitive too. All that trouble and the sacred technique reads like a factory shortcut. Seeing nothing more for now, I press down with my palm, shatter Peng Jun's primordial spirit, and lift his storage pouch off the corpse. Then I toss the body into the formation, where the chaos chi dissolves it whole, not a trace left behind. A flick of my mind stills the chaos yin-yang 5 elements dust formation. Its 372 formation flags stream back as ribbons of light into my inner world, for the world origin to nurse. Where the Temple of Light once stood in Black Rock City, only bare ground remains. I circulate the law of fate and the law of karma to scramble my own heavenly secrets. Then I blur into an afterimage and streak back to the little hill where I holed up in seclusion days ago. A flash of yellow light, and little Yellow is at my side, crowding in and looking me over with open worry, asking if I am hurt. I tell him I am fine and pat his head. He sighs in relief, then gazes at me with shining admiration, saying it is incredible that I escaped a void returning realm expert. My hand pauses mid-pat, and I flick him lightly on the skull, asking whether he has so little faith in his master. I did not escape anyone, I tell him. I captured that void returning realm expert alive. He yelps and clutches his head with both front paws, groveling that he was wrong, that his master is the most amazing being in the heavens and on earth. I snort. Good that he knows it. I form seals and re-raise the 5 elements defense formation around us, telling him we will stay a few more days because I need to build a new divine ability. Then I walk into the cave, take out a prayer mat, sit cross-legged and link my divine sense to the subsystem computing power matrix. The divine ability I want is one for brainwashing and control. I need it because I mean to test the power of faith purification technique I pulled from Peng Jun. Testing needs power of faith, and nowhere holds denser power of faith than a Temple of Light. So my plan is simple. I move in on a Temple of Light, seize the cultivators inside with the brainwashing divine ability, then use the God of Light's power of faith to test the purification technique. I decide to call it the God-washing technique. It will take the Soul Tao and the Great Tao of Desire as its foundation, then fold in the mysterious power of the mind. It will distort an opponent's cognition at the root, rather than merely leashing them. I sweep through every Soul Tao technique in the system store, taking the essence and discarding the dross, deducing day and night without pause. After 1 month, the God-washing technique is finished. When I open my eyes, Great Tao runes flow across my pupils, infinite Tao principles glimmering and fading in their depths. I stand, put the prayer mat away, and step out to find little Yellow sprawled on a rocking chair sunbathing. My face darkens and I pat his head, warning that if he keeps slacking, Giandato's cultivation will catch up to his. He scrambles upright and rubs his head against my feet, fawning that his master has finally left seclusion. I grunt, seal the formation away, and soar into the sky, telling him to come find some lucky soul to test the divine ability on. Purple Star City, Temple of Light. I looked down at Temple Master Sim Ho and 32 Temple Cultivators sprawled on the floor. I raise my hand, cast the freshly made God-washing technique, and drive a ray of divine light into one cultivator's skull. 3 breaths later, I release the seal on him, and he kneels before me, and calls me master with total reverence. I probe him with my divine sense, and find his body sound, his soul normal, only his mental cognition rewritten whole, though he behaves exactly like any ordinary man. The result delights me. When I glance at the others, their faces are stiff with terror, plainly spooked witless by the eerie sight. Little Yellow, rattled, asks what on earth just happened. I tell him this is the God-washing technique I built, that it converts enemies and lets them turn over a new leaf. Then I smirk and ask if he would like a dose, so he can become a diligent, hard-working good dog. He bolts backward in a flash, yelping that he is my most loyal little Yellow and I absolutely cannot use it on him. His cowardice makes me laugh, since I was only teasing. Mischievous, lazy, and playful as he is, that is exactly what makes him feel real. Besides, the God-washing technique has a clear flaw, because it clouds the recipient's mind and makes future breakthroughs to higher realms very hard. I turn to the rest of the temple cultivators with a meaningful smile, and tell them not to be afraid, that in a moment they will all become upstanding, righteous people. One after another, the rays of divine light strike home into every cultivator's mind, and I unlock their seals. Simho and the others rise, kneel, and hail me as master, and the sight raises Little Yellow's fur and sends him back another few steps. I inspect Simho's group carefully and confirm the God-washing technique took hold cleanly. Whether it works on higher realms still needs testing, but there is no rush, and I will verify it when the chance comes. I look up at the statue of the God of Light, a cold sneer at my mouth. I tell it I will borrow its territory for an experiment first, and that later I will be sure to send it a big gift. I wave Simho and the rest away, telling them to withdraw, and they bow and retreat until only Little Yellow and I remain in the main hall. His frightened face leaves me speechless, because for all his usual bravado, he turns out to be a real coward. I tell him I will not use the God-washing technique on him, then add that a creature this timid will never get by in the cultivation world, and he should withdraw too. His face floods with delight, and he crows that he knew his master could never bear to part with him before trotting out of the hall. Loyal, brave Little Yellow, right up until the word experiment. I shake my head, turn, and reach toward the power of faith gathered on the statue of the God of Light, and it drops into my palm at a grasp. I cast Pungjun's purification technique, and the power of faith ignites at once into a fierce knot of white flame. It sizzles, wisps of black energy burning off and dissipating, and as the distracting thoughts and other negative energy cook away, the power of faith grows purer and purer. Then something surprises me. Inside the burning negative energy, threads of pure energy are being stripped free and quietly merging into the power of faith, so scarce that only my careful watching catches them at all. It is not power of faith, not mental power, and not the negative energy of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I have no idea how such a change could occur, so I bear down and observe, racing to trace the cause before the power of faith finishes burning. After a while, I realize the energy is undergoing a qualitative change, the old negative energy transforming into something mild and pure in the fire. The insight opens something in me. Energy can transmute into energy, and even the most extreme force carries a dual nature. Take Chaos Chi, which brims with the power to destroy all things yet hides infinite creation and vitality, able to become world origin, innate spiritual energy, and more. All things run this way, yin and yang inverting, life and death turning, death at its extreme, birthing life and life at its extreme birthing death. The cycle wheeling without end. With the principle clear, I marshal my true force into a thin film, wrapping the mild energy so it cannot mix back into the power of faith. Half an hour later, the whole batch of Purple Star City's power of faith is spent. 3 pieces of faith crystal rest in my palm. 1 medium grade and 2 low grade, identical to what I took from the temple before. A thought flashes through me. What if the medium grade and low grade faith crystal are all refined by void returning realm experts, and only the high grade and top grade ones come from the God of Light himself? If so, then the God of Light's purification technique differs from the void returning realm masters in nothing essential, only in being more refined and more efficient. Then I dismiss it. It probably is not the God of Light's own work. With so many temple cultivators needing high-grade and top-grade faith crystal, even worked half to death, he could never keep up with the demand. There must be other methods, or other people refining the faith crystal in his name. I set the question aside and turn to the mild energy, a bead the size of a glass marble wrapped in true force. My divine sense finds it exquisitely refined and pure, without a trace of impurity, close in essence to soul power yet subtly different. I draw one wisp into my body to refine it, and the instant it refines it becomes a cool current that flows into my soul, and I feel my soul strengthen, if only slightly. I look inward at once, checking hundreds of times for any taint or abnormality, and my soul stays as pure as ever, unharmed. Reassured, I absorb the rest and refine it all, and when it is done, my soul has clearly grown a little stronger with no side effects at all. Excitement surges up that I cannot hold down. Say I could build an efficient way to transmute negative energy into something that strengthens the soul, something I might call soul power. Then the negative energy piling up on the system stops being a threat and becomes a priceless treasure instead. I make up my mind to stay here in the Purple Star City Temple of Light and focus everything on turning negative energy into soul power. Eastern Wilderness. The Jin family stands behind the Jin Kingdom as its immortal cultivation family. Jinjai, a collateral disciple, sits cross-legged on his bed, throwing everything into a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. Cold sweat beads his forehead and his face flushes crimson. Then he spits a mouthful of blood, screams, and crumples unconscious. An hour later, his eyes fly open, blazing with hatred, and he curses Wang Ri as a backstabbing traitor he had trusted with everything. Before he finishes, he collapses again. When he wakes once more, a crazed grin splits his face, and he swears Wang Ri never imagined he could achieve reincarnation, vowing to tear her apart once he regains his cultivation. Then confusion takes him. He mutters that this is not his old world, that here people cultivate through the immortal cultivation system, rather than the artifact cultivation system. His immortal cultivation aptitude this life is a wretched for spiritual roots, and it took over 50 years to crawl to the 9th layer of chi refining. The breakthrough to Foundation establishment nearly killed him just now, but he tells himself he does not need immortal cultivation. He can walk the path of artifact cultivation again, using his body as an artifact and body refining as artifact refining. And with a past life's experience, the road should be smooth. He remembers dying in his previous life, cut down by Wang Ri's betrayal. Just after passing the heavenly tribulation, his Tao scattered. At the last instant, he used the law of space to let his primordial spirit escape and reincarnate, though the space treasure body he had cultivated likely fell into Wang Ri's hands. This life he will cultivate again, stronger than before, and take back everything he lost. He wonders idly whether the geniuses of this world are ready, warning them not to let their Tao hearts collapse when he crushes them. For now, though, he decides to seclude himself and cultivate until he reaches the equivalent of the Golden Core realm, enough for basic self-preservation. 3 years slip past quietly. My cultivation reaches the Tao manifestation realm peak, one step from the next realm, ready to break through whenever I choose. I hold off on purpose, partly to settle my current cultivation and firm up my foundation, and partly because the cultivation technique for the next realm is still being deduced and refined. My control over the space-time realm has climbed to 79%. The speed comes not only from my own breakthroughs, but from the world origin and the soul power, which strengthen my soul at a startling pace. In these 3 years, I have worked out how to convert negative energy into soul power. I create a special world and pour the system's negative energy into it, evolving it into monsters, so the negative energy becomes living things, and its nature is preliminarily converted. Then I feed a wisp of a system host's divine sense into that world, grow it into a physical body, and let the host kill the monsters and scatter the negative energy. Using the world itself as a furnace, its own mechanism smelts the scattered negative energy and extracts it as soul power. It runs efficiently, and best of all, I do not have to do the labor myself, a system that makes other people grind my materials for me. Now that is good design. Right now, I hold a world seed I condensed over a long stretch, ready to perform heaven splitting and create a special world. My divine sense enters the world seed, and I bring out the heaven-opening artifacts from my inner world. I stand on the Chaos Green Lotus with the great Tao Jade Disc hovering overhead, the heaven-opening sword gripped tight, and the cauldron of creation floating at my side. I stare into the churning Chaos Chi, unleash my heaven-splitting divine ability, and cleave out with a roar. The Chaos Chi splits into yin and yang, then evolves into the power of the 5 elements, the clear Chi rising into heaven, and the turbid Chi sinking into earth. Wuji gives birth to Taiji, Taiji to the 2 instruments to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols to the 8 trigrams. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to all things, and infinite great Tao principles keep evolving through the splitting. After 49 cleaving strokes, the heaven and earth take shape, and the 3,000 great Tao laws appear. weaving a dense net that wraps the whole world and keeps it from collapsing back into chaos. The Great Tao Jade Disk flies high and erupts with the light of the 3,000 Great Tao Laws, sorting the New World's laws. I point, and the Star Law appears, colliding and merging with the Chaos Chi to evolve into billions of stars in a vast star space in the Void Realm. I point again into the depths of the Earth, the Law's race, and a dim, profound netherworld opens. The Six Paths Reincarnation Disk, Nahi Bridge, and Gates of Hell settling in one by one. I channel the Water Law next, the leftover Chaos Chi turning to surging water vapor. Torrential rain falls between heaven and earth, while thunder rolls in the clouds, breathing life chi into the newborn world. The cauldron of creation drifts up and refines the remaining chaos chi into innate spiritual energy, pouring it steadily into the new world. Then a majestic heavenly Tao pressure rises. A crack splits the void realm and an indifferent vertical eye emerges from it. The eye of the heavenly Tao. Surprise runs through me, because I have opened 129,600 worlds before, and not one ever drew the eye of the heavenly Tao. I merge my mind with the new world and understand at once. This time the world did not form in the boundless chaos sea. It formed directly inside the multiverse, where the Changnan realm sits, becoming a subordinate world. And that is what drew the eye's gaze. For a moment it puzzles me. Both were world seeds. Both evolved the 3,000 Great Tao Laws. So why did this one not enter a chaos world like the rest? Perhaps because the others were born inside my body and this one outside it. One thing is certain though, that the 129,600 worlds within me must hold some extraordinary uniqueness. The eye of the heavenly Tao sizes up the new world, glances at me, and then a vast golden light of karma descends. The karma divides itself into 6 parts, 60% falling straight into the new world, 20% flying toward me, and the last 20% splitting 4 ways toward the 4 heaven opening artifacts. In a blink, I decide to hand all the karma meant for me and the artifacts over to the new world. I know karma is transformed from world origin, and the multiverse's karma runs very high, so accepting it would surge my strength and might even carry me straight to immortal ascension. But such an immortal would be hollow and would rot my foundation, and that I will never accept. With my ability, I am not worried about reaching immortal ascension the right way. I had also considered taking the karma into my inner world to refine, which might jump it to a small world or a middle world, but I decide against that too. I have already grasped my inner world's uniqueness, and I do not want outside interference stripping its potential. Better to give the karma to the new world, let it evolve more perfectly, and comprehend richer Great Tao laws from it without touching my inner world directly. The same logic covers the heaven-opening artifacts, which came from my inner world to begin with. Rather than forcing them stronger with karma, I would rather draw them back inside and nurture them slowly, keeping pace with my own growth. If they suddenly leapt too far ahead, I might not be able to unleash them, or I might burn a fortune in true force just to swing them once. Then they would be useless as everyday weapons. So I wave my hand and steer every strand of karma, bound for me and the artifacts, into the new world instead. The moment it lands, the heavenly Tao refines it, and the world expands wildly. It leaps from a grotto heaven world up to a small world, a middle world, and a great world, then slows to a stop as the golden light runs dry. The 3,000 Great Tao laws perfect themselves with every step, one law after another emerging clear and whole. The eye of the heavenly Tao drops the last of its karma and fades quietly back into the void realm. Seeing it gone and the new world already a great world, I feel both startled and pleased. It did not appear in the boundless chaos sea, but becoming a subordinate world of the multiverse serves me more than it costs me. I already have 129,600 worlds in the boundless chaos sea inside my body, so one more or one less there changes nothing. Becoming a subordinate world of the multiverse, on the other hand, brings real benefits. As its creator god, I can copy its Great Tao laws whole into my inner world, speeding the perfection of my own laws with no side effects. On top of that, I now count as a small shareholder in this multiverse. Though the share is negligible, it lets me comprehend the multiverse's Great Tao laws, which will serve my cultivation down the road. From overworked wage slave to shareholder of a universe, my old boss would weep. The new world's diameter has swelled to 1,000 light years, and in its living, half a single vast continent stretches across the center, ringed by a boundless ocean. It is still at the dawn of creation, everything unborn, utterly desolate, nothing but rushing rivers, bare land, and scattered rock as far as I can see, without a single living thing. Beyond it lies endless void realm, choked with void turbulence woven from every kind of violent energy, and now and then, Some undestroyed object drifts past on the current. The void turbulence is weaker than chaos chi but still terrifying, and if I appeared in it, the force would likely tear me to shreds before I could last long. It keeps battering the crystal wall of the new world, only to be swallowed and refined into fresh energy inside. Far off in the void realm, stars twinkle now and then, and I guess they are light from other worlds of the multiverse. If the chance ever comes, I mean to go see their cultivation cultures and great Tao laws for myself. Turning to the heavenly Tao space, I find only a thin scatter of world origin, though it climbs steadily as time passes. On the heart of the heavenly Tao, infinite great Tao runes shine without pause. The 3,000 great Tao laws pour out of it, weaving a net that keeps the whole new world in order. I compare the new world's time flow against the Changnan realm, and find them identical. At a crawl like that, I have no idea how long the world will take to truly develop, and I fear I could reach the highest realm before life is even conceived. So I merge with the world and, without harming its foundation, push its time flow to a maximum of 10,000 times, since any faster would cripple its potential. Then I look at it and declare that this world shall be named Hyonil. As the creator god of the Hyonil world, my word carries the authority of heaven, and reality obeys the moment I speak. The world shudders, and the name Hyonil, written in the script of the great Tao, blazes above it, brilliance pouring in every direction. When the celestial display fades, my heart stirs, and I copy all of the Hyonil world's great Tao laws into my inner world. The Hyonil world stands at great world rank now, and in many ways its 3,000 great Tao laws have already outstripped my inner world's. So when the copies arrive, my inner world's laws drink them in and swiftly perfect themselves. By now, my inner world's area has reached the ceiling of a grotto heaven world, and the world origin in its heavenly Tao space has pooled into a vast ocean. The moment for it to advance to a small world has come. I wait for it to digest the Hyonil world's 3,000 great Tao laws, and with a deep resonant note it expands again. The world origin pours out and transforms into materials that fill the newly opened space. As the world inflates, the chaos heavenly cycle star formation erupts with suppression and refining power, grinding chaos chi into world origin and other energies without pause. It feeds the growth until the world origin runs dry and the expansion stops. Then a surging force of the world gushes out of my inner world, washing over my physical body and soul and shoving my cultivation toward a breakthrough. I was careless, and I did not expect the world's advancement to feed back a tide this strong. The trouble is the cultivation technique for the next realm is not perfected yet, so this is a terrible moment to break through. I react fast, linking my divine sense to the subsystem computing power matrix to deduce a way out before the momentum runs away from me. Right as the breakthrough threatens to slip loose, I land on a solution. To ride the force of the world through a nirvana transformation. That would let me digest the force and, at the same time, raise my aptitude, my comprehension ability, and the strength of my physical body. I fire up the newly built nirvana creation art and guide the force flowing along its paths, scouring my physical body and soul clean. The force wraps around me and hardens into a cocoon bright with great Tao runes. Inside it feels like a whole heaven of worlds gestating. 3,000 great Tao laws and chaos-colored light braiding and flashing. Countless world phantoms shifting in the depths. Within the cocoon, I shrink slowly into the shape of an infant, as if returned to the womb for innate gestation and nirvana sublimation. In Jungnung City, a heaven-shaking battle rages at the Temple of Light. Baek Chanshan stands robed in white, wrapped in black-red killing light like an Asura goddess, raining down attack after attack, until Temple Master Wei Hua cannot fight back. He spits blood and demands, horrified, to know who she is and why she assaults his temple. She answers coldly that the Temple of Light commits countless evils and preys on the common people, a tumor of the divine kingdom that must be cut out. She acts now, she says, on behalf of heaven to cut it. Her attacks never slow. Even losing, Wei Hua keeps his arrogance, sneering that the Temple of Light are the messengers of God, meant to rule the divine kingdom. The ant-like commoners, he says, should offer their power of faith obediently. The killing intent in Baek Chanshan's eyes only sharpens. She says her big brother was right, that they are nothing but a nest of cultists, a tumor to be swept away. She also vows that one day she will kill their so-called God of Light too, avenging every innocent life he has ruined. Wei Hua roars that she blasphemes his God, that she is only at the Golden Core equivalent, and dies today. He draws the power of faith from the statue to raise a phantom of the God of Light behind him. Baek Cheonchan snorts, unimpressed, and tells him to go to hell. She looses a brilliant divine light, endless killing intent, hidden in its magnificent radiance. And even with his trump card unleashed, Waihua is beaten down until he has nothing left. He barely manages a final scream before his body and soul are destroyed together. Then she looks at the statue of the god of light and punches it to powder. She tells it that today she shatters one of its idols and one of its temples, and that in the future she will hunt down and kill its true form. In the secret room of the Purple Star City Temple of Light, the cocoon around me cracks open and dissolves into world origin that my body drinks back in. I stretch and stand, feeling the power surging through my physical body. I have not broken through to a higher realm, yet my strength has changed beyond all recognition. And compared to my pre-nirvana self, I could now beat two of the old me at once. Better still, my aptitude and comprehension ability have both improved, and my mastery of the space-time realm has reached 85%, not far from complete control. I send my divine sense into my Dantean world and find its territory expanded to 400 light-years. Still desolate. No living beings born yet. Rich in its spiritual energy has condensed into its spiritual liquid scattered across the world, and the netherworld has widened with it. Its diameter now 100 light-years even if it still trails the living world. The 3,000 great Tao laws grow more perfect by the day, no less refined than the Hyunel worlds. Only the shortage of accumulated world origin keeps it from advancing straight to a middle world. I sweep through my other inner worlds and find them all in much the same state. I move my divine sense into the Hyunel world again. Only 3,000 years have passed here under 10,000 times acceleration. Too short for major change, though the world has grown steadier and has banked a fair store of world origin. I point, and the myriad stars in its starspace project outward, and I guide the stored world origin out to raise a chaos heavenly cycle star formation. This formation refines void turbulence, lifts energy conversion efficiency, and guards against enemies out of the void realm. The instant the formation takes shape, it erupts with suppression and refining power. The once violent void turbulence goes calm and feeds steadily into world origin, innate spiritual energy, and other energies. I watch a while and confirm it runs cleanly, refining void turbulence even more efficiently than raw chaos chi. That is no shock, since chaos chi sits several energy levels higher and is that much harder to refine. Then I look at the Hyunil world and reconsider. I had meant to turn this world itself into a game world to burn off the system's negative energy, but I never expected the Grotto Heaven to catch the multiverse's golden karma and jump straight to a great world. Spending a great world as a mere game world would be a waste, so it is better to open a fresh world inside the Hyunil world, and let that one be the game. I step into the star space, drive the heavenly Tao, and a star below twists and evolves into a Grotto Heaven world, a lower world of the Hyunil world. Its layout mirrors the Hyunil Great World, a vast continent ringed by endless ocean with a star space overhead, missing only the netherworld. I step into the freshly made world, bring out the origin system, and rip all the accumulated negative energy out of the system with a grab. Then I work the heavenly Tao's authority and fire the law of creation, and the pitch-black negative energy condenses into form. It becomes two-headed giant bulls, one-legged monster sheep, and other strange beasts that rain down thick across the newborn land. The instant billions of them touch ground, they roar at the sky and scatter, and for a moment the whole world is a riot of dancing demons. I glance again at the negative energy breeding fast on the origin system. My eyes still. The number of beings bound to the system has reached several trillion. Off a base that huge, the negative energy born every instant is enormous, which is exactly why I am in such a hurry to solve it. I form seals and bind the origin system to this Grotto Heaven world, so the negative energy the system breeds forever flows in and evolves endlessly into new monsters. Then I raise a finger, a spiritual light flickers, and a three-headed wolf monster dies on the spot, its body scattering into energy that the world's mechanism transforms into a wisp of pure soul power. I catch the soul power and study it, and it is exquisitely pure, no worse than what I refine myself. I cut down a few dozen more fleeing monsters, and every strand of soul power comes out just as clean. I nod, satisfied, because this special world, my monster game world, closes the loop perfectly. Negative energy becoming monsters, and killing monsters becoming soul power. The monsters cover barely 1/10,000th of the continent for now, and it will be a while before they fill it. That gives me just enough time to push the fairness system up to version 7.0. I wipe every trace of myself from the Hyunil world and the monster game world, then pull my divine sense out, though I do not leave seclusion. I shut my eyes, link to the subsystem computing power matrix, and deduce version 7.0. Time drifts, I open my eyes, and the 3000 great Tao laws appear between my palms, braiding and reweaving until version 7.0 takes shape. Everything runs stronger now. The encryption and anti-cracking deeper, a soul power value added to the profile, and the monster game world's icon set into the system interface. A host only has to touch the monster world icon with their divine sense, and the system guides a wisp of that divine sense inside, where they earn soul power by killing monsters. Each kill splits the soul power 3 ways, 30% to me, 40% to the monster game world, and 30% to the host. The world takes its share because it must have soul power to keep running, and pure output with no input would weaken it steadily and eventually collapse it. If a host dies in there, they lose only a wisp of divine sense, which recovers after a day or two of rest. The great Tao insights carried in that divine sense, though, are absorbed by the world as nourishment, a dungeon that pays you to grind it and pays me either way. I would have sold my soul for a job like this. I take out the Origin System version 6.0 and fold it into version 7.0 with a wave, the fusion done in an instant. Then I push a system update notice to every host, rise, and walk slowly out of the secret room. The moment Han Myung finishes updating to version 7.0, his eyes catch the new Monster Game World icon, and curiosity floods him. His divine sense settles on it, and a line of text rises. It tells him the monster game world is under monster invasion, that brave warriors are needed to enter, slay the monsters, and save the world. Slaying monsters, it adds, earns soul power gifted by the world, which nourishes the soul and strengthens the primordial spirit. His eyes light up, and he thinks that soul power is a genuine cultivation treasure. Bored lately, he realizes he can amuse himself in there and grow stronger at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. The thought has barely formed before he stands in a novice village of the monster game world. He looks around at a barren scene, the scorching sun high overhead, monster roars drifting in from time to time. He touches himself, and the feel is exactly like his real body, his clothes identical to the outside, his cultivation unchanged. Amazed, he squats, grabs a handful of soil, and on impulse tastes it, then spits it out at once, marveling that it is far too realistic, nothing like a game, exactly like the real world. Either way, he tells himself, real or not, he ought to go slay monsters and earn soul power first. Across the continent's other 10,000 novice villages, system hosts appear, one after another, all as curious as Han Myung. And soon they stride out to hunt. Not far past the village, Han Myung meets a monster shaped like a wild boar, a sharp single horn on its head, and 2 thick tusks jutting out. He laughs at his luck, sure that his late-stage divine sea realm strength will make short work of it. The boar spots him, roars, and charges, but he stays calm, erupts with his full aura, and blasts it away with 1 punch, crowing that monsters are nothing at all. He chases it down with his movement technique and, after a fierce scramble, kills it, and it dissolves into energy that scatters into the world. He opens his profile and sees his soul power value climb from 0 to 3, and his eyes light up. He does not know exactly how soul power strengthens the soul, but if the system says it does, it must. He hurries on, and about a kilometer later he finds a monster shaped like a rooster strolling along. Small and unbothered, he mocks it, calls himself its executioner, and rushes in with his movement technique. But the rooster monster spreads its wings and pounces fast as lightning. A single flash blinds him. The world spins and goes black, and his consciousness snaps back to the outside world. Rattled, he decides the thing must have hit the Dao Sieg realm, since he had no power to resist it at all. He rubs his aching head and reckons he lost a wisp of divine sense that should take 2 days to recover. Then he remembers that soul power is supposed to strengthen the soul and wonders if it can restore divine sense too. He tries it, and a warm current wraps his soul, and the instant the warmth fades, his lost divine sense is whole again. Delighted, he realizes soul power really does restore divine sense, and that his soul feels a touch stronger, which means steady monster killing will grow his soul fast, and even dying only feeds that growth. He dives back into the monster game world, thrilled. The same scene plays out among countless hosts. Back in seclusion, I watch version 7.0, and the monster game world run without a hitch and let myself relax. Then I open the forum and find the monster game world already at the top of the popularity list, so I read the comments to gauge how the hosts are taking it. The feed is a wave of astonishment and greed. Odd voices swear the monster world is indistinguishable from reality, every one of the 5 senses intact. A half-day inside costing only a few breaths outside. One host boasts that a monster killed him the instant they met, and warns that the beasts turn savage once night falls. Beneath the wonder runs a hungry, grateful hum. Host after host calling soul power scarcer than energy points, a fresh way for ordinary people to earn a living. One of them says that ever since the system came, he went from merely eating dirt to white rice at every meal. A quieter thread frets that the game is too hard for low cultivators and that easy money only reaches the strong. It notes that the Tao Seed Realm is about to flood, and Divine Sea Realm experts are everywhere. And through all of it, one name keeps surfacing. Someone insists Yu Il is simply invincible, first on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking, a man who slew Spirit Transformation Realm experts while still in the Tao Seed Realm. Others wonder aloud whether the Pure Void sect has finally killed him off, since he has not shown himself in so long. As I read, a sense of having truly changed the world rises in me. Then my face cools, a hard light in my eyes, and I murmur the name Pure Void sect under my breath. My gaze freezes, snaps to a point outside the temple, and surprise runs through me as I wonder why she is here. At the sound of my voice, Baek Qianchan shudders, the killing intent draining from her eyes, surprise taking its place. She hurries toward where the voice came from and finds Little Yellow and me lounging on rocking chairs just like old times. She asks why we are here, calling me Big Brother and greeting Little Yellow. I look at her and see how she has grown into a graceful young woman, ethereal, radiating immortal chi like a fairy. Though beneath that immortal chi I still catch the hidden aura of slaughter. I tell her I am in the temple researching a technique to purify the power of faith, and I invite her to sit and talk. With a wave I bring out a tea table from my storage space and brew her a cup of spirit tea. The leaves ordinary, but the water innate spirit water. Little Yellow exclaims that she has changed so much he almost did not recognize her, and asks what brought her to the Purple Star City Temple of Light today. She sips the tea, a gentle energy washing through her, and laughs that Little Yellow has not changed at all, admitting she came meaning to destroy this temple and never expected to find us here. Little Yellow blurts that Master took control of everyone in this temple long ago. Then it dawns on him that if she dared come to raise a temple, her cultivation must be high. His eyes go wide as he asks whether she has reached the Tao Seed Realm, marveling at her speed and worrying aloud whether a foundation built that fast can hold. I slap him on his dog head and tell him he is the one who never cultivates properly. All play and laziness. Baek Cheonchan, meanwhile, has already reached the middle stage of the Tao Seed Realm and will pass him before long. The Child of Destiny really does earn the title. A few short years, middle stage of the Tao Seed Realm, a foundation solid as bedrock. Heaven is practically spoon-feeding her fortune. Little Yellow yelps and protests that his own speed is nothing to sneeze at, and that he has reached the peak of the Tao Seed Realm. Not everyone, he adds, can be a monster like Baek Cheonchan and me. Then he mutters that he is only a dog, so surely it is natural he cannot keep up. His sophistry makes my hand itch, and I cuff him again, asking how with the cultivation conditions I have handed him. He has the nerve to talk back. Watching us bicker, Baek Cheonchan can only smile, and for a moment, it is as if she has drifted back into the past. She asks me to forgive Little Yellow, explaining she only cultivated this fast because she stumbled into a few opportunities by chance. I set aside the urge to discipline Little Yellow and ask whether the 6 temples of light destroyed lately were her work. She says yes and sips her tea, her tone offhand. After we parted, she tells me she happened on a spirit medicine, only to be spotted by a temple of light cultivator who tried to seize it by force. She killed a few of them in answer and was hunted ever after. Later, by chance, she ran into more opportunities and escaped, and she has only just left seclusion and wiped out the ones chasing her. My mouth twitches as I listen. Isn't this the textbook protagonist script? Hunted down, stumbles into an opportunity, cultivation skyrockets, comes back and slaughters the enemy. The Child of Destiny really does come with a trouble magnet constitution, dragging chaos along wherever she walks. And where exactly is my transmigrator's protagonist treatment, the kind the novels promise? At the start, I nearly died running out of lifespan, and afterward I only scraped through by gambling my life, without so much as the shadow of an opportunity. Now hunted by both the Pure Void sect and the Temple of Light, all I can do is hide, with none of a transmigrator's swagger to show for it. Set beside her, it is enough to give a man an inferiority complex. I gather myself and warn her, in earnest, to be far more careful from here on. A few years back, I destroyed a dozen temples and got hunted by a void-returning realm cultivator, and now she has leveled 6, and is surely already marked. Stronger enemies will come for her next, I tell her. And worse, the Temple of Light will likely mistake her for me, and send even deadlier experts to run her down. So she should lie low for a while, because otherwise it is far too dangerous, and it is all too easy to drown in a shallow ditch. She nods gravely and says she understands. If the Temple of Light really does confuse her for me, the danger is real, because the experts hunting me would tear her apart, seeing that she genuinely takes the warning to heart. I nod, satisfied. At least Baek Chan is not like those arrogant chosen one protagonists who refuse to hear a word of advice. I ask whether the great Tao law she has comprehended is the great Tao of slaughter. She confirms it, saying she grasped it by chance while being hunted. I tell her plainly that her aptitude and comprehension ability are excellent, then change the subject to warn her carefully, because for all its power, the great Tao of slaughter must be handled with caution. She has to guard her original heart and never sink too deep into slaughter, where she risks becoming a puppet that knows only killing. The great Tao of slaughter is not only destruction, I add, because a glimmer of life and hope hides inside its endless killing, and one kills for the sake of protecting life. She nods and nods, thoughtful. Learning she has comprehended the great Tao of slaughter, Little Yellow gapes in amazement. Back in his own day, he refined more than 20 devouring law crystals before he could barely touch a trace of the great Tao laws of devouring. Without them, he might never have brushed the edge of the great Tao of devouring at all. He praises her, saying she already carries a bit of master's bearing, and the compliment ripples a smile across her face. She has read of my exploits on the system's social platform after all. I have held first place on the Trial Tower Tao Seed Realm Combat Power Ranking for years, while she only cleared the Trial Tower days ago, and sits at 503rd. The gap of 502 places sounds like nothing beside the true golf in combat power. I am a peerless prodigy who can kill an Ascent Soul Stage cultivator while in the Tao Seed Realm, so carrying even a trace of my bearing is already a lavish compliment. She smiles modestly and says she would never dare compare herself to her big brother, that she is still far behind. Then she turns the praise on Little Yellow, reminding him he comprehended the great Tao of devouring himself. At that, Little Yellow's eyes narrow to slits and his whole face beams, his tail shooting straight up toward the sky. Smug beyond measure, I shake my head and tell her to stop praising him, or his tail will climb higher than the roof. She covers her mouth and laughs, and right now she is as gentle as any girl next door, without a trace of the cold Asura-like killer she becomes outside. Baek Chianchan stays in the temple 3 months before leaving, meaning to keep traveling and cultivating to push her strength higher. I stand before the main hall and look up at the statue of the God of Light, a meaningful smile at my mouth. I tell it that the big gift I prepared is ready, and it had better catch it firmly. I bring out a great mass of ink black negative energy. Over these years, while researching the technique to purify the power of faith, I carefully saved every wisp that escaped the burning. This hoard is extraordinarily pure, pure enough that an ordinary man absorbing even a little would lose his mind and go mad on the spot. This is precisely the grand gift I prepared for the God of Light. Light flickers around my hand, and the pitch-black mass swirls and shifts until it turns a milky white indistinguishable from real power of faith. A sharp glint enters my eyes as I pour mind power into the mass, warping perception further so it looks even more like genuine power of faith. By my experiments, this also cancels part of the burning purification, though I do not yet know how strong the offset will be against the God of Light's own technique. Still, by my calculations, even if it cannot fully cancel the purification, it should at least blunt most of it. Mind power belongs to the Tao of idealism, profound beyond measure, able to twist another's cognition at the very root. I have dug deep into it these years, and in theory, mind power holds infinite possibility. A will strong enough to bear the power can turn the impossible possible, truly reaching a state where anything can be done. A wicked smile curls my mouth as I tell the God of Light not to thank me, and I toss the mass toward the statue. It sinks silently into the power of faith gathered there, blending in seamlessly, and then rides the faith channel away and vanishes from the statue. Consider it a loyalty bonus from your favorite worshiper. In the Jin Kingdom, the martial arena of the Jin family, a cultivator family, is packed for the day the clan's young generation spars for the title of saint. The winner will represent the Jin family in the world. Jin Jai stares at the stage, his eyes burning, his face full of confidence. After years of grinding cultivation, his artifact cultivation system has reached the early stage of the artifact body realm, equal to the early stage of the golden core realm in the immortal cultivation system. He had meant to keep secluding himself, but further cultivation demanded massive resources, and as a collateral descendant of mediocre aptitude, his allotment was thin, so he ended seclusion early to seek other opportunities. He never expected to walk straight into the clan's selection for its saint, And the timing thrills him, because first place would win him the family's core cultivation and end his resource troubles for good. Though his cultivation only equals the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he is a man who survived the heavenly tribulation in a past life. His combat experience and his grasp of the great Tao laws tower over his peers, and he has full confidence in taking the saint's seat. Nearby, a few Jin family descendants sigh that the competition is a formality, that they have no chance, that the number one of the young generation is surely Jin Biome. One of them notes that Jin Biome has a fire spiritual root and already stands at the peak Golden Core realm, ranked 823rd on the Trial Tower Golden Core realm combat power ranking. He has comprehended the law of fire and upgraded his 7-pattern Golden Core to an 8-pattern Golden Core. Word is he can break through to the Nascent Soul realm whenever he likes, and is only polishing himself, aiming to push his 8-pattern Golden Core to a 9-pattern Golden Core. Another sighs that with the system's help, Jin Biome might really form a 9-pattern Golden Core. Then laments that they have too few energy points. With more, they too could buy an artificial heavenly spirit root like Jin Rin, who already ranks 1093rd on the same board, and might one day contend with Jin Biome. They call themselves truly poor. Once the competition ends, they resolve to go spread the system elsewhere and earn energy points, since saving enough might yet give them a shot at surpassing Jin Biome. They marvel that even those of mediocre aptitude finally have a chance to defy fate. Jin Jade frowns as he listens, his mind clouding with confusion. System: Trial Tower, Combat Power Ranking, Artificial Heavenly Spirit Root, Energy Points. The unfamiliar terms leave him wholly baffled. Only when he hears that the competition is a formality in first place, surely goes to Jin Biome does his mouth curl in disdain. He grants that comprehending the law of fire at the Golden Core realm makes Jin Biome a genius, not much below his own past life peers. But times have changed, and this life he has built an unshakable foundation and comprehended the law of space, one of the mightiest great Tao laws. Even with the gap in raw cultivation, his rich combat experience and the power of the great Tao of space would make crushing a mere Jin Biome easy. Just then the Jin family clan chief, Jin Peng, stands and calls out that today is the young generation's martial grand meeting. The winner becomes the saint and receives the family's full cultivation, he declares. And the competition begins now. As his voice fades, the arena falls silent, no descendant willing to be first onto the stage, though no one looks surprised, as if they all expected it. Jin Jae sweeps his eyes over them, contempt flickering, thinking them a pack of cowards without the nerve to step up. He flashes onto the stage, steady his gaze crossing the crowd, and announces that he is Jin Jae and would gladly learn from everyone's brilliant techniques. His sudden appearance stuns the arena, no one having expected anyone to dare go up. A hum of whispers rises, some asking who this Jin Jae even is, doubting a collateral descendant no one has heard of could hold Golden Core realm cultivation. Others guess he just left seclusion and never bound the system, with no idea how the world has changed, and wonder how many moves he can last against Jin Biome before being knocked flat. Jin Rin flashes onto the stage, his gaze fixed on Jin Zhou. He says he had meant to challenge Jin Biome and did not expect Jin Zhou to jump up first. This farce should end, he adds, and Jin Zhou had better step down himself or be knocked off. Jin Jae curls his lip in disdain, his eyes full of arrogance, scoffing that Jin Rin is not worthy to defeat him, and that today he will show his prowess. The moment he finishes, the sixth elder of the Jin family in the stands raises a hand and forms a seal, and a dazzling light seals the stage inside a light barrier. Under the formation, the stage's space quietly widens into room enough for Golden Core realm cultivators to fight at full strength. Then the word comes that the competition begins. Jin Jae's aura erupts. He throws a punch of savage momentum, the overbearing fist force compressing the air into a piercing screech. Seeing him blaze with Golden Core realm aura, Jin Rin notes the strike is truly extraordinary. He remarks that no wonder Jin Jae dared enter, since he cultivates the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system and has reached the farce over. He shouts the name of his technique and sends a towering inferno carrying the might to burn heavens and boil seas, slamming toward Jin Jae. Jin Jae only sneers that what he cultivates is no Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system, and before the words fade, he punches the raging flames out. Jin Rin's expression shifts, turning grave, and he draws a low-grade spiritual artifact sword and attacks. Their battle erupts, fist force colliding with sword chi again and again. As they trade blows, both grow more alarmed, neither having expected such strength from the other, each sensing the other has grasped great Tao laws. Jin Jae is inwardly shaken, thinking Jin Rin far too strong, his combat experience deep, his law of fire the twin of Jin biomes. He wonders whether this world truly holds so many geniuses that one small clan boasts both Jin Rin and a Jin biome said to be stronger still. The two exchange blows like madmen, the violent energy of their collisions hammering the light barrier. Then a thunderous impact sends Jin Rin flying, blood on his lips, and he retreats 5 steps before steadying himself. He looks at Jin Jae with uncertainty and bitterness, and concedes the loss, saying he never expected such power, and hoping Jin Jae can last a few more moves against Jin Biome. A confident smile rises on Jin Jae's face, and he declares he will beat Jin Biome too, that among this younger generation no one is his match. Jin Rin only shakes his head, says nothing more, and flashes off the stage. The arena erupts, voices stunned that Jin Jae actually won, puzzling that he cultivates the Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system yet denied it. Others marvel that even Jin Rin fell to him, and wonder whether he can overcome Jin Biome. Even Jin Peng and the Grand Elders in the seats cannot hide their surprise, and every eye turns to Jin Biome for his reaction. A grave look settles over Jin Biome as he leaps onto the stage, telling Jin Jae he has hidden himself well, but will not be his match. Jin Jae answers with total confidence that in this world no one in the same realm can match him. Jin Biome's mouth twitches, because he once brimmed with the very same confidence, until binding the fairness system struck him down again and again till he nearly lost it. In the end, he grasped that there is always a higher sky, and always someone stronger, and from then on, he grew humble and steady, and his strength surged. He tells Jin Jae he is fearless only because he is ignorant of the world's vastness, and asks if Jin Jae thinks he is Yu Il. Curiosity crosses Jin Jae's face as he asks who Yu Il is, saying he would actually like to test the man's strength. Jin Biome studies his eager look and says he truly cannot fathom where the confidence comes from. If Jin Jae's strength is only what he just showed, he adds, Yu Il could crush him with a single finger. Jin Jae refuses to believe it, insisting no one in the same realm is his match. In his past life, he swept a realm unbeaten, and this life his foundation is firmer and his strength greater, so he cannot accept that anyone could defeat him at the same level. Jin Biome shakes his head, hoping the coming blows will not shatter Jin Jae's Dao heart, and invites him to show what weight he truly carries behind all that arrogance. He draws a medium-grade spiritual artifact sword and strikes with full force. No probing at all, a beam of sword chi tearing sky and earth toward Jin Jae. Seeing the ferocity of it, Jin Jae turns grave, his peerless treasure body erupting with terrifying aura as he clenches a fist and slams it into the sword chi. The force drives him back a step and opens a sword mark on his hand. The two roar and clash like lightning, fist against spiritual sword exploding like thunder from the 9 heavens. And as the fight drags on, the grimness deepens on Jin Jae's face, victory refusing to come. He turns ruthless and gambles on space teleportation, appearing behind Jin Biome. Using space teleportation mid-battle risks being shredded by spatial turbulence, but he no longer cares. Not with the win on the line. Hardened by the Trial Tower and the monster game world, Jin Biome is long used to combat and reacts instantly, slashing behind him. Yet in his haste, Jin Jae's punch still sends him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He concedes, saying he did not expect Jin Jae to have grasped the law of space, but that Jin Jae is still nowhere near Yu Il, and that many in this world far outstrip him. Jin Jae refuses to believe Yu Il is truly so strong, or that many surpass him, and his face stays full of confidence. A strange look crosses Jin Biome's face, and he asks, suspicious, whether Jin Jae has really never bound a system. Jin Jae frowns and retorts that he does not know what a system is, that he heard others mention it only moments ago. Understanding dawns on Jin Biome, because that explains the overflowing confidence, a man who has never yet tasted the system's beatings. He exchanges for a system seed and tosses it over, telling Jin Jae to bind it and see for himself. Jin Jae takes it, hesitates, then binds it, and shock floods his face. He cries out at the miracle of it, a heaven-defying divine object, rattling off the Enlightenment space, the Trial Tower, the mall, the monster game world, and the video channel. Watching him reel, Jin Biome shakes his head and walks off the stage. Losing to Jin Biome has lost many times, and knows well how many stand above him, so his heart stays steady. He is only curious what face Jin Jae will make once he learns Yu Il's true strength. Below the stage, the Jin clan watches this sudden unknown defeat their favored son. Disbelief everywhere. One voice cannot believe Jin Jae beat Jin Biome. Another allows that he grasped the law of space and so earned the win, even if Jin Biome was caught off guard. since a loss is a loss. A third scoffs that Jinjae is far too arrogant to claim he is invincible in his realm, since among current hosts at least 800 stand stronger than Jin Biome at the same level. And that says nothing of monsters like Yu Il, who kills Spirit Transformation Realm experts while in the Dao Seed Realm. Standing on the stage, Jin Jai exclaims without pause, then disbelief overtakes him. He cannot understand it, that Jin Biome, strong as he is, whom Jin Jai only beat by using space teleportation, ranks a mere 823rd on the combat power ranking. He wonders how it can be, whether all 822 people ahead are stronger than Jin Biome, and just how monstrous Yu Il must be to hold first place. He searches out the video of Yu Il killing a Spirit Transformation Realm expert on the system's video channel and the forum. After watching it, he leaps up, shaken, crying that it is impossible, that no one can be this strong, that it must be fake. He exits the system in a daze, then plunges back in, over and over, even using methods to shatter illusions. But the system stays exactly the same, forcing him to accept that it is real and its videos true. A burning heat rushes up his face, and he wishes a crack would open in the arena so he could crawl into it. Everyone present heard him shouting that he was invincible in his realm, and now they must be looking at him like a fool, an arrogant, ignorant clown. In both his lives combined, he has never been this humiliated. Still, he tells himself, this world holds so many geniuses, and the system covers only part of the eastern wilderness, not the whole azure firmament continent, let alone other continents, which is genuinely terrifying. That Yu Il especially is so strong he hardly seems human. Far too monstrous. Merely fighting to a draw across one realm already marks a peerless prodigy. Yet the man kills across two realms without leaning on any outside force. For a moment, 1,000 thoughts churn through Jinjae's mind at once. Could Yu Il be a reincarnated immortal, he wonders? Or how else could anyone be so monstrously strong? And the Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system is fearsome too. He asks himself whether he should abandon the artifact cultivation system and switch, then dismisses it since his past life experience suits the artifact cultivation system. Using body as artifact to forge a peerless treasure body, he decides need not fall short of the other path. Besides, the Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system has only just pioneered the Dao manifestation realm, its future unknown. Even if Yu Il is strong in the Dao Seed realm, he may not be in the next. So once Jinjae breaks through, he might yet defeat him. But before that, he must challenge the trial tower and beat the others on the combat power ranking. And it galls him that he has no energy points to use the trial tower. He sighs and decides to sell every cultivation technique he mastered in his previous life, wondering how many energy points they might fetch. With that resolved, he scans the arena, his face still burning with embarrassment, none of the joy of having become the young generation's #1. Jin Biome cannot help laughing at the sight, since Jinjae brought it on himself with all that arrogance, and he trades a knowing look with Jin Rin, both of them half smiling. Jin Peng looks at the victorious Jinjae with surprise that melts into a pleased smile. In this great era of contention, the more geniuses the Jin family produces, the better, and the surer the clan stands. This Jinjae has mastered the great Tao of space, and comprehended it before ever binding the system, proof of extraordinary comprehension ability and limitless prospects. It helps that the Jin kingdom is controlled by the Jin family, so when the system was discovered, the reigning emperor notified the clan. That let its descendants touch the system early and seize the upper hand over rival cultivation schools. With that in mind, Jin Peng announces that today's young generation martial competition is won by Jin Jae, who from now on is the Jin family saint. At that moment, I am racing through the mountains and forests. Everything I pass, flowers and trees, tigers and wolves and lions, birds and bees and butterflies, down to the earthworms and bugs in the soil, I gather one by one into the Hyunil world. I do it because the Hyunil world breeds life on its own far too slowly, and no one could say how many hundreds of millions of years it might take. At my current pace, I will have broken through to the supreme realm long before the world conceives life on its own. By then, the Hyunil world would be a thing I no longer need, so I mean to draw its full value out of it now. Still, a world without life is incomplete. Only life pushes a world's rapid evolution. Because when living beings comprehend the Tao and cultivate, they feed back into the world and perfect its great Tao laws. So I decide to collect species across the Chanyan realm and migrate them into the Hyunil world. And I even buy a great store of spirit medicine seeds and grain seeds from the system store. It may cost the world some native potential, but the Chang'an realm and the Hyunil world are both lower realms of the same multiverse, closely tied. so the impact is minimal, near negligible. And I have not given up on native life either, running both tracks so the outside species matter less. Every empire needs settlers. Mine come in a storage pouch. Once the species are gathered, I return to the temple, rest a few days, then send my divine sense into an area I set aside inside the Hyonil world. This transition zone exists to house the animals and plants carried over from the Changnan realm. The two realms differ so vastly that any creature thrown straight into the change would struggle and die on the spot. Only by adjusting the environment step by step can they be brought to adapt. By now, the migrated species in the zone have grown lush and thick. With a thought, I double the spiritual chi concentration in the transition zone. The surge makes some species mutate, the plants growing taller and sturdier, the beasts turning fiercer and more capable. Under 10,000 times acceleration, 100 years pass in a flash, and every species fully adapts to the new spiritual chi. Then I raise the concentration to 10 times the original and shift the gravity to match the Hyonil worlds. Though a few animals and plants still fail and die, more survive with the earlier adaptation behind them, some breeding stronger vitality in the mutated conditions. Another 100 years pass in a snap, and I remove the transition zone's isolation barrier. Surging innate spiritual energy from the wider world pours in like a tide, and the harsh shock kills a great many species. Yet some complete their transformation in the crisis. Trees shoot to 10,000 meters, fierce tigers sprouting wings at their flanks, common chickens shedding their mortal shells like phoenixes through nirvana in a single leaping evolution. In another flash, 100 years go by, and the survivors enter a period of explosive breeding, refilling the transition zone and spilling out toward the continent. I scatter seeds of every flower, tree, and plant across the land, and when it is all done, my divine sense withdraws from the Hyonal world. The next moment my expression changes, because something is wrong, and I realize with a jolt that I have been careless. Alarm floods me like ice water down the spine, a wave of pure crisis with no source I can name. I sweep my surroundings on instinct, folding little yellow into the pet space in the same motion, already turning to flee for the horizon. But right then, streams of light blaze up from all 8 directions of the Temple of Light, and a formation barrier rises in an instant, sealing the whole temple tight. The hunter has just been snared by the very geese he spent all day chasing. I stop dead, my face going grave, all because I let my attention sink into the Hyonui world for a moment and eased my guard on the outside. I have tripped in the shallows. My mind races through every reason I could have been exposed. Was it something on Baek Chanchan's end? I dismissed the thought at once, because she is the child of destiny, and a woman like that does not stumble into trouble easily. Then a colder possibility cuts across me, that the negative energy has given away my tracks, and the odds of that are high. I curse my own short-sightedness for scheming against the god of light inside the very temple where I was lodging. One careless blunder, and now I am boxed in. I test the link to my inner world, and find it clear, untouched by the formation. And my thread to the Hyonui world answers just as smoothly. As long as my life is secure, this fight is not over, and who wins is still anyone's guess. I could step straight into the Hyonui world and shrug off the formation entirely, but I hold back. I fear that once I cross over, I might never find my way back to the Changnen realm, and that realm matters far too much to me right now to leave behind. A majestic voice rolls through the sealed space, naming me a sinner who has offended the divine might, announcing that the god of light has decreed my execution, that today is the day I die. The words stir something in me, and a bold guess takes shape. Maybe the negative energy really did manage to strike at the god of light. Otherwise, the other side would never have settled for an ambush, not on home ground like this, where the god of light could simply have come and killed me in person. His absence tells me he is very likely nursing a wound from his own scheme, though I allow there could be other reasons he cannot move against me directly. So I raise my voice and throw the challenge back, telling them that if I truly offended the divine might, the god of light should come strike me down himself. An enraged shout detonates through the formation, branding me a presumptuous sinner who dares disrespect the god, promising execution. Before the voice even fades, the sealed space churns into wind and cloud. Fire dragons roar across it. Lightning whips down like silver snakes. Meteorites drag tails of flame as they fall, and gales knife in with edges like blades. The whole storm of it slams down on me from every side at once. I answer without hesitation, drawing the heaven-opening artifact out of the heavenly Tao space in my inner world. In one breath, I stand on the chaos green lotus, the cauldron of creation hovering over my head, the heaven-opening sword gripped tight in my hand. The lotus erupts with brilliant green light, and the cauldron pours out the light of creation, and together they raise 2 layers of an unbreakable shield around me. The storm crashes against that barrier, and only stirs faint ripples before going still, unable to touch me at all. I let out a slow breath and turn my full attention to the formation itself, hunting the flaw in its eye. It does not take long to see that the whole thing is laid out along the 8 trigram positions. Anything built on the 8 trigrams has to obey their principles, which means there are seams to work. I pour my mind into the deduction and pull the structure apart thread by thread. The formation batters me for 3/4 of an hour, cycling fire dragons and lightning and meteorites 3 full times, and never once cracks my defense. Then I have it. A sharp light kindles in my eyes as I lock my grip on the heaven-opening sword and unleash the heaven-splitting divine ability. A sword light bright enough to cleave heaven from earth slashes out and tears clean through the void realm. For an instant, it looks as though a whole new world is opening in its wake. The blow drains the color from the sky, the sealed space splits open, and the sword light rips onward to sever a formation flag. It cuts down the spirit transformation realm divine envoy, who held it, and the formation twists, buckles, and collapses. I have to ration this. Without erupting my inner world, the energy in my body will carry maybe 10 more heaven-splitting strikes, so I mean to hoard them for the moment that truly needs them. For now, I slash out 7 more void-rending sword lights and cut down the remaining 7 divine envoys still clutching their formation flags. They have not even shaken off the backlash of the broken formation before the killing light reaches them, and they manage a single scream each before they fall. Then a fresh shout of fury splits the air, and a sword radiance rides in behind it carrying a pressure that makes my skin crawl. A Tao Integration Realm Cultivator. I whip around and swing, throwing a sword light to meet the incoming blade, and the two collide with a roar that shakes the world and flings me backward. It takes real effort to plant my feet. When I steady and see the 4 figures now around me, my face goes cold and still. 1 Tao Integration Realm Cultivator and 3 Void Return Realm Cultivators. They really do think highly of me. The Tao Integration Cultivator Seo Riang looks down on me with open contempt. He brands me a sinner who leaned on a magic treasure to slaughter 8 Spirit Transformation Realm divine envoys of his Temple of Light. Then he demands to know why I have not already knelt and surrendered. Listening to that lofty sermonizing tone turns my stomach. A man with Tao Integration Cultivation, still preaching like a cult mouthpiece. The people of the Temple of Light really are all cut from the same bolt of hypocrisy. I tell him to keep dreaming, that if he has the ability he can come and kill me. This whole pack of ghosts playing at godhood. Before the last word leaves me, I am already spinning, cutting my sword light into the nearest Void Return Realm Cultivator, who is caught flat-footed and blasted backward. I use the gap to break the ring and fly hard for the edge of Purple Star City. I do not dare risk spatial teleportation, not with their attacks in the air, because one bad instant in transit and I could be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. A furious shout chases me, and 3 attacks fall in behind it, spreading over me like a blanket dragged across the sky. I cannot slip them in time, so I throw everything into the Chaos Green Lotus and the Cauldron of Creation and take the wave head-on. The first shield layer shatters and the second cracks through, and my chi and blood heave inside me, but I grit my teeth and let the shock fling me faster toward open ground. Clear of the city walls, I turn on a dime and loose the heaven-splitting divine ability without a breath of hesitation. The sword light streaks out fast as lightning, aims straight at Seo Riang, who has the highest cultivation, the fastest speed, and the tightest pursuit of the 4. Seo Riang never dreamed I would waste my chance to run and wheel back to counterattack, and it catches him completely off guard. He throws his high-grade spiritual artifact sword up to block, snaps a spiritual energy shield across himself, and pushes his medium-grade armor to its limit all at once. But the heaven-splitting sword light carries the power to unmake chaos itself. It knocks the spiritual artifact's sword spinning away. Then it shears through the shield and the armor in one stroke and carves a hideous wound straight down from his brow, one that nearly splits him in 2. Blood pours out, and the heaven-splitting sword intent stays behind in the gash, still tearing at him. He rips a medicinal pill from his storage ring and circulates his technique to refine it, straining to drive the sword chi from his body. But the sword intent is too high and too overbearing to expel in so short a time. In the end, he spits a mouthful of blood and uses it to force out a thin thread of the roiling sword chi. Then he rounds on the 3 Void Return Realm Cultivators, who have shrunk back in fright and dare not close in. He roars at them to stop cowering and take me. A strike that powerful must have burned a mountain of energy, he says. So there's no way I could throw it again. That lights a fire under them. The power of my last blow ran far past my own realm, so it had to cost me dearly, and surely I cannot manage a second. They swallow their fear, and their eyes sharpen again. I do not give their reasoning the courtesy of a reply. My figure lunges at Seo raying fast as lightning, the sword light ripping the sky, the sword chi climbing straight into the clouds. He may be a Dao integration realm cultivator, but he is badly wounded now and can barely bring out a fraction of his strength. An opening like this comes once in a lifetime, and I am not fool enough to let it slip. His face changes. Enduring his wounds, he retreats and forms hand seals, and 100 streaks of sword chi bloom before him and pour down on my sword light, like a cloudburst. I bull straight through it, closing the distance, and in his horrified stare I call up the heaven-splitting divine ability one more time. With sword chi still raging in his body and enemies pressing him inside and out, he has no room to dodge. He can only prop a spiritual energy shield and throw a sky of sword chi in the way, and all of it shatters before the descending light. He barely has time to howl that he is not reconciled, that he has not yet cultivated to immortal ascension. Then the heaven-splitting sword light annihilates him and his primordial spirit together and drops him where he stands. One of the Void Return Realm cultivators freezes and cries out that Master Seo is dead. He wants to grieve on my time. I give them no space to hesitate or confer. If Seo Riang had not been so careless just now, I might not have pulled it off. But the strongest of them is a corpse, and though the 3 who remain are strong, I am far from helpless against them. With a little luck I kill them, and even if I fail I sharpen my edge on the attempt. I close in, wrapped in killing intent, and swing. 3 streaks of heaven-splitting sword chi fanning out to swallow all 3 of them. One grits his teeth and shouts that they have no choice but to fight for their lives. Master So is dead, he says, and to return now is to face a punishment worse than dying, for this was a mission the God of Light entrusted in person. Another snaps that the sinner only manages such attacks by leaning on his magic treasure. My cultivation is no better than peak nascent soul, he says, so the energy in me has to run dry, and I cannot hold this intensity forever. Their eyes narrow, spiritual energy surging around them, and 3 fierce offensives crash down on my sword light before they lunge in from 3 sides at once. The blows never reach me. The shield of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Cauldron of Creation catches them and throws up layer after layer of ringing ripples. I grip the heaven-opening sword and cut out sword lights bright as the noon sun, one after another, each aimed at a vital point. In a heartbeat, the 3 of us are a tangle of figures knotted through the void realm. The collisions shake the universe, and the loosed energy sweeps out like a tide, cracking the space into spreading black seams. The violent energy keeps hammering the shield, and the ripples race across it faster than they can settle. Then a hairline space crack opens right in front of me, punches through both shield layers in turn, and breaks even my own true force barrier. It cuts a wound into me deep enough to bear the bone, and golden blood wells out in a steady stream. Had the shields of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Cauldron of Creation not blunted at first, that crack would have sliced me clean in half. I throw up the heaven and earth creation technique to knit the wound and rush out in the same instant, appearing dead in front of the last 2 Void Return Realm cultivators. The heaven-opening sword swings into 2 more heaven-splitting sword lights. Seeing me charge through the energy storm without any care for my own skin, the pair of them are stunned. One shrieks that I am a madman throwing my life away just to kill them, and swears that if I want him dead, we will all die together. He triggers a forbidden technique, power erupting off him, and swings a medium-grade spirit saber into an overbearing blade light to meet my sword. The other follows him at once, his own forbidden technique tearing loose, and calls down his thunder of divine punishment as 1,000 bolts of lightning braid into a roaring dragon of thunder. Neither is enough. The 2 heaven-splitting sword lights carry the weight of splitting heaven and earth, tearing long cracks into the void realm wherever they pass. The blade light breaks apart before it can even reach me. The thunder dragon is cut in half and bursts into a sky of scattered lightning, and the sword lights drive on undimmed. They pierce both cultivators and their armor, and slice them in 2, and the primordial spirits, unable to flee in time, are scoured away in the annihilating force, gone completely. My face is white as paper. The wound the space crack left is not closed, and using the heaven-splitting divine ability twice in a row has torn the barely healed edges open again. I sweep the area, and once I am certain no one is watching from the shadows, I gather up every storage treasure and spiritual artifact the 4 Temple of Light cultivators left behind. I stow the lot in my storage space. Then I draw the heaven-opening sword, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the cauldron of creation back into the heavenly Tao space to keep nourishing them on world origin. I set the law of fate and the law of karma to scramble the heavenly secrets in the lines of karma behind me, and without lingering a moment longer, I flash away from the battlefield. Once Purple Star City is well behind me, I make straight for the small hill where I had been in seclusion before. I throw up the 5 elements defense formation with a few quick seals, and let Little Yellow out. The moment Little Yellow appears and sees how pale my face is, it asks in a rush whether I am all right, and what on earth just happened. I tell it I am fine, only a little hurt, and I let a thread of self-directed irritation into my voice as I lay it out. It was my own carelessness. Things had been going too smoothly lately, I had let it go to my head, and I underestimated the god of light. Little Yellow's jaw drops, its eyes round with disbelief. It can hardly believe what it just heard. A formation of 1 Tao integration realm, 3 void return realm, and 8 spirit transformation realm cultivators had surrounded me, and I cut every last one of them down. It wants to know whether I have really gotten that fierce. I shake my head. Killing them came down to 2 things, I tell it. First, they were careless and had not worked out my true strength. And second, I caught them off guard. If it happened a second time, I would have no such certainty, and simply getting away clean would count as a good outcome. Then I say it plainly, that I need to seclude myself to heal, and that it will stand as my protector. It nods hard and tells me to go without a care in the world. My face darkens on the spot, and I bring my hand down on its dog head and tell it that if it cannot say the right thing, it should say less. Then I turn and walk into the cave, leaving it outside clutching its skull and howling, honestly baffled about what it did to earn the slap. Inside, I wave the dust and rubble clear, set down a meditation cushion, and settle cross-legged. I take a single drop of world origin from the Hyunui world and swallow it. A surge of origin force scatters through me at once, flowing warm as a current into my limbs and bones, racing to mend my ruined meridians and physical body. This truly is the world origin of a great world, worlds beyond the thin origin of any grotto heaven. While I run my technique and steer the origin through the healing, I quiet my mind and replay the whole battle. Every guard and every strike lies clean in my head as I tally what I gained and what I lost. Outside Purple Star City, Baek Chan stood over the ruined battlefield, and her pupils shrank to points. A whole mountain peak had been sheared away, its cross-section as smooth as a mirror, and 3 hideous gullies split the ground below it. Sword scars crossed and recrossed everywhere she looked, and every one of them still breathed a world-ending pressure. A clash on this scale set far outside anything she could grasp, something even the system had never recorded. Like a war fought between gods and demons. Worse were the bodies scattered across the field, the remains of Temple of Light cultivators, whose lingering aura chilled the blood even in death. Voices of the ordinary folk who had lived through the night drifted to her in broken pieces. One told how the mountain-cracking uproar in Purple Star City had looked like gods and demons brawling across the sky. Another swore a demon had breached the whole Temple of Light and cut down every divine envoy in the city. All of them prayed the god of light would bless the envoys to finish the demon off, since more had just died outside the walls and no one knew whether the demon still lived. Baek Cheonshan's face changed. She had come to find Yu Il and Little Yellow and never expected news like this, and worry cinched tight around her heart. She opened the system messenger and wrote to Yu Il, telling him she had come looking today and found the Purple Star City Temple of Light destroyed. She asked whether the Temple of Light had been the ones to attack him in the night, and whether he was all right now. The message sat unanswered for a long stretch, and her heart sank lower, so she wrote to Little Yellow instead, saying the same, that she had meant to find them and found the temple in ruins. Big Brother had not replied, she added, and she asked whether the 2 of them were safe. Little Yellow answered before long. They were fine, it said. The night before, the Temple of Light had sent 1 Tao integration realm, 3 void return realm, and 8 spirit transformation realm cultivators to raise a formation and surround Master. Master had killed them all. Master had taken a wound and was healing, so he had most likely not seen her message yet. She asked at once how bad his injury was, and Little Yellow told her master had said it was nothing serious and he would recover soon. She let out a breath and then marveled that the battle marks in Purple Star City were terrifying. Big Brother had actually killed a Tao integration realm and a void return realm cultivator, she said, and he was simply too incredible. Little Yellow told her that went without saying, that Master was the strongest there had ever been, and never would be surpassed, and then added that Qian was very amazing too. On Mount Kwangmyong, at the headquarters of the Temple of Light, word arrived that Seo Riang and the others had died in battle, and the leader Gang Ho's face went bloodless. In the entire Temple of Light, there were only 3 powerhouses of Tao integration realm cultivation, himself among them. And to lose one so suddenly gutted the temple's strength, while the enemy still drew breath. Shaken, he strode to the statue of the God of Light, knelt in reverence, formed his hand seals, and reached out through a special method to contact the God of Light. A long time passed before an answer came, and Gang Ho murmured to himself that whoever the enemy was, with the God of Light behind him, no one would be stirring up any trouble. As he spoke, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Inside the Divine Farmer sect, an elder named Moon Jachian walked slowly along the ridge of a field, his 2 disciples trailing him, senior brother Ju Wan and Sim Jiha. He looked out over a vast sweep of golden rice ears, the plump grains glowing with a warm light as they drank in the essence of the sun. A satisfied smile kept rising on his face. He reached out and plucked a cluster, pressed the husks loose between his fingertips, and bared the lustrous golden grains inside. He set a few in his mouth, crushed them gently, and swallowed. A moment later, a subtle warmth welled up from his stomach and dissolved into his limbs and bones, where his true force refined it away. The sunrise they had cultivated was a success. Ju Wan's face bloomed with joy, and he cupped his hands and congratulated his master on cultivating the spirit rice. With the reward cap on system tasks newly raised, he said Master was certain to draw a huge sum of energy points this time. He added that with the Great Tao laws already comprehended and enough energy points on top, a breakthrough to the Tao manifestation realm was almost within reach. Sim Jiha could not hide her own excitement and took up the thread. Master had grown a spirit rice that actively drank in sunlight. She said, an unheard of feat that might well earn a reward of 10 billion energy points. She went on that they could list the sun rice seeds in the system store, earning energy points while promoting the rice to complete system tasks. It amounted to a stable wellspring of energy, she said, and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Ju Wan agreed that once the sun rice reached the market, it would sell out since it filled a belly and fed cultivation both. Though a single grain held little energy, eating it daily would tell over time. Munjakian stroked his beard and smiled, but he cautioned that the sun rice was still far from perfect, that the energy in it was too thin and the yield too low. It was hard to grow as well, he said, since it drew wild beasts in to gnaw at it and had to be minded by someone dedicated or raised inside a formation. Ju Wan answered that the thin energy hardly mattered when they could improve it later. They had already pushed ordinary rice past a yield of 4,000 pounds an acre, he noted, with Elder Choi Hua still chasing 5,000. He noted that the sect leader was researching how to cultivate common herbs into spirit medicine, and had already seen some results. As for the wild beasts, they were the least of it, since a formation would fence them out and the store was full of formation secret manuals. Dedicated care was no trouble either, he said, because everyone practiced martial arts now, so driving off beasts was easy. It might even create work for more ordinary folk. Rumor had it mechanical puppets were advancing fast enough to one day drive the beasts off on their own. Sim Jiha chimed in that the mortal world changed by the day, that the common people of the Jin state no longer feared going hungry or cold. With the livestock trade booming, she said meat at every meal was nothing, and many even fed white rice to their pigs. Since the sun rice was authentic spirit rice, the common folk could eat it themselves or trade it for energy points. So Master had done the people yet another good turn. Munjakian's mouth curved, and he nodded, but he pressed that they had to work harder to perfect the sun rice soon. In time, he said, they would cultivate moon rice and star rice, even a grain that drank sunlight, moonlight, and starlight all at once. His 2 disciples nodded quickly, their eyes bright with longing for that future, and swore they would manage it. No one had ever thought spirit rice could be grown by acquired methods, and only Master would dare both to imagine it and to do it. Munjakian told them to gather the experimental data, the cultivation methods, and the sunrise samples and upload it all to the mission hall to submit the task. That way the reward would come as soon as possible. He would use it to break through to the Tao manifestation realm, he said, and they could spend the rewarded energy points in the enlightenment space comprehending the great Tao laws. Only by comprehending the laws and firming the Tao Seed Realm foundation could their strength truly grow, and perhaps one day they might even reach the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking. Ju Wan sighed at that, saying everyone on the ranking was a genius who had comprehended the great Tao laws, that the competition was brutal and the turnover frightening. A man on the list one moment could be shoved off at the next, he said, and he held no hope of it. Sim Jiha shook her head and agreed that everyone up there was a monster, that a few years ago there might have been a sliver of hope, but not anymore. Then she said the real monster was Yu Il. Who knew what great Tao laws he had grasped? To cut down a spirit transformation realm cultivator while standing in the Tao seed realm, a strength that was simply terrifying. Juwan nodded along, saying every seed on the combat power ranking had turned over 1,000 times. Yet Yu Il alone stayed fixed as a mountain. First place was unshaken, and no one could challenge him. He doubted anyone so monstrous would ever appear again. As for themselves, they were ordinary men, better off honestly researching grain seeds to earn energy points, and maybe one day reaching immortal ascension and the Tao's eternal life. Hearing them, Moon Jiaqian knew they spoke plain truth, and it stirred him. In his own day, on the strength of rewards, his cultivation had leapt ahead and even carried him onto the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking, only for him to be pushed off soon after. With more and more people binding to the system, the competition had only grown fiercer, until even the cultivation of grain seeds was cutthroat. That was the very reason the whim to grow spirit rice had seized him. He told them it was good that they could see their own limits, that it showed they had grown, and that as their master, he was relieved. The three of them gathered the data, the methods, and the samples, and uploaded everything to the system task hall. In under 3/4 of an hour, a notice surfaced on Moon Jiaqian's system interface. It congratulated him for cultivating the acquired spirit rice known as Sun Rice, granting him 1 million soul power and 10 billion energy points as encouragement. Looking at a reward that overshot everything he had imagined, he trembled with an excitement he could not keep off his face. Juwan and Sim Jiha saw the details too and nearly jumped for joy, exclaiming that the system had recognized their work and that they would never have to fret over energy points again. Messages then flooded the Divine Farmer Sect group chat, one congratulation stacking on the next, the whole channel ringing with praise for Elder Mun and the glory he had brought the sect. In the middle of it, Moon Jiaqian caught a line from the sect leader, Li Hyun, congratulating him and telling him to come to the sect's main hall at once. People from the beast-taming sect had just arrived to seek cooperation. Moon Jiaqian turned to Zhou Wan and Sim Jiha, who still could not smother their excitement, and told them the sect leader had summoned him to the main hall. The beast-taming sect had come wanting to work together, he said, and they should go and see what it was about. Zhu Wan was puzzled, pointing out that the two sects ran in wholly different lanes. The beast-taming sect did animal husbandry while they did agriculture, and the two had nothing to do with each other. He wondered aloud which beast-taming sect it even was, since the name had sprouted up everywhere. Sim Jiha agreed, noting there were already more than 100 beast-taming sects across the system, all of them schools raising livestock and poultry. Some were just ordinary folk banding together to study breeding. She said, their strength all over the map, forever squabbling in the system over which was the genuine article. Moon Jiaqian said they would find out once they looked, and led the way toward the main hall. The roads the whole way were paved in concrete. The material had already run through several generations of refinement and been split into different types for different uses. It turned up everywhere in daily life now, in roads and houses and bridges, and irrigation canals and dams. It was precisely this spread of concrete, together with Yu Il's quiet guidance from the shadows, that had remade the roads and buildings and every other fixture of the mortal world. The common people's standard of living had climbed several grades. It had not reached the polish of his previous life, but the gap was no longer wide, and each side had its own strengths and weaknesses. The earth of that former life had only ever been a mortal world in the Dharma-ending age, while this was a cultivation world threaded with extraordinary power. Moon Jiaqian walked into the main hall to find the Divine Farmer Sect senior members already gathered. 3 strangers sat within, robed in green with beast patterns embroidered across the cloth, plainly the visitors from the beast-taming sect. He bowed first to Li Hyun, then took his seat. Zhang Bin, the sect master of the beast-taming sect, swept his gaze over the hall and was the first to bow to Moon Jiaqian. He congratulated Elder Mun on cultivating the sunrise, which had won a generous reward and made his name known across the world. Moon Jiaqian waved it off modestly, saying it was the fruit of everyone's shared effort and no achievement of his own. Calling him too modest, Zhang Bin came straight to his purpose. His beast-taming sect meant to cultivate a special spirit beast, he explained. One unlike ordinary spirit beasts with no intelligence of its own, bred only to yield spirit beast meat rich in energy. Because it had no intelligence, it could not draw in energy and cultivate on its own the way a Yao beast did. So they meant to feed it energy-laden spiritual plants in place of what it could not absorb from the world. Since the Divine Farmer Sect ran so deep in plant cultivation, they had come to seek cooperation. Everyone knew spirit beast meat was nothing like ordinary meat. He went on, carrying far more vigorous energy and a finer taste besides. If they could raise the spirit beast and pair it with specialized spiritual plants for mass production, he believed it would win system rewards and a ceaseless flow of energy points alike. The whole Divine Farmer sect was shaken by his words. It was a staggering idea, and if it could truly be realized, it would earn a mountain of energy points, though the problems standing in the way were just as many. Li Heian asked first whether the beast-taming sect held any mature technical reserves in spirit beast cultivation. Jiang Bin smiled with confidence and said his sect was not to be lumped in with the others. It stood on a deep foundation, he said, and had already raised various fast-growing livestock and poultry to meet ordinary people's needs. They had even cultivated flying spirit beasts that had woken to intelligence, he added. But the uses of such beasts were limited, which was why they had turned their minds to meat-producing beasts instead. The trouble was that an intelligent spirit beast risked accidents, and rumor ran through the system that killing too many sentient beings could cost a man his karma and breed bad karma against him. The Divine Farmer sect members traded looks and fell to discussing it in the sect's group chat. Li Han spoke first, calling the beast-taming sect's proposal genuinely astonishing and full of promise, and asked what everyone thought. Mangacaps followed at once, saying it was worth a try with nothing to lose, and an enormous harvest if it worked. Choi Hua agreed it was worth attempting, and the other elders fell in behind them, one after another. Li Hyun then asked who had the time to lead the research into this kind of spiritual plant. Munjachian replied that he was still tied up improving the sunrise, and could not get free. He suggested the sect leader take the lead himself, since the work dovetailed neatly with the spirit medicine he was already studying. Li Hyun agreed to head the research team, but told Elder Mun that his experience was needed and he should join in as well. Leaving the group chat, Li Hyun told Jiang Bin he looked forward to a good partnership, and Jiang Bin's face broke at once into a smile. The Divine Farmer sect stood at the very top of the system in the field of plant cultivation. It was for exactly that reason he had been willing to lower his standing and come courting cooperation. He returned that he looked forward to it too, and said he believed they would surely cultivate the special spirit beast. I opened my eyes, great Tao rooms turning in my pupils for a breath before the light drains out of them, and everything settles back to normal. I let out a lungful of stale air, stretched the stiffness from my bones, and walked toward the mouth of the cave. Over this stretch of closed-door cultivation, my wounds have healed clean. I have refined and upgraded every one of my divine abilities and martial skills besides, so they run deeper and hit harder than before. The real prize is that I have finished building a cultivation technique for the realm beyond the Tao manifestation realm. And now I only need a little rest before I make the push. I step outside to find Little Yellow sprawled on a rocking chair, sunbathing, a piece of fruit clutched in its front paws, chewing away without a care in the world. I bring my hand down on its head and ask whether this is how it stands as my protector. It springs up yelping and hurries to fawn, asking whether I am out of seclusion and whether my wounds have all mended. I pull a rocking chair of my own out of my storage space, lie back, and take a bite of the fruit it eagerly holds out. I say offhandedly that they healed long ago, and that the seclusion gained me plenty besides. Little Yellow reminds me that Bake Xianshan sent word after she heard about the battle in Purple Star City, but I had been sealed away and never answered. I tell it to let me see, open the system messenger, read her message, and write back to her at once. Then I open the mission hall again and browse the new inventions that have surfaced. Acquired spirit rice, the sun rice, a grain that drinks in solar energy and turns it into a gentle, usable warmth. The idea is genuinely brilliant, and this Moon Jachian is a real genius. I could plant sun rice in the Hyunui world too, though I wonder whether it would mutate there. I buy 10 pounds of sun rice from the system store, grab a careless handful, and crush the husks off to bear the plump golden grains. I chew and swallow, and a warm current rises in my stomach at once, and is refined away by my inner true force. Not bad. A single grain holds little energy, but it adds up to something worth having. Eaten over the long haul, it does real good for cultivation. All the more so when a cultivator's level is still low. The wit of ordinary living beings is not to be underestimated. Give them a platform, and astonishing creativity comes pouring out, until even acquired spirit rice can be grown, and grown by drinking sunlight at that. Munjakian has outrun my expectations. Something stirs in me, and I send my divine sense into the Hyunui world to look the place over. The central continent has gone lush and green, ancient trees standing in ranks, 10,000 beasts thundering across the grasslands. Many of them have already woken to intelligence and raised their own tribes and factions. As living things flourish, their souls pass into the netherworld for reincarnation when they die, while their physical bodies return to the earth to feed the world. So the world origin is born faster and faster, and the great Tao laws are perfecting themselves far quicker than before. I scatter sunrise across the central continent, and though most of the seed never takes, a small share roots and sprouts, and the grain it yields is plumper than the original. Under the 10,000-fold flow of time inside the Hyanui world, the sunrise keeps multiplying and evolving. I reach out and pluck a single grain, and by now it stands a full meter tall, packed with surging innate energy. It can no longer be called acquired spirit rice at all. It is innate spirit rice through and through. I plucked 20 more grains and happened to catch a 20-meter flying white tiger being run down by a pack of wolves. So I simply snatched the tiger over to me. Then I turned my attention to the monster game world, where billions of system hosts are locked in savage fighting with the monsters. Hosts and monsters die without end while an endless stream of new hosts pours in. More and more people bind to the system every day, breeding ever more negative energy and hatching monsters without pause. Without that, there would not even be enough of them for the hosts to kill. That monster game world has already swelled to twice its size, and a great store of world origin has piled up in the heavenly Tao space. With the great Tao insight left behind by the countless dead hosts, the world's great Tao laws are perfecting at a ferocious pace. I draw my divine sense back out and glance at Little Yellow with a faint smile, telling it we eat well today. It takes one look at the sunrice and the flying white tiger and yelps in astonishment. It wants to know what rice grows so huge, looking like sunrice yet many times the size, and what kind of tiger reaches that bulk and sprouts wings besides. I take out the cauldron of creation and a spread of kitchen tools and set to work. An hour later, I am flat on the rocking chair, sighing with contentment that it is truly delicious, the freshest thing I have ever tasted. Little Yellow, its round belly stuck out, slumps in its own chair and burps out its praise. The tiger meat is tender, it says, and the rice, though it looks like sun rice, is far more fragrant than the ordinary kind. It is soft and glutinous and brimming with surging energy, and it presses to know where exactly I got it. My smile never wavers as I tell it that is a secret. Some things a master keeps to himself. Afterward, I bundle the 400-odd pounds of tiger meat that is left into a gift packet on the system messenger. I send it off separately to Bake Chan Chan and John Dado, with a line that I came by some tiger meat and wanted to share a taste. John Dado snaps up the packet almost the instant it lands and thanks me, then says he has good news of his own. With the help of the divine liquid I gave him, he has broken through to the 9-pattern golden core and climbed to the peak golden core realm. He has even comprehended the great Tao of money. He sits 813th now on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking, he tells me, with room to climb higher if he tempers himself a while more. He laughs that he half wants to march back to the Heavenly Revelation sect and drag Yi Rang down from his seat as saint. The message pulls a look of surprise onto my face. I had not expected Gian Dado to shoot up this fast. That with the artificial heavenly spirit root, the divine liquid, and the system behind him, he would even comprehend great Tao laws. Then again, the great Tao of money fits the man like a tailored robe, and no path could suit him better. I congratulate him and tell him he can finally hold his head high. He answers in a rush that it is all thanks to my help, that without me there would be no Gian Dado where he stands today. I should wait for his good news, he says, since he means to head back and challenge Yi Riang right now. I tell him not to rush it. He should get a real feel for his new cultivation first, then put in more rounds at the trial tower in the monster game world to bank some combat experience and sharpen his instincts. In spite of myself, I picture the scene of John Dado toppling Ye Rang and rising to Saint, and the image of that chubby frame draped in Saint's robes is honestly a little funny. He answers that I am right, that he was too impatient, that it is mainly because he wants so badly to improve. Just then Bake Chan Chan writes to thank me, and I tell her she is welcome, that the tiger meat should give her cultivation a lift. I warn her not to go provoking the Temple of Light for now, since they are surely on high guard, and she must take care not to walk into an ambush. She answers that she understands, that she is planning to leave the God Kingdom and travel to other countries to train and spread the system. Once her cultivation has climbed further, she says she will come back and settle accounts with the Temple of Light. I trade a few more lines with each of them and then close the messenger. Turning, I bring my hand down on Little Yellow's head. I tell it that John Dado has already cultivated the 9-pattern golden core, broken through to the peak golden core realm, and comprehended the great Tao of money. I add that he sits 813th on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking, and is off to challenge Ye Rang for the seat of Saint. Then I ask whether it is not ashamed to have crawled only to the peak Tao Seed Realm with cultivation conditions every bit as good. It cries out in pain and argues under its breath that it is laying its foundation, that only once the foundation is set firm can it cultivate to a higher realm. I ask whether it thinks I will swallow that. It stiffens its neck and insists I will, because this is exactly what I, its master, told it myself, that only a firm foundation lets a cultivator break into a higher realm. I ask whether that is how my words are meant to be twisted, and tell it its foundation has long been rock solid. It is simply lazy and slack about cultivating, I say, which is why it crawls along so slowly. Then my face sets, and I order it into seclusion this instant, forbidden to come out until it has broken through to the Tao manifestation realm. Little Yellow's face falls to pieces, and it agrees with the deepest reluctance to go into seclusion right away. I watch it shuffle off obediently, then send my divine sense into the system to browse the live broadcast feed in the forum, and see whether anything major has happened lately. I skim the feed and find nothing much stirring, only the arrival of the sunrise, which has set off an enormous commotion. I open the comments section under the sunrise topic to see how people are taking this new acquired spirit rice. The whole thread is one wave of admiration, marveling that Manga actually conceived of cultivating acquired spirit rice and truly pulled it off for such a generous reward. They recall that he was the first to break a yield of 1,000 pounds an acre, and has now followed it with a rice that drinks sunlight. One reader says flatly he admires the man enough to kowtow. Below it, the talk turns to how far ordinary life has come, and the feed fills with people counting their blessings. One writes that he used to be a beggar and now has white rice and meat at every meal, a big house, a wife, and a chubby son. He can read and write, he says, and stands near a Tao seed realm breakthrough, and he thanks the system for changing his fate. Others say the golden age from the old books has arrived, that no one pockets lost items on the road, and no one bars the door at night. The thieves and mountain bandits are gone, they add, because no one is desperate enough to turn to that road anymore. The brothels have closed, they add, or else stopped taking silver and switched to energy points. The thread runs into a debate over whether the mortal world will one day overtake the cultivation world, since the mortal world changes by the day while the cultivation world sits still. Someone lands the joke that the folk who won places in the great sects at the Ascension Assembly are still toiling like beasts of burden in the outer sects, running the spiritual chi conversion formation. I read it all with the corner of my mouth curling up. Everyone's life really is better than it was, but I believe the days ahead can be better still. I close the system and walk into the cave to push for the next realm, the divine aperture realm. Radiance runs between my palms as the law of fate and the law of karma move at my will. My fingertips flick lightly through the air, quietly scrambling my own heavenly secrets in the lines of my karma. Then I settle cross-legged on the prayer mat, gather my mind and still my breath, empty my thoughts and sink into a state of enlightenment that is neither empty nor filled. The heart of the divine aperture realm lies in tempering the body's acupuncture points one by one and transmuting them into divine apertures. A practitioner has to recondense the great Tao Dharma form within each point, and through that tempering, forge a tight bond between the Dharma form and the physical body. This brings about the fusion and unity of essence, chi, and Tao. After that, only the last step remains, integrating the divine soul to reach the transcendent realm where essence, chi, spirit, and Tao stand as four in one. The number of Dharma forms and divine apertures a cultivator condenses varies from person to person, some managing only 2 or 3 while others condense hundreds or thousands. That count decides their combat power at this realm, since the more they condense, the stronger they stand. I condensed the great Tao Dharma form, my inner world, in all 129,600 of my acupuncture points long ago. All that is left for me is to temper those points into divine apertures and draw the Dharma form and the physical body still closer. This achieves the union of essence and chi, and of chi and Tao. Because the Dharma forms are already condensed, I can skip the whole first step of the divine aperture realm and need only drive my true force in circulation along the divine aperture realm cultivation technique. The force sets out from the dantian, threads the meridians to every one of the 129,600 points, and returns to the dantian. The instant it comes home, the inner world inside each point kindles with brilliant great Tao light. The bond between the inner world and the physical body pulls tighter, and the vast store of energy in the system keeps refining into true force that tempers my body as it flows. Next comes the tempering of the points themselves, each one strengthening the bond a little further and quickening the evolution of the physical body. I steer my true force along the hidden trajectory and temper the dantian space first. which both fortifies the Dantian and deepens its ties to the inner world and the physical body. Once tempered, the Dantian grows steadier and vaster, its link to the inner world tighter, the body strengthened and kind, and the work the circling true force does on my flesh grows stronger too. Then I begin on the acupuncture points, one at a time, and with every point I finish, my physical body takes another step forward. Time slips by quietly. Of the 129,600 points in my body, 31,650 now stand tempered. The divine apertures blaze with a radiance that keeps refining my flesh as it circulates, while the golden blood in me begins to turn, strand by strand, to red. I open my eyes, great Tao runes flickering through them before they clear, and breathe out a lungful of stale air. The foundation I had banked was just enough to carry me through 31,650 points in a single stretch, and the rest I can only polish slowly, step by patient step. Once all 129,600 are tempered, the divine aperture realm will be complete, and only then can I press on to the realm beyond. Such speed is all owed to condensing every Dharma form in one go, so that none is left to condense now, on top of the depth of foundation I had already laid. Feeling the power swell inside me, a smile ripples across my face. I sink my divine sense into my sea of consciousness and find the space-time realm there, shimmering with silver light, wholly under my command at last. That realm means more to me than almost anything else. Without it, my comprehension and my powers of deduction could never have grown so formidable, and I would likely have crumbled to dust decades ago. Now that my divine soul has soaked all the way through it, both have risen another full step. I look at the space-time realm before me, a bare 100 meters across, and turn over in my mind how to wring the fullest value from it. My plan for the space-time realm is to forge it into a world of its own, though exactly what kind of world deserves careful thought. I already carry 129,600 worlds inside my body, plus the one Heianui world. Between star-strewn universes, all heavens and myriad realms and chaos worlds, every form of world is already complete within me. To forge the space-time realm into just another ordinary world would only waste it, since one more or one less among so many changes, nothing. Some time back, while I was studying the cultivation technique to purify negative energy, I looked deeply into spiritual power and came to see how profound it is, and how enormous its potential. Now that my soul has fused with the space-time realm, I mean to forge it into a spiritual world. In such a world, my heart is the world itself, and the world is only ever as wide as my heart. There the spirit is the illusion, and the space-time realm is the real reality and illusion blending and coexisting, existence and nothingness dwelling side by side, being and non-being evolving one out of the other. Spirit, consciousness, soul, and space-time realm melt into a single thing and build the spiritual world together. It lives in the space between being and non-being. Rather than hinder my soul's later cultivation into a primordial spirit, it can greatly refine the soul's essence. And rather than obstruct the 4-in-1 union of essence, chi, spirit, and Tao, it can even make that union easier to reach. The decision made, I channel my spiritual power into smelting the space-time realm. After a long while, it is wholly smelted, transformed into a world that shifts without pause between existence and nothingness. In it, the phenomena of all heavens and myriad realms surface and vanish, and the ideas of being and non-being turn endlessly one into the other. The spiritual world is a thing of pure mind, my heart its whole substance, my will the shape of everything in it. So long as I do not overrun my spiritual limit, I can even evolve out of it the characters and cultivation techniques and Taos from the novels I read in my past life. The figures I raise this way still fall short of their real prototypes, and they scatter the moment my spiritual power thins. My thoughts stir, and I evolve first a crowd of characters I once knew in that former life, and then the whole of the 3,000 Great Tao laws. After some testing, I confirm that whatever I evolve in the spiritual world can climb only as high as the divine aperture realm, and can never surpass me. Rather than end my seclusion there, I decide to press further and deduce the cultivation technique for the divine aperture realm out of the Tao Seed martial arts system in the system store. I link my divine sense to the subsystem's computing power matrix, and let myself fall into a state of enlightenment. Time passes quietly, and when I open my eyes, the evolution of all heavens and myriad realms seems to turn within them. Infinite Tao truths flashing past and vanishing without a trace. I open the system store, upload the deduced divine aperture realm cultivation technique, and finally step out of seclusion. A sweep of my divine sense finds little yellow still shut away, straining to break through to the Tao manifestation realm. So I pick 10 grains of sunrise from the Hyonui world Take out the freshly hunted flying white tiger and cook to reward my stomach. I stretch out on the rocking chair, let a burp escape, and send my divine sense into the trial tower. There I find that someone from the Tao Seed martial arts system has actually climbed onto the Tao Manifestation Realm combat power ranking, seated 552nd. The someone is none other than Moonjakian, who so recently drew that huge reward of energy points. Until now, only cultivators had ever held those seats. A thought flickers up whether I should quietly leash my strength and clear the levels at Tao Manifestation Realm Cultivation to take first place, but I shake it off just as fast. There is no real gain in topping the ranking, and it might let my enemies read my true progress, which is plainly not worth the trade. I have no need now to step into the light and build confidence for the martial cultivators. So I walk straight into the 3000th floor of the trial tower, evolve a mirror image of myself, and throw myself into a savage fight. The longer it runs, the more fluently I wield the power of the divine aperture realm, until it answers me freely. Once I have beaten the mirror image down, I leave the tower and open the forum for the latest. Two threads sit high on the trending list. One announces that the Tao Seed martial arts system Divine Aperture Realm Cultivation technique has appeared. The other hailing the first person to break through to the Tao Manifestation Realm. I open the second and read through it. The comments cheer that someone has finally reached the Tao Manifestation Realm, and that a martial cultivator at last stands where only cultivators once did. With the system and enough energy points, a breakthrough is easy, they say. And many could have crossed over already, if only they were not busy comprehending great Tao laws to firm their foundation. A vein of the thread frets over me, wondering whether Yu-Il has broken through, whether the long silence means he has fallen. Others insist he has only hidden away to cultivate, and that if he crosses into the Tao Manifestation Realm, he would surely stand first on its ranking. I only smile at that. In the days to come, a great many martial cultivators are bound to reach the Tao Manifestation Realm, and its combat power ranking will heave over completely. Those cultivators who crept onto it while hosts of that realm were scarce will most likely be shoved off before long. In the immortal cultivation system at the Nascent Soul Realm, only a handful of top geniuses ever grasped the great Tao laws, but once the Tao Seed martial arts system steps into the Tao Manifestation Realm, every one of them lays hold of a thread of those laws. Better still, a cultivator who already comprehended the laws of the Tao Seed realm finds them sublimated and perfected once he breaks through. So a martial cultivator at the Tao Manifestation Realm naturally fights far above a cultivator at the Nascent Soul Realm. I opened the comments under the other thread, the one about the Divine Aperture Realm cultivation technique. People marvel that the technique for the next realm has surfaced before most of them have even reached the Tao Manifestation Realm. That they need no longer fear being stranded without a method. They reason that whoever created the Tao Seed martial arts system must himself have broken through to the Divine Aperture Realm. They wonder aloud who the mysterious prodigy is, and the thread splits over whether it might be Yu-Il. One side guesses it could be, given how brilliant he is. The other argues that building a cultivation system leans on comprehension rather than combat power. A man whose combat power runs so terrifyingly high, they say, hardly looks the type for deep comprehension, and carrying both at once is simply too much to balance. Woven through it all runs a long strand of regret. One reader laments he ever joined the Ascension Assembly, still working like a horse in the outer school, unable to scrape together enough energy points for so much as an artificial heavenly spirit root. Another swears he will quit the immortal cultivation school the moment the next assessment ends and take up the martial Tao instead, never to be a beast of burden again. I curl my lip at that last stretch. Who decided that strong combat power rules out sharp comprehension? What warped logic is that? Do I really look like some brute who only knows how to hit things? I close the forum and find that John Dotto has written to me on the messenger. He asks whether I am there, and promises that today he will perform, just for me, the feat of tearing a saint apart with his bare hands. I read the message, raise an eyebrow, and ask whether he means to challenge Ye Riang right now, and whether he is truly ready for it. He answers that he has been ready a long time, that he has spent this whole stretch polishing his combat power, and now sits 752nd on the Tao Seed Realm combat power ranking. He admits he cannot measure up to a freak like me, but swears it is more than enough to beat Ye Riang. Today he declares he will show the whole world that even the poorly gifted can surpass the well-gifted. I answer, a little at a loss, that he has the artificial heavenly spirit root now, so his cultivation aptitude is no worse than Ye Riang's. After the baptism of the divine liquid, it may well be better. He shoots back that none of that counts, that his original aptitude was only 3 spiritual roots, and everyone knows it. Whatever he has achieved today, he says, my help aside, comes down to his own hard work plus a little assist from the system. Reading such shameless words, I am speechless for a moment. That little assist is plainly a billion little assists. I tell old John he only wants to show off in front of me. He laughs that he spent all his days being shown off to by me, and that today he means to let me watch him do the showing off. I caution him to mind himself and not come to grief in a ditch. He tells me to rest easy, that he has already looked into it thoroughly. Although Ye Ryang has reached the peak Golden Core realm, he says he is still only 7 pattern Golden Core quality and has not even comprehended the Great Tao laws, so the advantage is his. I tell him to switch on the feed and let me watch. He answers, brimming with confidence, that I should just go to the live broadcast, since someone is already streaming it. Today he, John Dotto, is going to make a name for himself. I open the live broadcast and there it is on the trending list, the line about a system host challenging the Heavenly Revelation sect saint. I step into the stream to find the chubby John Dotto planted at the center of the arena, striking the pose of a Grand Master, already ringed in by Heavenly Revelation sect disciples. I have to smile. He plays the part well enough that, if I did not know him so thoroughly, even I might be taken in by the stance. Around him, the disciples are already trading opinions. Some scoff that John Dotto dares challenge Saint Ye Ryang at all. They grant that the saint was once beaten by a single palm, but insist that proves nothing about his strength. The man who did it could kill a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, and merely surviving under him was already impressive. Others sneer that John Dotto is only a 3 spiritual roots, and it is not even certain he has reached the Golden Core realm, so a beating is the least he can expect. They hurry to lay their bets on the saint, but a good many system host disciples wear stranger looks and quietly place their money on John Dotto. They know full well he is a fellow host ranked 752nd on the Dao Seed Realm Combat Power Ranking, and that beating Ye Ryang will not be hard. Even Zhang Sadi bets on John Dotto to win, and his gaze toward Ye Ryang carries something odd. Since he gained his own artificial heavenly spirit root, his aptitude has changed, and he used the enlightenment space to comprehend the great Tao of wood and form a 6-pattern golden core. He has long harbored the notion of challenging the saint himself, only holding back out of worry that his strength was not enough. Now, with John Dotto as his example, the itch to try flares up. Still, he means to wait until his golden core quality and combat power climb higher before he acts. Off to the side stands Ye Chong-so, watching John Dotto on the arena with suspicion crowding her eyes. She remembers clearly that this John Dotto is a friend of Yu Il's. Seeing him dare to challenge Ye Ryang, she cannot help guessing that he has taken help from that person, since without it he would never have found the nerve. Ye Ryang, after all, was a singular presence among the Heavenly Revelation sect disciples. And aside from her, no one in the sect could truly hold him down. John Dotto seems to feel her stare, turns her around, smiling face, then swings back to Ye Ryang across from him and cups his hands. He says he has lately made a little progress and would beg a few pointers, and hopes the senior brother will not begrudge the teaching. Ye Ryang looks at him with disdain and warns, his tone edged, that he cannot imagine where John Dotto found the confidence to challenge him. He advises him to concede now or be shown no mercy later. John Dotto puffs out his chest and says with full confidence that the senior brother should feel free to strike, that he is sure he can weather every blow. A flash of suspicion crosses Ye Ryang's eyes, and he asks whether John Dotto has taken help from that person, for how else would he dare come and challenge him? John Dotto proclaims, loud and grand, that he stands here today to prove to the world that immortal cultivation is not decided by aptitude alone. So long as the poorly gifted put in the work, he cries, they too have the chance to surpass the gifted. The bold words strike a chord with a crowd of disciples off the stage, who cheer him on. They shout that they back him, that poor aptitude is no barrier to overturning a genius, and that he must hold on a few rounds and win face for the ordinary gifted among them. I shake my head and smile. Old John is well and truly addicted to showing off. I would love to see the faces on all of them when they learn he had an artificial heavenly spirit root implanted ages ago. The system hosts on the scene curl their lips at his speech, unimpressed, because they have known for a long while that the man bought his artificial heavenly spirit root. Not one of them speaks up to expose it, though. A system's secret is worth keeping. One more day, and there is no sense in laying bare their own hand. By now, the live broadcast is drowning in scrolling comments, the whole feed thick with mockery. The crowd jeers that everyone knows he had an artificial heavenly spirit root put in long ago and has the gall to cry poor aptitude. He only struts like this, they say. because Ye Riang has no system and cannot read his details. One comment laughs that it would be a fine show if John Dotto came to grief in the ditch and took the beating himself. Ye Riang takes in the stir off the stage and the murmurs around him and is almost amused. He says he will study John Dotto's fine tricks properly today and see just how much skill he has picked up from that person. John Dotto shouts back, his voice full of fire, that he, John Dotto, is here to prove to the world that through sheer effort, even the poorly gifted can defy heaven and change their fate. Ye Riang stands with his hands clasped behind his back, plainly unwilling to move first. So John Dotto circulates his spiritual energy and erupts with the aura of the peak golden core realm. His hands flash through their seals, and 3 copper coins shoot out like lightning, riding a fierce edge of energy straight at Ye Riang's face. The eruption of peak golden core cultivation jolts Ye Riang, and the sheer speed and ferocity of the strike snaps his expression grave. With no time to think, he pinches a Dharma seal, and a 10-meter fire dragon rears up and roars into the 3 copper coins. 3 crisp reports ring out one after another as the fire dragon is beaten apart and scatters into dying sparks. Only now does Ye Riang grasp how serious this is. He grips the blazing sun orb and pours spiritual energy into it, and the sphere becomes a small sun trailing monstrous flame as it slams down on the 3 coins. The orb and the coins meet in a roar that hurls berserk energy across the whole arena and sets even its protective shield rippling. Then coins and orb alike cry out and fly back to the hands of John Dotto and Ye Riang. Ye Riang's face is solemn now, battle intent kindling in his eyes. He tells John Dotto he is no simple opponent. He never expected a man of 3 spiritual roots aptitude to climb to the peak golden core realm so quickly, with a golden core of no low quality either. That person is truly formidable. He says to have raised John Dotto's cultivation this far, and he tells him not to bother denying it, since with his original aptitude such progress would be flatly impossible. But even so, he swears he will not lose, because John Dotto is not him. Then his fingers move through a spell, and streams of spiritual light pour into the blazing sun orb. Its glow surges and its power climbs in an instant, until it drops on John Dotto like a falling sun dragging a long tail of fire. John Dotto does not trouble to deny the words about my help. The other side is not wholly right, but it is not wrong either, since his strength truly is inseparable from what I gave him. He only answers that Ye Riang's strength is indeed worthy of the seat of saint, but that today he will be defeated all the same. He is fated to lose, John Dotto says, and it would change nothing even if the King of Heaven himself came down. Having taken Ye Riang's measure across the exchanges, he forms seals with both hands and feeds spiritual energy into the copper coins. The 3 coins swell to the size of wash basins and lock into a triangle as they hammer at the blazing sun orb. The 2 of them plunge into a fierce fight, their figures flickering, coins and orb colliding again and again in the air, with berserk energy spraying everywhere. The Heavenly Revelation sect disciples are stunned to see John Dotto actually fighting Ye Riang to a standstill, their mouths slightly agape, their faces blank with disbelief. Joe Gusso, once John Dotto's rival in business and long familiar with the man, cries out that it is impossible, flatly impossible. There is no way John Dotto can be this strong, he insists, and he refuses to believe it. He himself has 3 spiritual roots too, he protests, and sits only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He cannot fathom how John Dotto ever reached the peak golden core realm, or where it all went wrong. Im Suwon is just as dumbstruck, rubbing his eyes and looking again at the arena, muttering that it is no illusion, that it is real. And yet how could it be? John Dotto is no trash like Yu Il, he says, but there is no way he should be this strong, and it flies in the face of everything cultivation is supposed to be. John Dotto has no attention to spare for any of them. He backhands 2 more copper coins into play, races his hands through their seals, and shouts the name of his move, the heaven-filling rain of golden money. The 5 coins multiply in an instant into hundreds, and rain down on Ye Riang like a torrent that swallows sky and earth. Horror washes across Ye Riang's face. He drives the blazing sun orb to blaze up and block the storm of coins, while his hands throw down 2 defensive barriers before him and a fixed spiritual energy shield across his body. The coins punch through the orb's flames, smash both barriers, tear the shield apart, and finally crash into his low-grade spiritual artifact treasure armor. Ye Riang lets out a muffled groan as his whole body is flung backward to slam onto the arena, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. John Dotto stands there with the 5 copper coins circling in a ring behind his head, and for a moment, he wears a real air of gravity, every inch the accomplished expert. He does not press another attack. He only says with that pretentious set to his face that Ye Rang has lost. Today he has proven the poorly gifted can defeat the well-gifted. And on the road of cultivation, aptitude can never stand for everything. Blood keeps welling from Yi Rang's mouth as he struggles to his feet, his eyes glazed with a distant trance. He says he has lost again today, that he could not beat that person and now is lost at John Dato's hands as well. Yet he did not lose to Gian Dato, he says, but to the man behind him. Gian Dato answers evenly that however he cares to frame it, he has already lost. Ye Riang says yes, he has lost, and looks around at the surrounding disciples in a daze, his voice thick with defeat. Ye Chong's soul is more shaken still, caught utterly off guard by the outcome, her hands clenched until the knuckles show white. She murmurs that it cannot be, that Ye Rang's strength is far from weak, and John Dato has only 3 spiritual roots. She cannot fathom how he climbed from the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm a few years ago, all the way to the peak Golden Core realm. His Golden Core is no lower than 7 patterns, and it seems he has even comprehended the Great Tao laws. She wonders whether that person truly holds such divine ability, enough to cultivate John Dato into something this strong. The surrounding disciples stall in disbelief and only find their voices after a while. They burst out that it is impossible, that John Dato could not have beaten Ye Riang, that they must be under some illusion. One refuses to accept it after staking 100 low-grade spirit stones on the saint. Another wonders whether Ye Rang has grown too weak, then argues against himself that the strength the saint just showed was formidable. More than one asks whether Ye Riang is even fit to hold the seat of saint now, and whether John Dato must take it over. The system hosts of the Heavenly Revelation sect pay no mind to any of it, and wear the look of people who saw this coming. They know exactly what the system combat power ranking is worth. Apart from the early days, when cultivators of a given realm were few and there was muddy water to fish in, anyone who climbs onto it must hold the strength to outstrip the whole field. That is what makes a seat there worth a great deal. So they beam with quiet delight, since every one of them had wagered at least a little on John Dato. Zhang Sagi's eyes shine brightest of all, thrilled, for he has not only won a heap of spirit stones on the bet, but hardened his own resolve to challenge Ye Riang. And then the live broadcast erupts, the comment feed pouring down in a flood. The crowd marvels that you can always trust the system. With it, they say, even a cultivator of the poorest aptitude can become an unparalleled genius, defy heaven, and drag the heavenly root geniuses down from their altars. This is far less John Dato's victory than the system's own. They crow that the saints and saintesses who once stood so high on their heavenly spiritual roots are being dragged off their pedestals, that even ants can shake the sky now, and the feed lands at last on the verdict they are all shouting. From this day on, whoever has no system will be swept into the trash heap by the tide of the times.